Introduction asterisk. The ability to access the memories of the Celestial Sign Master allows him to possess knowledge of these arcane techniques, even in the absence of written records. This time, I shall no longer rely on Huangfeng Valley for foundation establishment pills. The Celestial Sign Master is not merely a master of talismans. He is also adept in the arts of formations and restrictions, employing various methods. Although his skills in alchemy and weapon forging may not rival the terrifying prowess of talismans and formations, they nonetheless reach the level of a true master, making the crafting of foundation establishment pills a trivial endeavor. After gathering all the spiritual herbs in the vicinity, he now possesses a staggering 53 herbs. The exchange rate with Huangfeng Valley is 10 herbs for a single pill. In reality, however, only 3 herbs are required to concoct a batch, which yields 9 foundation establishment pills. Chapter 1. Commerce. Tyrone and Reyn finished their meal downstairs and were about to leave when the tavern owner halted them, stumbling through his words, implying that they needed to pay for their meal and lodging. Lacking any funds, Tyrone had dismissed the idea of quick earnings from old clients during their meal. He realized that in the future, he must establish a name for himself. The gossip surrounding this could be quite entertaining. While others bore titles such as Usurper, Little Demon, Little Finger, or Dragon Slayer, he could not afford to be known as Duck King or King's Top Talent. Resolute in his intent not to pay, the boorish Tyrone rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the oblivious owner a lesson. "Do you not understand that my patronage is a favor to you?" he thought. After all this time in the game, had any client ever asked him for payment? Standing behind him was a 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound warrior clad in heavy armor. Did the owner dare to mention money? After some commotion, Tyrone ultimately acquiesced. Reyn, embodying the knightly code, threatened to lower his loyalty if they left without paying, and the owner begrudgingly handed Tyrone 6 gold dragons. Yes, the owner gave Tyrone 6 gold dragons. With no money to his name, Tyrone pledged Sir Reyn's noble longsword to the owner. Naturally, the cost was a decrease in Reyn's loyalty to 85 points. On the narrow streets of Nuquin Town, pedestrians hastily sidestepped, clearing a path for Tyrone and Reyn, who led a horse. This was largely due to the striking appearance of Reyn's Dominator's set, which was so eye-catching that even the town's patrols avoided him. The two sought to confront a few ruffians. Upon opening the mini-map, red dots indicated enemies, yellow for neutral, and green for allies. A few red dots stood out prominently, while around them were a dozen green dots. Tyrone realized, with a mix of frustration and determination, that these were old clients. The task of troubling a few ruffians was not solely driven by Tyrone's vindictiveness. Rather, it stemmed from a quest issued by the system upon their exit from the tavern, which required them to recruit 5 subordinates for a reward of 500 copper coins. The exchange rate for a Game of Thrones currency is quite convoluted, but for simplicity's sake, it is set at 1:100:10,000. With the quest in mind, Tyrone immediately thought of the rascals who had pursued him the day before and hurriedly led Reyn through the town in search of them. Guided by the mini-map, they easily cornered the ruffians in an old tavern, where 6 thugs were dining. Reyn stormed in and swiftly dealt out punishment. Afterward, he herded the ruffians into an alley, smiling as he addressed them. "I am Tyrone Hubbard from the Far East, and this is my family's knight, Sir Reyn. You offended me yesterday, and I had every intention of ending your lives." As soon as the words left his lips, the thugs begged for mercy, pleading for Tyrone to spare them, while 2 others fervently declared they had no affiliation with the group. Tyrone was unimpressed. He presented them with 2 options: to receive a blow from Reyn's axe, thus absolving them of all grievances, or to accept employment at the rate of 100 copper coins per month. The 5, overwhelmed with delight, promptly chose the latter, as 100 copper coins represented a substantial sum for them. In a delightful turn of events for both parties, Tyrone completed the system's quest and, in a generous mood, bestowed 50 copper coins upon each of them, warning that they could flee, but should they be caught, they would face dire consequences. The 5, trembling with fear, assured him they would not dare to cross him. As Tyrone led his new recruits out, he examined their attributes. Citizen, health, 48. Loyalty, 35. Advanced mode unlocked at loyalty above 60. Strength, 8. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 6. Charisma, 3. One-handed weapon proficiency, 55. Two-handed weapon proficiency, 35. Polearm proficiency, 35. Bow proficiency, 0. Crossbow proficiency, 0. Throwing proficiency, 95. Aside from their swiftness and accuracy in throwing, they were otherwise lacking, equating to a mere 1.2 of himself. Tyrone couldn't help but lament that he was inferior even to these lowly thugs. The group of 8 meandered back to the original tavern, seeking a room where they could strategize their next steps and devise ways to generate income. After dismissing a series of proposals that contradicted the knightly spirit, such as theft, robbery, and kidnapping, Tyrone found himself with limited options. They could either join a faction or embark on a business venture. While joining a faction would be straightforward for Reyn, it posed a challenge for Tyrone and the other 7 novices. Thus, business emerged as the only viable path. After consulting with everyone and receiving unanimous agreement, Tyrone resolved to gather information the following day regarding lucrative products and local specialties that could be sold. With aspirations of expanding their business and achieving greatness, he was determined to create a prosperous future. Early the next morning, Tyrone sought out the tavern owner to inquire about in-demand goods and local specialties that would sell well. After deliberation, he decided to purchase fine spirits, textiles, and jewelry from King's Landing, along with a wagon, for a total of 5 gold dragons. If all went as planned, transporting these goods to the north and bringing back furs from local animals would yield a return of approximately double their investment. Even if this cycle occurred monthly, yielding 12 times a year, the potential for wealth was staggering. In just a few years, Tyrone envisioned himself as the wealthiest man in the 7 kingdoms. With this thought spurring him on, he hurriedly gathered his companions to procure the goods. After a flurry of activity over the next day, everything was finally in order, and Tyrone decided it was time to set off. Before departing, he sought out an old beggar, placing a tattered yet warm set of clothing before him, along with several copper stars and food. "Old man, do not perish. Wait for my return, and I shall make you the hand of the king." The old beggar, curled against the wall, hurriedly donned the clothing after Tyrone left. As he shook, food and copper coins fell to the ground, and he quickly hid them behind him, sighing in relief when he saw no one was watching. Though Tyrone's words seemed implausible to him, after filling his stomach and wrapping himself in the thick garments, he fell into a long dream where he truly became the hand of the king, receiving countless bows from nobles. The group of 8 prepared 3 wagons, 2 laden with goods and 1 carrying their supplies. They also, at the cost of a slight decrease in Reyn's loyalty, exchanged the knight's lance for 7 swords at the blacksmith's. "My lord, everything is ready for departure," one of the citizens said, fawning. "Let's set forth," Tyrone commanded, waving his arm from the wagon as they moved toward the town's exit. The guards at the town gate, having heard whispers of knight's arrival, did not question Tyrone's caravan as they approached, allowing them to pass without hesitation. Once they had moved on, the guards began to murmur among themselves. "Did you see that knight just now? That axe is thicker than my waist. I truly wonder which family he belongs to. I did see him. I wonder how he compares to the knights of the Krigan family from the Western Realm." Chapter 2. The Audience. "Yin, I must confess I underestimated you. With your current mastery of fire control, your alchemical skills must be quite remarkable." Han Xian gazed at Yin Qingshan, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. "I cannot deny that your talent astounds me. While wood attribute energy is generally considered weaker, you wield it with such finesse. Moreover, you possess both lightning and beast fire, leaving you with virtually no weaknesses. Mastery of even one of these 3 attributes is a mark of genius, yet you have achieved profound proficiency in all 3. In this regard, I concede to you. However, when it comes to the path of alchemical fire, you are no match for me. Senior Han, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not necessarily justified." Yin Qingshan remained unfazed by Han Xian's words. If he wished to eliminate Han Xian, it would not pose a challenge, as he had already dispatched Bai Chung and Bai Lan, along with numerous combat masters. Han Xian, in comparison, was a mere stepping stone. However, he chose not to strike immediately. If Han Xian sought to measure their strengths, Yin Qingshan was equally inclined to engage him in a duel over fire control, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. The inner courtyard was no sanctuary. They needed a leader among their ranks. Yin Qingshan clasped his hands together, summoning 2 orbs of peach blossom fire that erupted before him, intertwining to form the fierce visage of a howling wolf bear. The 5th-tier Kuei Mu beast manifested through his beast fire, showcasing a profound technique in fire control, known as the return to the source. Beast fire differs from the unique flames and energy cultivated through human techniques. It originates from magical beasts. When a particular beast fire is pushed to its utmost potential and takes on the form of a beast, it is termed a return to the source. In this state, the beast fire can unleash some of the innate powers of the original magical beast, exhibiting tremendous might, yet the difficulty of achieving this is exceedingly high. Only those who have perfected fire manipulation can accomplish it. Roar! The Kuei Mu beast, born of peach blossom fire, surged forward toward Han Xian. At this moment, all of Han Xian's techniques proved ineffective. Although his Qiyun flame was more potent, it could not contend with such profound skill. Do not become too complacent, thinking you are the only one capable of returning to the source. After momentarily fending off the peach blossom fire with his Qiyun flame, Han Xian retreated swiftly, pushing his flame to its limits as a fifth-tier Qiyun crane began to take form. However, compared to Yin Qingshan's Kuei Mu beast, Han Xian's Qiyun crane appeared more ethereal, and consolidating this fiery creature caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. The two formidable beast fire manifestations stood in opposition between Yin Qingshan and Han Xian, their intricate transformations captivating the onlookers, while the ensuing battle promised to be exhilarating. The Qiyun crane darted forward, aiming for the left flank of the Kuei Mu beast, which reacted swiftly under Yin Qingshan's command. The two fiery forms, originally mere manifestations, fought with the ferocity of real magical beasts, controlled by their respective wielders. Although Han Xian's Qiyun flame possesses greater power, in terms of fire control, Qingshan exhibits superior skill. However, if this stalemate continues, the outcome may not favor either of them. Elder Hua observed intently from the stands, recognizing that both combatants had entered a state of tension. While Yin Qingshan could swiftly defeat Han Xian, achieving a decisive victory in fire control would not be so straightforward under current conditions. Though I wish to continue this contest with Senior Han, the duration of today's match has already been prolonged. It is time to bring it to a conclusion. Suddenly, the peach blossom fire in Yin Qingshan's palms flickered, and the rampaging Kuei Mu beast began to dissipate. Han Xian regarded Yin Qingshan with a puzzled expression, instinctively becoming wary. Unlike Bai Cheng and Bai Lan, he was not particularly adept in close combat. Yin Qingshan's hands suddenly each conjured a flame. His left hand held the pink peach blossom fire, while his right hand bore a previously unseen violet flame. The two flames danced between his palms, and then simultaneously spiraled outward. Boom! The pink and violet orbs of flame arced through the air, colliding with the Qiyun crane formed by the Qiyun flame. Upon contact, the two beast fires ignited in a violent explosion, annihilating the Qiyun crane. You actually mastered a second type of beast fire. Han Xian staggered, nearly losing his balance. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Yin Qingshan. A second type of beast fire was not a feat attainable by an ordinary alchemist. Typically, alchemists possess only one type of beast fire, while mastering multiple flames significantly increases the complexity. Moreover, different beast fires can exhibit a repulsive nature akin to that of exotic flames. While exotic flames repel one another, making it nearly impossible for a single individual to wield two types, even same-type exotic flames can clash, as exemplified by the Fire Sovereign. Though beast fires do not share the same level of repulsion, coexisting with multiple beast fires within one's body requires a considerable mastery of fire techniques, which is unattainable without sufficient skill. Generally, alchemists below the third rank only possess one type of beast fire. Those above the third rank, such as the three-pattern pure spirit pill, often require multiple flames, necessitating the alchemist's control over various fires. Han Xian had already reached the third rank, yet he had only attained the Qiyun flame and his energy-formed flame, lacking a second type of beast fire. Meanwhile, Yin Qingshan wielded a second type of flame, making the disparity between them crystal clear. Han Yu, are you not planning to intervene? As Han Xian conversed with Yin Qingshan, Lin Yin suddenly glanced at Han Yu and spoke, his crimson spear shimmering with a faint red glow, his aura exuding a palpable pressure. Han Yu seeks only a position within the top 5 and harbors no ulterior motives. Senior Lin Yin, please proceed. Han Yu stepped back slightly to clear the path. One reason for her popularity in the outer courtyard was her exceptional interpersonal skills. Few who interacted with her held any resentment, regardless of gender. Excellent. A smile curled upon Lin Yan's lips as he hefted his spear onto his shoulder and approached Yin Qingshan. Yin Qingshan, no more delays. Let us determine our standings. It is time to establish the victor of this inner courtyard selection. Senior Lin Yin, your eagerness leaves me no choice but to engage. Yin Qingshan adjusted his stance, advancing toward Lin Yin. As they moved, an aura of intensity surged between them, the fierce wind pressure compelling the remaining combatants to instinctively retreat from the fray. Kulme. Lin Yin swung his spear, executing a horizontal arc before sending forth a torrent of wind and a pale red energy that resembled flames, hurtling toward Yin Qingshan. Chapter 3. The journey. The route designed by Terren is remarkably straightforward. Upon departing from King's Landing, he travels northward, passing through the town of Winterfell and the northern gate of the Neck, ultimately reaching the residence of House Reed at Greywater Watch. After a brief respite, he traverses the ancestral burial grounds to arrive at the City of Seven, culminating his journey at Winterfell. Moreover, Terren, having gathered supplies and intelligence over the past few days, learns that the current king remains Robert Baratheon, and there has yet to be news of Jon Arryn's demise. Thus, the narrative has yet to unfold. Terren finds himself with ample time to enhance his prowess and develop further. Otherwise, when the story commences, chaos will engulf the Seven Kingdoms, rendering it impossible for this small band of individuals to navigate through the turmoil. As for the overarching theme of A Song of Ice and Fire, the invasion of the White Walkers, Terren feels no apprehension, even finding it somewhat amusing. The notion of being slain by a mere pup with a sword is hardly worth consideration. It has now been 15 days since Terren and his companions set forth, and in just 2 days, they shall arrive at Greywater Watch. Throughout this journey, Terren has dedicated his time to training his 6 subordinates and learning swordsmanship from Ser Reyn. Sir, I believe your swordsmanship is advancing rapidly. However, due to a lack of practical combat experience, you have reached a plateau, Reyn remarked, extending a hand to assist Terren, who had just been toppled by a sparring thrust. Thank you, Ser Reyn. I feel I have made significant progress under your tutelage these past few days, Terren replied, brushing off the dust from his attire with sincerity. It is an honor to have you as my swordsmanship mentor. Do you have any suggestions for my practice? Sir, I suspect you have already deduced that aside from engaging in a real combat scenario, I possess no further methods to offer, Reyn answered. Very well, once again, I extend my gratitude to you, Ser Reyn. Reyn offered a slight smile, bowed to Terren, and then called over the 6 individuals who had been waiting patiently, commencing their daily training session. Unlike his treatment of Terren, Reyn was far less lenient with the 6. Wielding a wooden sword, he deftly maneuvered amidst their coordinated assaults, punishing any lapse in their concentration with swift strikes that sent them sprawling to the ground, only to be compelled to rise and continue, repeating the cycle until they were utterly exhausted. The results of their training over the past few days were markedly evident. Terren's strength and agility each increased by 1 point, and he could distinctly sense an enhancement in both his physical power and speed. Most notably, his proficiency with one-handed weapons surged by 34 points, reaching a plateau of 99. Any further practice seemed futile, confirming Reyn's assertion that only through a bloody battle could he shatter this threshold. The progress of the 6 companions was even more pronounced. Aside from their attribute enhancements, a symbol now appeared next to their names in the system's team list, signifying their advancement potential. However, they remained unable to level up, as the system indicated this was contingent upon their loyalty, which must reach 60 points for promotion. Currently, their loyalty stood at 55 points, perhaps attributable to Terren's relatively lenient treatment, as he provided for them with the same standards as himself, accommodations and provisions, alongside their daily training, treating them as equals. Perhaps Terren, born under the Red Banner, felt little concern. However, for the 5 individuals, this was an exceedingly favorable circumstance. Terren and Ser Reyn were clearly of different social strata, and previously, they had offended someone like Terren, whom they regarded as a noble. Not only did Terren spare their lives, but he also provided them with wages, treating them not as slaves, which significantly bolstered their loyalty at a remarkable rate. Their daily sustenance consisted of dark, salted jerky, black bread, and wild vegetable soup. Occasionally, if fortune favored them, they would feast on fresh wolf meat, a common occurrence in the medieval ecosystem, where one could encounter famished packs of wolves every few days. Ser Reyn ventured forth, emerging victorious in battle and acquiring a substantial amount of wolf meat. However, wolf meat was hardly palatable, being both gamey and tough, devoid of spices, and only seasoned with coarse salt. Terren considered it a form of cruelty to have his subordinates consume such fare. To impose harsher conditions would be utterly unreasonable. Additionally, the camping equipment, consisting merely of a few blankets, was also distributed among his men. In feudal times, it was almost unfathomable for a lord to share the same sustenance and quarters with his subordinates. From the north to Dorne, no lord demanded equal treatment with his vassals. Even in ancient times, such occurrences were rare, typically recorded only for renowned generals or scholars. In just 2 days, the 6 men would be promoted. And when that moment arrived, Terren would reflect upon his innermost thoughts. If his suspicions proved true, it would be akin to a young cow ascending to the heavens on a rocket. After a night of silence, the group arose early the next day, having a modest meal before setting off, aiming to reach the vicinity of Greywater Watch by evening, where they could rest and gather intelligence. After more than 10 days of training, Terren felt that his health had finally improved. In the initial days after leaving King's Landing, he had experienced difficulty with urination, but now he was relieved to find that he no longer needed to rise multiple times during the night. As Terren practiced riding while sharing anecdotes with Sir Reyn, they were suddenly met with faint sounds of weeping, shouting, and screams from ahead. Dismounting, Terren exchanged a glance with Reyn, who nodded slightly. Terren instructed 2 passers-by to investigate the situation, while the other 3 assisted Reyn in donning his armor. Reyn's dominator suit was so extravagant that it stood in stark contrast to the other knights, akin to the difference between a Santana and a supercar, drawing attention wherever they went. Consequently, Terren and Reyn decided to conceal the armor in their wagon, while they had no such option for Raylo's fully armored dominator steed. After approximately 10 minutes, Reyn had donned his dominator battle armor, just as the 2 scouts returned, breathless. "My lord, a band of robbers is attacking a merchant caravan ahead." One of them gasped. "How many are involved, and what is the status of the conflict?" Terren inquired. "There are approximately 20 bandits, and the merchant caravan has only 7 or 8 injured guards left, who likely won't last much longer." Before Terren could pursue further details, Reyn had already mounted his horse and approached Terren, stating, "Sir, please permit me to engage and vanquish those vile and filthy brigands." Terren held unwavering confidence in Reyn's combat prowess. Typically, bandits stood little chance against fully armed knights unless they vastly outnumbered them. "Sir Reyn, while you dispatch them, please ensure your own safety," Terren said solemnly, dismounting the carriage to stand beside the knight. Chapter 4. The Slaughter. When Terren arrived at the battlefield with 6 ragtag companions, the first sight that met his eyes was Sir Reyn wielding a colossal golden battle axe, sweeping it horizontally and cleaving a brigand in 2. Viscera mixed with blood gushed forth, and the halved bandit, still clinging to life, struggled to escape the clutches of this demon. Originally numbering around 20, only 5 bandits remained, now encircled by 7 injured guards, emitting frantic cries as if such noise could diminish their fear. Reyn dismounted, gripping the axe handle with one hand, allowing the blade to carve deep furrows into the earth as he slowly advanced towards the surrounded 5. The injured guards, witnessing the remnants of entrails clinging to Reyn's silvery armor, watched in horror as blood dripped through the gaps in his armor, swallowing hard and parting to create an opening for the steel behemoth to approach. With nowhere left to retreat, the encircled 5, now paralyzed by terror, succumbed to their fear and, with reddened eyes, let out piercing wails as they charged at Reyn, axes raised. Reyn stood resolute, stepping forward with determination, swinging his axe in a wide arc that struck true. The clash of their weapons resonated, the broken axes failing to pierce the dominion of Reyn's armor, merely sparking as they were deflected, leaving behind only faint scratches. The bandit facing Reyn met a swift demise as the battle axe cleaved through his right shoulder and into his torso, nearly severing him in 2. Reyn then kicked aside the corpse, extracting his stuck axe, and swung it toward another adversary. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one to this monstrous figure, the remaining bandits, despite their futile attacks, ultimately discarded their weapons and scattered in terror, disregarding the guards of the caravan behind them. Driven solely by the instinct to distance themselves from this devil, many of them meeting their end beneath the blades of the guards. Terren and his 6 subordinates, upon witnessing Reyn's execution of a bandit, stood in a daze until the battle concluded. When Reyn approached and saluted him, reporting the situation, Terren suddenly came to his senses. Grasping an oak tree by the roadside, Terren began to retch, gesturing for Reyn to first return the cargo and clean the battlefield, urging him not to mind his own state. Tyler retched for over half an hour, feeling as though his very bile would be expelled. Eventually, he collapsed on the ground, only to be lifted into a vehicle. After departing from that gruesome place and setting up camp, he rested for quite some time before feeling a semblance of life return to him. Noticing that Tyler's condition had improved slightly, Reyn approached him to report on the situation of the battle. Fortunately, Reyn had changed out of his blood-soaked armor, handing it over to a rogue named A and B for cleaning. Otherwise, Tyler would have continued to be sickened. Having shed his battle gear, Reyn sported short, chestnut hair, and his face bore the marks of time's passage. He appeared remarkably composed, making it difficult to discern that he had just endured a fierce confrontation. It seemed as though this man had long grown accustomed to the realities of death and slaughter. Sir, you are out of place in this world. Perhaps you once lived in a realm of peace and comfort, but now, whether you wish to or not, you must adapt to it and conquer it. Reyn offered a bowl of mushroom soup as he spoke. Sir Reyn, I believe I will require a considerable amount of time to adjust. Let us refrain from such discussions for now, and instead focus on the current situation. Tyler replied with a bitter smile as he accepted the soup. As you wish, sir. I have gathered the necessary intelligence. The ambushed caravan originated from King's Landing, comprising a total of 21 individuals, 10 guards, 1 steward, and 10 slaves, tasked with transporting medicines between Winterfell and King's Landing. The caravan's captain, the steward, and 2 guards were slain by the bandits, while the slaves managed to escape amidst the chaos. In total, there were 26 bandits, of whom 25 perished, leaving 1 alive for you. We sustained no casualties or losses. This is our current status, sir. What does it mean to leave me 1 alive? Tyler exclaimed. Sir, you require genuine combat experience to progress further. Sir Reyn, I believe I do not need it. No, you do. With that, Reyn commanded that the bandit be brought forth. The wretch was carried to the campfire where Tyler sat. Utterly incapacitated, as if a mere sieve. Once thrown to the ground, he frantically bowed his head to Tyler, even attempting to crawl forward to kiss his shoes. Reyn tossed his iron sword before the bandit and declared, Now pick up the weapon and let this nobleman end your life. It would be your most merciful death. Otherwise, I shall flay your flesh piece by piece. Upon hearing this, the bandit curled into a ball on the ground, emitting incoherent whimpers, which could barely be discerned as pleas for mercy. He showed no inclination to retrieve the sword beside him. Sir Reyn, I am weary. Let us discuss this another time. Tyler stated, Sir, I believe that should you take up the sword and kill him, it would be beneficial for both you and him. He is but a filthy, despicable thief. Your mercy toward him stands in stark contrast to the lack of compassion he showed to his victims. Mr. Reyn, Tyler's words were abruptly cut off. Sir, you cannot continue to evade this. Reyn insisted. I know not whence you came, nor your intentions. However, since you have arrived here, you must accept that bloodshed will be inescapable. Mr. Reyn, I believe we have a more effective solution. What if we were to starve him? Or perhaps we could dig a pit and bury him alive. My heart is kind. I cannot bear to see blood. Tyrone, with a hint of exasperation, tentatively suggested, Sir, the chivalric spirit was never intended for these boundless rogues. I still recommend you end his life now. Reyn maintained an expression of calm indifference, replying, For a mere bandit, there is no need for such torment. It would be far more merciful to grant him a swift end. Tyrone, his face darkened, fell into a prolonged silence as the camp was enveloped in the crackling of the fire, the atmosphere heavy with tension. No one dared to utter a sound during the quarrel between Tyrone and Reyn. After a lengthy pause, Tyrone rose, unsheathing his iron sword, and approached the cowering bandit on the ground, demanding, What is your name? What is your name? I am called Dizzy, my lord. The trembling figure on the ground sobbed softly. Listening to the voice, Tyrone estimated the boy was likely around his own age, roughly 16 or 17. In a world where he should have been carefree, he found himself amidst a brutal struggle for survival. No, slaughter would be a more precise term. Dizzy, rise. Take the sword, stand up. Tyrone commanded, stepping back to create some distance. At Tyrone's persistent urging, Dizzy cautiously began to rise, his legs shaking uncontrollably, needing to brace himself with his hands to stand upright. Chapter 5. Promotion. The repository of the mind. The repository for the mind is placed at a random chapter. It is imperative to read it thoroughly, lest your mind be confiscated. The deep forest at night was enveloped in serene silence. The sounds of insects mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the evening breeze. Nearby, a group of onlookers gathered around the campfire, witnessing the duel of 2 young men. The dim, crimson glow cast shadows on their faces, revealing expressions of excitement, anger, or indifference, yet devoid of sympathy. Tyrone stood at an angle, sword in hand, gradually closing in on the helpless young man. The boy struggled to grip his long sword, yet it offered him no semblance of security. Illuminated by the firelight, Tyrone could clearly see the boy's body trembling uncontrollably, tears of despair tracing paths down his soiled cheeks. And my lord, I have never killed anyone. I truly have not. Please spare me. I beg you, the boy pleaded helplessly. Tyrone's grip on his sword tightened, veins bulging on his forehead, as 2 conflicting voices echoed in his mind. One urged him forward. Charge, kill this wretch before you. Eliminate every obstacle in your path. And with the aid of the system, unify the 7 kingdoms, effortlessly claim that Iron Throne. The other, a faint whisper, questioned, Do you truly wish to take a life? Even during the new year, the mere act of slaughtering a chicken sends it scurrying in panic. Killing a man, do not jest. Tyrone felt as if his head might explode. With a roar, he lunged at the young man, easily disarming Dizzy of his sword, and following up with a kick that sent him sprawling on his back. With the sword held inverted, he moved to strike down at the fallen Dizzy. Terren remained kneeling on one knee, his hand firmly grasping the longsword. With a sudden motion, he drew the blade and shouted at Reyn, "No, I am frightened. Can't you just kill him outright? Why must I be the one to act? What purpose do I serve if I must take action? I am terrified. Terrified. Do you understand?" The iron sword sank into the ground beside Dizzy, still a considerable distance away from the unfortunate boy. If you are scared, then why shout so loudly? Dizzy thought, his head spinning from the reverberation of Terren's outburst. After expressing his fears, Terren felt a sudden release. He was merely an ordinary person, capable of boasting in normal circumstances. Yet even with newfound power, he could not bring himself to commit acts of violence against the weak as one would in a game. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Sir Reyn's loyalty has increased by 10 points. The loyalty of the Ponde recruits has risen by 5 points. 7 merchant guards have joined your ranks at your behest. You have defeated the merchant guards and gained 200 experience points. You have leveled up and received 1 attribute point. Terren abruptly realized something was amiss. What did it mean to defeat the merchant guards? He quickly glanced at Dizzy, who had pretended to be unconscious but was now standing upright. A few individuals approached from a distance, joining Dizzy. They knelt, placing their right arms against their chests. Their palms aligned with their left shoulders, and proclaimed, "We, Dizzy, Dige, Sky, James Coyle, Safangel, Dan Longsha, and Highman, pledge our allegiance to you. Wherever you point is where we shall wield our blades." Upon witnessing this scene, Terren's understanding deepened, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Are you all mocking me?" "No, sir, this is merely a small wager, a simple test," Reyn replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Terren, feeling disheartened, ignored the group and darkly instructed the 7 to rise. Retreating alone to the campfire to rest, muttering curses under his breath. "How was my performance? I saw through your tricks, that's why I pretended," Terren declared with a haughty expression, confronting Reyn defiantly. Reyn, still ringing in his ears from the shouting, acknowledged Terren's courage. Though timid, he was a good person, far superior to the vast majority, deserving of loyalty. Yet, observing Terren's demeanor, Reyn felt reluctant to indulge him. "Here, eliminate him. Seriously," Terren ordered, pulling Dizzy over and tossing him at Terren's feet. "Isn't that a bit much? We are all on the same side. Let us not joke around," Terren replied awkwardly. "It's fine. A 3-legged toad is hard to find, but mercenaries like him are worth only 20 silver coins. Just get rid of him," Reyn said, stifling a laugh while maintaining a stern expression. Dizzy was utterly bewildered. No one had informed him there would be a second round, and he stared at Reyn, confused. What if this young man truly acted? "Humph, don't think I won't dare. You go ahead and make a move. I truly will act. 1 strike. And he is finished. Will you act or not?" Dizzy gazed at Terren, whose veins were visibly throbbing in his forehead. Though he believed Terren would refrain from violence, he still felt a twinge of fear and quietly remarked to the 2 others, "I think there's really no need for this. Shut up. Go to hell. I'm done playing. Are you 2 toying with me?" Dizzy cursed as he scrambled to his feet and stormed off. "You see, he has fled." "It's not that I am unwilling to act," Terren explained to Reyn with an awkward smile. "Should I retrieve him? Forget it, perhaps next time." It was only later revealed that the deceased caravan manager was a paramour of a noble from King's Landing. Dizzy and his fellow guards, having failed in their duty to protect him, faced dire consequences upon their return to King's Landing, either being sold into slavery or beaten to vent frustration. Recognizing their precarious situation, Reyn extended an invitation for them to join his party. However, Dizzy and his companions were averse to associating with the effete noble, especially after just witnessing a death. Working under such foolish aristocrats was hardly preferable. They might as well embrace the life of bandits. Had it not been for that insipid noble insisting on an early return to King's Landing, they would not have drawn the attention of a mere band of robbers. Now, the sight of that noble filled them with irritation. Once again offended, Terren remarked. Reyn swore by his knightly honor that Terren was different from other flamboyant characters. A truly exceptional individual. Dizzy and the others were skeptical, viewing all nobles as the same. Thus, a wager was established to determine whether Terren was indeed a man of mercy. Ultimately, it was proven that Terren was indeed unlike the others, and Dizzy and his companions willingly invested their resources to join him. At dawn the next day, the group set out once more. Terren maintained a stern demeanor, ignoring everyone around him, and after breakfast, he retreated to the carriage. In reality, he was secretly assessing the attributes of his companions. Firstly, his subordinates' loyalty had risen to 75 points, allowing for immediate advancement. Due to a lack of loyalty in the early stages, they had accrued significant experience. All 5 could now progress, with the next tier being Pinder infantry, followed by Pinder swordsmen, Pinder archers, or Pinder knights. Reyn's loyalty had increased to 95 points, nearing the threshold of unwavering loyalty. The attributes of the newly joined caravan guards were as follows. Caravan guard. Health, 340. Loyalty, 65. Advancement mode activates above 60 loyalty. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 6. Charisma, 6. One-handed weapon proficiency, 110. Two-handed weapon proficiency, 110. Polearm proficiency, 110. Bow proficiency, 110. Crossbow proficiency, 110. Throwing proficiency, 110. Terren was bewildered by how Reyn had managed to persuade the caravan guards to join with such a commendable loyalty of 65 points. If their experience was adequate, they could seamlessly progress. Suddenly, Terren recalled that several of his civilian followers were also ready for advancement and promptly instructed the group to temporarily veer off the main road into a nearby grove. Then he beckoned everyone to gather around and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Who among you possesses faith? My lord, I have worshipped the 7 gods since childhood, replied Dizzy with reverence. Me too, echoed the others in unison. Talon inquired further, do you truly believe that the divine exists? Dizzy responded again. The Father of Judgment represents justice, to whom people pray for fairness to be upheld. The Holy Mother, embodying love and nurturing, is beseeched for offspring or compassion. The warrior, symbolizing battle, is invoked for courage and victory. The maiden, representing innocence and purity, receives prayers for the protection of chastity. The smith, embodying craftsmanship and labor, is petitioned for strength. The wise matron, representing wisdom, is sought for guidance. The stranger, signifying death and the unknown, leads souls to tranquility. The divine is omnipresent, perpetually watching over his faithful. Me too, Talon continued. As long as you believe, that is what matters. Realizing this, Talon spoke again. Mr. Reyn and I hail from the distant continent of Ponde, and our journey to Westeros is to proclaim the glory of the Lord. Clearing his throat once more, Talon declared, our God is the one true Lord, the essence of all, the singular being who embodies light while embracing darkness. As his chosen, the Lord bestows upon me a miraculous ability. I can grant immense power to those loyal to me. Observing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, he commanded the 6 subordinates who met the promotion criteria to step forward, instructing them to shed their garments and kneel, retaining only a modest covering. Talon approached them and said, you were once mere thieves and ruffians, cowards who feared the strong and clung to life. Yet since following me, I have witnessed your transformation. Now, as a reward for your loyalty, I shall bestow upon you greater strength. After uttering these words, he stood before them, feigned a whisper with closed eyes, and with a flourish of his arm, selected the promotion option in his mind. Just as the crowd was filled with doubt, the 6 suddenly felt warmth enveloping their bodies. Looking down, they discovered that they were adorned in thick leather armor, equipped with a spear, a short axe, a long sword, and a baton. To clarify, hero units like Reyn cannot be promoted but can only level up to enhance their attributes. Non-hero units, regardless of number, belong to the same category. When non-hero units meet promotion criteria, not all will advance. Only a number based on the experience gained will be promoted. For instance, if 5 soldiers each require 100 points to promote, upon gaining 100 points of experience, only 1 soldier will be randomly promoted. Chapter 6. The new recruits of Ponde. Not only were the promoted individuals astonished, but the 7 onlookers, including Dizzy, were equally dumbfounded, for this spectacle was truly extraordinary. Resembling a miracle, the 6 individuals engaged in a vigorous activity, stretching their arms and exchanging glances at the exquisite equipment that seemed to materialize from thin air. In unison, they turned their gaze towards Tyrion, fervently kneeling at his feet and solemnly pledging their allegiance. I shall forever follow Lord Tyrion's footsteps, never to betray him. Should I violate this oath, my soul shall descend into the abyss, eternally restless. The 6 new recruits of the Ponde, enchanted by his charisma, experienced a notable increase of 25 points in loyalty, reaching a cap on further enhancement. Meanwhile, 7 caravan guards, similarly captivated, saw their loyalty rise by 20 points. At that moment, Tyrion was overwhelmed with excitement. not merely because of the successful advancement of these 6, but also due to his hypothesis being validated. He had instructed 5 of them to remove their gear before choosing to advance. As anticipated, their equipment was instantaneously upgraded upon promotion. This not only spared a substantial expense, but also generated an additional revenue stream. Henceforth, each time an individual advanced, they would be required to shed their old attire, thereby profiting from a complete set of equipment while selling the old gear for further gain. In this realm, equipment often exceeds the value of its bearers. A fine longsword, for instance, commands a price of 5 golden dragons in King's Landing, while 5 golden dragons can recruit hundreds of subordinates. The most exquisite armor holds a staggering worth, with a standard knight's gear easily fetching several hundred golden dragons. Of course, individuals also possess value. Take Tyrion, for example, who, during his time among the elite circles of King's Landing, could be engaged for an entire night at 50 golden dragons, with bookings starting from 3 days in advance. Upon reflection, it appears that knights are not as formidable as one might think. Tyrion, suppressing his inner joy, continued addressing the kneeling 5. The divine proclaims, "To those who believe in me, I grant strength. To those who believe in me, I bestow wealth. To those who believe in me, I confer power. And to those who believe in me, their souls shall enter the eternal paradise. And I shall grant them everlasting peace. In simpler terms, heed my words, and I shall ensure your rise to prominence, wealth, and marriage. Even if your demise comes prematurely, rest assured, I will escort your soul to the heavens. It is a comprehensive service. All you need to do is comply." Such declarations may not resonate with the majority of us, yet one must consider the contrast. A certain master once remarked that one's brilliance is often illuminated by the presence of peers. Consider the prevalent faith in the 7 gods of Westeros. Perhaps some viewers overlook this while watching the series. The 7 gods are, in fact, 7 distinct manifestations of a singular deity, each representing a unique virtue. Worshippers pray to a specific aspect of the 7 based on their desires. The 7 deities are as follows. The Father, symbolizing judgment, is beseeched for the pursuit of justice, often depicted as a bearded man wielding a scale. The Mother embodies maternal love and nurturing, prayed to for blessings of fertility and compassion, typically portrayed as a woman with a warm and benevolent smile. The Warrior signifies strength in battle, called upon for courage and victory, often depicted brandishing a long sword. The Smith represents craftsmanship and labor, with individuals praying for strength when faced with work, holding a hammer in his hands. The Old Crone symbolizes wisdom, and people often seek her guidance. She holds a lantern in her hand. The Stranger, one of the 7 forms, represents death and the unknown. Faithful seldom seek the stranger's assistance, yet homeless wanderers frequently identify themselves with this enigmatic figure. Furthermore, in the realm of Westeros, there exist 2 regions that do not venerate the 7. One is the North, which predominantly worships the old gods, and the other is the Iron Islands, where the Drowned God is revered. Though a Game of Thrones indeed features magic and deities, first-hand encounters with such phenomena are exceedingly rare. Especially for the common folk at the bottom of society, the 7 serve as a psychological solace. Even the most devout believers may find their faith wavering, or even collapsing, upon witnessing a miracle attributed to another god. Having concluded his display of divine favor, Terren commanded the 5 to rise, but before he could utter another word, the 7, including Dicey, rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, "My lord, we too are your loyal subjects. We also worship the one true God. Please grant us strength." "Scoundrels, pull your trousers up," Terren exclaimed, his scalp prickling in alarm at the sight of the 7 men hastily disrobing. "By the gods, this is no gathering for unrestrained revelry." Terren took a few cautious steps toward Reyn before speaking. "The Lord's glory is not something you can simply claim. The Lord watches over his subjects at all times, and only after you demonstrate your loyalty will his glory be bestowed upon you." Upon hearing Terren's words, the 7 calmed somewhat. Ignoring their disheveled appearance, they knelt once more at Terren's feet, swearing a blood oath to affirm their loyalty. After soothing them, Terren instructed them to gather their belongings and resume their journey, aiming to reach Greywater Watch by evening. On the carriage, Terren took a moment to assess the attributes of the 5 newly upgraded recruits. Ponde. New recruit. Health, 67 loyalty. 100, loyalty above 60 unlocks advancement mode. Strength, 15 agility. 18 intelligence. 9 charisma. 6 one-handed weapon proficiency. 180 two-handed weapon proficiency. 180 polearm proficiency. 180 bow proficiency. 180 crossbow proficiency. 180 throwing proficiency. 180. Terren realized that upon their first advancement, the recruits would experience a significant boost in attributes. However, he was astonished by the vast disparity from their previous stats. Strength had reached an impressive 15 points, and agility had climbed to 18 points. Terren now believed the five could rival the properly trained militia of the towns. Subsequent advancements in troops would not yield such substantial increases in attributes. Rather, the focus would shift to the evolution of their equipment. As they ventured further along the path, the number of pedestrians they encountered increased until they reached the deepest and most perilous point of the Neck Marsh, where they discovered a contingent of soldiers from the Lade family had established a checkpoint. Passers-by were required to present their identification and goods, causing a slowdown in their progress, and the group had no choice but to queue for inspection. Among the 15 members of Terren's party, comprising 7 horse-drawn carts, it soon became their turn. The eldest merchant, a middle-aged man named James Coyle, approached to negotiate. Terren, standing at a distance, could not discern their conversation. Yet he observed James pointing at himself and gesturing towards the caravan, subsequently appearing to hand something to the guards before hastening back to signal the others to proceed quickly. As Reyn rode through the checkpoint, his fully armored steed immediately captured the attention of several soldiers. The guard who had accepted the bribe suddenly changed his demeanor, revealing a greedy glint in his eyes before signaling, and a squad of soldiers swiftly surrounded the party with weapons drawn. Chapter 7. Greywater Watch. Naturally, Terren and his companions were unwilling to surrender without resistance. Several individuals from the rear brandished their weapons, confronting the soldiers of the Lade family. The new recruits sought cover behind the carts, readying their javelins for throwing. Reyn, in a deft motion, retrieved the concealed Jinling battle axe from the cart and cautiously urged his horse closer to the leading soldier. The tension in the air intensified when a squad of soldiers approached from behind, led by an officer who appeared to be in charge of the area. The officer first ordered his men to lower their weapons and then approached Reyn for a closer inspection. He waved his hand for the soldiers to clear a path, signaling for Terren and his party to pass. Reluctant to complicate matters further, the group returned to their carts and departed. As they passed through, Terren vaguely noticed the officer conversing with someone nearby, occasionally casting glances in the direction of their convoy. He had a nagging feeling that this encounter would not conclude so simply. After successfully navigating the Neck Marsh checkpoint, they were less than a day's journey from Greywater Watch. With the sun nearing its zenith, they needed to hasten their pace to avoid spending the night outdoors, striving to reach the city before nightfall. Ultimately, through a combination of urgency and delay, they arrived at Greywater Watch as dusk began to settle. The sky had darkened, yet the banner of the Lade family could still be faintly seen fluttering atop the castle walls. Greywater Watch was situated on a floating island within the marshlands, connected to the shore by a long suspension bridge. It was said that as the seasons changed, Greywater Watch would shift with the water levels of the marsh, eluding all but the marsh-dwelling locals. The emblem of the Lade family depicted a black lizard lion perched upon a gray-green backdrop, its tail curling upward in a circular fashion. The lizard lion was a unique creature native to the Neck Marsh, resembling a short-snout crocodile. It often floated like a piece of black driftwood in the water, waiting for unsuspecting prey to draw near, only to strike with its dagger-like teeth, holding fast until the prey succumbed. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the Lydd family presides over all the marsh dwellers of the Neck, who have resided in this swamp for generations. Due to the unique topography, the warriors of this family seldom don iron armor, and there are hardly any knights among them. In this marshland, the swamp dwellers can truly unleash their combat prowess. The current head of the family, Holland Lydd, was one of the 6 who accompanied Eddard Stark to the Tower of Joy, and is the only one among them to survive the encounter with the 3 Kingsguard of Ares II. Eddard Stark once remarked that without Holland Lydd, he would not have survived that battle. Thus, the Lydd family stands as the most trusted and significant ally of House Stark, steadfastly guarding the northern gate. After inquiring about the location of an inn in the village before Greywater Watch, Terren and his companions proceeded directly to it. They secured 2 large dormitory spaces and instructed their men to take turns guarding their goods while the rest rested. Terren, along with Reyn and the familiar guide DC, along with Hyman, prepared to explore the town. It should be noted that the north, which includes Winterfell and Greywater Watch, as well as the Dreadfort, cannot strictly be classified as cities. They are more akin to military fortifications. In a strict sense, only White Harbor can be considered a trading city in the north. Upon entering Greywater Watch, Terren and his party encountered no unexpected difficulties, but as night fell, they were denied entry. Left with no choice, they wandered back to the lodging village. Access to the castle is mostly restricted to outsiders, and aside from cities like King's Landing and White Harbor, Most commercial activities are confined to the villages adjacent to the castle. Terren's curiosity about Greywater Watch was piqued. After all, it remains relatively enigmatic throughout the entirety of the Game of Thrones narrative. To put it bluntly, Winterfell has been overthrown several times, yet Greywater Watch, guarding the neck, has never faltered on its home turf. Remarkably, the Undulls, Ironborn, and the Fry family have all attempted to conquer Greywater Watch, yet they found themselves unable to locate it. Which is hard to believe. Lord Terren, Sir Reyn, the Inn of the Croaking Frog is quite renowned in the north, particularly for its distinctive Java ale. Shall we partake in a couple of drinks? Hyman respectfully suggested, leading the way. Hyman, is this tavern reputable? Terren abruptly inquired, seemingly out of context. Hyman and Reyn exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Heh. The maidens of the marsh are as fiery as the sun, capable of melting the ice and snow of the entire north. Their bodies are as supple as water snakes, and even the strongest warriors cannot resist. Before Hyman could finish his sentence, Reyn had already taken several steps ahead, turning back to urge the lagging trio. Hurry up. What if the tavern closes? Damn it. Old man, where's your chivalry? Aren't you afraid of dying in bed at your age? Terren thought bitterly, still feeling sour from having been tricked by Reyn and DC a few days prior. However, it must be said that while engaging in this endeavor, I have only reaped financial rewards without ever having spent a dime. Perhaps I should try moistening my cracked lips. Terren felt it was time to exchange technical insights with former colleagues. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the tavern was nearly filled to capacity. Due to its strategic location, most passers-by through the neck chose to spend the night here, resulting in thriving business. As Terren and his companions entered, they were immediately approached by a welcoming figure, inquiring what the distant guests might desire. Upon glancing at the newcomer, they perceived an enigmatic presence. She possessed long, ash-brown hair cascading loosely to her waist, delicate willow-shaped brows, and phoenix-like eyes. Her striking features were partially concealed behind a sheer veil, rendering her visage somewhat elusive. Below, her sun-kissed skin revealed an alluring hue, while her ample bosom was barely shielded by scant fabric, threatening to overflow with her every movement. Her waist, slender and inviting, paired with a partially concealed short skirt, left the four men in a state of wide-eyed astonishment. At that moment, it was fortunate for Terren that Reyn, despite being a fugitive in Pender, had once held nobility and had seen the world. He discreetly nudged Terren from behind, finally regaining his composure. Terren cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness and said, "Please find us a place to sit, and bring us 4 of your most distinctive drinks, along with some food." The woman smiled, wrapping her arm tightly around Terren's and guiding him and his companions further inside. Chapter 8. The Deceiver. Let us momentarily set aside the escapades of Terren and his companions at the tavern, for at this very moment, a significant figure in King's Landing has unexpectedly succumbed to illness. This individual is Lord Jon Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, the Guardian of the Vale, and the Hand of the King, Robert Baratheon. He is also the foster father of Robert and Eddard Stark. 1 month prior, Stannis Baratheon, Robert's younger brother, had surreptitiously met with Duke Jon Arryn, harboring suspicions that the children born to his brother and Cersei Lannister were not truly Robert's offspring. Consequently, the two embarked on a clandestine investigation. They ultimately concluded that Queen Cersei had engaged in an incestuous liaison with her twin brother, Ser Jaime, and that Robert's legitimate children were, in fact, the product of this forbidden union. Duke Arryn planned to take action and intended to entrust his son, Robert Arryn, to Stannis for upbringing on Dragonstone. However, just as he was poised to disclose this revelation, Duke Jon Arryn suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away within a matter of days. In his final moments, he called out Robert's name, repeating the ancestral words of resilience, intending to remind Robert that his beloved son, a Baratheon, bore the traits of dark hair and blue eyes, unlike Cersei's 3 children. With the death of Duke Jon Arryn, Stannis Baratheon concluded that the Lannisters had poisoned him, fearing he might be the next victim of an untimely demise, and sought an excuse to retreat to Dragonstone. Robert Baratheon, meanwhile, would journey to the north to enlist his brother Eddard Stark as the new Hand of the King and investigate the cause of Duke Arryn's death. At the same time, the White Walkers emerged beyond the Great Wall. Daenerys Targaryen would, in approximately a month, marry Khal Drogo under the arrangement of her brother Viserys Targaryen. The narrative shall officially unfold in a month's time. As dawn broke before the tavern's entrance, 3 individuals exchanged invigorated smiles, an unspoken understanding passing among them. It was a fine place, one to revisit. Moreover, last night, Reyn's loyalty had increased by 2 points, reaching a perfect score of 100. Tyrion mused to himself. fully aware of Reyn's duplicitous nature. Only Tyrion wore a glum expression, recalling how much joy he had brought to that woman the previous evening. Pretending to be composed as he entered the room, it took mere minutes for his true self to surface. Beneath the facade, he was but a 16-year-old introverted youth, beset by internet addiction, having watched numerous films but never having held a girl's hand. He was the type who, during school, struggled academically and enjoyed leisure, yet differed from the ruffians, finding joy in simple pleasures, often stammering while conversing with female classmates. As the woman disrobed, Tyrion shyly buried his head into the ground. Unable to look up, little did the woman know that this handsome lad was still a novice, her laughter revealing her delight in the situation. After a while, observing Tyrion's steadfast refusal, the woman ceased to press him. Though she could not partake, teasing him proved to be quite amusing. Clad once more, she reassured him repeatedly that she would not impose upon him and threatened that he wouldn't want his comrades to discover what transpired that night. Only under such duress did Tyrion bashfully ascend to the bed, as he lay curled up with the blankets, facing the wall and feigning sleep. The woman extinguished the oil lamp and silently slipped beneath the covers. The following day, upon seeing 3 gold dragons, Tyrion buried his face into the pillow, tears of humiliation streaming down his cheeks. Women, deceivers, great deceivers. She had explicitly claimed she would do nothing. Oh, mother, I am no longer pure. Curiously, the woman pondered the peculiar blend of naivete and familiarity that Tyrion exhibited. Had he not seemed so genuine, she might have suspected he was feigning innocence. The group ambled back to the inn, calling for a meal before setting off once more. At this moment, Tyrion and the others found themselves at the heart of the neck, where, apart from the specially paved 2-meter-wide road, the rest was marshland. My lord Tyrion, for many years, the neck has remained secure, solely due to these extensive marshes. Here is the domain of the people of the neck, and no family dares to instigate conflict with them. Haemon informed Tyrion. He recounted how House Stark had once defeated the king of the neck, forcing the inhabitants into submission. Tyrion retorted, well, I cannot say I know of that, my lord, but should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly inquire with the ancestors of House Stark. Haemon continued, furthermore, it is rumored that the people of the neck share a close bond with the children of the forest, much like the Targaryens do with dragons. Long ago, the Green Seer foretold a great flood in the neck, saving the people of the marshes. Enemy attack. To arms. As the loquacious Haemon suddenly exclaimed. The individuals who had been driving the carriage hastily leapt from their seats to take refuge behind the vehicle. Tyrone was forcefully yanked down by Dizzy, who pressed him beneath himself. Whizzing arrows erupted from the dense thicket alongside the road, embedding themselves into the carriage. Swiftly, Tyrone and his companions managed to conceal themselves beneath the vehicle before the arrows struck, while other unfortunate travelers were not as fortunate. Some were slain instantly, and those who survived the initial onslaught were subsequently picked off. Tyrone activated his mini-map, revealing a sea of red dots surrounding his group. Sir Reyn rolled to the side of the supply cart, drawing forth his golden battle axe, and whispered to Tyrone, Mr. Tyrone, the situation is dire. I request that you entrust me with the command of this battle. Sir Reyn, please take charge of this skirmish, but do ensure your safety, Tyrone replied without hesitation. Realizing that commanding the battle was not within his expertise, it was evident that the seasoned Reyn was the most suitable choice for such a task. Everyone, follow my lead. For now, we must evade further attacks and prepare our throwing weapons. Await my command. Reyn instructed softly. The group produced their hand axes and javelins, ready for Reyn's signal. The relentless hail of arrows gradually ceased, perhaps due to the realization that ranged attacks were ineffective. Mysterious voices began to emerge from the forest, followed by the faint sound of rustling foliage. Someone approaches. Reyn raised his left hand cautiously, gripping an axe in his right, peering through the gaps in the carriage to assess the distance between the enemy and the vehicle. Time seemed to stretch interminably for Tyrone, as the tension in the air allowed him to distinctly hear his own breath and heartbeat. It felt as though an invisible hand clutched his heart, and only through deep, labored breaths could he find some solace. Just as Tyrone discerned the sound of footsteps, Reyn bellowed, attack. He sprang to his feet, hurling his axe with force, prompting the remaining 12 to rise from their cover, launching their throwing weapons at the adversaries. In mere moments, Reyn had dispatched all 3 of his hand axes, then shouted for an assault as he seized his golden battle axe and charged forth. The others followed closely behind, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of roaring, cries of battle, and groans of the wounded. Tyrone gripped his longsword tightly. Adjusting the leather armor he had stripped from a pander recruit, Reyn had donned a similar set, gritting his teeth as he rose from beneath the cart to survey the surroundings. He he beheld approximately 20 marsh dwellers sprawled across the path from the carriage to the forest, most felled by a single blow, with a few incapacitated and groaning on the ground. The fallen marsh dwellers, with their dark skin and slight frames, bore intricate tattoos over their bodies, adorned with bone trinkets, wielding longbows and hunting knives, resembling the indigenous peoples of Southeast Asia more than anything else. As Reyn and his companions swiftly charged into the forest, the ambushing Zaydi people found themselves retreating under the relentless counterattack. Though Reyn's group suffered casualties, Terren, witnessing several comrades pierced by arrows, still pressed on valiantly beside Reyn. In Chapter 9, Erdak Oxer, a Zaydi warrior, still clinging to life, seized the opportunity while Terren was momentarily distracted to extract the axe lodged in his right shoulder and hurled it with all his might towards Terren. However, his injuries rendered his left arm nearly useless, causing the axe to fall harmlessly at Terren's feet. Undeterred by his failure, the Zaydi warrior staggered to his feet, retrieving a peculiar hunting knife and charging at Terren with a guttural cry. Though the thrown axe caused no harm, the heavy thud as it struck the ground jolted Terren back to reality. He turned to see the Zaydi warrior, weapon raised, stumbling towards him. Drawing a deep breath, Terren gripped his sword firmly, leaning forward in a defensive stance. The Zaydi, with a fierce expression, lunged at him, swinging the knife in a wide arc aimed at Terren's head. Adrenaline surged within Terren as he deftly sidestepped the attack, seizing the moment to strike at the warrior's lower limbs. Despite Terren's strength being somewhat lacking, his sword cleaved into the joint of the Zaydi's leg, halting at the bone rather than severing it. Although the leg remained intact, the attack caused the Zaydi to collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity to draw his sword, Terren found himself thwarted. Whether it was due to the blade being lodged in bone or the blood that had stained the handle, he could not free it despite multiple attempts. The wounded Zaydi, not one to succumb easily, twisted his body and brandished his hunting knife wildly, narrowly missing Terren with several frantic swings. In desperation, Terren abandoned the stuck sword, retreating a few paces to retrieve the fallen axe, intent on finishing the fight. Yet, the Zaydi, now in a frenzy, was drenched in blood, his wounds gushing as he continued to lash out with instinctual ferocity. Recognizing the futility of ignoring his opponent, Terren, with his vision clouded by rage, hurled the axe at the Zaydi. Lacking experience in throwing, he struck the Zaydi's face with the back of the axe rather than the blade. The impact caused the Zaydi to curl inward, dropping the hunting knife and instinctively reaching for his injured face. Seizing the moment, Terren snatched up the discarded knife and swung it forcefully towards the Zaydi's neck. In his anxious haste, he struck the left shoulder instead. Withdrawing the knife, he struck again and again, each blow relentless until the weapon finally broke under the strain. Undeterred, Terren reclaimed the axe and continued his assault until at last he severed the Zaydi's head from his body. The enemy had succumbed to death even before he delivered his second strike, yet Terren mindlessly continued his mechanical motions. Blood nearly saturated his entire being, overwhelming him with the pungent scent of iron that surged into the depths of his consciousness. I have killed. I have taken his life. I have slain. Terren stared vacantly at the severed head he held, the eyes of his adversary filled with despair, hatred, and pain fixed upon him. A profound sense of dread enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as an involuntary shiver coursed through him. A demonic voice echoed relentlessly in his mind, reiterating the brutal reality of his actions. The world seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness, leaving him utterly alone. The terror mingling with an acute sense of tension compelled Terren to feel a primal urge deep within. Just as the weight of his fear threatened to crush him entirely, an exhilarating sensation surged from within, enveloping him from head to toe, causing him to tremble with delight as his entire being relaxed. Akin to lying in bed while a storm raged outside, cocooned in a warm, soft blanket freshly dried in the sun. Euphoria. Terren experienced an indescribable joy. Every cell in his body rejoiced, a cacophony of ecstatic cries resonating within him. You yearn for slaughter. You crave destruction. You desire the most profound freedom. You wish to shatter all constraints, to unleash the instincts suppressed by rules and laws. You long for violence. You seek conquest. Within every heart lies a demon, lurking in shadows, concealed beneath unseen ground, hidden in dreams, nestled deep within. The more one fears it, the more desperately one suppresses it. The more ferocious its backlash will be when summoned. It will devour everything, merging you and it into one. Terren rose to his feet, gazing skyward. The overwhelming ecstasy compelled him to laugh aloud. Ha ha ha. That laughter was maddening, hysterical, until he had to bend over. Gasping for breath, overtaken by frenzy. He stood upright, stepping upon the headless corpse, forcefully extracting the iron sword. With a flourish of the blade, he advanced toward the other gasping figures sprawled on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Terren used his sword to tear a strip from his undergarment, binding the sword to his right hand tightly, as he ventured deeper into the thicket towards the heart of the battle. In the darkness, a woman of alluring form, clad in armor reminiscent of anime, her features obscured, approached Terren. "Sister, may I touch your leg?" Terren gazed at the alluring figure before him, a tempest of emotions surging within as he instinctively extended his hand. He had come to realize this was but a dream, a springtime reverie, highly commendable. In reality, he was shackled by the mundane rules of society, yet in this dream, he was liberated. "I am Erida Oxer." The woman approached Terren, her hand caressing his cheek as she pressed her body against him, enticing him further. The warm breath that escaped touched Terren's nose, causing a tickling sensation. As he leaned closer, he finally discerned the appearance of the other party. "Goddess!" Terren exclaimed in surprise. "Sister, you've changed. You used to be ethereal and cold as ice, resembling a fairy. Look at you now. What on earth happened? This is utterly disgraceful. I am deeply disappointed in you." While Terren felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen goddess, his tongue involuntarily extended. "Hee, little brother, don't be impatient. Let us make a deal." The person retreated a step, their finger resting against Terren's forehead. "Hee, a kiss from sister," Terren said, grasping the finger that pressed against his forehead and attempting to shove it into his mouth. "Ah, you startled me." The goddess withdrew her hand, leaving Terren grasping at air. And with a sorrowful sigh, she turned away. After a brief pause, she glanced back and said, "Little rascal, if you desire a kiss from your sister, it's not impossible, provided that you assist me." As Erida Oxer prepared to enchant Terren into becoming her follower, she was interrupted mid-sentence by his actions, which caused her rage to flare. "You wretched creature. In the span of mere moments, you've nearly stripped yourself bare, ready to discard your last piece of clothing. Enough already." Erida Oxer advanced and kicked Terren to the ground, conjuring a long whip that struck down upon him mercilessly. Firstly, Terren was certain he had never exhibited such tendencies in his past life. Yet with that face strikingly similar to his own, the punishment felt oddly pleasurable, as if an itch had begun deep within his bones, most certainly the fault of his original self. Observing how Terren writhed with each strike, his gaze becoming increasingly lascivious, Erida Oxer thought, "At this rate, the punishment feels more like a reward for this lad. Has the standard of mortals fallen so low?" As the dark goddess, Erida Oxer was enraged, throwing her childlike tantrum. She governed slaughter and bloodshed, and her followers were merciless butchers who disregarded life. Unlike the followers of that wretched Azdahar Ka, she had encountered such depraved beings only twice in millennia. One was Azdahar Ka, who was swiftly beaten into submission after flaunting before her. The other was Terren. In a realm devoid of followers, her greatest ability was to draw Terren into her dream through his acts of violence. Yet she could not inflict any genuine harm upon him. Watching him writhe and inch closer to the whip, Erida Oxer let out a cold laugh. Bending down, she grasped his face and reverted him to his original appearance. Terren fell silent for a moment, his cheeks flushed. He swatted her hand away and hastily donned his clothes. "Who do you think you are? Dressed like that? You look utterly disgraceful. Repulsive." "Bah." Terren spat vehemently. "I will say it once more. I am Erida Oxer." As she observed the other party donning their trousers, transforming into an entirely different persona, her frustration intensified. What was this? Did she truly appear so unappealing? Erida Oxer's visage was undeniably far from ugly. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to precious gems, with sapphire-like eyes. Particularly captivating was the interplay of purity and corruption that emanated from her aura. However, what kind of person was Terren? In the realm of anime and cinema from her previous life, there were countless beautiful characters, and her original form was no exception, having encountered alluring socialites. Terren conceded that the other was indeed lovely, yet there remained a distinct disparity between her and a celestial goddess. There was no way to ensnare him. "Wait a moment. Before we discuss anything else, I demand a box of pure offerings," Terren declared impatiently, tightening his belt. "You present me with sacrificial tributes, and I shall assist in resolving your issues here." Erida Oxer laid her cards on the table without hesitation. "Dream on. My body eternally belongs to the celestial goddess." Terren adamantly rejected her proposition, tying the belt into a resolute knot to signify her determination. "To hell with this. I speak of the gods of this world." Erida Oxer exclaimed vehemently. "You should have said so earlier. I thought you wished to pursue a romantic relationship." Terren feigned disappointment. You are like a chess piece that has intruded upon the board. They will not allow you to disrupt their plans. Only I can save you. Only I can save you. Oh, how terrifying. Tyrone mockingly imitated. Damn it. Eridar Oxer could no longer contain herself, raising her whip to strike once more. All right. Calm down. You are a deity. Why must you cause such a ruckus? Tyrone evaded and gestured for her to cease, insisting on discussing serious matters. How absurd. He is not a pervert. Nor is he a celestial goddess. What gives you the right to strike him? Eridar Oxer summoned every derogatory term she could conceive, her teeth clenched in anger. Yet she ultimately relented. Are you truly so benevolent? Tyrone inquired, lighting a cigarette and savoring a deep puff before exhaling. Curiosity piqued. He had just realized that he could materialize imagined objects. Sacrifices are never too plentiful, are they? Eridar Oxer composed herself and replied coldly, not sufficient. Your reasoning is inadequate. Tyrone stated with conviction, I require power. The situation in Pandaria is decidedly unfavorable for me. Eridar Oxer pondered for a moment before candidly responding, have a smoke, and then we shall negotiate. With that, Tyrone produced a cigarette and offered it to her. Eridar Oxer hesitated but ultimately accepted it, the cigarette igniting spontaneously. Change your attire, leather jacket, leather pants, high heels. You can access my memories, so you surely know. Tyrone licked his lips, persisting in his request. Eridar Oxer felt her previously suppressed anger resurfacing, and after considerable deliberation, she acquiesced, switching her armor for the requested attire. Lastly, sister, shall we rendezvous? Gazing at the other party, one hand grasping a cigarette and the other wielding a whip, their form clad in tight leather that accentuated every curve. He acknowledged a flicker of desire stirring within him. Offer me a sacrifice, and I shall grant you power, you scoundrel. Do you dare to believe that I won't end your life? The space reverberated with the other's roar. I refuse. Why should I heed your command? Tyrant scoffed, reclining on the ground without a trace of fear, then await your demise. There are plenty of deities here, mocked Eridar Oxer. Tyrant contemplated this, realizing the presence of 7 gods, the god of drowning, the sun god, the son of the forest, the god of cold, and others, and thought that having an ally would indeed be beneficial. What do I gain from offering you a sacrifice? After the slaughter, invoke my name, and I shall dispatch my mighty army to you. Once the sacrifice is made, who knows if your newfound power will turn against me, or if you will simply seize this place for yourself. Tyrant rolled his eyes. I cannot do that. You possess a formidable and inscrutable power. Eridar Oxer admitted with a hint of apprehension. At that moment, a chime echoed in Tyrant's mind. The system had bestowed a boon upon him. Mission, trade. Engage in a transaction with the dark goddess Eridar Oxer, offering a sacrifice in exchange for her army. Upon completion, unlock heretical troops. The host need not worry, as she cannot descend into this world. With the system as his foundation, Tyrant hesitated no longer and struck a deal with the increasingly frenzied Eridar Oxer. Wait, there's something else, Tyrant called out as he observed her form beginning to dissipate. Speak. Eridar Oxer frowned. Shall we make a pact? I shall kill you, you wretch. With that, the space collapsed, and Tyrant gradually regained consciousness. Pain seared through his entire body. The first sensation upon waking was sheer agony. As Tyrant opened his eyes, his awareness returned to find himself sprawled on a soft, large bed. A young lady with flowing black hair, crystalline blue eyes, a prominent nose, and freckles that radiated a sunny disposition was tending to his chest, applying some ointment. Glancing down, he noticed the wounds. Oh, how they throbbed. After dressing his injuries with care, she flashed him a gentle smile and said, You're awake. I shall inform your companions. She then bowed her head and softly exited, closing the door behind her. Tyrant's mind was still clouded, but he vaguely recalled charging into battle after having collected several heads. It seemed he had sustained injuries, for when he glanced down, he could ascertain at least 3 wounds upon his chest. However, it did not seem overly grave. He was still alive, which meant victory in that skirmish. The thought of having fought valiantly on the battlefield and ultimately leading everyone to triumph brought a smile to his face, though the movement triggered a jolt of pain from his injuries, causing him to grimace. I am well, but what of the others? The sudden realization struck him. He was unaware of the status of his comrades. Promptly, he activated the system to check on the condition of his team. Reyn's health stands at 45, having sustained injuries, while the new recruit Pan's health is at 35, indicating a perilous state for both, as they are critically wounded. The remaining members possess an average health of 35, with some eligible for promotion. The caravan guard's health is critically low at 15. Fortunately, Tyrant notices that the majority of the group is not in optimal health, with 6 individuals teetering on the brink of death. However, as long as they are not killed outright. He believes that severe injuries can heal over time within the context of their encounters. Furthermore, Terren observes a system notification indicating that the previous battle yielded a substantial experience gain of 3,000 points, allowing him to level up twice. Additionally, some of his companions, including DC, have finally met the criteria for advancement. Chapter 10. Ere Sosos with a sudden bang, the door swung open, interrupting Terren's contemplation. He looked up to see Reyn striding confidently into the room. Terren hastily sat up, propping himself against the headboard with a pillow. Reyn approached and, after saluting, inquired about Terren's condition. Sir Reyn, I am in good health and require no concern. How are DC and the others? Terren asked. My lord, 6 of my subordinates are currently unconscious. The rest, aside from those tending to the incapacitated, have been dispatched to gather intelligence, Reyn replied with a wry smile. Terren rubbed his temples and pressed for an update. Mr. Reyn, please share our current situation. My lord, we find ourselves near Zell Town, close to Carlin Bay, situated at the northernmost point of the Neck Marsh. Aside from the 6 injured brothers, the remaining 6 are in good condition. Regrettably, we have lost all but the cart carrying our supplies, as the other 6 carts filled with goods have been abandoned. I apologize for this, Lord Terren. The circumstances were dire. Although we repelled their initial assault, we were in the enemy's stronghold, and with your injury rendering you unconscious, we had to forsake the cargo to retreat with you and the wounded, Reyn explained. Such is not your fault, Mr. Reyn. You have performed admirably. Without your efforts, we would have perished there. By the way, have you gleaned any information regarding our assailants? Terren inquired. DC and the others managed to gather some intelligence at the tavern. It seems the attackers belong to the Black Zay family of the Swamp Demons, Reyn said, his expression darkening at the mention of the Black Zay family. How much do we know about the Black Zay family? Terren asked. The inhabitants of the Neck Marsh, primarily the Zedians, are divided among 6 significant families: Fullen, Bitbogus, Carrii, Quig, Green Marsh, and Black Zay, all of whom pledge allegiance to the Reed family. The Black Zay are notoriously ill-reputed, with persistent rumors suggesting their soldiers collude with marauders dwelling in the marsh to ambush passing caravans. However, I prefer to regard this as mere gossip, my lord. Why do you say that? As we currently find ourselves within the sphere of influence of the Hei's family in Zeller Town. Should the attackers indeed be from the Hei's clan, our predicament is far from optimistic. Furthermore, having lost all our goods, and with you having been in a coma for 2 days, the expenses incurred for treating you and your comrades in Zeller Town over these days, including food and lodging, have left us with but a single silver stag. This is only possible because DC and the others pooled all their resources. I hope you will make plans soon. With no money and no goods remaining, we are already indebted to our subordinates, and in a few days, we must also disperse their wages. The thought of this causes Terren considerable distress. Not only are we in enemy territory, but our logistics have also been severed. The most pressing concern now is to wait for the severely injured to awaken before considering a swift relocation and devising means to raise funds and augment our strength. Seeing Terren lost in thought and silent, Reyn gently bowed and carefully opened the door to wait outside. Wait, Sir Reyn, Terren hastily called out to him. Do you know of Erida Ox? Terren recalled the dream and inquired. Erida Ox, my lord, how do you know this name? Reyn's expression shifted dramatically, urgency flooding his voice. Who is she? Terren curiously asked, observing Reyn's panicked demeanor. Erida Ox, the Dark Goddess. There are many deities in the continent of Ponde, each major faction having its own beliefs. Among them, the Dark Goddess Erida Ox and Azdahaka are the most infamous. They do not belong to the Eriga pantheon, but are demons. Azdahaka is believed to be a product of the old Elven Empire's excessive pursuit of power, stemming from an experiment. The elves, being the most favored race by the gods in the world of Ponde, developed their empire to an unparalleled degree over their long lifespans. Their formidable magic, exceptional martial skills, and extensive frontiers blinded them to the dangers of their prolonged victories, leading them to attempt to encroach upon the domain of the divine. Following that experiment, the Elven Empire crumbled, and the souls of countless elves became twisted and chaotic, transforming into Azdahaka, whose followers are known as the Cult of the Serpent. Erida Ox remains even more enigmatic. All that is known is that she is a demon, with no one aware of her precise origins. She first appeared during the Ponde Empire, seducing numerous priests of Eunomia into darkness, marking the onset of chaos in the Ponde Empire. Subsequently, she also led the Dawn Knights, who worshipped Asteria, into division. To this day, faith in her remains one of the most perilous factions on the continent of Ponde. Her immortal demon warriors continue to revel in ceaseless slaughter to please her. Upon hearing Sir Reyn's words, Terren felt as if he had learned much, yet found little utility in such knowledge. Resolving to dismiss these thoughts, he reclined once more. The movement aggravating his wounds and causing pain, though fortunately, it did not significantly hinder his mobility. Terren once again examined his character status. Health points, 4, 600. 216 level 4. Experience points, 36, 500, 024, 500 strength. 10 influences attack damage, with each additional point increasing health by 2. Agility, 6 affects attack speed and movement speed, with each additional point enhancing weapon proficiency by 5. Intelligence, 5 influences skill acquisition speed, with each additional point granting 1 skill point. Remaining attribute points, 2. Charisma, 13. Self-exploration. One-handed weapon proficiency, 129. Two-handed weapon proficiency, 45. Polearm proficiency, 20. Bow proficiency, 0. Crossbow proficiency, 0. Throwing proficiency, 40. Horsemanship proficiency, 30. The previous battle had elevated Terren by 2 levels, and as before, he allocated all attribute points to stamina, for vitality is paramount. Consequently, his health increased to 5,000,216, and his strength remained at 10. Terren felt a surge of vigor within him. Originally, his health maximum was 46 points, and now only 16 points remained. Having lost more than half of his health in a single blow, logically, Terren should be significantly impaired. How could he appear almost as robust as an ordinary individual? Furthermore, Reyn had also suffered a similar reduction in health, yet appeared vigorous and unfazed by injury. This led Terren to some speculation. It seemed that he and his companions had been fully digitized, akin to the game. That is, while their health remained above 0. Even severe injuries would not diminish their combat effectiveness. Perhaps in this digitized state, they would be immune to effects such as severed limbs and bleeding. However, should the damage inflicted upon him exceed his remaining health, he would enter a state of judgment. Success would result in unconsciousness, while failure would lead to death. Once in a state of unconsciousness, as long as he did not suffer further harm, he would gradually recover over time. After all, the mechanics of horseback and melee combat were designed for warfare within the game. If Terren's conjectures held true, a new strategy would be imperative. Engaging in trade and commerce would be a gross misuse of his potential. His focus should be on maintaining logistical stability while continuously engaging in combat, upgrading his soldiers, recruiting more personnel, and repeating this cycle. This approach would be the most expedient means of expanding his power. Moreover, Terren sensed that the narrative was poised to advance. Once the storyline commenced, Eddard Stark would travel to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King to Robert Baratheon, leading to the Lannisters' plot to assassinate Robert and Eddard, thereby igniting the War of the Five Kings. Once the War of the Five Kings erupted, the entirety of Westeros would descend into chaos. If Terren lacked sufficient strength by then, he would miss the optimal opportunity to influence the political landscape of Westeros. Thus, the immediate priority was to ensure safety while amassing a substantial sum of startup capital. With this thought, a destination began to form in Terren's mind. In the entire world, if one were to speak of prosperity and affluence, none can rival the bustling city of Kurlis, where merchants wield actual power. Kurlis stands as one of the largest ports in this realm, and it is the very first city that the Mother of Dragons arrived at during her journey. Prosperity, however, often breeds chaos, thereby presenting an abundance of opportunities. The merchants and slave owners there indulge in a life of opulence and excess. In stark contrast, King Robert, who merely revels in drink and organizes contests, seems to be playing a child's game. As soon as Terren sets foot in Kurlis, he can seize a fortune, or rather, borrow a sum sufficient to assemble a formidable legion of iron. Essos, inheriting the culture of the ancient Giscari Empire, operates under a slave-based society where the trade of people is both prevalent and inexpensive, making it the ideal locale for replenishing one's ranks. More importantly, the slave owners of Koer still have unresolved grievances with the Dothraki. Thus, a decision is made to venture into Essos, and let not the thief escape my grasp. Chapter 11. White Harbor and the caravan. Having solidified his plans, Terren sought out Reyn to discuss the specifics of their forthcoming actions. However, before that, he paid a visit to the injured members of their group. Accompanied by Reyn, Terren toured the rooms where others were gathered and coincidentally encountered Dichi and his companion returning from gathering information. He took the opportunity to bring both of them, along with Reyn, back to his chamber. Upon their return, Terren invited the three to take a seat while he settled onto the bed and recounted his intentions to journey to the continent of Essos. inquiring if anyone had additional insights to offer. "My lord," Zgi interjected, scratching his head, "while your plan appears sound, I must remind you that we lack sufficient funds even to cover today's lodging expenses." At Zgi's words, Terren's brow furrowed in concern, prompting him to seek alternative solutions from the others. After a moment's contemplation, Dichi spoke, "My lord, if our injured comrades regain their strength in the coming days, I have unearthed a piece of valuable information. On the day we were attacked, aside from us, there was another caravan from the Riverlands, specifically from Tyrell. Although they managed to escape with the majority of their goods, they too suffered considerable losses and must rest here to recuperate and recruit additional hands." "What is their destination?" Terren inquired. "White Harbor, my lord. I propose we temporarily align ourselves with them to journey together to White Harbor, and perhaps they might advance us a portion of their wages to cover our expenses for the next few days and the fare to Curlis." "What if they refuse?" Terren pondered aloud. "My lord, I hope that Sir Reyn can accompany me, armed, to negotiate with their steward. I trust they will make a judicious decision." With unwavering confidence, Dicky proclaimed, "Although it may not be the most conventional approach, it is, nonetheless, a method." Subsequently, Terren instructed Reyn and Dicky to engage in discussions regarding the hiring of the merchant caravan, while also entrusting Ziggit to recruit additional personnel for another task. The criteria were simple. Anyone, regardless of gender, who was not physically disabled or exceedingly elderly, was to be considered. Terren harbored a notion that he wished to validate. If successful, it would significantly enhance the strength of their team. After accepting their orders, the group departed, leaving Terren alone in the chamber. By the afternoon, it seemed fortune had finally smiled upon him, as he received encouraging news. First, the guard Danlangsha reported that 4 of the previously unconscious brothers had awakened. Though they appeared somewhat frail, their ability to engage in normal activities remained unaffected. Furthermore, according to the physician, 2 others were likely to regain consciousness within a day or 2. Next, Reyn and Dicky returned with favorable news regarding their negotiations. Having successfully secured the employment deal for 20 gold dragons, with half of the payment made in advance. The only stipulation from the other party was the urgency to commence their journey. With these 3 matters addressed, save for Ziggit, who was still in the process of recruiting, Terren felt a sense of relief wash over him, alleviating the anxiety that had previously consumed him. As night fell, the last 2 unconscious individuals awakened as well, and remarkably, they retained their combat capabilities. This validated Terren's earlier hypothesis. Once recognized as a member of the unit by the system, they would be influenced by it. Their physical state would become data-driven. As long as their life points remained intact, injuries would not diminish their fighting prowess. This realization hinted at the potential of forming a formidable army, one that, while perhaps not on par with the Night King's army of the undead, would surely outclass the soldiers of other families, an unyielding war machine that knew only the instinct to attack and kill. Upon Ziggit's return, Terren gathered everyone together and initiated an internal motivational meeting. He commenced by lauding his subordinates for their valor. None had faltered, bravely engaging the enemy and vowing to resist to the death, all of which he committed to memory. As a reward for their victorious efforts, each individual was granted an additional 2 months' salary. The main event unfolded as the commander once again bestowed glory upon his people. Those who heard the news were swept up in excitement. Without waiting for Terren's command, all but Reyn swiftly discarded their equipment. Each person, adorned only in a loincloth, knelt on one knee, gazing up at Terren with eager anticipation, creating an electric atmosphere. A curious servant peeking through the door shuddered at the sight, swiftly averting their gaze, muttering in astonishment about the extravagant whims of the wealthy. The act of shedding their garments began as Terren's desire to acquire several sets of equipment without cost. For every little bit added up to a significant total, particularly for the elite units in the later stages, whose gear was of exceptional quality. Terren contemplated that each awkward moment was an opportunity to earn a coin. Earning was not a source of shame, so he resolved to cease his restraint. Once everyone was prepared, Terren rose and addressed the assembly, saying, "O Father, the sole deity in the heavens, you are the essence of all creation and the unique one. I, your humble servant, beseech you once more to bestow strength upon your people." Upon concluding his plea, Terren silently invoked an upgrade in his heart. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and several individuals transformed before his eyes. First, among the 6-member recruit team, ascended to the rank of Pender infantry. Their attire transitioned from the previous leather ensemble to a combination of chainmail and leather, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. In addition to their javelins, their primary weapon evolved into a formidable 2-handed sword, complemented by a small wooden shield. The attributes of the Pinder infantry are as follows. Pinder infantry. Health. 7200 loyalty. 100 strength. 23 agility. 21 intelligence. 9 charisma. 6 one-handed weapon proficiency. 240 two-handed weapon proficiency. 240 polearm proficiency. 240 bow proficiency. 240 crossbow proficiency. 240 throwing proficiency. 240 equestrian skills. 0. The changes in attributes were modest, with strength and agility each increasing by 3 points, while health experienced a significant boost. Next, 3 members of the caravan guard were eligible for advancement, and Tyrone designated their upgrade path as Pinder cavalry. Suddenly, Dizzy, Hyman, and James Scoyle donned a striking set of red and black leather armor, topped with silver helmets. And most importantly, they were accompanied by 3 white war horses. The attributes of the Pinder recruit cavalry are as follows. Pinder recruit cavalry. Health. 5800 loyalty. 100 strength. 15 agility. 12 intelligence. 8 charisma. 8 one-handed weapon proficiency. 140 two-handed weapon proficiency. 140 polearm proficiency. 140 bow proficiency. 140 crossbow proficiency. 140 throwing proficiency. 140 equestrian proficiency. 140. There were no changes in attribute points, except that loyalty reached its maximum. The most significant alteration was in their equipment. Their primary weapon transformed into a versatile wolf-toothed club suitable for one-handed or two-handed use, along with the addition of a wooden shield, while their ranged weapon remained an axe. Most importantly, they had acquired war horses, transitioning from infantry to cavalry, greatly enhancing their mobility. Once the 7 individuals exchanged their unused gear for sale, it would yield a few more silver deer, which was certainly an enticing prospect. Chapter 12. Departure. The attendants waiting in the corridor were astounded when they saw a throng emerge from Tyrone's room, eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What in the world? When did 3 horses enter there? Upon witnessing the 3 horses tethered in the room, the attendant found himself in a state of utter despair, grappling with a blend of incredulity and profound respect for Tyren's audacious actions. After all, the societal elite are known for their transgressions beyond bloodlines. And while crossing gender boundaries is hardly novel, venturing into interspecies relationships is indeed remarkable. It was evident that the impact of these events weighed heavily on the young attendant, causing him to overlook the fact that several individuals had altered their attire. In another vein, let us discuss Pinder's advancement trajectory, from citizen Pinder to recruit Pinder. Then warrior Pinder, swordsman Pinder 002, squire Pinder, heavy swordsman Pinder 002, dismounted cavalry Pinder, great swordsman Pinder 002, heavy cavalry Pinder, and ebony knight Pinder. Moreover, there are hunter Pinder, archer Pinder, armored marksman Pinder, and black armor marksman Pinder. On the following day, Tyren instructed DC to inform the merchant convoy that they could embark at any moment. Ultimately, both parties agreed to rest for an additional day before setting forth. Tyren dispatched the majority of his entourage to gather intelligence regarding the Kurosawa family and the bandits, while also seeking to recruit additional personnel. By nightfall, DC and his companions had successfully enlisted 13 vagrants, yet there was no further information regarding the Kurosawa family. On a positive note, this could imply that the adversaries had not yet initiated their next course of action, as Tyren prepared for the ensuing plans. King's Landing was also rife with undercurrents. Firstly, Stannis Baratheon, the brother of Robert Baratheon, had fled King's Landing and returned to his fiefdom on Dragonstone, where he began to muster troops. King Robert Baratheon, while deeply mourning the death of Duke Aeron, harbored suspicions that unseen forces were manipulating events from the shadows of King's Landing. The Robert of today was no longer the valiant usurper who had recently overthrown the mad king's tyranny. Years of peace had corroded his resolve, leading him to indulge in the vices of wine and debauchery, while most of the power in the city gradually fell into the hands of House Lannister. Feeling overwhelmed, Robert resolved to depart for Winterfell that very day, extending an invitation to his most trusted brother, Eddard Stark, to serve as his hand of the king. This would not only assist him in managing state affairs, but also allow for a discreet investigation into the cause of his adoptive father, Duke Aeron's, demise. After a night of recuperation, Tyren, accompanied by his followers and the newly recruited 13 vagrants, who had lost their lands for various reasons, set out to meet the merchant convoy at the agreed-upon location. As he exited the town, Tyren cast a fierce glance back at the city, vowing, "Mad, I shall return and hold your entire village accountable for your audacity to rob me. Is there no law left? What is the Stark family doing?" The attributes of the refugees are as follows. Refugee. Health points. 35 loyalty. 35 strength. 6 agility. 7 intelligence. 6 charisma. 5 one-handed weapon proficiency. 34 two-handed weapon proficiency. 43 polearm proficiency, 43 bow proficiency, 0 crossbow proficiency, 0 throwing proficiency, 70. Due to malnourishment, they appear emaciated and weak, with their strength and agility merely exceeding half that of an average person. Their equipment consists solely of tattered linen garments and straw sandals, armed only with a wooden stick and pebbles, rendering them devoid of any combat capability. This caravan hails from the Redwyn family of the Riverbend region, embarking from the northernmost part of Riverbend, traversing the Neck Marsh to deliver supplies to the shops in Whiteport. The current leader is Marcus Redwyn, the second son of the Redwyn patriarch. At present, Talon and his companions have gathered a total of 28 individuals, among whom the newly arrived 13 possess no combat abilities and can only perform menial tasks. The remaining members, including Talon himself, are adequately equipped, though Reyn's gear is notably superior. Good morning, Sir Reyn. If I am not mistaken, this must be the esteemed Mr. Talon you spoke of. Such a distinctive appearance. I am beginning to believe you hail from the Far East, Marcus Redwyn remarked as he approached. Good morning, Sir Marcus. This is indeed Mr. Talon, and we come from the eastern continent of Ponde in Essos. Following the customary greetings, the group promptly set off for Whiteport, to avoid revealing his rustic origins. Talon entrusted all matters to Reyn and found a carriage to rest in, for he must uphold the stature of a mysterious noble from the far eastern continent. As for Marcus Redwyn, he was certain that Sir Reyn was a genuine nobleman and a highly skilled knight, possessing extensive knowledge and remarkable eloquence, which made their journey together quite enjoyable. Zelltown is located at the northernmost edge of the Neck Marsh, and it wasn't long before they exited the swamp, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The journey from Zelltown to Whiteport took 2.5 days, even while transporting a large quantity of goods and with many walking. Otherwise, this distance could be covered in a day by one rider. The fare of 20 golden dragons for this journey indicates the unscrupulous nature of Dizzy and others. However, it also reflects that the Kingdom of Bay is indeed prosperous, second only to the Western realms among the 7 nations. In the 2.5 days of travel, they encountered no significant obstacles. Upon reaching Whiteport, Sir Marcus Redwyn cheerfully settled the outstanding payment and extended an invitation to the two for a visit to the family estate in the Kingdom of Bay whenever they have the time, after which they parted ways. Upon arriving at White Harbor, Terren first sought a place to settle down, then instructed DC to gather a few individuals to investigate any recent fleets bound for Essos, while he himself, accompanied by Reyn and 2 warriors, made his way to the tavern. Upon his arrival, Terren received a system notification indicating the presence of a hero unit refreshing at the tavern, urging him to proceed swiftly. White Harbor, situated to the south of Winterfell, is the fiefdom of House Manderley. It stands as the largest settlement north of Neck, albeit the smallest among the 5 major cities of Westeros. This northern trade port, located at the mouth of the White Knife River, offers numerous trading opportunities extending further northward. The castle and the new town of White Harbor were erected by Jon Stark, the king in the north, specifically to combat piracy after driving the marauders away. Centuries later, the city was granted to the exiled Manderley family from the Bay of Rivers, who received it as their fief after pledging allegiance to the king in the north. The Manderley family is also the sole line of undulled descent in the north. The suburbs of White Harbor are primarily composed of 3 sections: the port, the Wolf's Den, the fish market, and the crucial defensive stronghold known as Seal Rock. The port itself is divided into an inner and outer harbor, separated by a breakwater. While the outer harbor is larger, the inner harbor boasts superior anchorage, flanked by city walls on one side and supported by the Wolf's Den on the other. A formidable stone wall, rising 30 feet and stretching nearly a mile, has recently been constructed on the breakwater, with a watchtower every 100 meters. The inner harbor can accommodate over 20 warships. The Wolf's Den, also known as the Old Keep, is an ancient fortress, now primarily used as a prison following the establishment of the new stronghold by the Manderley family. It is located outside the city walls, near the waterfront, and is surrounded by an ancient grove of sacred trees. Seal Rock is a massive gray-green monolith rising 50 feet above the sea, controlling the access routes to the outer harbor. Atop the rock lies a circle of weathered stones, remnants of the ancestral fortifications from centuries past. These ruins have since been rearmed, equipped with ballistae, fire crossbows, and crossbowmen as guards. The fish market is situated between Seal Gate and the harbor. Chapter 13. Stepping out of the territory of the sandworms, it was much like the previous night. The surroundings were desolate, and the sun above blazed fiercely. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, the system notifications began to flood in. Water and food appeared to be readily available. The base's mutations had directly expanded the detection range to 50 meters, allowing him to monitor the movements of even the smallest creatures beneath him. As he retrieved the map, he noticed that the path of the goblin Noah had oddly changed. What once was a curving arc had now transformed into a more direct line. "Are you in search of the temple?" A voice, as melodious as a lark, echoed in his ear, causing Chun to start. With a wry smile, he turned to face the newcomer, who was none other than the green-clad Safina, having appeared by his side, gazing at the map in his hands. Upon closer inspection, Chun realized that Safina was not much shorter than he, despite his own height of nearly 182 centimeters. However, for Safina, her figure remains captivating, especially when compared to her appearance last night on the swing. Standing before him, Safina's exquisite form could hardly be concealed by a mere veil. Ahem, this should be a treasure map. I wish to seek out some supplies, for survival in this desert is exceedingly challenging without resources. He initially intended to procure some supplies through Safina, yet she had no need for sustenance and lacked even water sources, which was quite disheartening. Thus, Chun had no choice but to venture forth on his own. The treasure of the undead? It certainly seemed intriguing, Safina remarked as she gazed at the treasure map Chun had produced. Indeed, it is fascinating. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Safina to accompany me in this treasure hunt? Chun felt a twinge of envy. Safina was not human and could thrive in this locale, a feat beyond his capabilities. If only he could persuade her to join him, his safety would be greatly enhanced, allowing him to evade numerous dangers, not solely due to Safina's striking beauty. With a slight smirk, Safina replied, "I cannot leave the territory of the sand-eating worms." Chun's face fell slightly, for that was indeed a pity. The opportunity to ally with such a formidable companion had slipped away. However, "I can certainly guide you in the right direction," Safina said playfully. "Guide me? To the treasure of the undead?" Chun exclaimed in delight. Safina explained, "The location indicated on the treasure map appears to be in proximity to the Temple of the Sacred. You might explore the temple. Perhaps unexpected surprises await you." Chun understood that the temple she mentioned was the Temple of the Star God, which had fallen into desolation following the god's disappearance. 20 years ago, one of the 5 leaders of the Holy Light Army, Terren, had led his Fire Unicorn Legion to resist an undead invasion at the temple. However, during the great sandstorm of the Sand King, they were nearly engulfed, forcing Terren to retreat with the remnants of his forces into the Yellow Sand Desert. Their fate thereafter unknown. Safina suggested Chun visit the temple because he bore the sword of the warrior Alex and was a descendant of Merindo, who was also a devotee of the star god. In her hands, Safina held an ancient tome, its dark cover adorned with runic inscriptions in a rich, golden hue. Imbued with depth, the vines flanking it bore various peculiar fruits. Chun gazed at the text with confusion, while the system panel revealed the book's title, The Fragmented Book of Time and Space. Description: it records the intertwining traces of lives across time, chronicling the history of Westeros. Did Safina acquire her knowledge of history from this book? Noticing Chun's furrowed brow, Safina chuckled softly. This is the language of the ancient gods, the life goddess who spread life and brought civilization to this land. With this, you shall swiftly comprehend these words. Safina retrieved a golden scroll and handed it to Chun, an ancient divine script learning scroll 1. Would you like to study it? Naturally. Chun would not refuse and immediately commenced his studies. A peculiar script penetrated his brow, invoking a marvelous sensation. Upon gazing again at the tome infused with an ancient aura, the esoteric symbols akin to runes began to make sense to him. The Book of Time and Space. Opening it revealed the first page. The essence of life is to witness the existence of time and space. Chun stared blankly at this phrase. What is the significance of life's existence? He had never sought such seemingly meaningless inquiries. Indeed, to Chun, it appeared devoid of purpose. He was born, and he shall die. Such is life, and any meaning contained within will ultimately fade beneath the passage of time, be it in 10 years or 1,000. Does this not align precisely with the statement, merely bearing witness to a fragment of time's existence? Was this phrase penned by you? Chun's dark eyes turned toward Safina. She too looked back at him, her azure eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, does Chun not appreciate this phrase? Chun closed the book and resolutely declared, "No. I truly cherish it. Thank you, Safina." System: Fragmented Book of Time and Space 1. The ancient tome shattered into fragments and melded into the back of Chun's left hand, forming an image of a book. Now a miniature representation of the Book of Time and Space. Safina seemed quite pleased. "I too hold it in high regard. The Book of Time and Space will not be subjected to the curse's influence. It shall guide you to the location of the temple. Will you return?" Safina tilted her head, eagerly awaiting his response. "I most certainly will. Shunan departed the territory of the sandworms, for he had promised a beautiful maiden that he would return. Days of adventure were once again upon him. Shunan gazed at the map upon the book of time and space, locating both his position and that of the temple. He set forth towards the temple. Food and water were continuously unearthed, and many items were cast onto the trading platform in exchange for various supplies. This method proved far more convenient than seeking such resources individually. The demands for base upgrades, timber, copper ingots, iron blocks, were quite substantial. Transaction successful, 200 milliliters of water, 10 cubic meters of fertile soil. Soil was exceedingly scarce in the sandy terrain, and Shunan opted for this trade primarily because his backpack still held a considerable quantity of cabbage seeds. Although provisions were abundant, consuming roasted meat daily could become monotonous. Given the opportunity to enhance his meals, Shunan would not deprive himself. The base was ample, and allocating space for some vegetables posed no issue. After sprinkling a bit of water on the soil, Shunan simply cast the seeds into the ground, uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, he thought, if they flourish, splendid. If not, he could always continue feasting on meat. Still possessing a seed from a flesh tree, these truly are peculiar plants. Shunan resolved to capture a creature of the desert. Chapter 14. The prophet worshippers Terren withdrew 30 silver deer from his pouch and handed them to Eliza, prompting the system to immediately notify her of her inclusion in the team. Following this successful recruitment, he offered another silver deer to the innkeeper as compensation for the tavern's losses, hastily preparing to depart from the gloomy, oppressive cellar. Just as Terren and his companions were about to leave the Lazy Eel Tavern, he noticed a female warrior, armed and poised, standing at the tavern's entrance. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, it was clear this was the individual he had been seeking. To his astonishment, the tavern had also introduced a unique class of soldiers. An unexpected turn of events. "Greetings, madam. Would you be interested in joining my team?" "Hello, sir. If you would be so kind as to pay me 6 silver deer, my 5 companions and I would be delighted to join you." "Money now?" As Terren exited the tavern, he found himself retching in the center of Fish King Square, directly in front of the fountain. The odor was reminiscent of a decaying rat simmered in excrement, then stuffed into socks that had not seen a wash in weeks and smeared with fish slime, a stench utterly unbearable. Reyn, standing behind Terren, cast a disdainful glance at Eliza and remarked, "Filthy snake cult priestess, you ought to be hung from a tree to perish under the sun." Having spent years within the snake cult, Eliza was not one to be easily intimidated. She promptly retorted, "Hypocritical charlatan, if you do not silence that mouth of yours, I would be more than willing to show you how the followers of the snake cult deal with their adversaries." With that, she patted her long blade and cast a significant glance toward Reyn's lower body. Sir Reyn felt a chill creep across his lower half, instinctively lowering his arm to shield himself. He sensed that this woman was quite capable of following through on her threats. "Enough. Why don't you two settle this with a duel? I am on the verge of collapse, and no one seems to care." Hearing their escalating argument, Terren, disregarding his own discomfort, intervened to stop them. He escorted Eliza and the 6 prophet worshippers back to their lodging. And it was not until nightfall that Terren finally began to regain his composure. "First, I examined the attributes of Eliza and the 6 devotees of the prophet. Eliza, loyalty 68, health 58, level 15, experience 347520026048 strength 17, agility 12, intelligence 15, charisma 12. One-handed weapon proficiency 100, two-handed weapon proficiency 100, polearm proficiency 140, archery proficiency 100, crossbow proficiency 100, throwing proficiency 200, riding proficiency 150. Her attributes are commendable. Although she pales in comparison to Reyn, she possesses greater potential for development. Additionally, due to her upbringing and environmental influences, certain delicate matters are better entrusted to Eliza. As for the devotees of the prophet, loyalty 80, health 54, strength 13, agility 9, intelligence 6, charisma 7, one-handed weapon proficiency 125, two-handed weapon proficiency 125, polearm proficiency 125, archery proficiency 125, crossbow proficiency 125, throwing proficiency 125, riding proficiency 0. While the devotees may initially appear feeble, they will undoubtedly rival any elite unit upon their ascension to Doombringer. Their advancement path is as follows: devotee of the prophet, prophet legion recruit, prophet legion confidant, Doombringer. During dinner, Terren introduced the newly joined Eliza and the 6 devotees to the team. Except for Reyn and Eliza, who could not hide their disdain, the atmosphere among the others was quite harmonious. "Dizzy, have you gathered any information regarding the fleet heading to Essos?" Terren inquired. "My lord, There are currently 3 fleets departing from White Harbor to Essos. They belong to the Tiller family of Riveron, the Free Trade Federation of Pintos, and the Merchants Guild of Karth. Additionally, the Tiller fleet will set sail tomorrow towards Reyn. The Pintos fleet is scheduled to return in half a month's time. The Merchants Guild's fleet is set to depart for Astapor in 2 days. After considerable deliberation, Terren resolved to travel with his companions aboard the Merchants Guild's ship back to Slaver's Bay, heading towards Astapor. Essos is one of the 4 known continents in the realm of Game of Thrones, significantly larger than Westeros. Its east-west span exceeds its north-south extent, extending towards the southeast. The precise area of Essos remains unknown, and no map can capture its entirety. The Shivering Sea separates the northern coastline of the continent from the polar ice cap, while across the Jade Sea to the far east lies Ashai, the lands of the Dothraki, and the enigmatic region known as the Shadowlands, much of which remains unspoken in the texts. The composition of the populace on the continent of Essos is, in fact, more intricate than that of Westeros. Here, descendants of ancient civilizations such as the Undals, the Rhoynar, the old Giscari Empire, and the freehold of Valyria coexist. For millennia, continuous conflicts and amalgamations among these ethnic groups have culminated in the present-day factions. Primarily, the vast grasslands of Essos are dominated by the nomadic Dothraki, who are divided into several clans known as Khalasars, each led by the fiercest warrior, the Khal. Currently, the most formidable Khalasar is led by Khal Drogo, the Horse Lord. Each Khalasar is further subdivided into smaller groups called Khas, overseen by a chieftain known as a Kai. Upon the Khal's demise, a new Khal may ascend to power, or the Khas may disperse and reconstitute a new Khalasar, with the previous Kai becoming the new Khal. Each Khal is accompanied by a sworn brotherhood known as Blood Riders, who serve as both guardians and companions. According to ancient tradition, they are expected to follow their Khal into death. Should the Khal perish in battle, the Blood Riders will devote their lives to vengeance and ultimately take their own lives. Some Blood Riders even share their Khal's wife. The only possession that Khal and Blood Riders do not share is their steeds, and they frequently refer to one another as blood of my blood. Next, we have the Slaver's Bay, established by the descendants of the old Giscari, with prominent cities such as Astapor, Yunkai, and Reyn. As centers of the slave trade, these city-states have amassed considerable wealth, governed by powerful slave masters, with the emblem of a harpy. Notably, the Unsullied army was modeled after the legions of the old Giscari Empire, albeit transforming free men into slaves. Further along, the Free Cities, a confederation founded by the descendants of the freehold of Valyria, comprises 9 cities: Pintos, Bravos, Lys, Koer, Norvos, Myr, Tyrosh, Volantis, and Lorith. While these cities share common origins, with the exception of Bravos, they operate independently. Among them, Bravos is perhaps the most familiar, known for Syrio Farrell, the former First Sword of Bravos, who was hired by Lord Stark to teach Arya the water dance. The memories of the ancestral homeland, E.T., have become somewhat hazy, with scant information available about this enigmatic place on the continent of Westeros. Once the itinerary was settled, Terren instructed Daisy to accompany Elissa the following day to seek out the Merchant Guild's fleet, striving to minimize expenses for their journey to Astapor. Just as Terren finalized his arrangements, the system, which had only issued a single task thus far, released a new quest, the revival of the Empire. A look of exasperation crossed Terren's face as he scowled at the unfortunate task displayed in the taskbar. The flavors of this port are so overwhelming that it has extinguished any desire he had to seek out the company of young ladies for a bit of technical sparring. He could only watch as Dickie and Jet strolled in camaraderie, departing and returning at all hours. Ugh, they'll surely meet their demise in bed one day. Tyrone cursed vehemently. As for Sir Reyn, it seemed he had awakened some peculiar obsession, relentlessly provoking Eliza daily. When he found himself outmatched, he resorted to physical confrontation, only for Eliza to dramatically collapse to the ground, tearing at her clothing and crying out for help, which sent him fleeing in panic. Today, there is wine, and thus we revel. Tomorrow's troubles can wait until tomorrow. Tyrone decided to set the task aside for now, for there were 2 pressing matters at hand. The first was to escape to Essos and cultivate his strength. News had arrived that the fleet was ready, and they only had to wait. The second matter concerned the escalating animosity between Eliza and Reyn. Their encounters had become increasingly hostile, and Tyrone genuinely feared that one day Eliza might poison them both. It is worth noting that in the game, joining the Serpent Cult is no trifling matter. Deceit, theft, and treachery are standard practices, and they are not averse to murder and arson. Tyrone could hardly believe that Eliza, a priestess raised within the Serpent Cult, would be innocent. Reyn, too, was problematic. After the disbandment of the Knights Templar, he became the last of the Falcon Knights and was now a fugitive. It was astonishing how a wanted criminal could be so judgmental. They deserved the disbandment of their order. Tyrone spent the night contemplating how to ease the tension between Eliza and Reyn, losing sleep and hair in the process. If all 11 heroes emerged later, he feared he might lose his wits. After all, these two were already among the more temperate characters in the game. After much deliberation, Tyrone resolved to mediate their relationship, suggesting they meet for a private discussion. The game's dialogue was limited, but reality offered more options. With this thought, he decided against sleep, dressing and preparing before making his way to Reyn's room. After greeting the guard at the door, Tyrone gently knocked and was met by Reyn, who stood barefoot with a sword in hand, evidently having risen early to practice his swordsmanship. "Mr. Reyn, I have some matters to discuss with you. Is now a convenient time?" "Of course, my lord. It is my honor," Reyn replied, stepping aside to allow Tyrone entry. Without beating around the bush, Tyrone stated directly, "Mr. Reyn, I have come to mediate the discord between you and Eliza. She is now one of us, and I would like to know why you harbor such animosity towards her." Reyn placed his sword on the table and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel taken from a nearby rack. "Sir, as you are aware, the Pandey Empire, after its collapse, was plunged into unending chaos, which has provided ample opportunity for malevolent forces to thrive. The worshippers of the malevolent deity Azdahaka, known as the Serpent Cult, are among the most perilous scourges of the Pan continent, revering slaughter and death. Elisa, the priestess of this sinister sect, is someone that any inhabitant of Pan would shun. This despicable group is treacherous, shameless, and irredeemably lost." Sir Reyn, gritting his teeth, contorted his handsome features in disgust. "How do you know so much, Sir Reyn? Have you encountered them?" Tyrone pondered, suspecting that Reyn must have endured some ordeal to harbor such animosity towards the Serpent Cult. "Absolutely not. It is inconceivable that I would ever be entangled with such wretches," Reyn declared with righteous indignation. Tyrone scrutinized Reyn with suspicion, convinced he was concealing something. "Mr. Reyn, Elisa has withdrawn from the Serpent Cult. We should not view her through a lens of prejudice." "Mr. Tyrone, you are overly naive. Those affiliated with the Serpent Cult do not easily change. Only the deceased members of that sect are the most desirable. Sir Reyn, we have more pressing matters at hand. I implore you to temporarily set aside your bias against Elisa," Tyrone stated, locking eyes with Reyn. "Very well, my lord. If you insist, I shall endeavor to restrain myself until she reveals her malevolence to me." In truth, Reyn had suffered at the hands of the Serpent Cult. Years ago, when he was a fugitive, a mere fledgling, he fled to the imperial port of Tai Ming, where he drowned his sorrows in drink and met a woman named Sophie. She was not only beautiful but also compassionate and graceful, yet her tragic past saw her sold by her family into a tavern as a courtesan. In a matter of days, they fell deeply in love. One night, Reyn, with all his possessions, planned to elope with her to begin anew elsewhere. However, upon awakening the next morning, he discovered that even his undergarments had been stolen. Not long after, Reyn found Sophie, who was weeping bitterly, claiming she had been coerced. They embraced, tears mingling, and he forgave her. Yet, in a moment of vulnerability, she betrayed him, leading to his sale into Dasha. Later, after escaping Dasha, Reyn encountered Sophie once more. With tears in her eyes, she confessed her mistakes, and he, soft-hearted, accompanied her to her home, intending to alleviate their longing. However, before he could even disrobe, a band of Serpent Cult warriors burst in and brutally assaulted him. Every recollection of this ignites a deep-seated hatred within Reyn for the Serpent Cult. For the blossoms of love that had barely begun to bloom were ruthlessly uprooted and discarded into the abyss. Meanwhile, after his conversation with Reyn, Tyrone stepped out to seek out Elisa for a discussion. Elisa proved to be more amenable upon hearing Tyrone's intentions. She promptly stated that as long as Reyn did not provoke her, she would pose no issue. However, her habit of speaking in riddles left much to be desired. Had Tyrone not been aware that the priestesses raised by the Serpent Cult were poisoned from a young age, capable of delivering lethal kisses, he might not have emerged unscathed. After attending to the two individuals, Terren seized the opportunity during the meal to gather everyone together. In the presence of the newcomers, he promoted several individuals who had met the advancement criteria, thereby boosting their loyalty. This allowed everyone to disperse and return to their respective tasks. A moment of relief for all. Experience accumulates daily even without combat, albeit at a slower pace. However, given that the initial tier of soldiers requires relatively little experience. Following this round of promotions, the ranks now included 2 heroes, Reyn and Alicia, 7 Pender Cavalry, 6 Pender Infantry, 6 prophet worshippers, and 13 refugees, totaling 34 individuals. In truth, the refugees, being the most basic unit, could have advanced overnight, yet Terren wished to wait for their loyalty to increase further. To validate a notion of his own, hence they remained unpromoted. Sir, came a sudden knocking at the door, startling Terren from his slumber. Realizing only then that he had dozed off at the table. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned and opened the door, finding Dizzy standing outside. What is it? Is there something amiss? Sir, the arrangements for the fleet have been finalized. Oh, right, my memory. Come in and elaborate. Upon hearing it was about the fleet, Terren became instantly alert and invited Dizzy inside to report. Sir, their fleet will set sail tomorrow morning, and they are well equipped with escort forces. Thus, we need to compensate them accordingly. How much do they require? For our 34 individuals, each will cost 20 silver deer, plus the expenses for meals along the journey, totaling 7 gold dragons. When they had initially arrived, they had paid 20 gold dragons for the escort, deducting the expenses incurred over the past 2 days. They were left with 16 gold dragons, which means only 9 gold dragons remained. Terren then instructed someone to sell the rags exchanged during the promotions to convert them into funds, resulting in a total of 9 gold dragons and 32 silver deer. To Terren, 9 gold coins felt nearly negligible, and his frugal nature prompted him to instigate a mode of austerity among everyone. To save money, they forwent dinner that evening, retiring early to bed, and rose at dawn to board the ship, hoping to scrounge a breakfast on board. Chapter 16. The sea navigating through the layers of guards at the seal gate, they finally arrived at the inner harbor. Through Dizzy's introduction, Terren beheld the vessel they would be boarding, the Wailing Banshee. The Wailing Banshee measures 65 meters in length, features 3 masts, and has a displacement of 200 tons. Its entire structure painted in white. Its grand physique allows for greater cargo capacity on long voyages, ensuring a stable journey. This type of ship is modeled after the medieval carrack, characterized by its large, arched stern and the towering, inclined mast at the bow. The white canvas of the foremost sail bore the image of a harpy. Terren and his companions boarded the Wailing Banshee, and with the aid of the crew, stowed their luggage in their respective cabins. Due to spatial constraints on the ship, the comfort of land was sorely missed. Apart from Terren's modest room, the others were crammed into communal bunks accommodating 6 individuals each, while the dozen or so refugees huddled together in the empty cargo hold below. This was Terren's inaugural experience aboard a ship, particularly one of such medieval design, and everything appeared novel to him. Upon boarding, he found himself incessantly wandering about. Although the Wailing Siren was a large cargo vessel, characterized by its hefty and stable build, one could still perceive the gentle undulations of the ship as it danced with the waves, accompanied by the occasional creaking of the deck underfoot. The eastern sun had ascended high into the sky, casting a vibrant glow over the bustling port where dockworkers were engaged in the transportation of goods. The sounds of sailors' shouts, the scoldings of overseers, and the cries of children intertwined in a cacophony of activity. A procession of goats lined up neatly, entering the cargo hold, while sailors occasionally gave the goats a playful pat on their rumps. Terren's fleet consisted of 8 vessels, including the Wailing Siren, with the largest flagship dubbed the Death Siren, which operated between Westeros and the Essos continent. Terren observed the fleet's guards, their pallid skin clad in copper-scaled armor, adorned with copper teeth and long black-feathered helms. The overseer was draped in a silk gown embellished with beads, with a nose ring set with green gemstones. Notably, women of all statuses revealed their left breasts, a fashion amongst the QIRLs, while the men often kept their heads shaved from a young age. After waiting for about an hour, a horn sounded from the dock, and a QIRL overseer rushed out from the ship's hold, communicating something to the sailors, who immediately sprang into action. One individual climbed the mast, waving a few flags towards the horizon. Terren surmised that the fleet was preparing to set sail, and indeed, as the sailors raised the anchor, the Wailing Siren began to move slowly. Terren remained on deck until nightfall, his excitement gradually waning. Upon returning to his quarters, he encountered Dizzy, who had come to deliver his meal. "Sir, this is your dinner for tonight. I have brought it for you," Dizzy announced, placing the tray on the room's table. The dinner consisted of dry flatbread akin to a pouch, accompanied by a bowl of soup made from unidentifiable leaves, along with a piece of fish from the sea. This was the fare on the ship. "Have the others already eaten?" Terren inquired, breaking the dry bread into pieces to soak in the soup as he questioned. "Everyone has already dined," Dizzy replied. Originally, there was mutton aboard, but Terren had repeatedly commanded that no one was to consume the ship's sheep. Once used, they are slaughtered. Are you still human? Have you considered the feelings of the sheep? Even when soaked in the broth, The dry and tough flatbread remained difficult to swallow. The soup was both bitter and salty. And after a few mouthfuls, Terren found himself unable to continue, instructing Dizzy to put it away. Though not overly sheltered in his upbringing, he simply could not stomach such fare and opted instead to stroll on the deck. The ocean, no matter how breathtaking and grand, eventually loses its novelty. After a week aboard, the exceedingly bored Terren requested several wooden planks from the crew, instructing Reyn to carve them into small pieces the size of a palm. He then adorned these with charcoal, inscribing numbers and letters, thereby creating a rather whimsical deck of cards. Alongside Reyn and Alyssa, he spent his days sequestered in their quarters. Engaged in a game of Crazy Kings, his subordinates, imitating their example, began to craft their own decks, gathering in small clusters to play. Gradually, this pastime captivated an ever-growing audience, until eventually, everyone on the ship was participating. No, yes. Another round. A 3 and a 2. I'll call on the king. Haha. A 9? I'm out. Money. Humph. Today I refuse to believe it. Let us go again. Niels, the overseer, gritted his teeth and slammed the exquisite deck of cards onto the table, defiantly continuing to shout. Terren, with a smile and a shake of his head, intervened to halt the servant preparing to shuffle the cards. Mr. Niels, let us not rush into the game. I wish to discuss your thoughts on the copyright of Crazy Kings. For merely 3,000 gold dragons, such an entertaining game could be yours. Upon the mention of money, Niels, who had been blushing, instantly altered his demeanor, donning a cunning expression typical of a merchant. Dear Mr. Terren, while this game is indeed delightful, I have a few inquiries. Please, go ahead. Should I acquire the copyright, how can you assure me that you will not divulge it to others? And how can you guarantee that others will not replicate it? In my view, this game does not warrant such a price. Moreover, it seems I need not pay anything on my ship. Niels spoke with a smirk, while the guards in the room instinctively placed their hands on their curved blades. Terren, inwardly seething with irritation at Niels' audacity, maintained his composure, halting Reyn and DC, who were prepared to take action. Since Mr. Niels believes it to be worthless, let us consider it a gift to the Merchant Guild, Terren said with a grin. With that, he led the two through layers of guards and exited the captain's quarters, returning to his own chamber. Initially, Terren had created the playing cards to alleviate his boredom, but as their popularity surged, he entertained the notion of selling the copyright to the Merchant Guild. As anticipated, selling to the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms would have been more promising, as they might value the noble spirit and be willing to pay. However, the members of the Merchant Guild would surely disregard copyright, opting for direct replication instead, deeming the expenditure unnecessary. Though he had foreseen this outcome, Niels' shamelessness still incensed him. Damn it, I'll remember this. Their ashes will be scattered in due time. In the days that followed, Terren commanded everyone to carry weapons and congregate, assigning guards to stand watch day and night. While the likelihood of trouble was minimal, he remained cautious of the Merchant Guild, especially after their recent unpleasantness. 3 days later, the Wailing Banshee arrived at Pantos to replenish supplies. Chapter 17, Essos. Pantos is one of the 9 free trade city-states, located in the western part of the Essos continent, bordering the narrow sea and distantly overlooking the Seven Kingdoms. It is the closest free trade city-state to King's Landing. Originally established as a trading outpost by the Valyrians, it swiftly annexed the surrounding hinterlands, encompassing nearly the entire ancient kingdom of Andalos, from the Velvet Hills and the Little Reyn River to the sea. Throughout much of its history, Pantos widely practiced slavery, which led to wars with Bravos. Over approximately 200 years, the two cities engaged in at least 6 conflicts, driven not only by slavery, but also by the control of fertile lands and waters between them. Bravos triumphed 4 times, the most recent being 91 years ago, when Pantos sacrificed 4 princes within a year until a rare victory allowed a 5th prince to persuade the governors to seek peace. In the peace agreement, Pantos had to concede, abolishing slavery and the slave trade. Consequently, Pantos and Bravos signed a treaty stipulating that Pantos could not possess more than 20 warships, employ mercenaries, contract with free companies, or maintain any military force beyond the city guard. As a result, Pantos emerged as the weakest military power among the 9 free trade cities. For this reason, the governors maintained amicable relations with other free trade city-states and the Dothraki horse lords, cultivating bonds over the years by bestowing gifts and gold to ensure their caravans could operate east of the Reyn River. Pantos was initially governed by princes selected from 40 noble families, ruling for life until the next prince was chosen after their death. However, over time, the power of the princes was gradually supplanted by the governors, relegating them to mere symbols with ceremonial roles, primarily serving as sacrificial offerings. Indeed, Whenever the people of Pantos faced defeats in war or poor harvests, they believed the gods were displeased with them. Thus, they would drag out the princes and sacrifice them to appease divine wrath. This practice is truly bewildering. Furthermore, although Pantos waged war against Bravos due to slavery and subsequently abolished it after defeat, the city still possessed a considerable number of freed slaves. These individuals, while legally free and entitled to refuse service as long as they did not owe their masters' debts, often found their earnings insufficient for basic needs, living under their masters' roofs. Their debts grew daily, rendering them perpetually trapped in a cycle of servitude. The plight of these individuals, who are akin to the proverbial prostitutes building virtue archways, raises a poignant question. When will the vast underclass truly rise to resist oppression and exploitation? Upon reaching the shore, Terren provided an overview of the city of Pantos to Reyn and others. The original work offers a detailed depiction of the customs of many cities on the continent of Essos, yet such nuances are conspicuously absent in the adaptations. It was only after watching the adaptations that Terren revisited the original text, thus acquiring such profound insights. However, after his introduction, Terren refrained from leading the group into the city of Pantos, primarily due to a lack of funds and the recent tumultuous events within the city, which had seen an influx of Dothraki. The Dothraki, a nomadic people of the sea, typically mask their scents with perfumes and don extravagant attire in the free cities, contrasting sharply with their tribal customs of bearing their chests. Nevertheless, their lax discipline and distinct cultural values often lead to violence and malevolence wherever they congregate. The peasant villages and itinerant merchants outside Pantos readily become their targets. After all, when the governor bows and scrapes before the Dothraki horse lords, who can the oppressed turn to for justice? To speak plainly, the living conditions in Essos, when juxtaposed against those in the Seven Kingdoms, are arguably more favorable under the Night King's domain, where all are treated equally. After exiting the port, Terren briefly resupplied their provisions and proceeded eastward along the Grand Road constructed by the Valyrians. The Valyrian Road traverses the tributaries of the Upper Lorne River, crossing the Velvet Hills and entering the Andes Mountains, ultimately reaching Godar, which links Godar with the other two free trade cities, Novos and Kohor. Terren's objective was to locate a small contingent of Dothraki or other bandit groups to train his men, enhance their skills, and replenish their mounts and supplies. Having traveled approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, Terren witnessed no fewer than 10 instances of bullying along the way. The Dothraki brazenly dragged women they desired to the roadside, indulging their primal urges, while the men nearby knelt in fear, trembling and too cowed to even glance upwards. Any resistance from the Pantoshi would result in death, and some Dothraki would even bind the abused women or men naked to their horses, dragging them mercilessly, leaving the victims to perish in excruciating agony. The other Pantoshi had long grown accustomed to such horrors, since their defeat in the war against Bravos. The diminished military power of the Pantoshi nobles has led them to treat the formidable Dothraki with utmost deference, choosing to turn a blind eye to the heinous acts committed within Pantos. Reyn, concealed within his heavy armor, concealed his expression. However, through his labored breathing, Terren discerned that the man was on the verge of unleashing his suppressed fury. Not only was Reyn incensed by the Dothraki's actions, but even Alicia, who had grown up amidst wickedness, found it intolerable. Terren too was ablaze with anger. The adaptations glossed over the Dothraki's deeds, omitting the countless bones of the innocents left in their wake. During the feudal era, the nomadic tribes, on a macro scale, facilitated the fusion of ethnicities and the exchange of cultures. More often than not, however, they were merciless marauders, wreaking havoc and destruction. Yet, due to their proximity to Pantos and the multitude of pedestrians and Dothraki, Tyrion and his companions found no opportunity to strike and were compelled to continue their journey. Eventually, they detected thick plumes of black smoke rising from a village situated about 1 or 2 kilometers off the Valyrian road. Following the smoke, they indeed discovered a scene of carnage, where a dozen or so Dothraki were slaughtering the villagers. In the village, both men and women fought desperately, armed with wooden sticks and iron forks, waving them defiantly at the mounted Dothraki. Yet, in the blink of an eye, many were decapitated by the swift strokes of the Dothraki's curved blades. Women and children hurled stones and wooden clubs at the enemies. Though these projectiles bore little lethality and often incited vengeful reprisals from the Dothraki, elders, with their frail bodies, lunged at the Dothraki steeds in a futile attempt to impede the onslaught, only to be trampled or crushed to death beneath the galloping horses. Simultaneously, in Westeros, Robert Baratheon, accompanied by Queen Cersei Lannister and key members of House Lannister, had arrived in the north. Outside the wall, rumors of the White Walkers' return inflamed the wildling tribes, prompting a mass migration towards the wall. The governor of Pentos was preparing to host the wedding of Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo in 2 weeks, which accounted for the recent gathering of Dothraki in Pentos. For the moment, however, none of this concerned Tyrion. His sole intention was to eliminate the Dothraki before him. The village was sufficiently distanced from the Valyrian road, making it an opportune place for an ambush. Tyrion instructed Alyssa to lead the Dothraki squad in a flanking maneuver from the right, while Reyn and the remaining guards approached head-on. He himself would support with the remaining refugees from the right flank. Since he had sold most of their horses for the sake of traveling by ship, they had only Reyn's steed left, which was considerably less mobile compared to the Dothraki mounts. Yet, with the element of surprise in their favor, they might still achieve total annihilation of the enemy. As they dispersed to execute their plan, Tyrion had barely begun to approach the village from the right when he saw Reyn boldly charging into the fray against the Dothraki. Damn it, Tyrion cursed under his breath, urging those nearby to hasten their pace. Alyssa, on the left flank, similarly commanded her team to accelerate. Tyrion was less than a mile from the village, and in a matter of breaths, Reyn had surged ahead and plunged into the midst of the slaughter. As Reyn closed in, he drew a spear from his mount and hurled it at the nearest Dothraki, the projectile whistling through the air as it pierced the warrior. Chapter 18. The journey begins. Upon entering the throng, Reyn dispatched 2 more foes before one Dothraki finally recognized the presence of an adversary, sounding a horn to alert his comrades and brandishing his arak. Shrieking as he charged at Reyn. The Dothraki are inherently skilled cavalry, typically wielding the arak, longbows, and whips, with a few Jaqarin brandishing massive axes. They regard the donning of armor as an act of cowardice, thus primarily operating as light cavalry. In close combat, the armored Reyn possesses a significant advantage. Against the Dothraki's assaults, he deftly evades arrows aimed at his eyes, remaining steadfast against other attacks. This proves particularly vexing for the Dothraki, as their curved blades merely spark against Reyn's armor, leaving behind only faint scratches, while their arrows inflict nothing more than minor dents. In contrast, with a mere flick of his battle axe, Reyn dispatches foes with such swiftness that they often lose their combat effectiveness upon contact. After suffering the loss of 5 or 6 warriors, the remaining Dothraki alter their strategy, opting to avoid direct confrontation with Reyn and instead leveraging their mobility for ranged assaults. As the Dothraki dispersed, an opportunity arose for Alicia, Terren, and the others. Prior to the battle, Terren had distributed javelins and hand axes to his comrades, ensuring that each possessed adequate means of attack. Now is the time to strike, Terren bellowed, emerging from concealment to hurl a hand axe fiercely at the nearest Dothraki cavalryman. The proximity allowed him a clear view of the astonishment on the enemy's face. Following Terren's command, the ambushers surged forth to initiate their assault. Terren's axe struck the Dothraki squarely in the face, albeit with the blunt side, yet it was sufficient to render the adversary unconscious, toppling him from his steed. The others also made their mark. In a single wave of attacks, the Dothraki unit was decimated by 7, leaving only 6 remaining. Notably, Alicia, as a priestess of the serpent cult, had maximized her throwing skills, and her weapon poisoning was second nature. The serpent cult's poison darts need not be aimed with precision. A mere scratch would suffice to seal the victim's fate within mere seconds. Amidst the Dothraki's panic, Terren and his allies did not relent, having exhausted their ranged weapons. They charged toward the nearest foes. Following a series of assaults, only 2 Dothraki remained. Witnessing their comrades fall, these last warriors displayed no intention of retreat or surrender. Their faces contorted in malice as they advanced on Reyn with fierce cries. The outcome was unsurprising. One was swiftly cleaved in 2 by Reyn, while the other succumbed to a poison dart thrown by Alicia, narrowly missing Reyn's visage. With the battle concluded, Terren and his companions hastily scoured the battlefield, tending to the surviving villagers. Approximately an hour later, after Alicia had finished bandaging the last of the wounded, Terren addressed the gathered villagers, proclaiming, "I am Terren Adelaide, the messenger of the Lord, the heir of the old empire, and the founder of the new empire. I promise you that in the future, there shall be no bullying, no oppression, no slaughter, no atrocities. All will unite under one banner, as siblings bound by kinship. I shall topple the decayed regime, and the continent of Essos shall once again find unity. I have rescued you. I do not seek your homage, nor do I require your garments or provisions. What I ask is that you relay my words, spreading the message far and wide. The empire shall rise again. following a fervent and impassioned speech by Terren. The anticipated outpouring of tears and fervent cheers did not manifest. Instead, the villagers displayed strange expressions, teetering on the brink of tears. A profound silence enveloped the village, thick with an air of awkwardness. As Terren exchanged bewildered glances with the villagers, an elderly man finally mustered the courage to speak. "My lord, we are descendants of the Valyrians." Upon hearing this, Terren felt a pang of frustration. In his focus on the task at hand, he had failed to inquire further, unaware of the presence of Valyrians among them. "Are you not still alive?" Terren could not help but ask. He had initially assumed that following the fall of the freehold of Valyria, some had fled to Westeros, while the remaining had been purged by the Giscari. In truth, the majority of the 9 trade federations were indeed Valyrian descendants. Although many perished in the calamities that befell the freehold, those who survived far outnumbered the Giscari. The freehold of Valyria originated from the Valyrian Peninsula, initially a modest nomadic tribe until the discovery of dragons and their nests within the Ring of Fire's 14 volcanic peaks transformed their fate. The Valyrians mastered the art of dragon rearing and taming, wielding these magnificent beasts as instruments of war. There exists a theory that the dragons hailed from the Shadowlands, tamed through magic by the Valyrians. Subsequently, with the prowess of the 40 Dragonlord families, Valyria conquered most of Essos, engaging in war with the ancient and formidable Giscari Empire. Through 5 wars, they eradicated all resistance from the Giscari. The Valyrians breached the capital of Old Guise, laying it to waste and salting the earth with sulfur and skulls, rendering it barren. They absorbed the slave system of the Giscari, controlling the remaining slave cities and continuing their conquests and colonization. It was only later, when Daenerys Targaryen, the unmarried daughter of Aegon Targaryen, dreamt of the destruction of Valyria, that the Targaryen family fled to Dragonstone, leading the remnants to the continent of Westeros in the aftermath of the cataclysm. It is no wonder that the villagers hesitated to speak. In Essos, the mere mention of the empire conjured thoughts of the old Giscari Empire, and any reference to it inevitably brought the freehold of Valyria to mind. These 2 factions are irreconcilable adversaries. The Guise Empire, which nearly unified the continent of Essos, was shattered by the Valyrian freehold. To prevent any remnants of the Giscari from rising again, the Valyrians salted every inch of Guise territory with salt, sulfur, and bones to ensure no survivors could return. Thus, when Tyrion spoke of rebuilding an empire, the villagers instinctively thought of the ancient Guise Empire, which, if it were to rise again, would likely seek retribution against the descendants of the Valyrians. If one were to establish an empire, who could say they would not use the Valyrians as a sacrificial offering? Chapter 19. Heresy. Old man, you truly talk too much. Tyrion, infuriated, would never admit to any fault in his words and was ready to slap the elder. However, before his hand could strike, Sir Reyn intervened. He bore no anger towards Tyrion's impulsive behavior. After observing him for some time, he recognized that Tyrion was merely a petty child who had yet to mature. A few words of counsel calmed Tyrion, who took a deep breath and resolved not to stoop to the elder's level. Understanding Tyrion's concerns, he contemplated for a moment and stated, "I comprehend your worries. Rest assured, the new empire shall not be divided into Giscari, Valyrians, Undulls, or Dothraki. All will unite, regardless of ethnicity or region. Spread the word. Time will validate my words." Having spoken, he hurriedly departed with his companions, not allowing the villagers to voice their questions. There was no time to linger. A Dothraki squad had been utterly annihilated, and it would not remain concealed for long. Eventually, they would be discovered, and given their current capabilities, escaping the wrath of the Dothraki was nearly impossible. Once the villagers saw the group leave, they relaxed and began to chatter. Establishing an empire? This foreigner must be insane. One villager scoffed. Though the people from that barbaric land rarely interact with outsiders, they have seen Tyrion's face before and recognized him. They think he is the fabled ruler of the Dawn Kingdom? Huh, what a madman. I've heard that the emperors from that place are all eunuchs. Is that true? Indeed. I've heard merchants speak of it. It's utterly ridiculous. Tyrion and his companions continued along the Valyrian road, crossing the tributaries of the Reyn River, until they reached the Velvet Hills, where they established their camp deep within the hills. During their retreat, they encountered 2 Dothraki scouting parties, and fortunately, they managed to ambush and eliminate them without suffering any losses. In reality, it was perilous, but with the advantage of the map, they held the upper hand. After enduring 3 skirmishes, the members of the group met the conditions for advancement. Tyrion leveled up twice, while Alyssa advanced once, allocating her attribute points to strength. Most importantly, They secured a modest supply of provisions, sufficient to sustain 34 individuals for 3 days. After a brief respite for everyone, Terren gathered the group together and instructed those who met the promotion criteria, excluding the refugees, to remove their gear and prepare for a new round of advancement. With the presence of female members in the team and an overall improvement in their condition, Terren merely requested his subordinates to remove their weapons, as the undergarments worn by this group were of little value, barely suitable for use as rags. Under the astonished gazes of the refugees, the team members gradually completed their promotions, their equipment transformed anew. First, the Pandar infantry was elevated to the status of Pandar swordsman. Pandar swordsman, health, 77, loyalty, 100, strength, 28, agility, 24, intelligence, 9, charisma, 6, proficiencies, one-handed weapons, 300, two-handed weapons, 300, polearms, 300, archery, 300, crossbows, 300, throwing, 300, horsemanship, 285. With significant increases in attributes, 28 points in strength and 24 points in agility, along with their new armor of full chainmail and two-handed greatswords. They may not hold prominence in Pandar prophecies, yet on the continent of Essos, they represented the pinnacle of cavalry prowess. Next, the entire merchant caravan was promoted to Pandar Reserve Cavalry, with attributes adjusted to Pandar Reserve Cavalry, health, 65, loyalty, 100, strength, 18, agility, 13, intelligence, 9, charisma, 10. Proficiencies, one-handed weapons, 180, two-handed weapons, 180, polearms, 180, archery, 180, crossbows, 180, throwing, 180, horsemanship, 200. While the increase was modest compared to before, their equipment was upgraded to encompass full chainmail, wielding primary weapons of two-handed greatswords, spears, and wooden shields. The previously utilized throwing weapons had not reappeared post-upgrade, but that posed little concern as the originals could easily be retained. Following this, the Prophet worshippers advanced to become new recruits of the Prophet Legion. Prophet Legion new recruits, health, 60, loyalty, 100, strength, 18, agility, 15, intelligence, 6, charisma, 6. Proficiencies, one-handed weapons, 185, two-handed weapons, 185, polearms, 185, archery, 185, crossbows, 185, throwing, 185, horsemanship, 0. Their attributes remained largely unchanged, but their armor was upgraded to more resilient leather, wielding weapons such as two-handed single-edged axes, longbows, arrows, and longswords, thereby enhancing the team's range firepower. Once everyone had completed their promotions, Terren instructed the others to prepare for camping before leading the 13 astounded refugees away toward the distant woods. At this moment, the refugees who witnessed the promotion ceremony were utterly astonished by Terren, their loyalty soaring to an impressive 95 points. The team page indicated that they were eligible for advancement, which would elevate them to the ranks of the Pandemonium Militia. However, Terren had no intention of allowing the 13 to pursue this path of promotion. Instead, he sought to validate a personal hypothesis through them. The act of sacrificial offerings before Sir Reyn was undoubtedly inadvisable, and the potential inclusion of additional heroes alongside the Dark Goddess was a notion fraught with peril. Thus, he resolved to empower the Dark Goddess to become self-sufficient. Under the constraints of the system, the development of any number of individuals would remain his prerogative. As a side note, the heretics Terren cultivated could not communicate with Erida Oxsir, and their only option was to offer sacrifices. Terren led the 13 into the dense forest, embarking on a new round of evangelization. On the first day, the Creator brought forth the heavens and the earth, along with light. On the second day, he fashioned the air amidst the waters that covered the ground. By the third day, the waters of the earth gathered in one place, forming the seas. Once the seas revealed the land, various plants, vegetables, and fruit trees sprang forth from the soil according to their kinds. On the fourth day, he created the sun and the moon in the sky to govern the cycle of day and night on earth. On the fifth day, he brought forth myriad creatures that inhabit the waters, along with winged birds that soared through the air. On the sixth day, after creating all living beings, the Creator fashioned man in his own image. The Creator proclaimed, "Let there be light," and light came into existence. Seeing that the light was good, he separated the light from the darkness, calling the light day and the darkness night. Following the creation of the ages, the Creator fell into a shameful slumber, allowing a false deity to usurp his power, plunging the world into endless warfare. Now, the Creator shall awaken once more. Where there is light, darkness persists. Thus, the master requires emissaries of the night to vanquish the false deity, to punish the avaricious nobles, to spread the faith of the Creator, and to herald his return. The Creator is all things, and he is singular. He embodies light, yet reigns over darkness. Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves, becoming servants of the Master of Night, to seek retribution against the wicked? Having witnessed the miraculous, the 13 were fervently convinced by Terren's words. Upon hearing the query, they knelt in unison, proclaiming, "I am willing to become a servant of the Master, offering all that I am." "Excellent," Terren responded. "From this moment forward, you are the servants of the Master of Night, fearless warriors destined to give everything for the Master. Remember the name by which the Master rules the darkness, Erida Oxer. From now on, you shall be known as heretics." No sooner had Terren spoken than a peculiar, deep laughter echoed in his mind, startling him into focus. Yet, the sound had vanished, replaced by the mechanical voice of the system. Detected a follower of Erida Oxer in the team. Promotion route altered successfully. You are now eligible for advancement to heretic follower. Erida Oxer has heard your prayers, found delight in them, and has rewarded the heretical forces with one promotion. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been conferred. The Dark Knight of Heresy is utterly magnificent, an invincible force. Following the registration of the Golden Dynasty's sovereign, the absurdity unfolds. Chapter 20. After the white humanoid figure vanished amidst the sea of beasts, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The 26 silver thrones stood silently in the sandy expanse, devoid of any movement. What were their intentions? Upon witnessing the recent flash of white lightning and the ethereal figure, Wang Tianyun found himself increasingly perplexed by the current situation. Logically, the monstrous beasts, having gathered in such terrifying numbers, should have long since breached the city walls. Indeed, during this day and night, the overwhelming tide of beasts could have laid siege to several nations, rather than remaining idle outside the city. Armies from all corners of the empire had assembled. On the city walls and within, every defensive measure had been meticulously prepared. Yet, the boundless sea of beasts showed no inclination to act. What were they waiting for? This question echoed in the minds of all soldiers stationed on the walls and within the city. Amidst the sea of beasts, the colossal creature that had previously pierced Wu Zhan's defenses with a single claw was now racing through the throng. On its back, it bore a slender object wrapped in black cloth, the very item Wu Zhan had brought down when he leapt from the wall. The massive bull-headed beast emitted a deep, resonant roar, its broad hooves striking the desert ground and sending up clouds of dust. All the beasts uniformly parted to grant it passage. Its destination was the silver throne closest to the city walls. This throne was adorned with the intricate pattern of a gigantic serpent. Atop the throne sat a massive serpent, its body covered in scales reminiscent of a tortoise shell, coiled in a regal manner. With its gaping maw, filled with countless sharp fangs, it let out an enraged roar towards the approaching beast, as if urging it onward. The serpent's extended tongue took the shape of a human female, wailing in agony. This creature was one of the 3 serpent deities recorded in history, known for nearly decimating the entire ancient mountain empire. On the city walls, Yu Liang quickly noticed the charging beast in the sand and the black object on its back. Though the nature of the item was unknown to him, his instincts as a soldier warned him. This endless sea of beasts awaited precisely this object. The moment it was delivered to the silver throne, the beasts would unleash cataclysmic power upon the city of Tan, obliterating the nation and potentially the entire human realm. With this realization, Yu Liang felt a chill run down his spine. "Everyone retreat," he bellowed as he dashed towards the inner side of the city wall, directing his command at the fully armed troops within. No innocent soul should perish alongside him here. All spirit-level warriors, abandon all military supplies. Retreat at the utmost speed, immediately. The phenomenon known as leg manifestation is a form of spiritual embodiment among the spiritual warriors, wherein a martial artist, upon absorbing spiritual energy to a certain extent, experiences varying degrees of manifestation across different parts of the body. The prominence of leg manifestation warriors arises from their unparalleled swiftness, making them the fastest in terms of speed and the most adept at evasion. This focus on leg manifestation maximizes the chances of successful retreats for a greater number of individuals. Concerning the object shrouded in black cloth, Yu Liang surmised from the inscriptions on the parchment that he could glean some understanding. Should his conjecture prove correct, an immediate withdrawal would be imperative for the soldiers, not out of defeat, but rather necessity. As Yu Liang signaled the retreat from Tan City, a colossal beast from the Beast Sea had already arrived beneath the silver seat. It entrusted a black rod to a waiting Gu eagle. which grasped the rod in its beak and soared towards the pinnacle of the silver seat. At the moment the eagle ascended, the 26 silver statues atop the silver seat unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. The resounding cry filled the air. When Yu Liang turned back, the first sight that met his eyes made it evident that time was of the essence. The first wave of darkness from the beast's seat began to stir. Thousands of elongated creatures resembling wild monkeys, bearing human faces, surged forth from the sandy expanse, slaughtering the students and martial masters amidst the withered vines. They darted toward the city walls at an imperceptible speed. Thousands of gleaming claws, flashing with a metallic sheen, rushed toward the base of the walls. In the sky, countless massive flying beasts folded their wings and began their descent upon Tent City, resembling a black ocean plummeting from above, creating an oppressive atmosphere that stifled breath. All national troops, to the city walls, form ranks to confront the enemy. The General Yang Zong, who had initially urged Yu Liang to retreat, reacted swiftly, issuing orders as soon as he spotted the withered vines in motion. With a thunderous roar, all warriors drew their weapons in unison, forming battle lines and preparing to engage the enemy. Those standing alongside Yu Liang atop the city walls, including the members of the Wang family martial arts school, also unsheathed their weapons. Yet, apart from the headmaster, elders, and a few strong martial brothers, the legs of most students trembled with fear. As spiritual warriors, their duty forbade them from retreating out of cowardice, while the inexperienced students were left in disarray before the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. In the Wang residence, within the chambers of Wang Wei, he addressed the kneeling Su Ping. "You may leave, the young one stays." For the first time, Wang Wei's dark golden eyes focused on the prostrate Su Ping. "I still require your assistance with a few matters." Su Ping, prostrated on the ground, felt the radiance of his white aura dimming, revealing his trembling form due to fear. "Little god Su Ping is at your service." In response to Wang Wei's gesture, the other 5 figures of light vanished with great haste, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. After the 5 cowards fled, Wang Wei closed his eyes, his spirit transcending the physical realm, subtly sensing the situation beyond the city walls. From the moment he regained consciousness, he was acutely aware of the pervasive aura of warfare. Wang Wei furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. It seemed I must take matters into my own hands once more. The brilliance emanating from the young deity, Su Ping, had completely receded, revealing his true form, an elderly man with a grizzled beard, over 50 years of age. Though he bore a visage of vitality, before the youthful Wang Wei, he could only tremble. In the face of such transcendent power, he no longer dared to maintain his disguise. "There's no need, you may withdraw. I will call upon you when necessary," Wang Wei said to Su Ping with a gentle smile, as one would to a well-behaved child. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Ping began to dissipate like steam, vanishing as he had when he disappeared into the sea of beasts. Once Su Ping had vanished, Wang Wei's gaze pierced through the countless walls of the city, focusing on the direction of the city wall. He emitted a sound from his throat, reminiscent of a celestial chime, the ethereal resonance fading gradually. Words give birth. As the sound of the chime lingered, another Wang Wei appeared in the room, identical to the one seated on the bed. Wang Wei regarded his seated self, giving a slight nod before transforming into a dark golden streak of light, gliding through the wall toward the city wall. On the city wall, the troops that had been poised for battle below had ascended. Fire Spirit Slash. Yu Liang drew the flaming blade from his waist, unleashing a series of overlapping fiery strikes upon the withered vines that writhed violently against the wall. The magnitude of this strike far surpassed the one he had executed the previous night when rescuing the Qianzhe team from the withered vines, a scale increased countless times. Yu Liang was a pinnacle spirit body practitioner, his essence embodying fire, and the flaming blade was a weapon with only a slender edge. The previous night, that strike had instantaneously reduced several withered vines to ashes. However, facing these thousands of withered vines, each one stronger than the previous night's adversaries by 100-fold, the effect was far from significant. Fire Spirit Formation. General Yang Zong swiftly commanded. All fire spirit-imbued warriors on the wall formed a unified front, arrows imbued with fire spirit energy readying for launch. In the next moment, tens of thousands of arrows, ablaze with searing flames, were loosed from the city wall toward the flying beasts above. The moment the fiery arrows collided with the beast's wings, they ignited the dark expanse plummeting from the sky, creating a superficial spectacle. Yet, much like the withered vine army on the ground, the descent of that dark mass only experienced a slight deceleration. Golden Spirit Formation. Following the fiery arrows, another contingent of warriors began their aerial assault. These were gold spirit-imbued spirit body warriors. unleashing countless corporeal golden slashes toward the burning mass in the sky. The members of the Wang family martial arts school and various generals followed Yu Liang, launching their own attacks against the forces below the city wall. After a series of relentless assaults from the troops atop the city walls and the valiant generals, the desiccated vines on the ground and the plunging beastly demons in the sky gradually diminished, their pace noticeably slowing. In the heart of the beastly sea, atop the silver statue, the farmer Tian Jia had retrieved the black staff brought by the cursed eagle. With his serpent tail coiling around it, he flung it skyward, causing the layer of black cloth to fall away. What lay beneath was finally revealed, a slender, transparent dagger, seamlessly crafted without a discernible hilt, tapering from a narrow top to a wider base, radiating a golden hue and clarity akin to water, exuding an aura of profound sanctity, starkly contrasting with the black, beastly sea both on the ground and in the sky. Upon the emergence of this sword, the beastly sea stirred, a stark deviation from the earlier limited siege. The obsidian ocean and the vast expanse above began to launch a full-scale assault on the city walls. Chapter 21. The heretical followers of the sheep ascend to heretic worshippers, while the Prophet Legion's recruits evolve into trusted confidants of the Prophet Legion. In an instant, the 13 previously timid refugees transformed into cavalry clad in dark, ominous armor, exuding an aura of death. The 6 heretic worshippers morphed into harbingers of doom, the ultimate combatants of the heretical New Order. Their combat prowess was a matter of experience. 1 arrow, 1 kill, silent and lethal, with no discernible flaws save for their fragile physiques. Heretic worshipper, health, 66 loyalty, 100 strength, 19 agility, 12 intelligence, 10 charisma, 9 one-handed weapon proficiency, 200 two-handed weapon proficiency, 200 polearm proficiency, 200 bow proficiency, 50 crossbow proficiency, 50 throwing proficiency, 50 riding proficiency, 200. Mere moments ago, defenseless civilians had been transformed into battle-hardened elites. This was the unreasonable nature of the system. Setting aside their weaponry, Tyrone had observed that those who had advanced displayed a remarkable enhancement in their combat awareness and skills. Tyrone gazed at the 13 knights before him, unable to contain his expression any longer. The transformation of the heretical followers into heretic worshippers and the elevation of the Prophet Legion's recruits into trusted confidants was astounding. Just moments prior, the 13 timid refugees had become cavalry draped in dark armor, radiating a deathly aura. Heretic worshipper, health, 66 loyalty, 100 strength, 19 agility, 12 intelligence, 10 charisma, 9 one-handed weapon proficiency, 200 two-handed weapon proficiency, 200 polearm proficiency, 200 bow proficiency, 50 crossbow proficiency, 50 throwing proficiency, 50 riding proficiency, 200. The once defenseless civilians had instantaneously morphed into elite warriors. This was the unreasonable aspect of the system, and beyond their weaponry, Tyrone had tested those who had advanced, finding that each individual's combat consciousness had significantly elevated. Tyrone gazed upon the 13 knights before him, unable to suppress his expression. Indeed, this woman, Mad Erida Oxer, was remarkably generous to her followers. The recent ascension of the refugees to heresy validated his beliefs. It was evident that lowly soldiers of the real world could indeed transform into the warriors foretold in the prophecies of Ponde. With the refugees now advanced to heretics, could they perhaps establish a cult of the serpent next? Why had Azdahaka not reached out to him? If he could muster a squad from the illustrious K2 tribe, renowned for their equality under the lance, it would be even more exhilarating. Regaining his composure, Tyrone cleared his throat to capture the attention of the 13, then inquired of the nearest harbinger of doom, "What is your name?" The knight knelt on one knee and replied, "My lord, I am called Mata." "Excellent, Mata. I hereby appoint you as the leader of this squad. Alongside your 5 companions and the 13 before you, I have a mission for you. You shall journey east along the Valeria Avenue, spreading the radiance of our Lord, enticing more souls to join us, and punishing those affluent nobles, merchants, bandits, and thieves who lack compassion. This task will be exceedingly arduous, fraught with the trials of death. Do you possess the confidence to see it through? I shall fulfill this mission at all costs. Then depart at once. When the time is ripe, I shall summon you." "Yes, my lord." With that, the 13 mounted their steeds, bowed to Tyrone, and galloped out of the woods, swiftly disappearing into the night. "My lord, these heretics cannot be trusted. They will inevitably transform this place into a reflection of Ponde." The usually silent Reyn could no longer contain himself. "Trust me, Sir Reyn, they shall not stray beyond control. Moreover, we require allies. The situation here is far more intricate than you perceive. Besides, this land is not significantly better than the Ponde continent. At least there. No one resorts to sheep, is there? Terren rubbed his stiff neck and continued, My lord, actually, there are sheep in Ponde. Reyn hesitated before exclaiming, What? Is that true? You can't be serious. Terren gazed at Reyn in astonishment. Of course not. I am a knight. A noble knight holds a title. Reyn, his face flushed and agitated, retorted, What does that have to do with your sheep? The Lannisters, despite their wealth, are still sheep. Terren scrutinized Reyn, narrowing his eyes as he pressed further, Absolutely not. I swear. Reyn nearly spat in his fervor. All right. I believe you. You have not indulged in sheep. Noticing Reyn's growing impatience, Terren chose to trust him. After all, he was a noble and deserved a measure of respect. Swear upon the honor of the Falcon Knights that we shall believe you are not a perverse, despicable, filthy, hypocritical beast of a knight. Alyssa's sudden voice caught Reyn off guard, causing him to choke on his own words. Cough. You are slandering me. My lord. I demand to duel her, to uphold the honor of knighthood. Reyn seized his weapon, prepared to engage in a deadly confrontation with Alyssa. My lord. Though I am not a knight, I refuse to duel with the likes of sheep. It is utterly repugnant to me, for I am averse to filth. With that, Alyssa sashayed away, her spirits lifted, unperturbed by the prospect of Reyn's potential ambush from behind. My lord, look at that wretch. She has gone too far. Reyn fumed as he sought counsel from Terren. Are you willing to swear an oath on the honor of the Falcon Knights? Terren's interest was piqued once more. Aye, my lord, it is a matter of trust. Reyn opened his mouth several times to speak, then diverted the topic. Very well, I understand. I fundamentally trust you. But do exercise caution. Terren, rising on his toes, patted Reyn's shoulder and offered a few words of comfort before departing. Dizzy, do remind me that our party must not include any living sheep henceforth. Yes, my lord. Reyn muttered, Damn that serpent cult, they truly are nothing but trouble. After all, the continent of Essos was engulfed in perpetual chaos, with the common folks suffering greatly. Such turmoil served as fertile ground for the flourishing of heretical sections. It would not be long before Martha would provide him with a surprise. When compared to the heretics, the serpent cult, despite its wickedness, paled in comparison. One must understand that in the game, the heretical army would attack anyone indiscriminately, regardless of their faction. As long as they were not allies, they were fair game. And they were formidable opponents. For instance, Alyssa, once a priestess of the serpent cult, could be restrained by Reyn, despite his distaste for her. However, should she have been a priestess of the heretics, Reyn would have undoubtedly dispatched her at the first opportunity. No arguments would suffice. The following morning, after being roused by Reyn, Terren quickly washed up and consumed a meager breakfast before deliberating on their next steps. After a series of discussions, Terren and the others resolved to continue eastward to bolster their ranks. The narrative was set to unfold, yet they were still but a handful. They needed to hasten their pace. At that moment, the system issued a new quest, Expansion I, increase personnel to 50. Reward, random. Having previously vanquished a squad of Dothraki, they had seized over 20 warhorses, and with the recent upgrade of their units, they were now adequately equipped with mounts, significantly enhancing their mobility. At this juncture, Terren's party comprised 28 members, excluding Terren, Reyn, and Alyssa, 7 Pander cavalry, 6 Pander swordsmen, and 13 Pander warriors. Once everyone had prepared, they set off eastward, distributing a horse to each infantryman to enhance their operational capacity. After all, this was no mere game. What harm was there in infantry units riding horses? They could always dismount when it came time for battle. 10 days later, Terren and his companions reached the vicinity of the Coer forest. In truth, the Valyrian road between Pantos and Coer City was relatively easy to traverse. At full speed, they could reach their destination in 3 days. However, the region along the Rhone River, from Arno to the Sad Heart, was infested with bandits. Terren and his group lingered there for a full week to replenish their ranks. In just 10 days, Terren elevated his ranks to 185 individuals, an impressive increase of 159. Among these, 150 were villagers rescued from captivity, while the remaining 9 were young bandits who surrendered quickly. During this period, 7 Pinder recruits ascended to the status of Pinder dismounted cavalry. One might wonder, what does dismounted cavalry entail? Does it imply engaging in foot combat after dismounting? Fortunately, reality does not impose such absurd restrictions. Although the horsemanship of the dismounted cavalry did not improve, their armor and weaponry were indistinguishable from that of regular cavalry. Loyalty was more easily fostered after capturing foes. They were subjected to indoctrination, provided with food and shelter, and offered wages. with a display of loyalty prior to their promotion. The average loyalty rating soared above 80 in just a few days. Aside from initial challenges on the first day, the process snowballed, resulting in a swift decline in the notorious banditry that plagued the Lorne River region. The composition of the 159 individuals consists of 59 who advanced to Pinder recruit archers under the guidance of Alicia, 50 who became Pinder recruits, and 50 Pinder reserve cavalry. Furthermore, Terren released more individuals, bestowing upon them a modest sum of money with the expectation that they would disseminate information about the Empire, a necessity given the overwhelming influx of recruits that strained resources. Chapter 22. The clamor. As Lucien escaped from the subway station, he beheld a scene of utter chaos. The once desolate neighborhood, which moments ago appeared deserted, was now swarming with numerous black SUVs and a multitude of uniformed personnel, as if they had suddenly emerged from the earth, armed and heavy-footed, swiftly converging upon the area while erecting roadblocks and brandishing firearms, sealing off every avenue with remarkable efficiency. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of pursuit, capture, and gunfire, which startled him, urging him to act swiftly. He darted into the shadows, climbing over the walls of dilapidated apartments adorned with shattered windows, making a hasty retreat. Fortunately, it seemed no one anticipated an escape via the walls, and his remarkable speed allowed him to evade detection. Lucien, employing both hands and feet, ascended like a nimble spider, covering several hundred meters before finally scaling a towering building. Perched on the edge of the rooftop, he turned to gaze in the direction of the subway station, only to find every street teeming with dark silhouettes. The area, including the CAF and subway station, was completely encircled, leaving him with a sense of trepidation. "Brother, how do you intend to thank me?" came the voice of his sister, who was not far off, crouching with her makeshift teddy bear. Her disheveled hair cascaded around her, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of satisfaction. "Thank you?" With a mind in turmoil, Luxien felt a surge of anger rising within him. He was about to retort, but recalling the recent peril, he softened and said, "Thank you. You are my brother, and I am your sister. What is there to thank you for?" The sister, with a beaming smile, had her hair cascading down, obscuring much of her face, exuding a peculiar charm. Just as Luxien intended to compliment her, she suddenly looked up with an expression of anticipation, saying, "But you still need to get me a toy? Another toy?" Luxien glanced at the teddy bear she was clutching and replied helplessly, "But you already have one, don't you? The bear is quite adorable." She tightened her embrace around the bear and insisted, "But the bear doesn't he talk?" Her voice was tinged with excitement as she elaborated, "I want one that can speak." Luxien nonchalantly responded, "I'll get you one with electronic sounds later." "Electronic sounds aren't fun," she said, her smile taking on a strange twist. "I want one that can scream. The more tragic, the better." "Have you heard of a screaming chicken?" Luxien questioned. The sister, momentarily disheartened, fell silent before suddenly declaring, "I'm not playing with you anymore." "Hey!" Just as Luxien was about to respond, he noticed her springing up like a nimble little cat, leaping from the upper floor. Alarmed, he leaned out to see her land gracefully on a horizontal power line outside, swaying gently in the breeze. She shook her head at him, laughing, "Brother, be careful. Someone has their eyes on you." Luxien felt a twinge of wariness. "Who?" "I won't tell you." She giggled, swiftly climbing along the wire to the opposite side and vanishing through a shattered window. "That girl." Luxien peered down from the tall building, feeling a bit dizzy. "Now that you've gone, how am I supposed to get down?" Maintaining his vigilance, he jumped from this apartment building to the next, then maneuvered down through the dilapidated stairwell, layer by layer. As he approached the ground, he deliberately took extra turns and navigated past leaning utility poles and crumbling structures, finally emerging onto a street several hundred meters away, moving stealthily. He adjusted his attire, hands tucked into his pockets, preparing to blend into the crowd. "Get in. I'll treat you to coffee." Just as he took a step forward, a voice suddenly called out. Luxien was taken aback, spinning around to see a woman leaning against a jeep. She was clad in a casual suit with short hair, her face obscured by oversized, tinted sunglasses. Her slender, athletic frame radiated a wild allure, which made even the high heels she wore seem sharper, and her dark jeep appeared like a metallic beast, fierce and formidable. "Coffee." Luxien was taken aback, immediately recalling his sister's earlier remark about his age, 23, and the fact that he had never been approached by a woman, particularly not one of such striking presence as the one before him. Surely, she would not be drawn to someone of his ilk. Was she perhaps among the crowd that had encircled the subway station? Had she been observing him all along? Inviting him for coffee seemed devoid of malice. Although it was rather unexpected to encounter a woman who would ask him out in such a manner, Lu Xian felt reluctant to decline. Thus, he softly inquired, "Could we perhaps choose something else? I'm not in the mood for coffee." The short-haired woman appeared somewhat surprised by Lu Xian's composure. Yet she seemed accustomed to such individuals. Recalling his earlier predicament, she chuckled, "Very well, let us head to a bar." With that, she effortlessly opened the car door for him. Lu Xian obediently settled into the passenger seat. Despite having infrequent experiences in vehicles throughout his life, he refrained from fidgeting or gazing around, simply sitting quietly, even resisting the urge to sneak a glance at the woman behind the wheel. She, too, did not rush to converse, focusing intently on the road ahead. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, they entered a deserted street where the woman halted the car. She led Lu Xian through a dim underground passageway, arriving at the entrance of a bar adorned with iron railings. The establishment had yet to commence operations. Enveloped in shadows and silence, a bleary-eyed waiter opened the door for them without uttering a word, placing a bottle of liquor and 2 glasses on the table before retreating to resume his slumber. The vast bar now contained only Lu Xian and the woman, an expanse of emptiness around them. "My name is Chen Jing. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, but I must confess that the events you experienced today were orchestrated by me," the short-haired woman stated candidly, placing an official-looking ID before Lu Xian. A glance revealed her affiliation with the main city of Qingqing, holding the esteemed position of a senior officer in the Qingqing Inspection Bureau. Lu Xian couldn't help but gaze at her, as individuals from the main city were beyond the realm of imagination for those from satellite cities. Especially someone of her high rank inviting him for drinks. It was indeed peculiar. Thinking back to the documents the director had inexplicably requested him to deliver, and the strange encounter in the CAF, Lu Xian sensed that something was amiss. Being thrust into such a terrifying situation felt infuriating. However, noticing the bulge of a firearm concealed beneath her clothing, he lowered his head and asked, "Why?" "Allow me to explain," Chen Jing said, opting not to dwell on his question. She uncorked the bottle and poured 2 glasses of liquor. "I am part of a department that deals with exceptional matters, specifically tasked with managing pollution incidents within the walled city." Lu Xian blinked, struggling to grasp the gravity of her words. Chen Jing slid a glass towards him, stating, "You may regard us as the official authority." In that moment, comprehension dawned on Lu Xian. Chen Jing continued, "Following the Red Moon incident, the reorganization of major cities and satellite towns, the management and eradication of the madmen outside the walls, the resistance from the Wild Knights and the spiritual sect, as well as the construction and maintenance of the high walls, are all matters handled by our people. Now, our primary focus is the pollution incidents occurring in the main city and the 5 satellite towns." Abnormal events? Lu Xian lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Indeed, these are bizarre phenomena that transcend ordinary comprehension, much like the situation you encountered in the CAF." Chen Jing nodded, retrieving a document and sliding it across the table to Lu Xian, saying, "You may take a look." Lu Xian glanced at the cover page, which bore the word confidential. As he slowly opened it, he found printed lines of text and numerous data on the first page. Target number, special pollution source level 036, target level, level 1 infection level, low, contact infection rate 90, deep infection rate 70, growth potential, high danger level, low target characteristics. The subject is a level 1 mental monster capable of infecting any life form that comes into close contact. It does not possess the ability to transmit infection from a distance. It can be eradicated using methods that eliminate the parasitic entity of the mental monster. The parasite remains within the realm of normalcy and can be harmed by physical attacks. Current observations indicate that the source of infection does not exhibit higher intelligence and merely repeats the actions it performed prior to infection, engaging in simple communication. Special cleaning measures. None. As Lu Xian examined the document, Chen Jing slowly lit a cigarette. She began to speak. "The Red Moon incident has transformed over 70% of the world's population into madmen. We, the survivors, can only reside within the protective confines of the high-walled main cities and satellite towns. Yet, even among those who have survived, not all are truly normal. Many have also undergone mental aberrations, which can affect those around them. We refer to such occurrences as pollution." Pollution? Lu Xian, hearing this once familiar yet suddenly alien term, looked up. Following the Red Moon incident, the collapse of civilization and the breakdown of order led to the destruction of numerous chemical plants, power stations, and more. The leakage of waste has left many traces of pollution in the world, particularly outside the high walls. Even after 30 years, many areas have shown no improvement. The residents of the walled city are certainly no strangers to pollution, yet the type of pollution this woman speaks of seems distinctly different. Indeed, it is pollution, Chun Jing affirmed, reiterating. Much like conventional pollution sources, it radiates outward, affecting those nearby and causing them to exhibit similar symptoms, akin to a plague. However, this pollution is more mysterious and terrifying. The CAF you entered today is one such instance. Before today, it had already contaminated 52 individuals. If Lu Xin was somewhat startled by this figure, striving to digest Chun Jing's words. He gestured with his hands. What happens if one becomes contaminated? They will fall ill. Chun Jing's response was exceedingly simple, almost mechanical, as if she had articulated it countless times before. Ordinary pollution can lead to physical ailments, whereas mental pollution can be detrimental to one's psyche. The consequences of such maladies vary. Some may plunge individuals into profound depression, compelling them to resort to suicide, while others may drive them to irrationality, resulting in violent outbursts against those around them. Additionally, some may lose the ability to communicate with their surroundings, and others may be plagued by intense urges to inflict harm upon themselves. In essence, sources of pollution can give rise to transmissible mental disorders. Chapter 23. Coer. During the 10 days of suppressing banditry, Terren not only bolstered his ranks significantly, but also seized a substantial amount of resources and gold coins. The currencies of the 9 free trade city-states differ from one another. The coins Terren captured came in various designs, the majority being gold coins issued by Coer, characterized by a triangular shape and adorned with the emblem of Coer's black goat. In total, he amassed approximately 800 gold coins, a considerable sum, along with a wealth of animal pelts, jewelry, and other valuables. Having earned a significant fortune, Terren's first course of action was to gather all his men and distribute 3 months' wages to each. He then instructed them to form 3 teams and enter the city to rest adequately. After all, one cannot expect the horse to run while denying its sustenance. Engaging in such perilous business necessitates allowing his subordinates a well-deserved respite. Moreover, Terren had never been one to skimp on his own people, especially when they were wholeheartedly loyal to him. Money was inconsequential, as it could always be earned anew. Terren, Eliza, and Reyn each led a team of about 50 individuals, with Terren at the forefront, accompanied by Dizzy and others, as they made their way into the city of Coer. Shortly, they arrived at the city's entrance, where they were greeted by a row of unsullied guards standing sentinel. The Unsullied Legion is perhaps the most renowned army under the Dragon Queen, commanded by Grey Worm, known for their invincibility in battle, serving as the backbone of her forces. The Unsullied, armed with spears, stood rigid and motionless, with only the braids on their spears swaying in the breeze. The braids on the Unsullied spears have an interesting origin. Over 400 years ago, during the War of the Usurper, the Dothraki first appeared on horseback from the east. A contingent led by Temokeo advanced towards Coer, pillaging and burning along the way. At that time, the people of Coer reinforced their walls, doubled their number of soldiers, and hired 2 mercenary groups, the Bright Banner and the Sons of the Harpy, while additionally procuring 3,000 Unsullied. Initially, Coer's cavalry engaged the enemy, only to suffer a devastating defeat, prompting the mercenaries to flee. Fortunately, the Unsullied arrived just in time, holding their ground beneath the city walls and ultimately repelling the Dothraki, thus sparing Coer from devastation. Remarkably, just 3,000 Unsullied withstood the assault of over 50,000 elite Dothraki soldiers, with the Unsullied remaining at approximately 600, while the Dothraki were left with over 8,000. The last surviving Dothraki severed their braids and cast them before the Unsullied, subsequently retreating. The braids on the spears thus became a symbol of the valor of the Unsullied Legion. Moreover, the tactics of the Unsullied mirrored those of the ancient Carthian legions, albeit with the free men transformed into slaves. Additionally, the new Carthian cavalry was also established in imitation of the ancient Carthian Empire. It is indeed lamentable that the Carthian Empire, which was on the brink of unifying the continent of Essos, was thwarted by the Valyrian freehold, leading to its downfall. Speaking of the Unsullied's training methods, they are both brutal and perplexing. Initially, young male slaves who exhibit swiftness and strength are selected for training as Unsullied. The training process is exceedingly harsh, focusing not only on combat skills, but, more crucially, on the erasure of their individuality, emotions, and sense of self. The slaves undergo complete emasculation, their masculinity reduced to ashes upon the altar of the spear woman. They are regularly administered a brew known as the wine of courage to dull their pain. Indeed, intoxication serves to numb their suffering. Each day, the slaves draw lots from a barrel to determine their names, each tag bearing 2 words, one signifying a color and the other an insect, such as Grey Worm. The regimen encompasses various weaponry training, along with endurance running, night climbing, and traversing burning coals. Failure in any of these trials results in death. Ultimately, only a third of the slaves endure to become unsullied. The training contains an inexplicable ritual. On the day a boy is emasculated, he is given a puppy to rear. At the culmination of the first year of training, he must strangle the puppy. Failure to do so results in execution, with the corpse serving as fodder for the dogs. To earn the unsullied spiked helm, they must don silver masks and purchase a newborn at the slave market, slaying the infant before its mother, and compensating the child's owner for the loss, an act intended to obliterate humanity and sever the bond between the unsullied and other slaves through hatred. The unsullied's attire is devoid of embellishments, consisting solely of a tailored jerkin, a short sword, 3 spears, a shield, and the spiked helm. The number of spikes on the helm signifies the wearer's rank. 1 spike denotes a common soldier, while 3 spikes indicate a high-ranking officer. The unsullied adhere to their own beliefs and goddess, keeping her true name a secret. Outsiders refer to her as the spear woman, the bride of war, and the mistress of armies. The guard Tyrion, upon entering the city of Coer, perceived them as mere 1-spike soldiers, yet his gaze lingered on the unsullied, his face betraying a longing for what they represented. In Tyrion's perspective, the most cost-effective infantry unit in the game of power is indeed the unsullied, capable of both offense and defense, while remaining steadfastly loyal. In the original text, it was the unsullied who executed the good master at the behest of Daenerys after he relinquished his authority to her. However, a slight imperfection lies in the fact that the unsullied lack cavalry. They excel in siege and defense, but face significant restrictions in mobility. Nevertheless, as long as immediate combat is not imminent, and with a modicum of training, they should be able to manage horseback movement. Upon entering the city of Coer, Tyrion's first impression was one of prosperity. In stark contrast to White Harbor, Coer was bustling with merchants engaged in trade, and every street was lined with shops where slaves eagerly beckoned customers, evoking in Tyrion a sense of being at a market on earth. Most of those leisurely strolling the streets were clad in fine garments. Merchants, nobles, and slave owners. Only a handful of slaves were seen, either wearing collars beside their masters or hastily passing by with bowed heads. Accompanied by his companions, Tyrion first sought out an inn for lodging. After securing their rooms, he instructed half of his party to remain at the inn while the others, led by Hyman, were tasked with finding a place to sell their acquired goods. He himself set out with Daisy and a few others to locate the slave market. Mad, Obese, I have come for you. Do not perish on me. Obese was the slave master who had acquired him after his capture by the Dothraki and subsequent sale in Coer. Tyrion and his entourage circled the entire slave market, inquiring about Obese's whereabouts until they finally arrived at their destination. The area for selling slaves was situated at the southernmost part of the market, a vast square where slaves were confined in cages, shackled like livestock. Only when the slave masters introduced them would the slaves shift their bodies to showcase their strength. As property of their masters, slaves possessed no dignity. Their lives and deaths were at the mercy of their owners. Chapter 27. Obese within the slave square. Various types of slaves were on sale, primarily consisting of common Andalusians, Giscari, and Lazarene, even including some from Westeros. Tyrion noticed that there appeared to be only one slave master selling unsullied, and he made his way directly to that location. Good day, my lord. Welcome to your presence. A slave greeted him, hastening to bow before Tyrion even before he approached. Tyrion nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued forward with the slave. Upon reaching the stall, the proprietor's eyes brightened at the sight of Tyrion, and he greeted him with a beaming smile. Greetings, esteemed guest. The man spoke in a rudimentary Valyrian. Adorned in fine attire with an array of jewelry, his earrings intricately carved with the image of a harpy. Tyrion recognized him instantly, Obese. To his surprise, after several years apart, Obese had expanded his business to the extent of being able to sell unsullied. The slave masters of Essos were countless, yet only a select few possessed the capability to train unsullied. To acquire them from such individuals signified that the counterpart had become a personage of considerable importance within this city. I am preparing to acquire a contingent of loyal servants to serve under me, stated Terren, who, after a formal bow, addressed the matter directly. His gaze fixed intensely upon the other party's eyes. Esteemed guest, I can fulfill all your desires here, whether you seek docile Lazalan male attendants, fiery Andan maids, or the most rigorously trained of the pure ones. I possess them all, Obese enthusiastically introduced, ever eager to cater to esteemed clientele. Tyrion, having ascertained that the other party did not recognize him, declared, I am prepared to purchase a batch of pure ones. Upon hearing this, Obese's smile broadened. as he gestured for Terren and his companions to follow him deeper into the premises. Obi's delight stemmed from the fact that pure ones were never sold individually. The minimum purchase unit was 100. This regulation arose from earlier instances where individually sold pure ones mingled among commoners, gradually losing their distinctiveness. Consequently, the slave masters of Estebo mandated that pure ones be sold in units of at least 100 or 1,000, assigning them to corresponding low-ranking officers, ensuring their combat effectiveness by keeping them organized in units. Given the stringent training each pure one undergoes, they come at a considerable price. Before long, Terren found himself led by the slave master to a secluded area of the plaza, where rows of pure ones stood in perfect formation. After a cursory count, excluding the surrounding guards, Terren estimated there to be over 300. The pure ones, with one hand behind their backs and the other grasping a spear, stood erect like statues, remaining completely unaffected by the arrival of Terren and the slave master. Esteemed guest, behold Estebo's proudest slaves, the pure ones. Each has undergone the most rigorous training, representing the finest warriors. They can safeguard your possessions and life under any circumstances, and you need not worry about their loyalty. Once they have been emasculated, they behave like docile lambs towards their masters, offering no resistance regardless of how they are treated, Ob's elaborated, signaling for one of the pure ones to step forward. The nearest pure one warrior advanced a few steps, kneeling before Terren and his companions. "Kneel, wretched slave." The slave master barked, and without hesitation, the pure one warrior complied. Yet, the humiliation did not end there. The slave master kicked him to the ground and gestured to the guards. 2 guards approached, mercilessly assaulting the pure one warrior, striking him repeatedly with the butt of their spears, sending him crashing to the ground time and again. Despite the brutal beatings, even when on the verge of collapse, the pure one warrior displayed an impassive demeanor, struggling to rise each time. Just as it seemed the final pure one would be beaten to death, Terren hastily intervened. "Esteemed guest, what do you think? They have been conditioned from a young age to serve as slaves, never resisting their masters. Acquiring them would undoubtedly be the most advantageous business transaction." Ob's gently waved his hand, instructing his men to bring the Unsullied aside, while he continued to promote to Tyrion. Tyrion observed that although the Unsullied appeared indifferent to their comrade being nearly beaten to death, the slight increase in their collective breathing revealed that these so-called emotionless warriors were not devoid of feelings. In the narrative, after the slave master of Astapor sold all the Unsullied to Daenerys Targaryen, she immediately commanded them to slay all the slave masters and benevolent lords. While the transfer of military power played a role, it was clear from that moment that the Unsullied harbored a deep-seated hatred for their former masters. Later, when the Mother of Dragons restored the Unsullied's freedom, they pledged their loyalty to her out of gratitude, further proving their capacity for emotion. As long as there are feelings, matters can be managed. Tyrion turned to the still chatting Ob's, wishing he could end him right then and there, but he had to wait. After purchasing the Unsullied, he still needed to curry favor with him. Subsequently, Tyrion navigated through the ranks of the Unsullied, observing them for a while, growing increasingly satisfied. He then spoke to Ob's. "I am aware of the valor of the Unsullied Legion of Astapor, but I have yet to witness it firsthand. May I have the honor?" "Of course, esteemed guest," the slave master readily agreed, then commanded a few words in Valyrian. 2 Unsullied emerged from the ranks, standing opposite one another in an aggressive stance. It is worth mentioning that on the continent of Essos, there are essentially 3 languages: the nearly forgotten Old Giscari, Low Valyrian, and High Valyrian, along with Dothraki. The most prevalent is Low Valyrian, likely due to the ancient Valyrian freehold's defeat of the Old Giscari, leading to its widespread use. High Valyrian is essentially the ancient tongue. For the sake of simplicity, I shall refer to them all in English. As the 2 faced off, ready to engage, Tyrion quickly intervened. "A jest. Considering the nature of this place where slaves are treated as mere commodities, should a fight ensue, it would likely result in fatalities. And the other Unsullied would certainly harbor resentment towards us." Tyrion explained to Ob's, "My men wish to spar with the Unsullied." Ob's, indifferent to the suggestion, commanded a few more words in Valyrian, prompting one Unsullied to step back into the ranks, leaving one standing before Tyrion and his companions. A knight of the Pendamar stepped forward, volunteering to duel the Unsullied. The 2 stripped away their extraneous gear, retaining only their armor and weapons. The knight was now the most formidable unit in Tyrion's cohort, second only to Reyn, boasting a strength of 28, agility of 24, and a weapon proficiency of 300. While he might only rank in the second tier on the Penn continent, in the realm of Westeros, he represented elite infantry. In stark contrast to the fully armored Pindamar knight, the Unsullied's equipment was considerably lighter, consisting solely of their iron armor, short swords, and shields. Chapter 24. Revenge. The two adversaries faced each other for a brief moment before the purist launched the first assault, advancing towards the knight on horseback with a shield in one hand. Naturally, the knight refused to yield, stepping forward with both hands gripping his sword, delivering a fierce downward strike aimed directly at the purist. The blow forced the purist back by 2 steps, yet the knight, relentless in his pursuit, pressed forward with another strike. The knight's strength was unexpectedly formidable. After feeling the brunt of the attack, the purist swiftly adapted his strategy, tilting his shield slightly to absorb part of the force while defending against the onslaught. Indeed, this tactical shift yielded immediate results. The knight's attacks proved ineffective against the shield's defense, allowing the purist to close the distance and engage in close combat. Utilizing his short sword, the purist gained the upper hand in close quarters, leaving several marks on the knight's armor within mere exchanges. As the battle intensified, the knight leveraged his superior strength, seizing an opportunity during another bout of grappling to hurl his weapon aside and tackle the purist to the ground. Once down, the purist discarded his weapon as well, grappling fiercely with the knight. Ultimately, it was the knight's greater strength that allowed him to subdue the purist beneath him. Witnessing the conclusion of the skirmish, Terren promptly called for a halt, feeling immensely satisfied with the purist's combat prowess. After the fight, the knight was the first to rise, extending a hand to assist the purist to his feet. The purist, momentarily taken aback by the outstretched hand, eventually grasped it and rose with the knight's support. "You worthless fool, get back at once," Obes scolded disdainfully upon witnessing the purist's defeat. "I have witnessed the purist's martial skills, and indeed, as the rumors suggested, they are valiant warriors. Had it not been for my advantage in equipment, the outcome could have been uncertain. I am quite satisfied with them. I believe we should discuss the matter of pricing," Terren proposed to Obes. "Of course, esteemed guest. Let us converse," Obes replied, his demeanor shifting to one of respect upon hearing the prospect of a deal, leading Terren aside. 15 gold coins for each purist, a fair price. What do you say, my guest? 5 coins per person? 15 coins is exorbitant, Terren countered. 5 coins. That is impossible. Each individual's equipment alone is worth more. I have no need for equipment. 6 coins per person. What do you say? Unthinkable. At the very least, 14 coins. They are the finest slaves, meticulously trained. 7. That is the highest I can offer, considering my men have already bested them. 13. After much haggling, they finally settled on a price of 10 gold coins per purist, excluding equipment, but Obes would additionally provide a selection of the elderly, infirm, and ordinary slaves captured. As the moment to settle the payment arrived, Obes, noticing the other party's lack of intent to pay, glared menacingly through his squinted eyes, a consequence of his corpulence. "I must confess, I currently possess only 1,000 gold coins," Tyrion remarked with a languid air. "How unfortunate. You can only take 100 of the Unsullied," Obes feigned regret, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "However, I wish to take them all," Tyrion replied, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. "This is Coer, not the lands of the free, sir. You must consider your options carefully," Obes retorted with a more radiant smile, gesturing for the Unsullied to raise their spears at the command of his servants. 3% interest, Tyrion interjected, raising 3 fingers towards his counterpart. "Sir, we do not engage in the business of lending," Obes countered. "4%. You have no collateral," Tyrion pressed on. "In the 9 trading city-states, is there anyone foolish enough to incur your debts? After all, the reputation of Coer slave catchers is known to every Asocian." Tyrion continued to raise the stakes. "Yet, there are always reckless mice who dare to seek fortune without labor," Obes replied with a playful demeanor. 5% interest, borrow 1,000 gold coins. Repay 1,500 within a month. I require someone for a grand endeavor. Obes hesitated. A profit of 500 gold coins in a month was indeed a lucrative proposition. High returns are invariably accompanied by risks, are they not? Tyrion's final remark was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Agreed. After a firm handshake, a servant presented a prepared piece of parchment. Once Tyrion signed the agreement, Obes contemplated the name inscribed. Tyrion Hubbard? That is not a name of the free lands. I was raised in Westeros. Oh, an individual from the free lands of Westeros is indeed a rarity. Tyrion forced a smile, but remained silent. He yearned to eliminate his adversary, but knew the moment was not yet ripe. Coer was guarded by an army of at least 3,000 Unsullied along with a mercenary company. Fortunately, after the transaction was concluded, no further complications arose. Thus, Tyrion acquired 200 Unsullied, along with 59 others deemed unfit due to age or illness, and 100 lazarine. The total expenditure was 2,000 gold coins. And after selling off some acquired supplies, his once plump purse quickly deflated, leaving him with less than 20 gold coins. Upon returning to the tavern, Tyrion instructed Daisy to lead 100 lazarine and the 59 unfit unsullied out of the city first, for he intended to play a grand game today. He then arranged for Sir Reyn to guard the city gates with the 200 unsullied, ensuring that the gates would not close and cut off their escape. He himself returned to the slave market with Alyssa and 173 others. "Oh, an individual from the free lands of Westeros. What brings you back?" Obis greeted Tyrion with a smile upon his return. Swiftly, Alyssa raised her hand and shot 2 poison darts, striking down the guards following Obis. The 2 guards clutched their throats and collapsed. As others simultaneously launched indiscriminate assaults on the nearby guards, they liberated the surrounding cages. "I have indeed come to repay you, my dear Mr. Obis, for the enduring lessons of the past 2.5 years, which remain etched in my memory." Tyrone could no longer suppress his fury. His face contorted as he uttered each word with venom. "You, it is you, Fansu, damned little rabbit." The moment Obis laid eyes on Tyrone, a sense of familiarity washed over him, but after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it. How could the frail slave of your possibly rise to become a member of the elite, protected by a knightly retinue? Cut out his tongue. With a serpentine dagger, Alyssa plunged it into Obis's gaping mouth, twisting the blade with force, severing half his tongue which fell to the ground amidst a spatter of blood. "Remove his eyes." The dagger followed suit, gouging out Obis's eyes at Alyssa's command. "Sever his tendons, both in hands and feet." Tyrone, as he uttered these cruel commands, poured himself a drink from a nearby table. With a bloodthirsty smile, Alyssa executed Tyrone's orders. Cut off his manhood. She pinned Obis, who writhed and howled on the ground. And with a flick of her wrist, something obscured fell to the floor. Finally, pierce his eardrums. As the membranes ruptured, Obis plunged into a suffocating darkness. Rendered unable to see, hear, or speak, left only with an agonizing body and boundless terror. The sensation of vengeance was exquisite, utterly delightful. Tyrone, with flushed cheeks, downed his goblet of wine and murmured obsessively, "My lord, I am beginning to take a liking to you." Alyssa gazed at Tyrone, who remained composed amidst the chaos, savoring his wine. His handsome visage, graceful demeanor, and especially his lips stained red with wine, compelled her to kiss him impulsively. Tyrone, still immersed in the ecstasy of revenge, felt the soft press of her lips, and in that moment of surprise, his eyes widened. 50. Pay up first." Taking advantage of the turmoil, and with the support of Sir Reyn, Tyrone and his companions successfully escaped the city. Once in the wilderness, bolstered by a systematic map, they navigated with ease, evading their pursuers multiple times, and by nightfall, they finally evaded the coerced hunters by cleverly utilizing the terrain. The attributes of the Unblemished Legion are as follows: Unblemished, Health, 52 Loyalty, 80, Promotion Conditions Not Met, Strength, 20 Agility, 26 Intelligence, 11 Charisma, 6 One-Handed Weapon Proficiency, 280 Two-Handed Weapon Proficiency, 180 Polearm Proficiency, 280 Bow Proficiency, 0 Crossbow Proficiency, 50 Throwing Proficiency, 200 Riding Proficiency, 0. With an initial loyalty score of 80, this is already a remarkably high figure. Moreover, in terms of attributes, the starting strength is 22, agility reaches an impressive 26, and the proficiency in one-handed and polearm weapons is nearly 300 points, making him elite by any standard. Unfortunately, the system indicates that the promotion conditions are not satisfied, which will require Terren to explore further in the future. A week ago, far away in the western continent of Westeros, beyond the wall in the north, the cold winds howled at the night's watch. A few brothers patrolling the woods stumbled upon a wildling tribe slain by an unknown creature. "Since the wildlings are all dead, we should return," urged a ranger named Gary, as the shadows of the forest grew darker around them. "Are you frightened by the dead?" teased another brother of the night's watch. Gary, undeterred by the jest, bore witness to too much tragedy over his 50 years to be concerned about such mockery, especially from a noble scion. Nonetheless, the eerie silence of the woods instilled a sense of unease within him. "They are dead. Why should we pursue the cause of their demise?" Gary lamented, gazing upon the 8 wildlings strewn across the ground, their weapons scattered nearby. A companion named Will examined the scene and remarked that they had been killed by something. Yet curiously, there were no signs of a struggle, and the blood was almost non-existent. Each wildling bore no visible wounds. "We should hurry back. The journey ahead is long, and it will take several days. Not to mention the encroaching darkness, Gary urged once more. When has it not been this way? Are you afraid of the dark, Gary? Chuckled the nobleman Waymar. At that moment, Gary pressed his lips together, suppressing his rising anger. After all, he had served as a night's watchman for over 40 years, not to amuse others. His feelings were not solely of anger, but were intertwined with an unsettling apprehension, as he sensed something lurking within the woods. Having patrolled this forest countless times over his long service, he had never felt as disoriented, even fearful, as he did today. The weather is turning ominous. I suspect a heavy snowfall is imminent. We are ill-equipped for such a storm, and if it snows, we will find ourselves in considerable trouble. At this moment, Vale sensed that something was amiss and hastily began to counsel, while Mormon had instructed us to track the movements of the wildlings, which we complied with. Now that they have perished, we need not worry about their disturbances. Moreover, the weather is unfavorable. A light snowfall is manageable, but a blizzard would be disastrous. Gary continued to implore earnestly. The young nobleman, finally somewhat swayed yet still reluctant, inquired, Gary, what do you believe killed them? Their demise is rather peculiar. It is this damned weather, Gary stated resolutely. Last harsh winter, I witnessed a man freeze to death before my very eyes, and even before that, countless others succumbed. The most perilous aspect of a severe winter is the biting cold. It stealthily ensnares you, and in but a moment, you yearn for a brief slumber, ultimately passing away without awareness, much like drowning in warm milk, serene and tranquil. I must admit, your words possess a certain poetic charm. I had not anticipated your talent in this regard, Sir Wymer remarked. My lord, that is due to my personal experience with the ferocity of the cold, Gary replied, pulling back his hood to reveal the remnants of his frostbitten ears. Both ears, 3 toes, and the little finger of his left hand were lost. Yet, I consider myself fortunate. My elder brother perished while standing guard, and when they found him, a smile still graced his face. At this point, Gary paused, seemingly reminiscing about his deceased brother. Sir Wymer, however, dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, Then you ought to wear more layers, Gary. Gary shot a furious glare at the young nobleman, speechless with indignation, thinking to himself, were it not for your noble status, I would gladly teach you a lesson. Just wait until the bitter cold arrives, and we shall see how many layers you can don. Vale, did you stand guard last week? Sir Wymer turned to inquire. Indeed, my lord, Vale thought to himself, pondering what exactly he was getting at. What is the state of the wall? It is weeping. Vale blurted out, and in an instant, he understood that if the wall were dripping, it signified that the weather had not yet turned cold enough to freeze anyone to death. Sir Wymer nodded in satisfaction, stating, Clever, this week only a light frost has formed. Although there has been occasional snowfall, it certainly would not suffice to freeze 8 individuals to death, especially as they were all clad in warm furs. There remains a considerable amount of firewood unburned. Death by freezing is entirely improbable. They must have been slain by some creature. With a confident grin, Sir Wymer approached the body of a male wildling, preparing to examine the wounds. Could it not be that they succumbed to illness? Vale contended. Fool. How could 8 individuals fall victim to illness simultaneously? What if it were a plague? No sooner had he spoken than Sir Wymer's actions froze, contemplating. Indeed, that holds a semblance of reason, does it not? Distracted by will, Sir Wymer lost his inclination for the autopsy. With a scowl, he rose to his feet, leveraging his superior rank to insist that a few of them ventured deep into the forest in search of clues. Will took the lead, carefully navigating through the low shrubs atop his shaggy horse. A light snowfall from the previous night had left the forest floor littered with puddles of mud, where one could easily slip. Sir Wymer followed closely behind, mounted on a tall and robust steed, which impatiently snorted in response to the slow pace. Gary, bringing up the rear, muttered his complaints. It was wholly inappropriate to patrol the woods on such a warhorse. You stubborn fool never listens, he spat. Serves you right. As dusk deepened, the sky transformed into shades of bruised blue and deep violet, ultimately succumbing to the cloak of night. A fortunate sliver of moonlight barely illuminated the path ahead. Can we move any faster, Will? Sir Wymer impatiently inquired. Will, hindered by the bulk of Sir Wymer's steed, was compelled to slow his pace, a flicker of irritation igniting within him as he retorted, If your horse lacks the stamina, then perhaps you should ride ahead. Sir Wymer, aware that his warhorse could not maneuver well in the dense forest, merely snorted in response and fell silent. At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed through the thicket. Will suddenly felt an ominous presence watching him. His hair stood on end, and he froze in place. Why have you stopped? Sir Wymer asked. Meanwhile, Gary, lagging at the back, murmured, Something feels off here. The young nobleman scoffed at Gary's words, dismissively chuckling. Do you not sense it? Listen carefully to the sounds in the shadows, Gary urged, disregarding hierarchy in his urgency. It's merely the wind or a wolf's howl. Gary, what could possibly frighten you so? Sir Wymer mocked. Ignoring the jeers, Gary dismounted, drawing his dagger in a defensive stance. Will followed suit, unsheathing his own blade as he peered into the dark expanse. Sir Wymer, with a light chuckle, dismounted as well, tethering his warhorse to a tree before drawing his longsword. This exquisite weapon, crafted by the finest artisans in the city, boasted a gem-encrusted hilt that shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the moonlight in dazzling glimmers. My lord, the dense foliage renders the longsword impractical for combat. A dagger would serve us better, Will cautioned. Sir Wymer, indifferent, proceeded with his own plans. Will, you take watch while I prepare a fire, Gary instructed. Hey, old man, your foolishness knows no bounds. If there are enemies lurking in this forest, lighting a fire will reveal our position. But the fire might scare off some creatures. Gary countered. What creatures? Old man, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Arctic wolves, bears, and other many things. Gary hesitated, adding, I cannot be sure. Hear me. I am in command here. You are merely an old fool. Sir Wymer spoke decisively. Will observe that although Gary remained silent, the intensity of his glare directed at the young nobleman was ferocious. The last time Will had witnessed such a look from Gary was during their encounter with the wildlings last year. An air of tension enveloped Will, for he feared that Gary might succumb to the urge to harm this aristocratic youth. He was acutely aware of Gary's proficiency in the art of killing, honed over 4 decades as a night watchman. Ultimately, Gary relented, uttering, then let it be. At that moment, Will's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white shadow behind them. He turned abruptly, only to find it had vanished. Will opened his mouth, poised to alert the others, but hesitated, questioning whether he had indeed imagined it. Perhaps it was merely the moonlight reflecting off the snow. Sir Wymer noticed Will's movement and inquired, What do you see? Will, have you made a discovery? As he spoke, he approached the direction Will had been gazing, yet found nothing amiss. Strangely, the temperature around them seemed to plummet by more than 10 degrees, piercing the 3 men with a biting chill. Instantly alert, they sensed something was amiss. What did you see, Will? Why has the temperature dropped so suddenly? Sir Wymer bellowed, gripping his great sword tightly. Suddenly, Gary and Will beheld a white figure darting from the shadowy woods, standing behind Sir Wymer. It was tall, its entire form a ghastly shade of white, reminiscent of desiccated bones. Its armor appeared as if fused to its body, shifting colors with each movement. The Night King, hailing from House Stark and also known as Bran, was the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and a fearless warrior. He fell in love with a woman whose skin was as pale as the moon, with eyes resembling blue stars and a coldness akin to ice. These descriptions bore similarities to whites. However, the distinctions between whites and others raise questions about whether the Night King's queen was indeed an other, a white, or some other entity, a matter that remains uncertain. The hallmark of whites includes blue eyes and icy body temperatures, alongside blackened bruises on their hands, whereas the Night King's queen exhibited none of these traits. After bringing her back to Castle Black, he proclaimed himself the Night King and crowned her as his queen, ruling over the Night's Watch for 13 years. Eventually, he was defeated by his own brothers, Bran the North King and Jormund the King Beyond the Wall. Following his demise, it was revealed that he had offered sacrifices to the others, leading to the obliteration of all records concerning the Night King, rendering his name a taboo. Chapter 26. Just take another bite, darling. No more, Xia Yunxi, I cannot eat any longer. Jingxi protested vigorously, pushing against the man with both hands. Xia Yunxi furrowed her brow. Ordinarily, Jingxi could consume a considerable amount of the shredded chicken and bamboo shoot porridge. Now, as the snow melted and life began to stir anew, with late April approaching, Jingxi's lack of appetite due to digestive discomfort caused Xia Yunxi great concern. She had not even touched the pigeon soup that morning. The moment I catch a whiff of that scent, it feels rather greasy, and I simply cannot swallow it. Xia, your digestive system seems troubled. You have not been eating much lately, and as the weather transitions from the lingering chill to warmth, your appetite has dwindled even further. What could be the reason? Are you feeling unwell? Xia Yunxi felt a bead of sweat form in her palm, deeply concerned about the situation, and instinctively squeezed the little hands that remained still in her embrace. Pain, Jingxi gently recoiled. The man rose, releasing his hold, but reaching out to caress her cherubic face. You've grown chubby, despite your meager intake. I hope there is nothing amiss. Otherwise, we shall have to summon the imperial physician. Forget it. I merely overindulged a few days ago, and you went to great lengths to summon Physician Wang. And that time I merely stumbled, and you frightened him so. Now, The mere mention of the Duke of Duan's summons sends him scurrying to hide. Please, let us not alarm him again. Jingxi recalled how physician Wang had been dragged from his slumber by Huang Quan, dressed only in his undergarments, almost catching a chill within the Duke's residence. Guilt washed over her. She dared not allow this dear one to send for help again. It was hardly a polite request, but rather a compulsion. Although the reputation of the Duke of Duan remained untarnished in the capital, as his stature was immense, there were always those who would embellish tales, possibly inciting the emperor's ire, which would be most undesirable. Xia Yunxi understood that the girl was considering her well-being, and warmth surged within her heart. Very well, sire. Given the recent turmoil instigated by Li Yi at the borders, I fear there may be a call to arms. Most young generals in the court lack experience. I cannot predict when I shall return. Remember, sire, your safety must always be your foremost priority. I fear that once I depart, some in the capital may become restless. When will you leave? Jingxi paused, momentarily taken aback. No woman desires to be without her husband by her side, yet she had not married an ordinary man. Xia Yunxi held a high position of power, her words carrying great weight in the capital, making her the foremost among the nobility. Such prestige and the reputation of the household were not easily earned. With honor came the obligation of sacrifice for the nation. Moreover, the unrest in the Li Kingdom was, in truth, a consequence of her own actions, merely concealed within the walls of the capital. The magnitude of this crisis meant that if he did not address it personally, the repercussions could be dire. Midnight. Jingxi frowned slightly. While she had heard of many preparing for war, the urgency of the moment suggested she might not have time to ready herself, adding to her feelings of guilt. Xia Yunxi, attuned to her distress, adjusted her posture and spoke deliberately. Dear Sierra, I shall return swiftly, aiming to be back by your side as soon as possible. Do not fear. There is no need for you to prepare anything. Just wait patiently for my return at home. A large hand gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. As nearly 2 months had passed since the ordeal, everything appearing so utterly logical, Xia Yunxi was a person who would never tolerate any form of injustice, especially when the provocation from the other party was clearly aimed at forcing a response from him. He could not disregard the safety of the girl, and when necessary, he would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. The delicate blossoms of the crabapple swayed gently outside, and under the tender moonlight, a tapestry of romantic starlight flickered. He held tightly to the sleeping figure in his arms, gazing at the moon on the horizon alongside her charming visage, accumulating a wealth of reluctance. Sheer, I am truly sorry. I yearn to remain by your side, never to depart, yet the looming threats demand my attention, even in your absence. Certain events have already been set in motion, and those who have sought to exploit you shall be repaid 100-fold. At dawn, Jingxi rose quite early, with thoughts of visiting the dowager consort, who had cared for him for many years as the aunt of Prince Duan. As a junior, it was only fitting that he pay his respects and tend to her for a few days. However, to his surprise, he found her absent from the palace and the usual temple. Observing the maids, though they spoke evasively, he refrained from pressing them and decided to return home, only to encounter a lively scene on the bustling street. Miss, is that not your favorite candied fruit shop? Choer, having missed her mistress for months, nearly succumbed to the pangs of longing. She was eager to explore the street and indulge in her beloved sweets, and to her delight, she stumbled upon the very shop she adored. Indeed, Jingxi, who often indulged these girls, readily agreed, as it was merely a matter of enjoying some treats. After all, it was quite normal for Choer to exhibit her cravings after their time apart. Today, the candied fruit shop was bustling with a different energy. Numerous envoys from various regions had recently arrived in the capital, bringing an influx of unfamiliar patrons and lively discussions. Did you hear? Prince Duan departed in haste last night. Something must have transpired. Your news is remarkably insightful. However, I have heard that he is not heading towards any conflict. Rather, the borders have been relatively peaceful. It appears, though, that the princess consort inadvertently found herself in the kingdom of Li and, shockingly, became intimately involved with the second prince, Li Yi. What? This cannot be true. If such a thing occurred, would not the prince immediately seek to annul their union? Speak more softly. We must not attract attention. Lord Jing has only recently passed. His remains scarcely cold for a year. How could Prince Duan, while away addressing these troubles, have the heart to cast aside the princess consort so swiftly? I believe it is far too premature to draw such conclusions. We ought to wait before making judgments. Could it possibly be false? How could this be possible? I heard it directly from the maids of the second prince's residence. It is said that Li Yi has exerted considerable effort and gone through great lengths for the sake of the Duchess of Duan, and he is exceedingly fond of her. What? Such a significant matter could hardly escape the notice of His Majesty. After all, the union between the Duchess of Duan and the Duke was personally sanctioned by the Emperor. Given this situation, His Majesty will undoubtedly seek justice for the Duke. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? She is the daughter of Lord Jing. It is likely that whatever the outcome, a modicum of dignity will be preserved. Yet, this is beyond our control as mere commoners, for this marriage was fervently promoted by His Majesty himself. Now, with such a scandal unfolding, His Majesty must be feeling quite embarrassed. I have heard that the second prince, in his youthful exuberance, might have already established some connection with the Duchess, who is rather young herself. Alas, our Duke is indeed to be pitied. He is in the prime of his life and must now venture to the borderlands to fight, which is truly unfair to him. It is quite excessive. Although Lord Jing departed early, he left no semblance of proper upbringing. As the conversation grew ever more outrageous, Qiu'er wished to intervene but was halted by Jing Shi. Before them, the young attendants respectfully welcomed a familiar figure and a woman clad in purple up the stairs. At this surprising sight, Qiu'er was about to exclaim but was interrupted by Jing Shi. "Qiu'er, do not be disrespectful. Oh dear. The Grand Empress Dowager is about to take a stroll. Do mind your steps," remarked Chen Zipping, adorned with a delicate purple crystal hairpin. Evidently a recent gift from the Grand Empress Dowager. She wore a pale lavender dress adorned with begonia flowers, which, whether by design or coincidence, closely resembled Jing Shi's attire. As she lovingly supported the Grand Empress Dowager, moving with the grace befitting a daughter-in-law. "I have heard that the rose cream cheese from this establishment is quite exceptional. Your Highness must give it a try. It is said that the Duke often purchases this delicacy for the Duchess of Duan," Chen Zipping hinted, though her words trailed off as she furtively gauged the Empress Dowager's expression. As anticipated, the rose cream cheese just offered to the Empress Dowager was abruptly sent crashing onto the table. The Duchess of Duan has increasingly lost her decorum, having returned. She is nowhere to be seen. The gossip and speculation circulating in the capital regarding this matter have far exceeded our expectations and imagination. One cannot help but wonder what Yunshi is truly thinking, insisting on keeping such a calamity around. "Your Highness, please do not be angered. Your health is delicate. If you were to become agitated over such matters, how could we bear the consequences?" Chen Zipping said, unable to refrain from dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, feigning concern to appear more familial. "You understand these customs well. It is a pity that Jing Shi is as dense as a block of wood. Knowing full well that this is inappropriate, yet still vexes me. Now that she has quieted down, she does not even come to pay her respects, and her eyes seem to have forgotten my existence. She does not even understand the slightest bit of etiquette. I truly wonder how Lord Jing could have raised such a daughter." A sudden, crisp sound reverberated through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the upper level, where a teacup had tumbled from the second floor, shattering upon impact with the ground below. The scalding tea splattered everywhere, leaving fragments strewn about. "Who dares to act so recklessly in the presence of Her Highness?" exclaimed Chen Zipping, emboldened by the support she now possessed, her voice rising several decibels in indignation. With a swift motion, Jingshi rose and hurled a teacup onto the table before Chen Zipping. "It appears that during the past 2 days of Her Highness's stay here, I have been searching for her in vain. I heard she was unwell, so I ventured to the palace to pay my respects, only to find that she was not there. I surmised that she might have gone to pray for Prince Duan's safe return, so I visited the temple instead. Little did I know that she had come to this confectionery shop for tea and snacks, leaving me to search fruitlessly." Jingshi paused, raising an eyebrow at Chen Zipping, who was trembling in fear. Observing the young lady, it seemed evident she was neither a mistress of the estate nor a servant of the Duan prince's household. Jingshi had never seen her before and initially thought she might speak disrespectfully to Her Highness, presuming to take matters into her own hands. Would this woman not incur the wrath of the Dowager? A subtle smile graced Jingshi's lips, creating an atmosphere as gentle as a spring breeze, devoid of any impropriety. Just as the Dowager was about to express her displeasure, Jingshi waved her hand. "This confectionery was a small establishment run by my father, a place I occasionally visit to indulge my cravings. I did not expect to encounter Her Highness here. Xiar, please inform the shopkeeper that I am here, and request the finest delicacies for Her Highness." Indeed, after years spent navigating the intricacies of the palace, the Dowager was perceptive enough to discern Jingshi's intentions. Today, she had whimsically decided to indulge in some street food with Chen Zipping, not anticipating an encounter with the princess. The fact that Jingshi had come specifically to pay her respects might raise eyebrows, leading others to question how she, as a mother-in-law, treated her daughter-in-law, now advanced in years. The Dowager was acutely aware of her reputation and did not wish to jeopardize it. Her eyes twinkled as she regarded Jingshi with a benevolent demeanor. Taking her hand, and speaking tenderly. "Ah, as a mother, I have not had much time to care for you over the years. It is natural for you, a newlywed, to take charge. I merely seek peace of mind while enjoying some delightful treats outside. Your thoughtfulness towards your elders is appreciated, dear child. Come, sit and converse. Why do you all remain standing? Do you not see the princess?" The maidservant, who had been standing by, was taken aback by the sudden twist of events. Nearly frozen in place. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in an atmosphere of familial harmony. Meanwhile, at a distant tavern, Nia Fei was fanning himself with a white feather fan, observing the couple before him with a bemused expression. "What? Did I not assure you that there would be no trouble?" Bailuo could not help but roll her eyes. "You could have mentioned that sooner. Must you wait until after he and Huang Quan have clashed over the issue of saving a life before revealing it?" Chapter 27. The night watchman Sir Wyma appeared to sense something amiss and abruptly turned around, startled to discover a towering white figure emerging behind him. The young nobleman pivoted, grasping his sword with both hands, directing it at the apparition, and warned in a voice barely above a whisper, "Do not come any closer." The sound was feeble, reminiscent of a frightened child. What had materialized was an otherworldly being, the greatest weapon conceived by the children of the forest to combat the incursions of their forebears. The otherworldly creature silently advanced, wielding a semi-transparent longsword unlike any metal known to mankind. It resembled a thin blade of ice. Under the moonlight, the ice blade emitted a faint blue glow. Although Sir Wyma had never encountered such a weapon, he was certain of its terrifying sharpness. Drawing a deep breath, he bravely closed the distance, raising his sword high and provoked. "Come, Spectre, let me see your prowess." Though we'll observe that Sir Wyma's hand trembled, whether from cold or fear, he felt that at this moment, the young nobleman was no longer the petty, weak figure he had known, but rather a true man. As the otherworldly being approached, it halted, gazing coldly at Sir Wyma's sword with its deep blue eyes. For a fleeting moment, we'll believe the creature had been intimidated. Just then, from the shadows behind the otherworldly being, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more figures silently emerged, all identical in appearance. Sir Wyma was evidently oblivious to the change in enemy numbers. Will ought to have warned his superior, yet an instinctual dread gripped him, convincing him that speaking would surely lead to his demise. He covered his mouth and concealed himself behind a tree, trembling uncontrollably. A coward he was, but his only desire was to survive. As Sir Wyma prepared to strike, the otherworldly being swiftly raised its sword, aiming a lethal blow at him. Sir Wyma had no intention of exchanging blows and opted to defend with his steel sword. When their blades clashed, the sound was not the metallic clang one would expect, but rather a wail akin to some anguished creature. The otherworldly being struck again, once, twice, thrice, forcing Sir Wyma to retreat. Unbeknownst to him, the newly emerged otherworldly beings had encircled him, yet for reasons unknown, they did not launch an attack. The relentless clash with the whites had severely drained Sir Waymar's stamina, causing his breath to quicken and his movements to grow sluggish. Eventually, his blocks became slightly delayed, and a white's long sword struck him beneath the arm, piercing through his chainmail. Sir Waymar let out a pained scream as blood gushed from the wound, the hot crimson liquid exuding a faint warmth in the biting cold. The white halted its assault, gazing at the injured Sir Waymar, uttering incomprehensible words that dripped with mockery. Pain and humiliation ignited a spark of courage within Sir Waymar. With a fierce roar, he swung his frost-covered long sword with all his might, launching a frenzied attack against the white. However, the white deftly shattered his sword with ease, and Sir Waymar collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. At that moment, the surrounding whites surged forward, their numerous swords descending upon the fallen young nobleman. Will knew that Sir Waymar was doomed, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a short axe whistled through the air towards the white that had initiated the attack. The creature, sensing the impending danger, jerked its head aside just in time, but the axe embedded itself deep into its shoulder. It was Gary, Will realized with a jolt. Indeed, Gary, who had been positioned at the back, swiftly turned his horse and fled into the distance upon witnessing the missed strike. The whites ceased their gruesome work, emitting indistinct sounds as they pursued Gary's retreating form. After a considerable time, Will emerged from behind the trees, making his way towards Sir Waymar's lifeless body. The corpse of Waymar Royce lay face down in the snow, one hand extended as if to shield against further attacks. The thick cloak on his back was shredded beyond recognition, a sight too harrowing to behold. Will stood in silence, gazing at Sir Waymar's body for a moment, before turning towards the remnants of the sword not far off, intending to use the broken blade as evidence. He resolved to return with news of the whites' resurgence. He lacked the knowledge of how to confront such beings, But Commander Mormont or Scholar Aemon would surely possess the answers. Having gathered his belongings, Will was about to bid a final farewell to Sir Waymar when he turned around to find the knight standing behind him. There he was, no longer a man, but a figure marred by wounds, his visage grotesquely altered. His left eye was vacant, while his right glowed with a blue flame. Will froze, unsure of how to react, instinctively muttering silent prayers. It was only when Sir Waymar's bloodied hands reached for his throat that he remembered to resist. Will felt the icy grip of the gloved hands as he kicked away the already deceased Sir Waymar, turning to flee towards the tethered horses. He drew his sword and severed the reins, leaping onto the horse's back and galloping away into the depths of the forest, not daring to look back. Sir Waymar did not pursue. He stood amongst the trees for a long while before quietly vanishing into the shadows. Today, Bran rode alongside his father and brothers to the execution ground. Today, they would execute a condemned prisoner, a disgraced deserter. In the book, the one sentenced to death is an elderly man, presumably Gary. However, I recall that in the television series, it should be Will. Well, let us refer to him as Will here. The condemned prisoner was led to the estate atop a small hill, appearing in tattered garments, his body disheveled and filthy. With vacant eyes, seemingly muttering to himself. As Bran approached with his elder brother Robb and others, following their father Eddard Stark, he faintly heard the man chant, "Dead, dead, dead, the living have returned. He has come." Bran wished to draw closer to listen more intently, but Robb restrained him, dismissively saying, "Just a madman spouting nonsense. Pay him no mind." At that moment, Eddard Stark, solemnly perched upon his horse, commanded his men to untie the prisoner and bring him to a wooden post upon the hill, where they forcibly pressed the man's head against the stump. Dismounting, Eddard's adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, immediately presented him with a blade. The sword, named Ice, was broad and taller than Robb when stood upright. Forged from Valyrian steel and imbued with magical properties, it was one of the finest and sharpest weapons in the realm. 1. In the world of Game of Thrones, the most exceptional and razor-sharp weapons are primarily crafted from Valyrian steel. Following the fall of Valyria, the method of forging Valyrian steel has been lost. 2. The Night's Watch is a brotherhood dedicated to guarding the Wall, a massive fortification at the northern border of the Seven Kingdoms, established to protect its inhabitants. The order was formed after the Heroes' Era, following the repulsion of the White Walkers. The Night's Watchmen don black attire. When newly recruited members meet the requirements to don the Night's Watch cloak, they swear their oath before the Heart Tree or in the Hall of the Night's Watch. The long night is coming. From this day forth, I shall take my watch until my death. I shall not marry, hold lands, or father children. I shall wear no crown and seek no glory. I will faithfully fulfill my duty, facing life and death here. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall, defending against the cold flames. The light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, guarding the realm's strong shield. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. This night, and every night henceforth. Thus, any deserter from the Night's Watch shall face execution. Chapter 28. The First Men and the Children of the Forest. Eddard Stark, removing his thick leather gloves and handing them to a nearby attendant, raised his sword with both hands and solemnly declared, "In the name of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, by the authority of King Robert I Baratheon, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard of House Stark, Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell, hereby pronounce your sentence of death." With that, he raised the great sword high above his head. Watching from the side, Bran's face turned pale, his hands gripping the reins tightly. Noticing his half-brother's anxiety, Jon Snow whispered, "Hold the reins firmly. Be cautious of the horse's movements. Do not be nervous." At this moment, the condemned man pinned against the tree stump suddenly began to thrash violently, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. He shouted, "Yes. It is the others have come. I have discovered the—" Before he could finish his sentence, Eddard Stark swung his great sword with precision, severing the man's head from his body. Blood sprayed across the snow, which, like a bloodthirsty demon, eagerly drank in the crimson liquid, gradually staining the pristine white a dark red under Bran's gaze. While this scene was a first for Bran, his brothers were unfazed, having witnessed such brutality before. Eddard Stark's adopted son, Greyjoy, even grinned as he kicked the severed head aside. Once the execution was concluded, the group returned to Winterfell. Though the sun shone brightly in the sky, the air grew increasingly frigid. The ramblings of the condemned man were dismissed by all. Along the way, the party encountered 3 young wolves, significant to the fate of House Stark. Meanwhile, in the city of Pentos, Viserys Targaryen approached his sister Daenerys with an exquisite silk garment. After a blend of threats and persuasion, He indulged in dreams of reclaiming his lost throne with the aid of Khal Drogo's formidable army following his sister's marriage. On another continent, Tyrion gathered his comrades and first equipped the Unsullied with the armor he had previously exchanged. Upon acquiring the Unsullied, Tyrion was dismayed to discover that, stripped of their armor, they were left with nothing but loincloths. Indeed, they were treated as less than human. Even the most elite slaves remained slaves. The equipment was minimal. Each Unsullied received a weapon, while the others distributed their undergarments among them. After taking stock, the losses were significant. 37 Unsullied had fallen, along with 7 archers, 12 infantry, and 2 cavalry. The remaining forces included 222 Unsullied, 100 from the Lazarene, and 152 infantry, cavalry, and archers from the Pondaish, plus an additional 31 who had fled amidst the chaos, totaling 505 individuals, most of whom were unarmed. Tyrion conferred with Sir Bronn, concluding that borrowing money from their comrades was the simplest solution given the current predicament. After a brief respite, Tyrion did not take the time to strengthen his bonds with the Unsullied, but instead led his men back to their place of origin, the region of the River Lorne. In the River Lorne area, the leader of the Iron Fist Bandits, Honas Bates, one of the 3 major bandit factions in the region, was a notorious figure near the city of Qohor, known to frighten children with his fearsome reputation. Yet now, he cowered in the dense woods with only a few of his remaining men. Last week, a group of dozens had arrived. Though their number was small, they were well equipped, particularly a knight wielding a massive axe, which made Honas realize they were formidable adversaries, prompting him to avoid confrontation. Jonathan Bates has managed to navigate the Lorne River Basin for over a decade without facing extermination, largely due to its position as a buffer zone between Volantis and Qohor, a region largely neglected by authorities. Another significant reason for his survival lies in his astute awareness of which individuals are susceptible to action and which are not, namely, the slave masters, the 13 Brotherhood, the Merchant Guild, the official forces of Qohor and Volantis, as well as the male witches. These are formidable powers that cannot be trifled with, each required to pay substantial tributes to the governor of Qohor annually to ensure their own preservation. The only entities left vulnerable to action are the free citizens, petty merchants, and fallen nobility. After plundering, the elderly are executed, men sold to passing slave masters, and women subjected to unspeakable fates. The reason for not capturing slaves is evident, as they seldom appear alone outside their confines, barring the Innocence Army or the rare possibility of defection. In the ensuing days, Terren and his companions lingered in the Lorne River area, relentlessly assaulting nearby rivals. Initially, Jonathan Bates found delight in the demise of his fellow practitioners, yet he soon recognized that such actions would provoke a united retribution from their peers. What he did not anticipate was the astonishing prowess of this group. Their combat strength seemed almost unparalleled. Within mere days, not only did their numbers swell, but their equipment grew increasingly sophisticated. This state of affairs culminated when the formidable axe wielder, Caudell Anderson, leading a band of over 200, launched an assault against this group, resulting in a shocking turn of events. Jonathan Bates was well aware that Caudell commanded approximately 150 men, who typically targeted free citizens and petty merchants, while specializing in ambushing patrols from Qohor and noble merchants. Supported by Volantis, Caudell's faction was renowned for its combat prowess and territorial dominance in the region. However, when he initiated his attack, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Caudell was swiftly decapitated by a heavily armored knight, while the rest of his men were routed in a single charge by a mere 20 cavalry. The soldiers who engaged Caudell were predominantly armored, with steel blades merely grazing their surfaces, leaving only faint traces. Only heavy weaponry proved effective against them. Meanwhile, the small leaders wielding great axes were immediately targeted by the opposing archers, and after several volleys, their ranks were decimated. The battle lasted a mere half hour before Caudell Anderson's men, having lost all will to fight, knelt in surrender. In the following days, this group seemed inexhaustible, as if they required no rest. Nor could they suffer injury, as they commenced a comprehensive assault on the bandits throughout the Lorne River Basin. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the surrendered captives. Once meek and submissive, they now exhibited an unexpected ferocity in their campaign against the brigands. In scarcely a week, the myriad brigands of the Lorne River Valley were compelled to flee, including the notorious Honasan Bates and the formidable gang known as the Wild Dogs of Ingaltacosta. Merely a day after their hasty retreat, news arrived that this cohort had withdrawn. Upon dispatching his subordinates to verify the veracity of the report, he swiftly led his remaining men back to the Lorne River Valley to reclaim their territory. After all, on the continent of Essos, Few locales are as conducive to a brigand's existence as the Lorne River Valley. Today, as he and his men clashed within Galtacosta over the territory of Caudell Anderson, they were unexpectedly beset by an attacking force. Fortunately, his astute lieutenant discerned the precarious situation and urged a retreat. Had they hesitated, they might have met the same fate as in Galtacosta, who had been entirely encircled and annihilated. Upon recognizing that this assailant group was indeed the very same that had recently fled, Hannes and Bates felt a profound despair. What enmity drove them to pursue him relentlessly? As he witnessed the wild dogs kneeling in supplication, one of their number met his fate at the hands of a woman wielding a peculiar dagger, sending a chill coursing down his spine. He promptly retreated with the few remaining men, laden with their amassed treasures, determined to distance themselves from this treacherous locale. The life of a brigand had grown perilous. He resolved to purchase an estate and retire from this dangerous existence. Little did he know that fate would not be so easily evaded, as the remnants of his band would soon encounter a mysterious group clad in black robes and armor, revealing that his demise in this place might have been the most fortuitous conclusion. Chapter 29. The Lazalan people, where has your leader gone? Speak now, or face death. After the battle, Terren learned from the captives that the two remaining brigand factions were embroiled in a fierce conflict, and upon inventorying the spoils, he discovered one leader was missing. My lord, I truly do not know. At first, the leader fought alongside us against the wild dogs, but after your arrival, I have not seen him, pleaded one captive, kneeling in desperation. I do not believe you, Dizzy. Give him a couple of slaps, Terren commanded, crouching down and scratching his chin. Although he believed the man, he was merely inclined to administer punishment. This wretch had attempted to shoot at him from the onset, and though he had missed, Terren had not forgotten him. Dizzy seized the man by his collar and delivered 2 resounding slaps. With his gauntlets on, the impact sent several teeth flying. My lord, he must have fled. Shall we dispatch cavalry to pursue? Inquired Reyn, disapproving of the treatment of the captives. After a moment's contemplation, Terren decided against it. The man was not of great significance, and if he had escaped, it was merely his good fortune. He ordered 2 additional squads to scour their lair for plunder. As you command, my lord. Following the cleanup of the battlefield, the 2 groups heading to the brigand encampment soon returned. Reyn and Eliza were occupied with managing the captives and tallying the spoils, while Terren continued to tinker with the system. Initially, the team expanded to 544 members, and the system randomly rewarded them with the Nolder composite short bow and corresponding Nolder arrows. Simultaneously, the requirements for the next mission were elevated to an expansion of 1,000 individuals, with the reward being the unlocking of new troop types. To be frank, this weapon reward was unexpected for Terren, who now preferred to receive powerful units as rewards. After all, weapons that remain unused are nothing more than scrap metal. In the game, the Nolder short bow requires a level 6 archery skill to be equipped, yet in reality, the limitations are far less stringent, as long as one can draw it. It can be utilized, albeit with uncertain accuracy. Terren handed the bow to Alicia, not because Reyn did not need it, but rather because Alicia's equipment was significantly inferior compared to Reyn's, with her armor being the remnants of a loyalist from the Prophet Legion. As twilight descended, Terren decided to set camp here and continue eastward the following morning. After several amicable discussions among the companions, virtually everyone in the team had acquired weapons and leather armor. Ancient armies, lacking night vision equipment, advanced command techniques, communication devices, and adequate lighting, were wholly unprepared for nighttime marches. Even daytime operations had seen troops scatter. One could hardly expect effective night engagements. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during nighttime travel, the commander would be unable to respond effectively in a timely manner. Following the daytime battle, there were personnel eligible for promotion within the ranks. Terren once again gathered everyone, promoting those ready in person to boost morale and garner favor. This round of promotions saw the majority being former captives from the bandit ranks, with 69 advancing to the next tier of Pender infantry, and 10 Pender infantry promoted to Pender swordsmen. Others had yet to meet the promotion criteria. This included 222 newly recruited Unsullied and 100 Lazarlinians. While Terren could somewhat understand the Unsullied's inability to advance, being an elite force with significant experience gaps, it was incomprehensible that none of the Lazarlinians had been promoted. They appeared diminutive and thin as reeds, their combat prowess inferior even to that of ordinary Essos commoners. Their stagnation in advancement was simply unacceptable. Terren promptly summoned several leading Lazarlinians to inquire. I am the messenger of the divine. Yes, my lord, you are the embodiment of the divine. We have witnessed this miracle with our own eyes. Do you believe in me? Of course, we believe in you. we are willing to follow you unto death. Terren then assessed the loyalty of the Lazarlinians within the team, which indeed reached maximum capacity, yet the conditions for further advancement remained unmet. Contemplating this, Terren continued, I intended to bestow upon you the glory of the divine, yet the deity informed me that you are unworthy. Can you enlighten me as to why? At these words, several fell to their knees, fervently kissing Terren's shoes as they eagerly explained, Master, we hold the utmost respect for the divine and for you as its messenger. We are your most humble servants, ready to undertake any dirty or exhausting tasks you may assign us. Indeed, we can perform any labor. For we are the finest of slaves, beseeching you, imploring the divine not to abandon us. Terren had never witnessed such a sight, as a few individuals knelt. Prepared to kiss Terren's shoes, he instinctively recoiled in frenzy. Observing the tears and desperate pleas of these men, all past their 50s, Terren hurried to console them. After quite some time, he permitted them to rise. As he regarded the Arageline people, each one hunched and submissive, not daring to lift their heads or even breathe audibly. Terren understood their inherent timidity. It was no wonder that anyone could easily provoke them. The moniker of sheepmen was indeed well-deserved. The Arageline, within the continent of Essos, or rather, among all the peoples of the Game of Thrones, were the most docile, making them the easiest to bully. Essentially, anyone could take advantage of them. Not only did the marauding Dothraki view them as mere sheep, but even larger bands of robbers dared to prey upon them. The fact that this group had not been completely annihilated was nothing short of miraculous. Terren tentatively inquired, if you were to engage in battle, would that be permissible? No sooner had the words left his lips than the Arageline trembled, exchanging glances until one finally stammered, If it pleases you, my lord, we could also fight. Terren, observing their quaking demeanor, felt a twinge of skepticism. He promptly selected 50 able-bodied men from the Arageline and prepared to choose additional individuals from the others to gauge their combat capabilities. Upon hearing of the impending confrontation with the Arageline, the others eagerly rallied. Even the newly promoted Pinder militia were eager to participate. Ultimately, 30 unranked brigands would face off against 50 Arageline. A large area was cleared for the contest, with the brigands and Arageline positioned on opposite sides. The brigands laughed and jested, dismissing their adversaries, while the 50 Arageline, trembling uncontrollably, barely managed to form a line, their expressions resembling those of mourning. On the verge of tears, fearing potential injuries, Terren declared that the contest would be unarmed. With a swift motion of his right hand, the brigands surged forward toward the Arageline. Instantly, the air was filled with cries of despair, and within 10 minutes, all 50 Arageline lay defeated on the ground, while the 30 brigands emerged unscathed. Curiously, only 11 or 12 had actually engaged in the fray against the Arageline. Seeing the Arageline sprawled on the ground, Terren called for a halt to the contest, instructing others to assist the fallen Arageline to his side for rest. He had witnessed the entire ordeal. At the onset of battle, the 50 Arageline huddled together in fear, unwilling to advance, and as the brigands drew near, they resorted to flailing blindly with wild, desperate punches. A subordinate familiar with the customs of the Lazalan people reported to Terren that they are exceptional shepherds, with every individual, regardless of age or gender, possessing the ability to sing and dance. However, their combat prowess is woefully inadequate. In the past, slave owners attempted to capture Lazalan slaves and train them as warriors. But these efforts invariably ended in failure. They were simply too timid, often closing their eyes and awaiting death on the battlefield. Chapter 30. The Fishbeam Tree regarding the Lazalan. Terren found himself at a loss for a viable strategy, deciding instead to allow them to gradually experience battle and confront their fears. After addressing the Lazalan, Terren turned his attention to the group of the Purified that also required management. While checking the loyalty of the Lazalan, he noticed a notification indicating that someone in the ranks of the Purified had reached the requisite experience for advancement, yet the conditions remained unfulfilled. Terren approached 2 of the Purified warriors to inquire further. These 2 warriors were notably more composed. Upon reaching Terren, they saluted respectfully and stood upright. One of them was named Brown Bug, and the other, White Bug, who had previously fought against Terren's subordinates during his acquisition of slaves. The fervent gaze directed at Terren was unmistakable. After witnessing the divine, the prospect of advancement, the Purified regarded him as the very embodiment of the Lady of the Spear. At that moment, it was likely that they would follow him to their demise without hesitation. The Purified had endured the loss of family, friends, freedom, and dignity from a young age. For many years, their sole possession had been their faith in the Lady of the Spear. Observing their fervor, Terren realized that loyalty was not the issue at hand. "Speak," he urged. "The divine has revealed to me that you are yet unprepared to accept his glory. I wish to understand why." Terren spoke plainly. "My lord, to be in your presence is the highest honor bestowed upon us. You are the incarnation of the Lady of the Spear, our singular beacon." The two spoke in unison. "What I mean to convey is that you shall be granted stronger bodies, sturdier armor, and remarkable martial skills. My lord, to follow in your footsteps is the greatest blessing we could receive. We are unworthy of anything more. We are not fit to receive the divine's glory. You are all exceptional warriors. This is what you rightfully deserve after enduring battle. My lord, there is no need to bestow blessings upon us, the incomplete. To be permitted to fight for you is our reward." After more than an hour of earnest persuasion, the Purified's message remained clear. "I am unworthy. I do not desire it. I wish to accept the divine's blessing only after I have become a complete person in my next life." Terren encountered the same obstinacy in several batches of the Purified. They adamantly refused, even when he attempted to compel them to accept, insisting that they would rather die than receive what they deemed unmerited. Ultimately, their refrain echoed, "I am not a man. I am unworthy." In a fit of exasperation, Terren commanded them to depart, insisting they revert to their former names, attributing this decision to the will of the spear goddess. The unblemished ones did not object. Rather, they were filled with fervor. As previously noted, their method of naming was rather peculiar. Not only did their names change frequently, but among the 200 individuals, 1/5 shared the same name, leaving one to wonder how they addressed one another in daily life. At dawn the following day, Terren led the group eastward. Due to a shortage of horses, a significant portion of the party was compelled to walk, resulting in a rather slow pace. Kowar City lies at the far eastern edge of the Free Trade Federation, beyond which stretches the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea. The Dothraki region, scattered with ruins, is often referred to as the Haunted Land or the Great Wastes, remnants of cities and nations once conquered by the Dothraki people. Before the Age of Blood, this area was known as the Cradle of Civilization, termed the Great Plains by the scholars of Idle, where the first true town was established along the banks of the San River and its numerous tributaries. Such history has faded into obscurity. The rise and fall of the kingdoms of the plains predated the invention of writing, leaving only legendary tales to endure. The domain of the Fisher Queen by the Silver Sea, the savage long-haired men, the lost city of Labe, the forest wanderers trembling in the coastal woodlands, and the kingdom of centaurs in the east. Some scholars believe that before embarking on their migration across the Arm of Dorne, the ancestors originated from these plains, and the Undull people may have arisen on the fertile southern banks of the Silver Sea. However, what is known to us are the Semillian, Zokolar, Gypsies, the Corsi in the southeast, and the Tengizanfane, who once called this land home. Aside from the Vistosrak and the few remnants of the Valyrian road near the Kowar forest, no roads, hills, or cities remain. Only the lush grasslands ripple endlessly, giving rise to the name Dothraki Sea. The grasses of the Dothraki Sea are tall and thick, rolling like waves in the gentle breeze. The plains host over 100 varieties of grass, including Hrlana grass. While there are some rivers in this region, most are shallow and shift course with the seasons. In short, dust storms are far more prevalent than flowing waters. The sole city of the Dothraki Sea is Vistosrak, situated at its heart. It is an ancient ruin and serves as the cultural center of the Dothraki people. Additionally, wild packs of dogs, herds of wild horses, and the rare white lion, Ralak, roam the plains. Terren journeyed eastward for much of the day until he reached the terminus of the Valyrian road, only to discover that the path ahead had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of grassland. In that moment, Terren grasped the meaning of the phrase from his elementary school textbook, "When the wind blows, the grass lowers to reveal the cattle and sheep." He gazed in a daze for quite some time before realizing that he could advance no further. Beyond lies the territory of the Dothraki, a people whose kin we have recently slain in considerable numbers. It is quite conceivable that they have commenced a manhunt for us. Should we recklessly venture into their lands, our group would find itself at a significant disadvantage. The vast expanse of the grasslands is the Dothraki's most familiar battlefield, a place where their cavalry can unleash their prowess to devastating effect. Moreover, what purpose do we have in the desolate land of Slaver's Bay by the Dothraki Sea? Reyn, standing nearby, seemed to discern our predicament, whistling lightly and feigning ignorance. Tyrion's lips twitched slightly as he commanded the group to turn back towards the Kowar forest, descending along the banks of the Reyn, our destination, Slaver's Bay. Meanwhile, at Winterfell, King Robert and his retinue were finally approaching the ancient stronghold, the Godswood of Winterfell. The most somber and desolate part of the castle still bore witness to the decaying majesty of its ancient fortifications, permeated by a scent of rotting wood. The woods were predominantly composed of sentinel trees, oaks, and venerable ironwoods, their stout trunks jostling for the scant sunlight, forming a dense canopy. Catelyn Stark harbored a dislike for this place, yet she knew that today she would find her husband, Eddard Stark, among its shadows. After each act of violence, Eddard would seek solace within the Godswood. However, in the north, the Stark family was not without its troubles. The Boltons of the Dreadfort had long been their arch-rivals, with many Stark kings having perished at their hands until they were finally vanquished and forced to submit around a millennium ago. The Starks also served as the primary support for the Night's Watch, stationed at the Wall, often sending troops to combat the incursions of the wildling leaders and to enforce the law by apprehending deserters and suppressing pirates or brigands. In ancient times, the Starks vied with House Arryn of the Vale for control over the Sisters Islands, and through both force and marriage, they annexed the Neck, thereby maintaining the North's autonomy to a significant degree. The last king of the North from House Stark was Torrhen Stark, who knelt before the conqueror Aegon I at the conclusion of the Conquest Wars. Henceforth, the Stark family became the appointed hereditary wardens of the North by the Iron Throne. When Rickard Stark ascended to power, he, under the counsel of the learned Varys, endeavored to expand the influence of House Stark south of the Neck. He betrothed his daughter, Lyanna Stark, to Robert Baratheon, heir of House Baratheon of Storm's End, while his eldest son, Brandon Stark, was pledged to Catelyn Tully of House Tully in the Riverlands. His second son, Eddard Stark, was sent to the Vale as the ward of Lord Jon Arryn. Following the tournament at Harrenhal, it is said that Lyanna was abducted by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. In a fit of rage, Brandon, en route to King's Landing for the wedding, declared his intent to kill Rhaegar, only to be arrested by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen on charges of treason. Shortly thereafter, Rickard Stark, the Duke, arrived to plead for his son, but he, along with his eldest, was murdered by the Mad King. Subsequently, the Mad King commanded Lord Jon Arryn to present the heads of Robert and Eddard, prompting Jon Arryn, unable to endure this, to rise in rebellion. Under Eddard's leadership, House Stark marched southward and, through an alliance formed by marrying the Tully sisters, solidified a political coalition among the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale, playing a pivotal role in the war to overthrow the Targaryens. Following the conclusion of the War of Usurpation, Robert, possessing Targaryen blood, ascended the Iron Throne as the King of the Seven Kingdoms, while Eddard was appointed Warden of the North and took part in quelling the Greyjoy Rebellion in the Iron Islands. Thereafter, he governed the North with diligence, disinterested in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 31. The Seven and the Old Gods. Eddard's wife, Catelyn Tully, hails from the Riverlands and was blessed with the sacred oils of the Seven from the moment of her birth, her naming ceremony taking place in the resplendent halls of Riverrun. Like most families in Westeros, the Tullys have long worshipped the Seven. Upon Catelyn's arrival in the North, her husband, Eddard Stark, constructed a small chapel for her, providing a sanctuary for her prayers to the Seven, one of the few such churches in the North. The Stark lineage, steeped in ancestral blood, still venerates the nameless and formless ancient gods, those deities shared by the first men and the children of the forest. At the heart of the Godswood stands an ancient weirwood tree, alongside a cold pool of water, revered by the Starks as the Heart Tree. The exact age of this tree remains a mystery, yet it is certain that this ancient weirwood far predates Winterfell itself. It witnessed the laying of the first stone by Brandon, the builder, 8,000 years ago, and has borne witness to the rise and fall of House Stark. The bark of the weirwood is pale as bone, its leaves a deep crimson. As the cold wind blows, countless leaves flutter like bloodied hands in a desperate dance. Intriguingly, a face is carved into the trunk of this tree, possessing a long, melancholic visage, particularly marked by its sunken, desiccated eyes. Legends suggest that these faces were etched by the children of the forest before the first men crossed the sea. Weirwoods are exceedingly rare in Westeros. Apart from a few isolated locales, they are primarily found in the north. Each castle in the north boasts its own godswood, and at the center of each lies a heart tree carved with a human face. Catelyn traversed the dense woods and, as expected, found Eddard Stark beneath the heart tree. Eddard Stark sat quietly upon a stone draped in moss, the cold blade of ice resting upon his knee as he washed the blood from his sword in the frigid waters of the pool. Noticing his wife approaching, he softly inquired, "Catelyn, what are the children up to?" Catelyn gazed into her husband's eyes, suddenly gripped by a wave of anxiety, as if sensing an impending misfortune. Suppressing her unease, she averted her gaze from his loving eyes, which had held affection for her since their youth, and replied, "They are all in the kitchen." arguing over names for the little wolf. Arya and Sansa are quite enthusiastic, but Rickon is still uncertain. Is he afraid? Eddard asked. A bit, after all. He is only 3, Catelyn nodded. Eddard felt a twinge of disappointment, furrowing his brow as he remarked, he bears the blood of House Stark. He must learn to conquer his fears. After all, winter is coming. Catelyn agreed with Eddard's approach to their children's upbringing. Yet a sense of discomfort lingered at the foreboding phrase. The noble houses of Westeros typically possessed their own family mottos, often ancestral maxims that either boasted of their honor or dictated principles of conduct. However, the Starks of the North were an exception. With their ancestral saying, "Winter is coming," perpetually on their lips, the true meaning of which remained elusive. Catelyn had questioned Eddard and the elder members of the household on numerous occasions, only to receive vague answers or inscrutable expressions in return. She had ample reason to suspect that the Stark family itself was unaware of the true significance of their motto. Eddard Stark polished the blade with leather and said, "If you had been present today, you would have been proud of Bran." He remained composed. "Far better than I was at his age." "Of course, he has always been my pride," Catelyn replied with a smile, though her gaze was drawn to the cold blade in her husband's hand. As a traditional noblewoman, she had never felt an affinity for swords, even harboring a slight aversion to them. Yet, Catelyn could not deny the unique beauty of ice. It captivated the eye of all who beheld it, its edge still as sharp as if newly forged, despite centuries of history. As Catelyn was lost in thought, admiring the sword, Eddard sighed and remarked, "This marks the 4th deserter we've encountered this year, and the poor wretch was mad upon capture," babbling incoherently. "I cannot fathom what could have frightened him so," he continued. "Furthermore, we have received word from the Wall that this year's patrols have suffered significant losses, with numbers dwindling to fewer than 1,000. What could be the cause?" "Wildlings?" Catelyn asked with concern. "Who else could it be?" "It is undoubtedly that king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder," Eddard replied through gritted teeth. "If the situation continues to deteriorate, we shall be compelled to summon our bannermen and confront this king in a decisive battle." Catelyn trembled at her husband's words, for since her arrival in the north, she had been inexplicably haunted by a profound sense of dread regarding all that lay beyond the wall. Catelyn believed this to be a reminder from the Great Seven. She had expressed her concerns to Eddard more than once, yet the Stark family remained indifferent to the warnings of the Seven, often dismissing her fears as mere overreactions. However, her apprehensions had recently intensified. Noticing the tension etched across his wife's face, Eddard set aside his sword and embraced her tenderly, murmuring, "We need not fear them. The wildlings pose no threat to us." Catelyn clung tightly to her husband, her voice laced with urgency as she replied, "It is not them I fear. I suspect there are far more terrifying entities beyond the wall. Truly, Eddard, the Seven have warned us more than once. You must believe me." Eddard Stark smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. The others and the children of the forest have long been absent for over 8,000 years. They are mere legends, my dear Catelyn. And you are safe with me." "But wasn't it said that the dire wolves had also vanished until today? And now, look, they have returned," Catelyn reminded him. Eddard laughed heartily, tightening his embrace. Seeing her husband in good spirits, Catelyn hesitated before gently pushing him away, grasping his hands firmly as she gazed into his eyes. "Eddard, I received some news today that compel me to seek you out. I hope you do not take it too hard, my dear. Jon Arryn has passed away." "Is the news accurate?" Eddard inquired, his countenance shifting. "A letter penned by Robert himself, bearing the king's seal," she confirmed. Eddard again drew Catelyn close, striving to shield his vulnerable side from her gaze. It had been many years since he had allowed himself to feel the sting of tears. Mance Rayder was a wildling child raised by the Night's Watch. Once a loyal member of the Night's Watch, Mance was wounded during a patrol and saved by a wildling woman. During his recovery, the woman mended Mance's tattered cloak with red cloth. Upon returning to the wall, the commander of the Night's Watch demanded that Mance don the standard black cloak. This minor infringement on his personal freedom led Mance to abandon the Night's Watch and live among the wildlings, following the call of his heart. He likely renounced his duties a few years after the War of the Usurper, for he had accompanied Commander Cregan to Winterfell, where he encountered a young Robb and Jon Snow. Chapter 32. Robert Baratheon. Today was a significant day for Winterfell, as King Robert Baratheon was set to visit. From the vantage point of Winterfell, a steel tide surged forth, and Eddard Stark had gathered his family and bannermen within the castle walls in eager anticipation. The procession comprised 300 men, all proud bannermen and knights of Robert, with the crowned stag of House Baratheon fluttering in the northern winds. As Eddard surveyed the procession, a figure at the forefront, accompanied by the Kingsguard, dismounted and strode towards him. It was only when this person embraced Eddard and let out a familiar exclamation that he recognized his dear friend, the brother he cherished, Robert Baratheon. Before the War of Usurpation, Robert Baratheon had been a strikingly handsome man, tall and robust, the very embodiment of a stalwart figure that all noble maidens longed for. In his prime, Robert stood a towering 6 feet 5 inches, clad in armor, adorned with a double-pronged stag helm, wielding a spiked iron hammer. The scent of iron and blood trailing him like a shadow. That very hammer was one that even Eddard could barely lift. Yet now, Robert's waist was as astonishing as his height, and he bore little resemblance to his former self. "Ha, Eddard, you haven't changed a bit. Still as old as ever," Robert remarked after scrutinizing Eddard, who was taken aback by his friend's transformation into this corpulent figure. With slackened muscles and particularly striking dark circles under his eyes, accompanied by the cloying scent of perfume. Eddard understood that his old companion had succumbed to the excesses of indulgence. He wished to caution Robert, but he was, after all, his king, not merely a friend. Thus, Eddard could only say, "Your Majesty, Winterfell awaits your command." At this moment, others from the retinue also dismounted. A glance around revealed many familiar faces. Ser Jaime Lannister, with his golden locks and handsome visage, Sandor Clegane, bearing the scars of burns, the tall, golden-haired and rebellious prince, and the diminutive figure beside him, undoubtedly Tyrion Lannister. The imp inside Winterfell's Great Hall. The formalities of their meeting had just concluded when Robert eagerly requested Eddard to escort him to the Stark family crypts. Unbeknownst to Robert, as he made this request, his queen, Cersei Lannister, watched him with a cold, piercing gaze, her beautiful features contorted with a trace of resentment. For she understood whom Robert intended to visit in the crypts. She knew that no matter what she did over the years, she could never replace that woman. Eddard led Robert towards the crypts, navigating the narrow staircase that descended into the tomb. Holding the lantern aloft, he forged ahead while Robert grumbled incessantly behind him. "Damn it. I thought I would never reach Winterfell. After so long in the south, I nearly forgot your lands are as vast as the other 6 kingdoms combined. How was the journey?" "Certainly, it was pleasant, your Majesty." This only incensed Robert further. It was nothing but swamps and wild woods along the way. "I have never seen such desolation in my life. Where have your people gone?" Eddard chuckled lightly. "Perhaps they are merely shy. After all, kings are not a common sight in the north. Humph, I suspect they have all hidden beneath the snow. And what season is this?" "It is still a frigid winter here." "Ha, your Majesty, it is not uncommon for snow to fall in the northern regions during the late summer. However, the snowfall at this time is usually quite light." "Goodness, if this is considered light, I cannot fathom what winter is like here," Eddard replied cheerfully. "The northern winters are indeed harsh, yet the Stark family always perseveres. Eddard, while you still have the strength, you should venture south to experience what it is to dwell in perpetual spring, where the air is rich with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the abundance of exquisite food and wine is beyond count, particularly in summer, when the mention of women causes Robert's eyes to gleam with excitement." He continued, "When the weather warms, the southern girls swim naked in the rivers, casting aside all notions of modesty. I swear, Eddard, you will surely fall in love with the south." As Robert vividly described the pleasures of southern life, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Stark family crypt. The short distance had left Robert, his body already drained. Panting and flushed, Eddard led Robert deeper into the crypt, flanked on both sides by the stone sarcophagi of the Stark ancestors, their likenesses intricately carved into the stone. Walking among them felt as though the lords of Winterfell were silently observing their every step. "Eddard, the place Robert seeks lies at the back of the crypt. Between your father and Brandon, they soon reached their destination." Robert knelt silently before the 3 sarcophagi, bowing his head in reverence. Before him lay the stone coffin of Eddard Stark's father, Rickard Stark, while the 2 adjacent coffins belonged to his siblings, Eddard's brother and sister. Brandon, Eddard's elder brother, had perished before reaching 20, executed by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen in the presence of Rickard Stark shortly after his marriage to Catelyn Tully of Riverrun. Brandon was the true heir of Winterfell, the eldest son and a natural leader, beloved by the people of Winterfell. The other was Eddard's sister, Lyanna Stark, who had tragically died at the tender age of 16. The entire family cherished her dearly, and Robert harbored profound affection for her. They were once betrothed. Robert stared longingly at Lyanna's statue, murmuring, "She is far more beautiful than this statue. Indeed, this wretched effigy captures but a fragment of her splendor." His gaze lingered, as if he could summon his beloved from the cold, desolate realm of the departed. Tears slowly welled in Robert's eyes, and unable to contain his anguish any longer, he rose and shouted hoarsely to Eddard, "Damn it, She should not be here, should not endure this perpetual cold and dampness. She belongs with the Stark family. Eddard interrupted Robert, saying, this was her wish before she died. Robert, she wished to return home. Robert staggered closer to the statue, gently caressing Lyanna's face. Overwhelmed by his love for her, he would forsake everything for her. The Iron Throne was of no consequence. All he desired was her companionship. After losing her, even Robert, who ascended to the Iron Throne, felt an overwhelming void. Only in the midst of endless revelry, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, could he momentarily forget the anguish and find solace in dreams where he reunited with his beloved Lyanna. I shall slay Rhaegar to avenge her. I shall kill him 1,000 times. Robert bellowed hoarsely, ultimately collapsing weakly before the statue. In a misguided spring, she attended the tourney at Harrenhal alongside her brothers, where Rhaegar Targaryen crowned Lyanna as the Queen of Love and Beauty after winning the joust. Their elopement sparked the War of the Usurper. After the Battle of the Tower of Joy, Lyanna extracted a promise from her brother Eddard before succumbing in the distant lands of Dorne. Chapter 33. Echoes of the Past. During the War of the Usurper, the most brutal conflict took place at the Trident, where Prince Rhaegar and Robert encountered one another. The three-headed dragon clashed with the crowned stag, blood staining the waters of the Trident until Robert Baratheon's hammer shattered Rhaegar Targaryen's armor. Eddard remained silent for a long while, observing Robert's relentless curses upon his former enemy, and felt compelled to remind him, Your Grace, we should return. The Queen awaits you in the hall. Let her wait. Robert retorted disdainfully, Call me Your Grace again, and I shall have your head. We are brothers. As Robert and Eddard made their way back, silence enveloped them until Eddard broke it. Tell me how Jon died, he said quietly. I received word that he fell ill, and within 2 weeks, his condition deteriorated fatally. I have never witnessed such a rapid decline, Robert continued, his face etched with sorrow. Not long before his death, I held a tournament. He was as robust as a young man then, yet I never imagined he would depart so swiftly. And Lisa? How is she faring? Eddard inquired further. Perhaps Jon's death was too great a shock for her. After his passing, she returned to the Eyrie with their son. I intended to foster Jon's son to Tywin Lannister. Jon had no brothers, and how could I allow a woman to raise his son alone? Robert complained as they walked. Tywin has already consented, yet Lisa stealthily took their son away. Damn it, she should feel honored to be adopted by House Lannister. Eddard, who held a disdain for House Lannister, felt uneasy at Robert's words. He had long perceived the Lannisters as schemers, always plotting in the shadows. During the War of the Usurper, House Lannister had only joined Robert's cause once the situation became clear, which led Eddard to believe their loyalty was not genuine. I could adopt Robert Arryn, Eddard suddenly proposed. I know, Eddard, you have a kind heart, but it is too late. I have already pledged him to Duke Tywin. To renege would be an affront to him. Robert remarked, So what? The Stark family does not fear those foolish lions. Ed, with a grim expression, replied, Spare me, brother. That is because you do not have to share a bed with a Lannister woman. Moreover, Ed, Jon is dead, and I wish for you to accompany me south. To assist me, Robert solemnly stated. I cannot. I am capable of fighting, but I lack the ability to handle state affairs. Ed promptly declined. Damn it. You are my most trusted ally. Besides you, who can serve as my hand of the king? We are brothers, Ed. This time, Ed did not hesitate. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt. Eddard Stark, I, the king, guardian of the 7 kingdoms, hereby appoint you as my hand of the king, my chief minister, Robert exclaimed with a broad smile. Ed had sensed Robert's intentions since he learned of his arrival in the north, for he could not fathom any other reason for Robert's long journey. While Ed wished to aid Robert, a more pressing concern lingered in his mind. He suspected that Jon Arryn's death was not as it appeared, and only by traveling to King's Landing could he uncover the truth regarding the demise of his esteemed foster father. My friend, I have more good news for you. You have a daughter, I have a son, and I intend for Joffrey to wed Sansa. Just as Lyanna and I once did, Robert continued excitedly. Ed's countenance darkened. He thought to himself, I considered you a brother, yet you treat me as a fool. Does your unfortunate son not inquire about his own character? However, Robert was indeed his brother, but he was also his king, and Ed could only suppress his myriad of thoughts. Upon hearing Ed's agreement, Robert laughed heartily and began to ascend ahead. Ed sighed and was about to follow when, inexplicably, he glanced back, only to find the stone statues around him staring intently, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and he recalled the ominous saying, Winter is coming. Meanwhile, near the city of Coor, Tyrell and his companions were descending south along the Lorne River. As they traveled southward, they encountered more villages and passers-by, and Tyrell learned of the heretic squad's presence. My lord, Just a week ago, a band of black-clad cavalry passed through our village, spreading their doctrine. However, after a conflict with the village elders, they killed the elder, distributed some money to the villagers, and continued south with slaves and several young people, a villager cautiously recounted. This was not the first inquiry about those individuals. Previously, the governor's men and the Dothraki had sought information about the black-clad ones, who had reportedly slain many Dothraki. My lord, they are indeed ahead of us. At this rate, we shall catch up with them sooner or later, Reyn stated. I believe so as well, but why are the Dothraki searching for them? Tyrell inquired. Somewhat perplexed, it is likely due to our actions that the Dothraki have set their sights upon them, Elisa interjected. In truth, the situation unfolded much as they had anticipated. After the Dothraki suffered the loss of several small squads, the Karasa soon received word of it. Enraged, Koro personally commanded everyone to seek out information. Coincidentally, a messenger reported that it might have been a band of mysterious riders clad in black. Thus, Koro dispatched his most trusted warrior, Camiro, accompanied by 200 soldiers, to pursue these enigmatic horsemen. Upon learning of this, Terren and his companions hastened their descent southward, hoping to locate them before the Dothraki could. With a tail following behind them, Terren and his group refrained from further delays and continued their journey. A contingent of over 500 people was beyond the capacity of ordinary folk to sustain. Apart from official forces, no reckless bandits dared to attack Terren and his retinue. This predicament weighed heavily on Terren, as the absence of wild creatures meant a lack of income and experience. The group of over 500 could only survive on their dwindling supplies. Thus, after a week of slow travel, the provisions initially acquired in Koer were nearly depleted. Oh, what do you think? In this desolate wilderness, how is it that not a single highwayman dares to confront us? Terren lamented to Reyn, who appeared half dead from exhaustion. My lord, with so many of us, what thief would be foolish enough to attack? We are fortunate that they do not seek us out, Reyn respectfully explained. Indeed. But what if we were to seek them out? Is it not a possibility? Terren pondered aloud. However, how would we know where to find such brigands? This is our first time in this land, Dizzy interjected, puzzled. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark had a sister, Lyanna Stark, who was as innocent and romantic as she was beautiful. Robert had fallen for Lyanna, and Rickard Stark consented to their union, deciding to wed Lyanna to Robert in the future. However, in his youth, Robert was dashing and affluent, living a life of reckless abandon, fathering numerous bastards whom he neglected, a quintessential embodiment of callousness. This news reached Lyanna, who recognized Robert's roguish nature and felt that even marriage would not curb his waywardness, leading her to desire a more honorable man as a partner. By chance, during a tournament, Rhaegar Targaryen won the championship and seized the opportunity to propose to Lyanna, dubbing her the Queen of Love and Beauty. Robert was present at the time, and thus a rivalry was ignited between the two. You dare to court my betrothed. I shall not let this go unchallenged. The Targaryen family was known for intermarriage, resulting in offspring who were either afflicted or extraordinary, giving rise to the adage, greatness or madness. Prince Rhaegar epitomized greatness, noble by birth, yet humble and courteous, a masterful warrior, and exceedingly kind to his subjects. Notably handsome, many believed Rhaegar to be the embodiment of the Prince of Light, effortlessly capturing Lyanna's heart. A year later, however, Lyanna vanished, rumored to have been abducted by Prince Rhaegar. In truth, they had eloped. Robert, incensed, vowed to rally forces and slay Rhaegar. Brandon, Lyanna's brother, was quicker, directly heading to the Red Keep with several companions, intent on confronting Rhaegar and demanding retribution, boldly declaring his desire to kill him. Rhaegar's father, already not of sound mind, was understandably displeased, exclaiming, "You dare to kill my son without consulting me? I am known as the Mad King, and yet you have the audacity to disregard my authority." He promptly sent men to capture Brandon and, in a brutal display, had him executed before the eyes of Rickard. Subsequently, he demanded Jon hand over Robert and Eddard. Jon, reflecting on his age and the difficulty of raising two foster sons, thought, "If you take them from me, I shall have no reason to live." This led him to unite the Baratheons and the Starks in rebellion. Furthermore, as the Baratheons and Targaryens shared bloodlines, they were deemed the most legitimate claimants to the throne, with others rallying behind the Baratheons. Robert, fueled by anger, fought fiercely and ultimately defeated his rival at the Trident. Yet Lyanna tragically perished shortly thereafter amidst the chaos. According to the narrative, during her elopement with Rhaegar, she bore a child, Jon Snow. Chapter 34. Undercover operations unaware of the whereabouts of any bandits. Yet cognizant that someone must know, Terren and his companions halted their journey at the edge of a hill known as Vargas. Their scouts reported that a group of brigands had long made this area their lair. The next course of action would involve an undercover operation, as Terren was convinced that this band of thieves could not resist the allure of easy prey. To avoid alarming the enemy, they concealed themselves several kilometers away from the brigands' territory. The next step was to lure them out. Elisa, accompanied by 20 unsullied and 30 newly recruited Ponde soldiers bearing supplies, led the way. Terren assigned tasks, instructing 6 individuals, including Dizzy, to trail Elisa at a distance and return with news upon the appearance of the bandits. Meanwhile, Reyn would muster 100 riders to swiftly support Elisa once alerted. After Terren briefly outlined the plan, Reyn and Elisa contributed further details, culminating in a finalized strategy. While Terren was the most suitable candidate for the role, given his youthful noble appearance, he was apprehensive, and with opposition from Reyn and others. Elisa ultimately assumed the role of bait. At the summit of a hill in the Vargas region, 2 henchmen spotted Elisa and her substantial convoy. One remained to observe, while the other hastened to report back to their camp. "Boss, we have a flock of fat sheep coming in. There are over 20 carts alone. This is our lucky day," the excited informant exclaimed. "How many are there? Did you observe closely? Where do they hail from? Can you identify them?" A burly man with a shaved head and scarred face bellowed. "There are 50 in total. Although over 20 are unarmored, I can tell they are likely castrated men. If the boss has them as guards, they must be easy pickings from the free trade bastion," the henchman reported thoughtfully. "With unsullied present, then they certainly aren't Dothraki. We have no reason to hesitate. Gather the men and prepare to set out," the leader commanded. The bandit leader hoisted a blood-stained hammer onto his shoulder and declared, "Aside from the Dothraki, who possess formidable pursuit capabilities and a vengeful nature, the other factions are of little concern. A single heist and a change of location will suffice, for they would not exert themselves to conduct a thorough investigation." This band of brigands was led by one named Bob, formerly the deputy of the royal guard in Tyrosh. His illicit affair with one of the lord's concubines was discovered and reported. Before the lord's soldiers could apprehend him, Bob fled Tyrosh with a band of followers, wandering through hardship until they arrived here to survive through robbery. It was said that in his wake, the furious lord of Tyrosh hanged the woman with whom Bob had been involved, and as she perished, she mourned Bob's name. As dusk approached, Eliza instructed her subordinates to encircle the camp with wagons, preparing to spend the night there. Unbeknownst to her, the bandit Bob had been observing them from a distance for quite some time. Bob was not a man of mere bravado. His careful contemplation before taking action was the primary reason he had remained unvanquished in this territory for over a decade. He sensed something amiss with this group, though he could not pinpoint the exact issue. One of his subordinates, unable to contain himself, urged, "Brother, we have been watching for hours. There is no threat. They are preparing to camp and have lowered their guard, making it the perfect opportunity for us to strike. Let us give the order to attack." Bob's mind was suddenly illuminated by the mention of camping. Indeed, for over 10 years, traveling merchants had never dared to pass through this area without gathering 300 to 500 people during daylight. He had never encountered a group so bold as to come with only 30 to 50 individuals and dare to stay overnight. Recognizing the oddity of the situation, Bob became convinced that this group harbored sinister intentions. "Gather the brothers. This crew is suspicious. No attack. Retreat quietly," Bob instructed in hushed tones. "Boss, we haven't worked in days." The Dothraki and the slavers from the bay were allowed to pass without incident in previous years. "If we do not act on this opportunity, the brothers will starve," his subordinate begrudgingly protested. "I said no attack." Bob glared at the disobedient one. The impertinent subordinate was named Gasper, the deputy leader of the bandits, who had gathered a group of men to engage in banditry until Bob and his followers had arrived, defeated, and incorporated them. Yet Gasper continued to oppose Bob at every turn, and Bob, mindful of the considerable loyalty Gasper still commanded among their ranks, hesitated to deal with him directly. "Since you are fearful, why not return and rest? I shall lead the brothers to slaughter this flock of fat sheep," Gasper declared, instructing a few loyalists to prepare for an assault. Bob intervened, halting the subordinate who was ready to confront Gasper, and ordered his loyal followers to remain concealed and await further instructions. This time, Gasper had truly provoked Bob's ire, and Bob resolved that today he would eliminate this insubordinate deputy. After Gasper and his men initiated their assault, should they prove to be the troublemakers he suspected, he would withdraw with the remaining individuals, incurring no loss while simultaneously eliminating a formidable adversary. Conversely, if his suspicions were unfounded, he would seize the opportunity to ambush Gasper during his moment of complacency after the latter had plundered the group. Meanwhile, Elisa, who was preparing to camp, had already discerned that someone was covertly observing her party. She promptly alerted the others to heighten their vigilance against any potential ambush. Consequently, when Gasper and his 100-plus men charged down the mountain, the Purists and the Pander infantry remained composed, methodically utilizing their wagons for counteroffensive maneuvers. Elisa bent down from her horse to retrieve her Noldo short bow, nocking an arrow and directing it towards the advancing bandits. She loosed 5 arrows in quick succession, each disappearing into the night, yet none found their mark, as the fastest of the bandits had already engaged with the Purists. Cursing under her breath, Elisa discarded the Noldo short bow and armed herself with poisoned darts. With a swift flick of her wrist, she watched as the bandit minions clutched their throats and collapsed. With her proficiency in wielding poison darts, honed over 2 decades within the Serpent sect, she was remarkably accurate. Despite their numerical superiority, the bandits gradually breached the defensive line formed by the wagons. Just as Elisa and her comrades began to regroup, the bandits believed victory was within their grasp. Suddenly, from amidst the cargo of the wagons emerged dozens of armored warriors, roaring as they charged from behind the bandits. Elisa and her allies shifted from a defensive posture, aligning their formations and beginning to systematically drive back the disorganized horde. In the midst of the bandits' panic, Gasper bellowed, "Brothers, do not falter. We still outnumber them. For every man we slay, I shall reward you with 10 gold coins." Under Gasper's reassurance and the lure of bounty, the bandits, who had begun to falter, gradually steadied their resolve. Elisa, not one to passively await the enemy's resurgence, seized the moment to launch 2 poisoned darts at Gasper. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos of battle, her aim faltered, striking one of his guards instead. Upon witnessing his guard collapse, spewing black blood, Gasper was instantly gripped by terror, unwilling to expose himself further. The battlefield became a tense stalemate, with one side well-equipped and the other numerous. Just as Bob was preparing to join the fray, the ominous sound of approaching cavalry extinguished his intentions. Indeed, this was a trap. Prince Rhaegar, tall and strikingly handsome, possessed the dark violet eyes and silver hair characteristic of House Targaryen. Many considered Rhaegar to be exceptionally attractive, and he was renowned for his intelligence, excelling at whatever he endeavored. He was viewed as a gifted musician and a formidable knight. The shadow of the Summerhall tragedy lingered around him, for he was born into sorrow, and at times, his demeanor was perceived as melancholic. He cherished solitude and quietude, finding solace in literature. Despite Robert's animosity towards Rhaegar, many spoke of him with reverence, particularly his supporters among the Targaryens, and even Robert's close friend, Ned Stark. Jaime still recalled the steely timbre of Rhaegar's voice. Sir Baelish Targaryen once pledged his loyalty to 3 generations of kings, yet he deemed Rhaegar superior to any of them. Daenerys is frequently compared to Rhaegar as a form of praise. Eddard Stark, a close friend of Robert and one of the instigators of the War of the Usurper, maintained a neutral stance regarding Rhaegar. Many held a deep admiration for him, including Cersei Lannister and Jon Connington. Chapter 35. A clash midway the battle presented little suspense. The band of over 100 brigands was swiftly vanquished by the onslaught of the Unsullied and cavalry. After executing 2 defiant captives, the remaining 33 brigands were easily assimilated. With 5 unfortunate casualties from the skirmish deducted, the ranks swelled to 571. Following the cleanup of the battlefield and a brief respite, 3 soldiers who had reached full experience were promoted. The newly captured brigands also successfully raised their loyalty to approximately 70 points. Suddenly, Tyrion, lying by the campfire and frothing at the mouth, jolted upright in alarm. "Oh no, my dragons." Logically, the mother of dragons should have been en route to Pentos, soon to wed Khal Drogo, with 3 dragon eggs destined for her possession. Surely, the dragons could not have hatched by now. He had to investigate. Despite the considerable risk posed by the Dothraki light cavalry in seizing the dragon eggs, losing the dragons, of which there were only 3, was not an option. After all, they were dragon riders. With this thought, Tyrion immediately summoned Reyn and others, gathering the company to march swiftly westward towards Pentos. Utilizing the small map for guidance, the group adeptly evaded the majority of the pursuing forces from Kohor, carefully maneuvering around them. Meanwhile, a large battalion of Dothraki light cavalry was advancing eastward, their destination the capital of Ves Dothrak, where they would hold a grand wedding for the Great Khal. 7 days later, the 2 groups unexpectedly crossed paths. From across the Reyn River, Tyrion observed the Dothraki preparing to cross. Dozens of cargo ships were methodically transporting batches of Dothraki cavalry, along with their horses, to the eastern bank. Watching the slaves and civilians fleeing in disarray from the docks due to his presence, Tyrion turned to Reyn, unable to contain his curiosity. Can they not see us? Reyn remained silent, pondering the perplexing scene across the river. A group of unidentified troops eyed them warily, while the Dothraki cavalierly proceeded with their crossing, a command hardly befitting a competent leader. In truth, the Dothraki had noticed Tyrion and his companions as soon as they appeared. However, the Dothraki had roamed this area for over a century, and aside from their own predatory raids, no force had dared to challenge them. Although called Drogo's Bloodrider, Hago advised pausing the crossing. Drogo, the youngest and most formidable Khal, dismissed the threat posed by the opposing force. As the most formidable Khal of the Dothraki, he firmly believed that his warriors were invincible, and none dared to provoke his majesty. Under such dramatic circumstances, Drogo embarked on the grandest cargo ship with his new bride, becoming one of the first Dothraki to cross the river. As the Dothraki cavalry disembarked from smaller boats, Drogo's ship was already less than 100 meters from the shore. Tywin clearly discerned the silhouette standing at the bow of the ship, a tall man with an elegant physique, bronzed skin, and dark hair and eyes, adorned with a long beard and braids that cascaded down to his thighs, each braid embellished with tiny bells. It was said that his braids had never been cut, symbolizing Drogo's undefeated status in battle. Beside him stood a woman of petite stature, with shimmering silver-golden hair and violet eyes, whose beauty was simply breathtaking. The first wave of Dothraki cavalry consisted of around 700, yet to transport everyone across, at least another 7 or 8 crossings would be necessary. Are they out of their minds? Tywin remarked incredulously as he observed Drogo, the leader, being among the first to cross. Even a military novice like him understood that, given the enemy's awareness, forcing a crossing was an ill-conceived strategy, particularly for light cavalry, with the commander leading the charge. Shouldn't they wait for the advance guard to establish their position before attempting the crossing? My lord, Kohler stated. There is a saying among the Dothraki. They know everything about horses, but are ignorant of all else. The White Worm, who stood by, spoke, among the Unsullied. Both the White Worm and the Brown Worm had refused to revert to their original names, instead retaining their initial titles. How astonishingly simple, Tywin remarked with a wry smile. Glancing at the White Worm, even the Unsullied are aware of the Dothraki's shortcomings. It seems this group has indeed grown accustomed to their arrogance. As he spoke, several Dothraki riders galloped to the forefront of the line. Weak lambs, leave your weapons and horses behind. You may depart. The leading Dothraki cavalryman regarded Tywin and the others with a gaze that was both greedy and cruel. Have you always been so valiant? Tywin replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. Seeking death. Enraged by Tywin's apparent fearlessness and mockery, the Dothraki cavalryman drew his curved blade and swung it towards Tywin. However, before the blade could descend upon him, it was intercepted by Sir Reyn's massive axe, which then struck the assailant off his horse, pinning him beneath its weight. Reyn turned to Tywin, awaiting his command. The remaining Dothraki were swiftly subdued by the others. Prepare the troops, drive them into the river. Everyone except that woman on the ship is to be left behind, Tywin commanded before retreating to a higher vantage point, ready to observe the outcome of the conflict. A contingent of elite infantry confronted the freshly disembarked light cavalry at the riverbank, and with no room for doubt, the outcome was clear as the Dragon Knights charged forth. Ensuring victory. Following the command, Reyn exerted force beneath his feet, crushing the enemy. Riding forth, the commander led the cavalry into a sudden assault against the vigilant Dothraki gathered at the docks. Alyssa, at the helm of her crossbowmen, had long been prepared, methodically unleashing a barrage of bolts towards the dock. The Unsullied, under the guidance of the Brown Worm and the White Worm, advanced to encircle their target. Accustomed to fighting bare-chested, the Dothraki horsemen had little defense against the incoming projectiles. In mere moments, dozens of Dothraki fell, lifeless on the ground, their bodies twitching briefly before succumbing to silence. Weaklings, how dare they provoke me? Warriors, mount your steeds and charge forth, annihilate them, called Drogo. With fury in his eyes as he gazed upon the fallen warriors, issued his command. Accompanied by the Blood Riders, he mounted his horse, attempting to rally his forces for a counterattack. However, the confines of the dock proved too narrow. Hundreds of men and horses were jumbled together, unable to maneuver while evading the enemy's crossbow bolts. At that moment, the cavalry led by Reyn arrived. Utilizing their speed, they hurled their short axes and spears, driving them deep into the bodies of their foes with such force that they pierced through one enemy and struck another. After the throw, they veered away, racing past the Dothraki. Their mission was accomplished. Now it was time for the infantry to engage. Over 200 Unsullied formed an orderly line, gradually squeezing the Dothraki's space for survival. Their long spears thrust through the gaps, each thrust claiming an enemy's life. In the turmoil, Some Dothraki attempted to flee back to their ships, while others tried to push through to slay the adversaries. Amidst the chaos, many Dothraki were shoved into the river, struggling for a moment before vanishing beneath the surface. Forward! Forward! Warriors, charge! The Horse Lord bellowed, swinging his curved blade to fell a warrior attempting to escape. His voice seething with rage. Call! The pack pressed together is no more formidable than feeble lambs. You must retreat and lead your kin in vengeance. Hago and Kozer implored Drogo. You wish for me to flee? Drogo's crimson eyes glared at the two in fury. Were they not his blood brothers? He would have struck them down on the spot. The invincible and fearless Dothraki never retreated before their enemies. Never. Locking eyes with the stubborn Khal, the two men exchanged a glance and then struck, severing the forelegs of Drogo's steed. The horse cried out in agony before collapsing, leaving the unprepared Drogo pinned beneath it. The two men leapt from their mounts and struck Drogo with the back of their blades, rendering him unconscious. Take Cal back to the other side of the river. Ensure his safety, Hago urged his nearby guards, his eyes aflame with determination. Yes, the two guards nodded, lifting the unconscious Drogo and boarding a small boat. After seizing a ferryman, they set off across the river. As Hago bid farewell to Zorge, he returned to the battlefield, his gaze fixed upon the nearby enemies, letting out a fierce roar as he charged forward. The warhorse barreled through the obstructing tribesmen and collided violently with the steadfast line of the Unsullied. Without any acceleration, the steed managed to push back the adversaries a few paces before coming to a halt. During this time, 4 or 5 spears pierced the horse's body through the gaps. With a mournful cry, the horse collapsed, and Hago was impaled through the neck by a spear wielded by a white worm. Grasping the spear tightly with both hands, Hago glared furiously at the white worm, but the torrents of blood swiftly drained his vitality, and within moments, he succumbed to an unwilling death. Kaso, meanwhile, found himself in the sights of Reyn. The Unsullied parted their ranks, allowing Kaso to rush towards Reyn, who had re-entered the fray. With a battle cry akin to that of the Dothraki, Kaso lunged with a sharp blade aimed at Reyn's throat. Reyn, his mouth hidden beneath his helmet, curled into a smirk, and as Kaso drew near, he swung his battle axe with ferocity. The tremendous force cleaved through Kaso's curved sword and struck his chest. Kaso's torso was nearly severed, his innards spilling onto the ground, and he crashed to the earth, sputtering blood as he fixated on Reyn, gasping intermittently. Cal will avenge the Dothraki and annihilate all of you. His words fell silent as the light faded from his eyes, leaving behind only his warhorse, which attempted to rouse its fallen master by licking his face, yearning for them to charge forth together once more. The fierce battle neared its conclusion. A deluge of blood had drenched the docks in crimson, even staining the nearby river a vivid red, enticing numerous fish to feast eagerly. After eliminating the last few Dothraki, the Unsullied boarded the largest vessel, dragging out a few trembling women who cowered within. What shall we do with him? One Unsullied inquired of the White Worm, referring to the curled figure of Viserys Targaryen. With his silver hair and the Targaryen family's violet eyes, his once handsome face contorted in panic. Viserys realized they were deliberating his fate, and a strong will to survive compelled him to shout, I am Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. Take me to your master. The master did not request a man, replied the White Worm. Turning to leave, the remaining Unsullied thrust a spear into Viserys' babbling mouth, and with a final, anguished cry, he succumbed, blood bubbling forth as he begrudgingly died, still murmuring his lineage as the Targaryen heir. As Unsullied, though they had extinguished their emotions, they retained a deep-seated disdain for all nobles aside from their master. Without these parasitic wretches, there would be fewer souls starving and being sold into slavery. Poor Viserys Targaryen encountered the Unsullied. If it had been anyone else who heard his lengthy list of titles, they would surely have spared his life, inquiring with Tyrion before making a decision. Alas, they were Unsullied, mere blind instruments of obedience, incapable of undertaking any extraneous actions. After slaying Viserys Targaryen, several Unsullied pillaged the ship's possessions and prepared to rejoin their ranks. Almost forgotten was the fact that a prince was still aboard. You instructed them to leave him be, having been rendered speechless by the display of combat prowess. Tyrion commanded Daisy to seek out the opposing party. Once Daisy departed, Tyrion beheld the dock, where the Pale Worm, accompanied by 2 Unsullied, escorted 4 women towards him. Among them were Daenerys, along with her handmaidens Irri, Jiki, and Doria. Daenerys gazed fearfully at the strikingly handsome young man before her, the Unsullied leader. With tousled black hair, fair skin, and an elegant, noble presence, his dark eyes seemed to absorb all light around them. During her years traversing Essos, even though the Unsullied never engaged with outsiders, she had encountered some of their kind who had fallen from grace. To her astonishment, such a refined and graceful individual was the leader of this band of ruthless brigands. Despite her trepidation, as the heir of House Targaryen, she summoned the courage to confront him. Esteemed leader, I am Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn. My brother is Viserys Targaryen III, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Please, spare us. And we shall. With tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, Daenerys timidly asserted her identity, as if it could embolden her. Yet Tyrion, tilting his head, stared at Daenerys in bewilderment. She is but 13, he thought. The king truly is devoid of humanity. At 13, in my homeland, one would be swiftly silenced. But then he recalled, with a hint of irony, that he himself was only 16, having once been a tender bud, forced to mature prematurely, ravaged, and still recovering to this day. Oh, the vile old world. Look at what you have done to the flowers of the future. After Daenerys finished speaking, she noticed Tyrion's silence, her gaze dropping in fear as she clutched her garment tightly, striving to suppress her sobs. We must depart. Alyssa nudged Tyrion gently at the waist. Oh yes, my dragon eggs. Let's take the dragon eggs and her. Tyrion snapped back to reality, hastily issuing commands. Alyssa cast a curious glance at Daenerys, deliberately swaying her hips as she sauntered towards the dock. Before long, Alyssa, along with several Unsullied and the returning Reyn, completed their task on the battlefield. Dragon eggs. Are these the ones? Alyssa inquired, catching one of the dragon eggs from the Unsullied, tossing it in the air with curiosity. This should be it. Hey, is this truly a dragon egg? Sufan hesitantly remarked, but it matters not. Someone is familiar with him. He then turned to Daenerys and inquired, is it so? Daenerys bit her lip and replied affirmatively. Let us proceed. Ser Reyn, gather the troops. We must retreat. Tyrion cautiously accepted the dragon egg from Alyssa, ensuring its safety with the Unsullied before issuing a command. Sir, my brother. Daenerys, not having spotted her brother, could not restrain herself from speaking again. Do not worry, I have sent for them. All shall be well. He cannot be lost. Just then, Dizzy hurried over, his expression a mix of urgency and hesitation. Where is he? Tyrion casually inquired. Dizzy hesitated before whispering into Tyrion's ear. Upon hearing this, Tyrion's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he glanced at Daenerys with a hopeful gaze. Yet he could not find it in himself to disclose that her brother had met an unfortunate end. Chapter 37. A cold joke. After driving away the ferrymen and setting their vessel ablaze, Tyrion's group assembled and set their course southeast. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Drogo, consumed by rage, slaughtered the ferrymen who had transported him across the river. The two loyal guards, having delivered Drogo to shore, took their own lives, unable to endure the shame of living after their leader's demise. I will kill them, no matter where they flee. Drogo swore vehemently. I shall crush every bone in their bodies, flay every inch of their skin, and drain every drop of their blood until my vengeance is satisfied. With a short dagger, he severed his long braid in a solemn vow. All the Dothraki horsemen behind him followed suit, cutting their hair in solidarity. For a Dothraki man, hair is a symbol of pride, only to be sacrificed upon defeat in battle. The murder of Khal Hago, his blood brother Kaso, the theft of his wife, and the slaughter of his kin, all these grievances pierced his heart deeply. Koro, my brother, let us move. Circumvent and pursue them. We shall slay them. Drogo's gaze was fixed on Tyrion and his party retreating across the river as he commanded in a low, hoarse voice. Koro yearned to suggest that the most prudent course of action would be to return to Westeros to regroup before hunting down their foes. However, he understood that Drogo's failure had ignited unwarranted ambitions among the various Khalasars. Yet, blinded by hatred, Drogo was now impervious to reason. As night fell, Tyrion and his companions found a hilly spot to set up camp, igniting a campfire. With Daenerys and the others behind them, they gathered the soldiers eligible for promotion. After a series of maneuvers, their prowess was revealed, resulting in successful promotions and an increase in loyalty. Due to the large scale of the battle and the quality of their adversaries, many soldiers were elevated in rank. Initially, the Razalans, upon witnessing the once mighty Dothraki being slaughtered like swine, experienced a moment of clarity, with several individuals even volunteering to engage in combat against the Dothraki. However, the system indicated that the promotion conditions were not met. Terren speculated that this might be due to an unsuitable route, suggesting that a new civilization path might be unlocked once the troop count reached 1,000. Furthermore, the fugitives and bandits had also advanced to become Pondé recruits and Pondé infantry, with one Pandey swordsman promoting to a Pandey heavy swordsman, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Lastly, among the Unsullied, 5 members were identified as eligible for promotion. After much persuasion from Terren, the likes of White Worm finally consented to advance. 7 Unsullied were promoted to Pandey swordsmen, transforming their leather armor, round shields, and short spears into gleaming black steel suits that shimmered with a metallic sheen. With their long swords exceeding a meter in length, they formed an impeccably organized battalion, exhibiting strict discipline and fervent fighting spirit. Akin to the merciless iron legions of the Pandey continent, they would become a nightmare for all cavalry, an unbreakable iron line. Once these matters were settled, Terren approached Daenerys with several pieces of roasted venison in hand. Daenerys glanced at Terren but continued to sob, ignoring the offered meat. Terren, feeling awkward, shared the food with the other 3 maids. Ely, Kiki, and Doria accepted eagerly, devouring the meat voraciously. Having endured much hardship during their training as maids, they felt little fear now that their captors had spared their lives. Holding the last piece of roasted meat, Terren sat down beside Daenerys, inadvertently pushing Doria aside. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Terren Adelaide, hailing from the Far East," he said softly while nudging her gently with his knee. Despite his reluctance to engage with this bandit, his noble upbringing compelled him to acknowledge her presence. Daenerys raised her head, wiping her nose and tears with her sleeve, and mumbled, "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the last of House Targaryen, the bride of Khal Drogo." This string of titles momentarily caught Terren off guard. Though he recognized it was not the right moment, her extensive appellation ignited a competitive spirit within him, as if her titles sought to diminish his own stature. "Who am I? A traveler, a being endowed with a system. How could I be cowed by you?" Terren's demeanor shifted, and he solemnly reintroduced himself. "Lovely lady. Before you stands the sole legitimate heir of the ancient Pandey continent, the destroyer of the Lion Kingdom, Raven Kingdom, Fields Way, Barks Empire, and Desha Duchy. The only ally of the elves, king of the Pandey people, slayer of heretics, and savior of the Pandey continent, Terren Hubbard." Upon finishing, Terren proudly lifted his chin, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. Such a lengthy discourse far surpasses your own. After Tyrion's lengthy monologue, Daenerys found herself utterly bewildered, wiping her nose with her sleeve. Though she could not comprehend the words, the gravity of his demeanor left a profound impression. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed her small hand nearly brushing against her own garments, prompting Tyrion to cautiously draw his legs together. This child was remarkably untidy. "What of my brother?" Daenerys soon regained her composure, her thoughts turning to her sibling. Though he treated her poorly, often resorting to violence and exhibiting cowardice, he was nonetheless her sole kin. Upon hearing Daenerys inquire about her unfortunate brother, Tyrion contemplated briefly before forcing a smile. "Would you prefer to hear good news or bad news?" "Very well. What is the good news?" Daenerys, after a moment's reflection, reasoned that if there was good news, her brother must be safe. "Congratulations. You are now the sole heir of House Targaryen. No one contests your claim to the throne." Tyrion patted Daenerys on the shoulder, feigning cheerfulness. Observing the confusion in her eyes, he adjusted his approach. "Let me pose a riddle. What has 2 legs yet cannot move?" "A ladder." Though Daenerys did not grasp the essence of Tyrion's earlier proclamation, she pondered the riddle intently. After a moment of deep contemplation, her eyes lit up as she confidently declared, "If it has 2 legs and cannot walk, it must be a ladder. It is an inanimate object, thus it cannot move on its own." "Ah, that is incorrect," Tyrion replied, managing a strained smile. "What is it then?" Daenerys inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Gazing into her big, watery eyes, Tyrion steeled himself and said, "Your brother." In an instant, Daenerys comprehended the implication, her composure shattering as she burst into tears. Simultaneously, 3 handmaidens caught on to the jest and could not contain their laughter, quickly stifling it as they buried their heads, trembling with mirth. Though it was rather inappropriate, the lady could hardly contain herself. The humor was simply too rich. Hearing their laughter only intensified Daenerys' wails. Chapter 38. Untidiness. Daenerys Targaryen was born on Dragonstone, her mother having perished during a difficult labor. Soon after, Robert Baratheon seized the Iron Throne, ruthlessly slaying the remaining members of House Targaryen. A few years later, after being sent to Braavos, following the death of Lord Willem Darry, the siblings were cast out by their servants. From that point onward, they wandered the free cities, seeking allies to reclaim the Iron Throne. In less flattering terms, they were reduced to beggary, clinging to dreams that were increasingly unrealistic, with Viserys earning the moniker of the Beggar King. Due to prolonged exposure to the pressures of life and the scorn of others, Viserys grew increasingly embittered and fixated on the birthright he had never truly possessed. Naturally, Daenerys became the convenient outlet for her brother's frustrations. Viserys began to attribute the death of their mother to Daenerys, exhibiting a reckless temper that he even took pride in, considering it evidence of his lineage as the true heir of the dragon. Whenever Daenerys incited his wrath, he would declare that she had awakened the anger of the sleeping dragon. He frequently instilled in her the importance of maintaining pure bloodlines through incestuous unions, leading Daenerys to believe from an early age that she would one day wed Viserys. However, she astutely recognized that her brother's delusions of reclaiming the Iron Throne were utterly unrealistic. Daenerys possessed no memories of Westeros. In fact, during her exile, she often reminisced about the Red Door of Braavos. Under the overshadowing presence of Viserys, she transformed into a girl resigned to fate, accustomed to living in fear. Eventually, they arrived at the free city of Pentos, where they received assistance from the governor, Illyrio Mopatis. The wealthy and powerful Illyrio invited the Targaryen siblings to reside in his opulent mansion, promising to aid them in their quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. Illyrio arranged for the 13-year-old Daenerys to marry Khal Drogo, which filled her with dread as she conveyed to her brother her unwillingness to wed the Dothraki leader. Viserys, threatening to unleash the wrath of the sleeping dragon, left Daenerys with no choice but to acquiesce to her brother's desires. After the wedding in Pentos, Daenerys, having struggled to accept her circumstances, found herself in despair. Her brother was dead, her fiancé's fate unknown, and she was being taken from everything she knew, with her future uncertain. Your brother Viserys was brave before he departed, not tarnishing the Targaryen name. Would that bring you some solace? Tyrion offered, pinching Daenerys's garment lightly in a gesture of comfort. To his dismay, she merely spat at him in response. You speak nonsense, Daenerys cried, tears streaming down her face. She was all too aware of her brother's true nature. If he were truly so valiant, he would not have sacrificed himself for the Dothraki army. Saliva splattered Tyrion's face, mingling with her running nose, thoroughly disgusted him. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Daenerys and rubbed his face against her, retaliating playfully. This took Daenerys by surprise, momentarily distracting her from her tears, but she quickly regained her composure and embraced Tyrion, attempting to smear her own mixture of tears and snot back onto him. Caught off guard, Tyrion struggled to push her away, but despite her youth, Daenerys had matured physically and managed to pin him down, leaving them both entangled in a childish struggle, each trying to smear their mess upon the other. 10 minutes later, two individuals sat facing each other, their gazes locked in mutual disdain. Meanwhile, three handmaidens diligently scrubbed their garments with foraged leaves, striving to rid themselves of the grime. These were new clothes, a gift intended for Daenerys. The three of them might never have the opportunity to wear such opulent and costly attire otherwise. The source of their soiling was, of course, Tyrion and Daenerys. After managing to push Daenerys away, Tyrion wiped the snot and saliva from his attire onto the young maid, who, as a servant, dared not resist and merely pouted as she endured the indignity. Daenerys, in kind, smeared the mess onto Irri. Doria and Irri, being good friends of Missy, were also eager to assist. They stealthily grabbed one of Missy's sleeves and began to wipe themselves with it. Look what you've done. So filthy. What of your noble upbringing? Tyrion glared at Daenerys, his anger palpable. Bah, thief. You deserve it. Daenerys retorted, akin to an enraged little lion, fur bristling in fury. A thief? Your late husband was the true bandit. Tyrion incredulously pointed at himself. Such a young girl, full of talk. Aside from robbing my peers, have I ever robbed a good person? Robbing peers cannot be deemed thievery. It is merely enforcing justice. You are all wretched. Daenerys seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. Very well, if I am wretched, then hatch the dragon for me, and I shall let you go immediately. Dream on. The dragon belongs to me. It is ours. The Targaryen legacy. Your family is all but extinct. Seeing Daenerys reduced to tears by his words, Tyrion sighed, gesturing toward the roasted meat that had fallen to the ground. He picked it up, brushed off the dirt, and approached Daenerys. Stop crying. Do you wish for revenge? First, eat and don't starve yourself. He offered the roast before her. Daenerys, whether truly hungry or having come to a realization, lifted her head and snatched the meat from Tyrion's hand, devouring it ravenously. Though tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the roast as she consumed it, her eyes burned with a flicker of anger. Observing Daenerys feast, Tyrion too felt a pang of hunger. After a long day of travel with little sustenance, and following their earlier quarrel, his stomach began to protest. He waved his hand, and Daisy soon brought forth black bread and a small piece of roasted meat. In Tyrion's company, all were treated equally, regardless of their status. Be they fugitives, bandits, slaves, or commoners, he regarded them as human beings. In this era of rigid feudal hierarchy, such leadership was unimaginable for them. As Daenerys savored the roasted meat, she glanced at the small piece Tyrion held along with the black bread. Her heart stirred with a touch of gratitude. Although the individual before her was the murderer of her kin, he had also rescued her from the clutches of the Dothraki. Moreover, he had provided her with roasted meat, while he himself consumed only black bread. This person did not seem entirely malevolent. Observing Tyrion as he grimaced and chewed his bread with great effort, she mustered the courage to extend the uneaten roasted meat in her hand towards him. I'm full. Here, take this. Daenerys attempted to assert indifference, her face stern. Oh, forget it. It's all covered in snot. I find it repulsive, Tyrion replied disdainfully, eyeing the meat with contempt. Go to hell, you brigand. Eat your bread. Daenerys retorted darkly, continuing to devour the remaining roasted meat, glaring at Tyrion as if she were consuming his very flesh. Yet, the meat seemed increasingly salty. Could it truly contain snot? With such thoughts, Daenerys found the morsels in her mouth increasingly unpalatable. In the subsequent fortnight, the Dothraki pursued Tyrion and his companions with relentless fervor, akin to maddened hounds. Even with the assistance of the small map, Tyrion could not evade the relentless onslaught of the Dothraki forces. From the third day onward, small contingents of Dothraki light cavalry began to encircle Tyrion and his band. Subsequently, the Dothraki clung to them tenaciously, akin to an unyielding adhesive, forcing Tyrion's group to rely on the formidable prowess of individuals like Reyn to break free from their grasp repeatedly. However, this incessant pursuit left Tyrion and his companions weary. The combat effectiveness of the Dothraki light cavalry was not to be underestimated, and their agility was astonishing. Ultimately, Tyrion managed to escape to the Bone Mountains, where he could finally catch his breath. The Bone Mountains form a formidable range that traverses the Essos continent from north to south, recognized as the highest and longest mountain range in the known world of Game of Thrones. It separates central Essos from the Far East, stretching from the Shivering Sea in the north to the Jade Sea in the south, bordered by the Great Sand Sea and the lands of the Dothraki to the east, and the Red Waste and the Dothraki Sea to the west. The northern segment of the Bone Mountains is known as Kalarzajizak, with its northernmost point being the kingdom of Jeghauen. Three main roads traverse the Bone Mountains, linking the east and west: the Road of Steel, the Road of Stone, and the Road of Sand. Near the Road of Stone lies the Poison Sea. In this vast, flat expanse of grassland, the terrain transforms into rolling hills and woodlands, the ground becoming hard and rocky, ill-suited for the movements of the Dothraki light cavalry. During this fortnight of flight, the warriors within Tyrion's group not only advanced rapidly in skill through the rigors of battle, but also expanded significantly. Many of the Dothraki were not unarmed in their pursuits. As the savage Dothraki scoured for their quarry, they left no opportunity for plunder unexploited, with slaves being among their most coveted spoils. Thus, after the battle concluded, Terren and his comrades not only amassed a considerable number of horses and treasures, but also significantly increased their number of slaves, the majority of whom were Lazalans, easily exploited due to their vulnerability. Consequently, Terren's retinue swelled to over 600 Lazalans. Additionally, the mercenaries and the Unsullied incurred some losses. At this juncture, Terren's total force amounted to 951 individuals, comprising 480 Lazalans, 70 Pandar swordsmen, 12 newly recruited soldiers, 20 Knights of the Pandar, and over 100 unpromoted Unsullied. This strength was formidable, rivaling that of many mid-tier, noble houses in Westeros. Unfortunately, their adversaries were the Dothraki and Khal Drogo. As the most powerful Khalasar, commanded a youthful warrior contingent of 50 to 60,000, moving across the continent with unparalleled swiftness, a fact that elucidated the governor Illyrio Mopatis' efforts to curry favor with him. Villain, how have you transformed them so drastically? Daenerys inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Terren. During this period, he had exuded an aura of mystery. Each day, soldiers within the ranks seemed to grow more robust and ferocious, their weaponry increasingly sophisticated. Even the most timid of the Lazalans, under his command, swiftly evolved into valiant warriors. By the 7, it was truly astonishing. Huh, Terren scoffed derisively, offering her a dismissive glance. Is this your manner of soliciting assistance? Since that fateful night, she had grown increasingly audacious. She would pester the ranks with inquiries, either clinging to Reyn for military strategies or seeking self-defense techniques from Alyssa, while the remainder of her time was spent incessantly bothering him. As a morally conscious youth of the 21st century, he dared not harbor any thoughts towards such an immature child. There was no need to tear someone's umbrella simply because he had endured the rain himself. Furthermore, with the dragon eggs remaining unhatched, Terren found her presence increasingly irksome. "Ah, have you lost your mind?" Terren exclaimed, leaping up while clutching his kidneys and cursing vehemently. Daenerys rolled her eyes and carefully sheathed her wooden dagger at her waist, a look of smug defiance evident on her face. Having grown up in the cult of the snake, Alyssa possessed a comprehensive understanding of men's vulnerabilities, and under her tutelage, Daenerys progressed rapidly. Should she become enraged, she would deliver a swift kidney strike to Terren. "Just wait. Once the dragon eggs hatch, you shall be the first to be sold," Terren threatened, grimacing as he protected his kidneys. "Oh, how terrifying." Daenerys scoffed nonchalantly. "If you wish to hatch dragon eggs, perhaps in your next life. Vile, thief, murderer," she would retort with fervor, each insult provoking Terren further, causing his blood pressure to rise. Unable to gain the upper hand verbally and restrained from physical retaliation, Terren stormed to his bedding, draping a blanket over his face to sulk in solitude. The victorious Daenerys wore a crescent-shaped smile, her eyes glimmering with joy as she eagerly sought out Alyssa to acquire new knowledge. While Tyrion garnered loyalty from the masses through his strategic acumen and noble moral compass, Daenerys captivated hearts solely through her innate charm. As the leader of a cult, Alyssa was intrigued by the prospect of nurturing a queen, believing that women possess strength surpassing that of men, thus thinking not with their baser instincts. She admired Daenerys's indomitable spirit and her clever, courageous nature. Even Sir Reyn found himself fond of this noble scion, whose tragic background was tempered by kindness and politeness, and he was more than willing to impart his skills to her. In Westeros, there exists a saying, "For every Targaryen born, the gods cast a coin, one side madness, the other greatness." Viserys and Daenerys represented the two faces of that coin. It seemed Daenerys had inherited the innate greatness of leadership, or allure, characteristic of her lineage. The common soldiers held her in deep respect, for she was the only noble they had encountered who possessed genuine compassion. In their eyes, Tyrion was no longer merely a man, but an embodiment of divinity, much like the Lazaran people who referred to him as the Eternal One. "Foolish girl. Relying solely on charm is insufficient. While foolish men are consumed with conquering the world, we women need only to conquer men," Alyssa murmured seductively, holding Daenerys close, her warm breath caressing her ear, causing Daenerys to soften. "Sister Alyssa, please don't." Daenerys blushed, having shared many nights with Alyssa, who had taken every opportunity to tease her. "Don't you wish to conquer him? Once you do, your dreams will swiftly materialize," Alyssa teased, playfully pinching Daenerys' soft skin. "But he killed my brother, and I am already married," Daenerys replied, her expression dimming. This period had been the happiest of her life. Carefree, unburdened by familial obligations, she was Daenerys, not merely the Targaryen. How she wished her brother had not been slain. How she longed to be unwed. How she wished he had rescued her sooner. Alas, there were no such possibilities. Chapter 40. The Expanse. In the unfortunate in the eastern region of Essos lies a territory and nation situated east of the Quarrels and the Bones Mountains. The Bones Mountains stretch from west to east, featuring three distinct paths: the Steel Road, the Sand Road, and the Stone Road. The Steel Road, located at the southern end of Caraxazask, culminates at Kayakania, linking the Mountain of the Blessed Mother to a trading town. The Mountain of the Blessed Mother is a sacred site for the Dothraki, found near Vistrolak, perpetually guarded by the most valiant warriors. The Stone Road lies centrally within the Bones Mountains, beginning at Vicini, Inisarl, and terminating at Shamiliana. The Road of Sand lies at the southern end of the Bone Mountains, culminating at Biasabhad and connecting the Red Wastes with the land of the E. "What is this land like, Dizzy?" Tyrion gazed into the endless expanse of crimson wasteland before him. Further south, beyond a portion of the desolate terrain, lay the sandy path leading to E. He was uncertain, yet he had heard tales of its magnificent cities, grander than those of the 9 federations. After a moment of contemplation, Dizzy shared his knowledge. The E land is shrouded in mystery, having shunned contact with outsiders for millennia. The silk flowing from the Jade Sea is the most coveted commodity in this world, alongside a vibrant array of silks, as well as prized items such as lilac, saffron, black jade, and spices. Regrettably, the routes to the Jade Sea are tightly controlled by the Kays, who monopolize access to the sea's trade. Without their consent, no one may venture there. "Do you miss home, you scoundrel?" Daniela, riding a silver pony, asked with curiosity. "I do not know," Tyrion replied, uncertain of his own feelings. Was it a sense of trepidation returning home? His original memories of E were nearly non-existent, and he did not believe that this E land bore any relation to the people of his former life. Yet, he harbored a desire to witness it for himself, to see how a culturally akin nation appeared. But what if it did not meet his expectations? In the writings of any Western author, Eastern lands were often intertwined with prosperity, yet marred by ignorance and absurdity. What then? Would he incite chaos, or would he silently depart, or perhaps conquer it by force, reshaping it according to his vision? Though such actions would claim many lives, lives of those who shared his skin, his visage, and his blood. In truth, Terren, or Su-Fan as he was named now, did not perceive this world as wholly real. He regarded it almost as a game of conquest. He had no intention of altering anything. The struggles of the others were of no concern to him, nor was the fate of Westeros. He would act as he pleased, unbothered by the slave masters or nobles he found distasteful. The casualties incurred along the way did not weigh heavily on his conscience. Alone in a foreign land, surrounded by savages, he felt justified in his actions against those who were not of his kin. Like an unmoored specter, he wandered aimlessly, devoid of a central quest. But upon arriving in would he still remain unencumbered? Could he continue to treat everything as a mere game? He was uncertain of the answers. Let us return back to Zaylan, Terren resolved, casting his gaze upon the bone mountains that loomed like a fortress against the red wastes. Are we not to go? I have yet to visit I have heard it is splendid, with silks and delicacies. Daniela chattered incessantly around Terren. Be silent. Do you not realize you are a captive? Who permitted your presence here? Have you even hatched yet? Tyrion gazed at the little fly beside him and remarked without courtesy. Do you find me displeasing? Go ahead, in my life. Daenerys retorted angrily. How dare you defy me? Infuriated, Tyrion drew his sword, intent on teaching the young woman a lesson. However, the sword was too lengthy, and his arms too short, thwarting his attempts to unsheath it. He was quickly dissuaded by Missandei, who advised, My lord, do not stoop to her level. She serves a purpose, and the dragon eggs have yet to hatch. Upon learning of Daenerys' identity, Reyn decreed that no one was to harm her. She represented the most compelling justification for future intervention in Westeros. Throughout history, it has been emphasized that a righteous cause must be established. With Daenerys, it would be a campaign against rebellion. Without her, it would be an act of invasion, prompting universal resistance. One Daenerys equated to an entire army. In truth, even without Reyn's command, none would dare provoke her. Tyrion often referred to her as a captive, engaging in daily banter, yet they found themselves drawn together time and again. In Tyrion's eyes, she was the only familiar face among his peers, and he was more inclined to enjoy her company, a fact he remained oblivious to. I relish the sight of your defiance. Your frustration at being unable to best me, he mused. With that, Daenerys spurred her horse and dashed away, having learned the phrase from him, and found it quite effective. After regaining his composure, Tyrion, in a fit of exasperation, pushed aside Missandei, who had been holding him back, and pursued her amidst the bemused smiles of Reyn, Elissa, and others. In King's Landing, the Master of Whispers, Varys, received word from Jorah Mormont that Viserys Targaryen had been murdered, and Daenerys Targaryen had been abducted by a man named Tyrion Lannister, now missing. Tyrion Lannister? An interesting development. Varys stroked his smooth head, narrowing his eyes as he perused the letter. His plans had been disrupted, and as a player in this Game of Thrones, he could not tolerate such an affront. He promptly replied to Jorah Mormont, instructing him to ascertain Daenerys' fate and the whereabouts of Tyrion Lannister. After dispatching the letter via his little birds, he set about gathering information on Tyrion. Being a highly astute individual in a position of power, he collected data on any person of value. And soon his subordinates delivered the dossier on Tyrion Lannister. To them, he was indeed a person of considerable merit, interacting daily with the wives of the nobility. Possessing him would enable their little birds to spread their wings even further. Regrettably, Tyrion's affairs thrived, and he had yet to find an opportunity upon hearing of his demise. Varys felt a pang of regret. The man from the lands beyond, resurrected, with a formidable army, enigmatic nightly protectors, and unknown sources of armament, now entangled with dragons. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Varys patted his ample belly, regarding Tyrion, or rather, the illustrious figure he had become, with newfound esteem. Go, rouse our little birds in Essos. Seek out this individual. Gather all information pertaining to him. In an unwavering tone, Varys commanded that he had an inkling of a significant secret residing within Tyrion. The recent fortunes of Pentos and Jorah Mormont had taken a turn for the worse. Once the head of House Mormont, the Bear Island Count, the unfortunate Jorah Mormont led a life divided into two stark halves, the first half marked by prosperity, the latter a tragic saga. His first marriage lasted a decade without offspring, culminating in the untimely death of his wife due to miscarriage. Subsequently, he joined the Night's Watch, aligning himself with House Stark during the rebellion, later aiding Robert in quelling the Greyjoy rebellion, and was knighted for his valor on the battlefield. At a tournament held in Lannisport, he encountered Lynesse Hightower, falling for her at first sight. During the jousting contest, witnessed by King Robert, he triumphed over Jaime Lannister, earning the championship and crowning Lynesse as the Queen of Love and Beauty. That very night, he sought her father's consent for marriage, which was granted, leading to their union in Lannisport and their return to Bear Island. Thus began the tragic chapter of his life. Lynesse, raised amidst the opulence of House Hightower, was ill-prepared for the harsh and remote conditions of Bear Island, quickly succumbing to despair. In an effort to please his wife, Jorah squandered his fortunes on luxuries, ultimately finding himself destitute and burdened with significant debts. In desperation, he resorted to illegal activities, selling captured poachers as slaves to the slavers of Lys. However, when the truth emerged during the winter, Lord Eddard Stark pronounced his death sentence. In a bid to escape, he fled with Lynesse to Lys. To sustain their living expenses, he liquidated all his possessions, but the ephemeral nature of wealth left him depleted within mere months. To survive, he took up the mantle of a mercenary. Yet upon returning from a near-fatal encounter in battle, he discovered that his wife had eloped with a creditor. Heartbroken, Jorah Mormont roamed the 9 trading city-states and, by a twist of fate, found himself surveilling the remnants of House Targaryen for Varys. After pledging his loyalty to Daenerys at her wedding, he was shocked to witness her abduction. Positioned on the opposite bank, he helplessly observed the carnage and plunder unfold before him. With Daenerys gone, he lost all reason to remain among the Dothraki and, after extricating himself, returned to Pentos to await further instructions. Meanwhile, Daenerys had long since forgotten the loyal uncle who had sworn fealty to her. Chapter 41. The Red Wastes. The Red Wastes are a desolate expanse on the continent of Essos, characterized by its crimson earth, arid conditions, and lifeless terrain. It is marked by low hills, wind-eroded plains, and parched riverbeds. The sparse trees that this landscape appear blighted, with gnarled and twisted forms resembling monstrous figures in eternal unrest. Tyrion, Daenerys, and their companions ventured into the Red Wastes, pursued relentlessly by the forces of Khal Drogo. Gazing down from the skeletal mountains, vast throngs of cavalry surged eastward like a relentless tide, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. With no other choice, Tyrion and his companions were compelled to veer into the Red Wastes, following the mountain range southward until they discovered the entrance to the sands of the road. Daenerys, upon witnessing the Dothraki, became pale with fright, fleeing faster than Tyrion himself. After 2 days in the Red Wastes, an elder shepherd among the Lazarene informed them that they were still 2 days' journey from the sands of the road. The party faced its first crisis, not from the Dothraki, who, lacking the strength to pursue them across the wasteland, returned in disappointment after a day. Nor was it due to a lack of water or provisions. With their abundance of horses, they had sufficient supplies, and the horses could sustain themselves for quite some time. The threat did not come from enemies either, for this barren land was scarcely trodden, save for the occasional Dothraki who came to conduct funerals. The crisis was the absence of paper. The coarse grass paper they had brought was entirely exhausted, and even the small sheets of parchment had been nearly all used up. Now, the members of the party were either neglecting their needs or hastily searching for stones or twigs. Even a few of the women were reusing the parchment. However, upon reaching the Red Wastes, there was not even a stone to be found. Even the harder clumps of earth crumbled at a touch, rendering them utterly useless. "Hurry, tear me a piece, I can't hold it any longer," Tyrion exclaimed, clutching his legs and pressing his hands against his belly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he addressed Daenerys. "You must be dreaming. Silk for wiping? Is your behind made of gold?" Daenerys retorted, her face flushed with indignation, as she chastised Tyrion from atop her small white horse. It was not that she was unwilling to part with her silk garment. Had it been a matter of finances, she would have readily surrendered it for sale. However, to use her clothing for such a purpose was entirely out of the question. "Hurry. If you want to give it to me, I'll take it." Tyrion, growing increasingly desperate, felt the urgency mounting. This is mine, you can use it," Daenerys said through clenched teeth, retrieving her own piece of parchment from her saddle and extending it to him. "Ugh, take it away, keep your distance, it's revolting," Tyrion exclaimed, waving his hand in disgust at the parchment Daenerys offered. "Huh, my lord, if you find it so unworthy, then don't use it. Just soil your trousers." Daenerys, incensed and embarrassed, snatched the parchment back and stuffed it back onto her horse. Realizing that there was no hope from Daenerys, Tyrion turned his attention to the 3 maidservants. They shook their heads vigorously, clutching their clothing. Any further removal would leave them in their undergarments, as their outer garments had already been entirely used by Tyrion. Tyrion glanced at Alyssa for less than a second before retracting his gaze, for she was brandishing a poisoned dart at him. "My lord, use mine," Daisy offered, cutting a piece from the lining of her garment and presenting it to Tyrion. "Get lost," Tyrion exclaimed, horrified at the filthy scrap that bore no semblance of its original color. "My lord, what if I scrape it with a dagger for you?" Alyssa asked with a grim expression, while the others, including Reyn, could no longer remain silent, their eyes downcast. "What is wrong with being particular when I use the restroom? Have I ever complained about being weary from the journey? Have I ever shown disdain for our meals? Have I ever been harsh with you all in my daily interactions? All I desire is to use something clean and soft to wipe myself. Is that too much to ask? Is it excessive?" Observing the disdainful gazes of others, Tyrion could no longer contain himself and remarked, "You articulate your point well, and it is indeed reasonable, yet your emotion seems to have overwhelmed you slightly." Without further thought, Tyrion hastily retrieved a piece of parchment from Daenerys' possession, clutching it between his fingers, and rushed behind a hill in a frenzy. 10 minutes later, with an expression of exasperation, Tyrion emerged, shaking his hands. Upon returning to the group, he pointed at Dizzy, who was about to take a drink. As his fingers swept across the area, everyone instinctively pinched their noses and tilted their heads away. "What are you all dodging for? Do you think it's on me?" "It's not, I assure you. Just take a whiff," Tyrion declared, poking at the heads of his companions. "I'm going to check on the Group S status. Sir Reyn is the first to flee. I'll go inspect the supplies. I'll scout ahead." Everyone hastily concocted excuses to evade him, leaving only Daenerys nearby. Seeing the hopeful look in Tyrion's eyes, Daenerys swallowed hard. You please don't come any closer. If you don't believe me, I will prove it," he called out, chasing after her. Daenerys, lifting her skirts, dashed forward. 5 minutes later, her face flushed, she was rinsing her mouth with water. Tyrion, nursing his bitten finger, sought out Alyssa for treatment. In his haste to catch up, he had inadvertently thrust his finger into Daenerys' mouth, resulting in a fierce bite. Ugh, ugh. "You are truly disgusting, it reeks." Daenerys fumed as she rinsed her mouth, vehemently scolding Tyrion. "What stinks? A bug crawled onto my finger, not that," Tyrion protested, feeling wronged. He was indeed telling the truth. A tiny insect had crawled upon his finger, causing an itch that prompted him to shake it. "Master, it's time to move on." "Isn't it?" Alyssa interjected, rolling her eyes as she bandaged Tyrion's finger. "You all don't believe me. Believe me. It's time to go. We can discuss it on the road," Tyrion insisted. "Humph. If you don't believe, then forget it." He yanked his hand away, mounted his horse, and led the way to the front of the group. After Tyrion departed, Alyssa, observing Daenerys' worried expression, chuckled and ruffled her hair. "It's all right. He won't take it to heart." Daenerys, blushing, retorted, "I'm not worried about him. Such a delicate young master." He.s. utterly infuriating. Noting Daenerys' conflicting sentiments, Alyssa merely smiled and remained silent. As night fell, Tyrion indeed found his way back to Daenerys' side. "Look what you've done to me," he lamented, sitting by the campfire and extending his hand towards her face in accusation. "If someone else had thrust such a filthy finger into your mouth, you would have bitten too." Daenerys swatted away the hand of her opponent, retorting, "Who do you think you are, you lunatic?" Tyrion scoffed softly, muttering under his breath. Daenerys, with a swift glance at Ivan, plunged her hand into her skirt, withdrawing it moments later to decisively press it against Tyrion's lips. "My word, did you not bite?" Daenerys exclaimed in astonishment. "Ugh, what is that? What did you just do?" Tyrion, utterly appalled, demanded water while wiping his mouth and spitting. "That was dirt. What did you think it was?" Daenerys regarded Tyrion with disdain. "I do not believe you. Who knows what you have placed there? Pervert, claiming to be noble, utterly revolting." Tyrion took a swig of water, gargling it angrily as he denounced Daenerys' inhumane actions. "Here, smell it. If you don't believe me, take a whiff." Daenerys extended her hand, moving it toward Tyrion's face. "I shall not smell it. I am not ill." Tyrion promptly refused. "No, you must smell it." "I will not." "You shall." Chapter 42. The Mountain Citadel. 3 days later, the crimson soil gradually receded as Tyrion and his companions arrived at the entrance of the sandy path of the Skeletal Mountains. Beside them lay the ruins of a city, modest in size, akin to the town of Nymphia. The ancient walls and structures had long since weathered and collapsed, with grand palaces now buried beneath the sands. Rusted iron spears encircled the city, their tips pointing skyward, adorned with skeletal remains. Once, this arid expanse was a bountiful land, inhabited and flourished by the Caesar people, until the Sailor, a nomadic tribe, pillaged and expelled them. Following the Sailor's departure, others settled here, erecting 3 magnificent cities. But their prosperity was short-lived as they faced the onslaught of another nomadic tribe, the Dothraki. The valiant defenders were slain and hung upon the spears. While others were captured and sold into slavery, the city was reduced to ashes. Since then, the land has grown increasingly desolate, evolving into its current state. The sandy path derives its name from the scarcity of water along this route, where the terrain is strewn with gravel. Even the mountains nearby are barren rocks. Thus, this segment, though part of the Skeletal Mountains, is also known as the Withered Bones Mountains. This road is long and seemingly endless, presenting an unchanging vista of exposed rocks and parched earth. After traversing 500 miles, even the most vivacious Danielis grew taciturn. Supplies had been depleted, and they had begun to slaughter their horses. At long last, after 10 days, they emerged from the Skeletal Mountains, gazing upon the vast, undulating fields and the lush rainforests in the distance. It was hard to conceive that on the other side of the mountains lay a wasteland where even birds dared not defecate. Spotting the monumental city walls several miles away, Terren eagerly urged his party onward. "Halt! Who are you?" The nearly 1,000-strong entourage naturally attracted the attention of the guards. They had scarcely emerged from the mountains when the guards of the city tower spotted them and raised the alarm. A formidable contingent of soldiers, armed with long spears and clad in armor, blocked the path of Terren and his companions under the command of their leader. Had it not been for Terren's unmistakably familiar appearance, they would have attacked without hesitation. I'm home. I was taken away," Terren stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon seeing familiar faces, he could not suppress his tears. "They are your people." The leader scrutinized Terren intently. "Indeed, they are my subordinates," Terren replied joyfully, taking note of the gleaming armor worn by the officer. "Where are you from?" The officer inquired further. "I am uncertain. I was captured by the Dothraki when I was very young," Terren answered without a moment's thought. The officer, sensing sincerity in Terren's expression, regarded him with pity and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am General Leahy, the Lord of Mountain City under the banner of the Azure Dynasty." Terren hurriedly returned the gesture. "I am Su Fan, now known as Terren. It is an honor to meet you, General Lee." After a brief hesitation, he added, "I am now a merchant. Young Master Su, there are too many of you. I must inform the Lord of the city. You must wait outside," General Lee stated before turning to enter the city. Terren obediently waited outside under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. As the city gates opened, passers-by cast curious glances. Being adjacent to the sandy road, Mountain City was accustomed to foreign travelers, yet it was the first time they had seen such a large group of barbarians. "Hey, what business do you have with this band of savages?" a fearless passerby asked rudely. This brazen behavior and haughty words involuntarily reminded Terren of the Qing dynasty's arrogance. "I am from the Celestial Empire, where all are deemed barbarians." "Mind your own affairs," Terren retorted. "Savages? You dare call them that? They are my kin." "Hey, you little brat, which family do you belong to?" The passerby laughed mockingly. "Certainly not yours, so why do you care?" Terren replied without hesitation. "All right, you're quite something," the passerby said, shaking his head as he walked away. "My lord, what did he say?" After their last encounter, everyone began addressing Terren as my lord. He mused to himself that it sounded better than boss and thus accepted it. Daenerys, intrigued, tugged at Terren's sleeve and asked. He inquired if the lady beside you was for sale. I said yes. He asked the price, and I said 1 silver coin for a time, 1 gold coin for the night. He thought it too expensive and left. Terren opened his mouth to spin an outrageous tale. "You're talking nonsense," Daenerys exclaimed, though she did not understand fully. She knew it was surely not as Terren claimed. Infuriated, she drew a wooden dagger from her waist and playfully jabbed him in the side. "Ah, are you mad?" Terren laughed, clutching his side as General Lee approached the city gates. "Fulfilling the mission, please remember not to cause any disturbances in the city. Enter now." As Lee spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the surrounding soldiers to lower their guard and clear the path. "Thank you, General Lee," Talon exclaimed joyfully, almost leaping with delight, feeling his discomfort dissipate as he walked alongside Leahy into the city. "General Lee, there is something I wonder if I should mention." Talon could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Young Master Su, please proceed." Leahy replied as they walked. "With nearly 1,000 men, half of whom were armored and fully armed, are you not concerned about us causing trouble?" Talon had initially intended to leave most of his men outside the city or to confiscate their weapons and armor, never expecting to be allowed entry so easily. Haha. "Young brother, you are indeed straightforward. I shall speak candidly." Leahy paused, looking at Talon, and said, "With your group, you cannot stir any turmoil in this mountain city." Talon was rendered speechless, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. Upon entering the city gates, everyone was astonished, their mouths agape, with only Talon managing to appear somewhat composed. The stone-paved road stretched straight to the other side, bustling with pedestrians and merchants, while exquisite wooden buildings adorned with intricate designs lined both sides. Despite the throngs of people, the road remained pristine, a stark contrast to the filthy streets outside. Oh my goddess! It is so beautiful, so magnificent. No city in the Pandar continent can compare to this, Sir Reyn exclaimed, enraptured by the sights. It is the most prosperous, most exquisite city I have ever seen. It is truly a masterpiece. Elisa could not help but sing praises. The others, including Dizzy, were equally astonished, having only heard tales of the splendor of this land. And now witnessing it for themselves, they found it truly lived up to its reputation. The Rosalind people could not help but kneel, exclaiming that this must be the dwelling place of deities. You rascals, did you grow up in a place like this? Daenerys tugged at Talon's sleeve and asked. Haha, indeed. Get up, you shameful lot. Everyone rise. Talon attempted to boast, but turned to find a large group kneeling behind him, quickly urging them to stand. Haha, barbarians. Just barbarians. I relish their naive expressions. Seeing this, I cannot help but imagine how they would react after witnessing the grandeur of the capital. They would surely be terrified. Haha. The pedestrians began to jest with Talon and his companions. Now it was different. Talon translated, and Daenerys and the others realized they had embarrassed themselves, lowering their heads and pretending to be nonchalant. Well, generally, please forgive us. Talon awkwardly addressed Leahy. No worries, young Master Sue. Continue straight ahead, and you will find an inn. Given your large number, you may need to find additional accommodations. I shall not accompany you further. Leahy smiled and clasped his fists in salute. Farewell, we shall hold a banquet at the inn another day, and I hope General Lee will grace us with your presence. Talon returned the gesture respectfully. Certainly, certainly. Young Master Sue, travel safely. Chapter 43. The Land of the Barbarians. The Land of the Barbarians is a realm ruled by a myriad of deities and sovereigns, presided over by a singular emperor. This is the introduction provided by the illustrious adventurer and traveler, Long-Legged Lomas. It represents one of the oldest continuous civilizations extant in the world, and is among the earliest to have conceived written language. For over 8 millennia since the Long Night, it has been governed by a succession of dynasties. In stark contrast, other ancient civilizations, such as the Giscarli Empire or the Freehold of Valyria, have long since succumbed to oblivion. Within this context, scholars of the Land of the Barbarians often regard younger civilizations as mere children and savages. The grand cities of this land render even Westeros and the free cities pale by comparison. The scholars of Old Town, while acknowledging that the rise and fall of ancient barbarians may be more myth than history, unanimously agree that the civilization of the barbarians is venerably ancient, even predating the realm of the Fisher Queens by the Silver Sea. In ancient times, the Emperor of the Barbarians was one of the most formidable sovereigns known to the world, commanding an army of unimaginable size and wielding wealth comparable to that of the zenith of the Valyrian Empire. His palace was more expansive than the entirety of King S. Landing. The first emperor, the Celestial Sovereign, established the Dawn Court and ruled over much of the far east of Essos. He was also the progeny of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light. The lineage of the Dawn Court was interrupted after the ninth successor, the last of whom was the Bloodstone Emperor, who murdered his sister to usurp the throne and proclaimed himself the Bloodstone Emperor. During his reign, the Bloodstone Emperor was notably tyrannical, engaging in oppressive rule, practicing dark sorcery and necromancy, and subjecting the populace to torture and servitude. He took the Tiger Woman as his wife and indulged in cannibalistic feasts. No longer did he venerate the gods of the barbarians. Instead, he worshipped a black stone that had fallen from the heavens, establishing the cult of the stars in its place. This bloodshed in the Far East ultimately ushered in the Long Night. The Lady of Light turned her back on the world, while the Night Lion descended to punish humanity for their excesses. Thereafter, the Long Night descended, the Dawn Kingdom collapsed, and the regional lords seized the opportunity to instigate chaos and conflict. Numerous warlords carved out their own domains, each ruling independently, plunging the land of the barbarians into tumult. Hence, Long-Legged Lomas aptly referred to it as the land of 1,000 gods and 100 kings. Following the emergence from the Long Night, the land first encountered centuries of disorder, succeeded by the reign of 11 dynasties that governed the region now known as the Land of the Barbarians. Some of these dynasties lasted less than half a century, while the longest endured for 7 centuries. Dynasties occasionally transitioned peacefully, though oftentimes they were marred by bloodshed. For dynasties, after their collapse, fell into disarray, with law and order disintegrating, as warlords and feudal lords battled incessantly for power, the longest period of fragmentation extending beyond a century. The Golden Dynasty experienced the following eras: the Grey Dynasty, founded by the illustrious Hai Luo, and the Indigo Dynasty, whose final emperor, Chong Chong, indulged in an abundance of wives and concubines, fathering countless daughters, yet leaving no male heir before departing from this world, marking the end of that dynasty. In the Verdant era, the third-generation Emperor Murong Chuanqin, known as the Golden Radiance Emperor, derived his moniker from his opulent palace adorned with floors and walls crafted from golden leaves, where every piece of furniture was fashioned from pure gold, including his night pot. The Coffee Brown Dynasty, renowned for its martial prowess, established its capital in Ichi, where a military court was set up to fend off marauders from the Shadowlands. The Pearl White Dynasty is most famous for its 9 eunuch emperors. The emperor, once a prince, would marry and sire heirs in his youth, but upon ascending the throne, he underwent castration to devote himself entirely to the celestial realm. The Lavender Purple Dynasty, with its capital in the lofty towers of the Western Hills, flourished as well. The Sea Green Dynasty marked the zenith of imperial power, conquering Thunder Island and Great Morak Island, compelling the nations of Kers, Gajizi, and Yashana to pay tribute. The Crimson Dynasty, established in the rainforest stronghold of Shindu, ultimately fell to the nomadic Jajesnai, proving that nomadic tribes have always posed a profound threat to dynasties throughout history. Regardless of the world, the Yellow Dynasty succumbed a millennium ago to the Golden Celestial Dynasty, with its 4th-generation emperor, Chai Duo, marrying a noblewoman from Valyria and harboring a dragon within the palace. The Azure Blue Dynasty currently reigns over the E territory, with its capital Edu, and Emperor Bu Ka is the reigning monarch. Simultaneously, 2 splinter factions emerged. General Bo Xiong declared himself the founding emperor of the Orange-Yellow Dynasty, establishing his capital in a trading town, while the Wizard Lord proclaimed himself the 69th emperor of the Yellow Dynasty, with his capital in Kokosa, where the majority of the populace adheres to the teachings of the constellation. In Mountain City, the Lord's residence, a homing pigeon flew eastward. General Wang Kai, the lord of the city, gazed at the portrait painted by the artist, unable to suppress a sigh. "Why must you return?" he lamented. "My husband." "This is a grave matter that cannot be concealed. Do not be foolish," spoke his wife, Shangguan Huanqing. She possessed an elegant demeanor, graceful in her movements, with delicate features and adorned in exquisite garments, exuding both grandeur and elegance. Her golden crown and jeweled earrings accentuated her commanding presence, and her few but potent words commanded respect and compliance from all who heard them, radiating an air of imperious authority. "I am aware that the message has already been dispatched, yet I feel remorse for the late emperor," Wang Kai said, tears streaming down his face as he grasped his wife's hand with sorrow. He had followed the late emperor in battles since the age of 17, earning the late emperor's favor and rising to the rank of a second-tier valiant general, tasked with defending Mountain City. The late Emperor Buqin left behind 2 sons. The elder, Bu Ka, who was overly kind and timid, indecisive, and thus not favored by the late emperor. And the younger son, though small, was intelligent, eager to learn, and astute, earning the late emperor's praise. "This child resembles me." After the late emperor's passing, a will was left designating the elder son Bu Ka as the heir. Strangely, however, the younger prince vanished without a trace, with rumors circulating that the elder prince and the chancellor had altered the will and imprisoned the empress. Not long after, a group of assassins arrived at Mountain City with a young child, seeking an audience with Lord Wang Kai. Wang Kai, though unseen, did not impede the passage of a group through the pass, allowing them to travel westward along the sandy road. Subsequently, although the new emperor did not impose any punishment, he had not summoned Wang in over a decade. Many of the subordinate generals had been reassigned, with numerous loyalists of the emperor taking their places. It would not be long before Wang's tenure as lord of the city came to an end. When Li He brought news today, an unsettling premonition gripped him, prompting him to order a painter to discreetly observe and replicate the visage of the individual. Upon inspection, it was indeed him, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor. Now older and fearful, having encountered too many who could recognize him, he knew he could no longer conceal the truth. If he remained silent, the safety of his wife and children would be in jeopardy. He could only blame himself for returning to seal his fate. At the same time, turbulent undercurrents surged within the city as clandestine information spread through various means. Previously, the region had suffered from a severe epidemic known as the Grey Plague, referred to as Blood Plague in Milan. Nearly 30% of the population in the region perished, and Mount City was similarly affected, with many houses still under control. Due to the substantial spoils acquired, including the rare warhorses from the region, Tywin purchased several large estates, providing shelter for his subordinates. After settling everyone in, he enjoyed a restful night. The next morning, Tywin set out with Daenerys, 3 maidservants, Reyn, DC, and Elisa, arriving on the bustling streets of the city. Chapter 44. Culinary delights. At this moment, as dawn broke, the city of Mount erupted into a lively scene. A few steps into the inner city revealed various stalls opening to welcome customers. Among these, the breakfast stalls were the busiest, with the most popular offering being sweetened mung bean water. After savoring a bowl of this sweet treat, Tywin patted his belly in satisfaction, relishing the flavor. Daenerys and the maidens, hesitant to indulge too greedily, sipped delicately from the edges of their bowls, their eyes crinkling with joy. While one of them had barely finished a bowl, Reyn and DC had already downed 4 or 5 bowls with fervor. "Good sir, let us have a few more bowls. It is simply delightful," DC exclaimed, wiping her mouth with a grin, while Reyn savored the lingering sweetness, reminiscing about the last time he had tasted such a treat. Back when the Falcon Knights were still intact, in Westeros, Essos, and beyond, sugar was a rarity, reserved for nobles who could afford honey, while the impoverished might never experience such sweetness in their lifetimes. Pathetic. We have other delights to pursue. This is merely the beginning. What worth is this sugary water? Tywin scoffed as he set down his bowl. The elderly vendor, unable to comprehend Tywin's words, recognized the satisfaction of the others and exclaimed, "Young master, my sweet mung bean paste is truly exceptional. What do you think? Delicious. It has been ages since I've had it. As a token of appreciation, where might I find the finest tavern in this city?" Tywin replied, giving a thumbs up and tossing a silver coin to the vendor. "Thank you for your generosity, young master. The finest tavern is undoubtedly Fungla Tower. As you proceed forward, the finest establishment for business is just ahead." Clarifying the location, Tywin playfully smacked Daenerys on the head, causing her to spill half of her sweet soup, nearly bringing her to tears. Thus, they strolled and shopped along the way, successfully reaching the city center. From the tower, 2 waiters were actively soliciting patrons, and the restaurant was bustling with a steady stream of customers entering and exiting. "Esteemed guest, how many in your party?" 8. "Are there private rooms available upstairs?" "Indeed. Please follow me." Upstairs in the Listening Wind Pavilion, a private room for 8. The waiter welcomed them inside, exclaiming loudly. Fungla Tower boasted 5 levels, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, elegantly designed with soaring eaves and exquisite details. Inside, it was splendid and opulent, featuring over 60 private rooms and numerous tables and chairs, with 7 to 8 dozen waiters attending to the guests. The diners were either scholars clad in plain long robes and caps, or nobles dressed in luxurious satin. Tywin's flamboyant attire and distinctive appearance naturally attracted considerable attention. Most gazes were fixated on Reyn and Daenerys, the latter strikingly beautiful with an exotic visage, while the former, clad in finely crafted armor and weaponry, clearly appeared to be a formidable warrior. Guided by the waiter, Tywin arrived at a private room on the 5th floor, where he encountered an elderly gentleman preparing to exit next door. Upon seeing Tywin, the old man blinked several times before hurriedly retreating back into his own room. At that moment, Tywin's mind was consumed with thoughts of food, oblivious to the peculiarities around him. "Esteemed guest, here is the menu. What would you like to order?" The waiter bowed, presenting the menu. "Forget the menu. Bring me one of each of your signature dishes, along with 2 pots of wine. We can forego the main course for now. We can always order more later if needed," Tywin declared grandly with a wave of his hand. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The waiter beamed, unable to contain his joy. Accommodating such a grand patron would suffice for a month's wages. Shortly after the waiter departed, he returned bearing 5 plates of assorted pastries. "Esteemed guest, please sample our pastries. These are complimentary. I shall go and expedite your order." As he spoke, he accepted the silver coins Tywin offered and exited. The 5 delicacies included date paste flaky pastry, pine nut and lily flaky pastry, jade cake, candied plum snowflake cake, and layered pastry filled with sugared plums. "How exquisite. Is this meant for eating?" Daenerys marveled at the delicate pastries. "Not for eating, merely for display." Tywin rolled his eyes in jest. "Enough with the gazing. Let us taste," he declared, promptly picking up a piece of jade cake, which was fragrant, sweet, and delightfully soft. After finishing one piece, he observed his companions still struggling with their chopsticks, chuckling as he said, "Use your hands. There are no outsiders here." Upon hearing Tywin's words, the others no longer hesitated, eagerly diving in to grab the pastries. "Delicious. I've never tasted anything so delightful," they exclaimed in unison after sampling the treats. But the portions were indeed modest, and after each having one piece, they felt reluctant to take more. Only Daenerys resembled a hamster, her cheeks puffed out like one, with both hands clutching a piece of pastry. Before she could swallow, another morsel was already being stuffed into her mouth. Witnessing this, Tyrion's mischievous thoughts began to stir. Here, try this, pine nut and lily pastry. Take a sip of water to help you swallow, and here is another piece. Tyrion deftly fed Daenerys one piece after another with his chopsticks, even thoughtfully offering water to prevent her from choking. My lord, it is indeed delicious. But this is far too little, remarked Daisy, observing Daenerys savoring her meal. Be quiet. Do you have any idea how expensive this place is? Tyrion chided playfully with a feigned frown. Tyrion, you should eat too. Sir Rhaenys, Sister Alyssa, you all should partake as well. Daenerys, having swallowed her food, bashfully replied. It's all right, you go ahead. We can order more later. You're the youngest, and you look so thin. You should eat more to nourish yourself. None of you can eat until she is full. Tyrion suppressed a chuckle as he affectionately ruffled Daenerys' soft hair, saying, Ah, you are truly kind to me. I promise not to tease you anymore. Touched, Daenerys gazed at Tyrion and said, It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Come on, have another piece. Upon hearing her words, Tyrion felt a twinge in his side, but forced a smile as he continued to encourage her. The others at the table, all astute individuals, recognized Tyrion's unusual demeanor and understood he was up to something, each feigning indifference as they watched with amusement. Sure enough, half an hour later, Daenerys sat in her chair, cradling her full belly, gazing vacantly at the server bringing dish after dish of exquisite food. Come try this. Oh, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Tyrion inquired innocently while offering Daenerys a beautifully roasted rib, golden and enticing, generously sprinkled with chili and cumin. I could just kill you. You scoundrel! Daenerys exclaimed, nearly in tears, frustrated that he was so inconsiderate. Just as she contemplated retrieving her dagger from her belt to give him a piece of her mind, her overfull stomach prevented her from moving, leaving her to glare daggers at the smug Tyrion. Ah, if she doesn't like it, then there's nothing to be done. Come, everyone, let us eat. In addition to the secret roasted lamb, there were lamb tongue skewers, crab-stuffed oranges, plum soup dumplings, quail soup, lotus root dishes, and spicy eel soup, which left Tyrion in awe, not to mention the others. Come, Jichi, eat more. Tyrion deliberately served a crab to Jichi across Daenerys, parading it in front of her. Thank you, Jichi responded, unable to resist the allure of the delectable food, and accepted it. As she cracked open the crab shell, juices splattered onto Daenerys' face. Instinctively, Daenerys licked her pink tongue, exclaiming, So delicious. This further fueled her annoyance, and despite her stuffed belly, she reached out to snatch the crab roe Tyrion had just offered and stuffed it into her mouth. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he brought the crabs over, methodically opening each one to separate the succulent meat and rich roe onto a plate. He provocatively challenged Daenerys, suggesting she indulge, daring her to partake, asserting that if she had the audacity to eat, he would gladly provide. Daenerys, suppressing the urge to retch, swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Tyrion, filled with a simmering resentment, yet she dared not take another bite. Chapter 45. A haunting revelation in King's Landing. Ned discovered the true cause of former hand of the King Jon Arryn's death in a tome, unearthing clues regarding King Robert's illegitimate offspring. Meanwhile, to celebrate Ned's appointment, Robert and the small council resolved to host a tournament. Thus commenced a game of power. Simultaneously, an old beggar, when questioned about the young man who had stolen his clothes, casually mentioned that the youth had promised to make him hand of the king. To his astonishment, the listener arranged for the beggar's accommodation in a house, with servants attending to him daily. My lord, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? A curious subordinate inquired, having been tasked with settling the old beggar. Varys gestured for the servant to leave, wiping his silk handkerchief clean of milk before leisurely responding. The storm comes and goes, the great waves crash over, the big fish devour the small, yet here I remain, paddling along in the sea. Do you know why? I do not, came the reply. Haha, how much can that old fool consume? Perhaps he may surprise me yet. My lord, you are indeed a man of foresight. The subordinate said respectfully, though he doubted the paralyzed old madman could yield any benefit. Enough, the show is about to begin. Go, prepare, Varys murmured in the deserted room. Why must it always be the innocent who suffer the most in your games of power, you noble lords? Why can you not spill blood in torrents? As the master of intelligence, he sensed a storm brewing. Chaos was the ladder to progress, and he had awaited this day for far too long. In the mountain city, at the Fungla building, beside the listening wind pavilion, a former high-ranking official lamented, I seem to have grown quite senile. Only now do you realize? You have always been a muddled old fool, retorted a nearby companion bluntly. I believe I have seen the late emperor, the old man continued. What? Are you dying? What audacity! To think the late emperor would come to fetch you. Truly shameless. The companion scoffed. Stop eating, old man. I believe I see a youth next door who resembles the late emperor in his youth. Dodging the other's chopsticks, the old man replied earnestly, Are you serious? Seeing the old man's serious demeanor, the companion, now grave, affirmed, Indeed. The old man decisively proclaimed, and after a moment of contemplation, the companion sighed deeply. His brow furrowed as he resumed eating, a tinge of sorrow and indignation evident in his expression. You old fool. It seems you are the one who has lost his senses, still eating. The old man erupted in exasperation. Why not eat? The young man of the late emperor, aside from the sovereign, could only be that individual. With his appearance, significant events are surely destined to unfold, and I may find myself inadvertently embroiled in them. Should I forego eating now, only to partake later in the dungeons? Beside him, an elderly gentleman with a benevolent visage lamented, I have navigated through life with trepidation. And just when I was on the verge of returning to my homeland, I encounter such a predicament. Alas, the will of heaven. The old man pondered and indeed realized the gravity of the situation. Matters of the royal family are no trifling concern. And this might well be the last sumptuous meal he would enjoy. Coming to this realization, he decided to cast aside his worries and began to devour his food heartily. The 8 individuals at the neighboring table found themselves slumped in their chairs, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. What a delightful existence this is, Tyrone mused while picking his teeth. I have only just now grasped the vast difference in quality between various dishes. The chef from Pander should be feeding pigs. Alyssa echoed his sentiments, stating that this was the most exquisite meal she had ever savored. Oh, young master, shall we not leave? I believe I can no longer stomach the fare from our place, old Saul lamented. The meals he prepared paled in comparison to this feast. Dizzy meticulously stripped the last morsel of meat from a lamb chop and raised his head to Tyrone, saying, Indeed, I haven't eaten enough. When shall we feast again? Daenerys tugged at Tyrone, her eyes pleading, Brother, I have yet to eat. Forget it, the price of your meal wouldn't even cover the cost of this banquet. Tyrone jested to provoke her. You. Daenerys huffed, her chest heaving with indignation, when she suddenly caught Alyssa's gaze and recalled the lesson imparted to her days before. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled Tyrone closer, adjusting his collar with one hand, and in a coy voice said, Brother, I have not yet dined. Tyrone found himself glancing downward several times, clearing his throat, his face flushed as he helped her adjust her collar. No need for such antics. Let us request the kitchen to prepare additional dishes to be sent to our lodgings, so that our companions may also partake. We shall return again tomorrow. As he spoke, Tyrone's mind wandered back to the earlier scene, his heart racing. Brother, how splendid! Daenerys exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Tyrone's, leaning against him. Though the original personality was experienced, for both the original and himself, intimate contact with a woman outside of monetary exchange was a first. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Is this the feeling of infatuation? Let us refrain from such undignified behavior, Tyrone admonished himself. This is improper. He withdrew his arm. Daenerys squinted her eyes, contemplating how effective Alyssa's teachings were and resolved to learn more techniques. Men, they are not so difficult to manage. Subsequently, Tyrone summoned the waiter, instructing the establishment to prepare a feast to be delivered to his lodgings. Due to the copious quantities required, he requested that additional taverns assist in the preparations. The meal for 1,000 guests, combined with this feast, cost a staggering 90 gold coins. After resting for a while, the group exited the tavern and made their way to the tailor's shop. Except for Dizzy and Reyn, every individual, including the young maid, purchased 2 sets of garments each. After changing his attire, Terren transformed into an entirely different visage, his handsome features radiating an immaculate complexion and sharp contours. Beneath his long, graceful eyebrows, his deep, crystalline eyes captivated all who beheld him. Each gesture exuded an aura of distinct elegance. Clad in a sumptuous robe and wielding a beautifully crafted jade fan, he appeared both noble and exquisite. The overall impression he conveyed was one of a cat, proud and graceful, inspiring admiration from onlookers. Dizzy, her face flushed, could only exclaim, Young master, you look so handsome. Daenerys, instantly enchanted, felt herself slipping into a reverie. Upon witnessing Tyrion's striking transformation, several young girls clamored to change their outfits, including Alyssa, who could not resist the temptation. 5 women emerged from behind, each with a unique charm, but it was Daenerys, with her silver-white hair, who resembled a goddess descending from the moon. If the moon had a name, it would surely be Daenerys. My lady, you are like a deity stepping down from the moon. Any beautiful flower pales in comparison to your radiance, Sir Reyn praised, his words flowing effortlessly. Thank you for your kind words, Sir Reyn, Daenerys replied bashfully, bowing before turning to Terren and twirling. What do you think? Does it look good? It's just all right. Terren replied, averting his gaze and muttering softly. Daenerys could not help but chuckle at the inconsistency of his expression. After their shopping escapade, the group wandered for quite some time, indulging in various snacks and peculiar items, until they stumbled upon an intriguing novelty, blind boxes. Referred to here as guanpu trades, containing valuable items such as jade and satin, alongside an abundance of everyday treats like candy cakes. Terren purchased 10 boxes, all filled with snacks, while Daenerys unearthed a few treasures, including a bottle of fine wine and a jade pendant. As dusk descended, the group reluctantly returned home. Within 2 hours, Terren discreetly evaded Daenerys and summoned Reyn and Dizzy outside. Young master, are we still going out? My legs are weary. Let us save it for another time, Dizzy lamented, burdened by the day's purchases. Keep your voice down. The night holds greater allure, Terren said with a mischievous grin. Reyn and the others exchanged knowing glances and stealthily followed suit. Let us revel in the pleasures of the tavern and listen to melodies. Chapter 46. The Queen and the Knight. Such elegance. It utterly eclipses even the finest of Ponde, Reyn remarked, savoring the thought. But alas, it is rather expensive. In the dead of night, the group returned to their residence, still engrossed in recounting their earlier adventures. For Terren, it was his first foray into such an establishment, and he felt a sense of intimacy. Without uttering a word, the lovely attendants would tenderly feed him fruits and serve him drinks, anticipating his every desire. The graceful sisters, adorned in flowing garments, danced elegantly to the enchanting music, captivating a small group of onlookers. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows, startling them. Who dares? Terren shuddered at the unexpected utterance. Master, I need to rest. I am weary, one of them remarked. Same here, another chimed in, sensing the tension and hastily seeking an excuse to depart. You nearly frightened me to death. You just mentioned that the meal was too expensive. Terren glanced at the ethereal Daenerys, patting his chest in disbelief. Is that true? Daenerys inquired, leaning in with skepticism. Indeed, Terren replied, maintaining his composure. I find that hard to believe. You must have visited that place. Daenerys sniffed, affirming her suspicion. That's slander. Do you have any proof? Terren retorted with a fierce glare, unsure why he felt compelled to hide the truth after being caught. Actually, I also. Daenerys' voice dwindled, her final words barely a whisper. What? What did you say? Terren pressed, struggling to hear her. I said, you can. Her voice faded further as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Speak up. Have you lost your voice? Terren, feeling the weight of her words, urgently urged her to continue. Go to hell. Ugh. Daenerys, flushed with indignation, spat at Terren and stormed away. Crazy. The dress I just bought. Terren watched the perplexed Daenerys retreat, his own frustration leading him back inside. Months later, Terren's soap and perfume, products of his ingenuity, became immensely popular in the market, yielding substantial profits. Alas, the formulas were soon unveiled, and the once thriving business began to dwindle. Disheartened, Terren sold all his enterprises and departed from Mountain City, yearning for new adventures. After recruiting several individuals, his entourage swelled to over 1,000, prompting the system to unlock the Dasha advancement template. Among the ranks, 400 to 500 Rosalind warriors were poised to ascend to Dasha cavalry at a moment's notice. Concurrently, Daenerys endured multiple assassination attempts, all thwarted by the aid of her minimap, with the assailants ultimately taking their own lives. Your Highness, Westeros requires you. Only you can occupy that throne and quell this turmoil, a white-haired elder, clad in mismatched attire, implored Daenerys earnestly. I refuse. Whoever desires that chair may take it. Daenerys replied helplessly, this dialogue having persisted for far too long. The elder was Baelistan Selmy, known as the Fearless Baelistan, a knight from the Selmy family and the captain of Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard, as a renowned legendary figure. During the time when the Kingsguard was regarded as the greatest knights of the Seven Kingdoms, Barristan Selmy had already become one of their esteemed members. He was not only the most dedicated but also the most respected knight, serving multiple members of House Targaryen. Following Robert's demise, he bore an undeniable responsibility. The new king, Joffrey Baratheon, seized the opportunity to relieve him of his duties. After witnessing Eddard's execution, Barristan found himself in a state of confusion, yearning to find a true ruler for Westeros. Upon arriving in Essos, he sought information through various means and endured numerous hardships to reach the city of Reyn. After half a year of companionship, he was convinced that Daenerys was indeed the person he had been searching for, with the hatching of 3 young dragons serving as irrefutable evidence. The lives lost in the wars of the 7 kingdoms were your subjects. You should rescue them rather than idly follow such individuals. Hey, old man, you may advise, but what do you mean by stepping on my foot? Tyrion remarked, displeased. Sir Barristan, I truly do not wish to, nor can I. Daenerys had long abandoned her thoughts of returning to Westeros. To her, the land of the Dothraki was a place of opportunity, whereas Westeros appeared as a desolate ruin compared to the lavishness of her current abode. Even if the ruins were hers, she preferred to live in a grand house with a room of her own. What of Westeros and the Targaryens? I'm unfamiliar, and I wish to have no part in it. You are the sole heir of House Targaryen. It is your duty to restore the glory of your house, your grace. Barristan lamented, his worries causing his hair to fall out in clumps. Sir Barristan, I might change my surname. What if the Targaryens have perished completely? Daenerys pondered aloud. Your Highness, you are mistaken. The long night approaches, and the White Walkers are coming. If this continues, the entire world will be doomed. The old man nearly shed tears, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation by mentioning the White Walkers. Sir Barristan, the White Walkers are merely a legend. Do not deceive me. No, I assure you. I do not deceive. The White Walkers are indeed upon us, Tyrion interjected. What? The White Walkers are real? Both Daenerys and Barristan exclaimed in astonishment. Barristan, you were unaware? Daenerys remarked, noticing Barristan's shock that surpassed her own. No, I have always believed the White Walkers were coming. It is as I say. Barristan, despite his advanced age, spoke with unwavering conviction. Tyrion, is it true that the White Walkers will annihilate the world? Daenerys disregarded the shameless old man and pressed Tyrion for answers. As for the world's destruction, I cannot say. However, Westeros is likely doomed. Whether they can indeed destroy the world depends on whether the White Walkers can cross the narrow sea, Tyrion mused, stroking his newly grown stubble. In the series, it was only after Daenerys' army and the Northern Alliance withstood the onslaught of the White Walkers that the direwolf pups were afforded the opportunity to eliminate their adversaries. With such a significant transformation now underway, the White Walkers should be able to advance unimpeded. Your Highness, you have heard what he said. It is time to return. The 7 kingdoms need you. The seasoned actor from Balliston spoke, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Daenerys hesitated. Do you wish to return? Tyrion asked with a smile as he sat on the edge of the bed, watching Daenerys enter. Daenerys bit her lip and threw herself into Tyrion's embrace. I do not know. I do not wish to be king, nor do I want Westeros to perish in such a manner. Nor do I want so many innocent lives to be lost, Daenerys said, gazing up at Tyrion with tear-filled eyes. Your snot has smeared on me, Tyrion remarked, wrinkling his face as he noticed a few silver strands on his clothing. However, it is difficult. Many will die. Ser Jorah, Ser Barristan, and perhaps even Sister Alyssa. The 7 kingdoms are beyond my influence. Daenerys pressed her face against Tyrion's chest, pretending not to hear, and continued speaking. Tyrion extended his hand, attempting to push her away. He cherished this garment and wished to salvage it. You will assist me, won't you, Chiffon? Daenerys, suppressing her anger, held Tyrion tightly, continuing in a pitiful tone. Come on. Blow your nose. Why are you staring at me? Blow your nose, can't you? As Tyrion struggled to push her away, he reached for a handkerchief from the table and placed it on Daenerys' nose. I knew you would help me. You are truly wonderful. I want you to be my knight, to protect me for all eternity. Daenerys withdrew one arm, hastily discarding the wretched handkerchief, and embraced him again. Her eyes shining with excitement as she exclaimed, What are you saying? When did I agree to help you? Are we even talking about the same thing? Hello? Are you listening? In the name of Daenerys Targaryen, heir to the Targaryen dynasty, queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, born of the storm, I bestow upon you the title of my knight, for all eternity. Therefore, you will agree. Will you not? My knight. Daenerys, her veins bulging with anger, managed to restrain herself and stood up. Drawing the serpent-shaped dagger gifted by Alyssa from her waist and placing it against Tyrion's neck, speaking in a low tone, the last few words almost spoken syllable by syllable. Laced with fury, Tyrion decisively knelt on one knee, kissed her right hand, and resolutely replied, Of course, my queen. Now, could you please remove the dagger? It is poisoned. Please, be careful. Chiffon, I am so moved. Daenerys covered her mouth with her left hand, her watery eyes locked onto Tyrion, joyfully exclaiming, It is only right, my queen. Tyrion swallowed hard in agreement. Had it not been for the dagger at his neck, he might have believed her words. Wait. What are you doing? This isn't right. Please, do not take off your clothes. Tyrion gazed at Daenerys, who had stripped herself bare after tossing the dagger aside. Blushing, he remarked, "This is a reward for your loyalty, my knight." Daenerys playfully winked and opened her arms, moving towards Tyrion. "What on earth are you doing?" she exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. Just as the moment of passion approached, Tyrion halted her with a firm hand on her forehead. "Could you perhaps take a bath first? Your scent is rather potent." "No, I don't mean just you. I mean everyone else, aside from the Unsullied. It's not personal, do you understand?" Tyrion explained, enduring her murderous glare. "Fine." Daenerys took a deep breath, smiling as she picked up the dagger from the ground. "That will suffice. Just leave the dagger and go wash up." Tyrion, glancing back at the dagger now resting against her neck, retracted his previous statement. "Now, disrobe. Get into bed. Immediately." Daenerys growled, her voice laced with frustration. "I've undressed, and I'm in bed." Watching Tyrion, who had quickly shed his clothes and was now wrapped in the sheets like a docile child, Daenerys found herself doubting her sister Alyssa's claims. The notion that men could not resist temptation and that women could simply beckon after disrobing seemed utterly false. Tyrion was, indeed, an enigma. As she drew the bed curtains, it wasn't long before the bed began to shake, and it was only after a considerable time that Tyrion discreetly cast the dagger aside. Chapter 47. Chaos and Ascension. That night, a red comet streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail, heralding a significant shift in the world. In the Iron Islands, countless Ironborn were stirred from their slumber by whispers, visions of a grand city rising from the water. Shadows flitted through the streets of this city, and at its center, a colossal figure sat upon a towering throne before an altar. Around the altar, a circle of dark figures simultaneously plunged obsidian daggers into their hearts, their crimson blood flowing like a river, pooling into the altar's eerie patterns. Gradually, the patterns filled with blood, forming a grotesque, twisted pentagram. The stars were aligning. He would descend. The faithful would welcome his return with slaughter. On this day, the Ironborn collectively heard the call of the drowned god, or rather, they should refer to him as Dagon. The stars were about to align, as the Lord from beyond this realm would arrive, and under his mighty power, the world would transform into a vast ocean, with all Ironborn eternally serving their father, Dagon. The Ironborn, on ships, within homes, throughout the Iron Islands and Westeros, simultaneously turned towards the sea, submerging into the abyss. In the heart of the ancient Giscari Empire, the earth trembled and cracked, from which rose 33 colossal pyramids, each standing 33 layers high. In the realm of dreams, the figures of Estebo, Yuan-Kai, and Millen, along with all the harpies, awakened simultaneously. After acclimating to their rigid forms, they spread their wings and soared into the distance, with the largest of the harpies clutching a blinding bolt of lightning in her talons. The harpy, a creature adorned with leathery wings, eagle-like claws, a scorpion's tail, and the fangs of a venomous serpent, held a sphere of thunder in her grasp. She was the emblem of the Gai's empire, as inseparable from it as dragons are from Valyria. In the vast expanse of the eastern territories, countless monsters surged toward this land, descending with a rustling sound upon rooftops, palaces, and city walls, their roars directed skyward. These beings, a grotesque amalgamation of bat, bird, and insect traits, possessed segmented bodies, bat-like wings, and avian claws. They were the chosen of the indescribable entities of the cosmos. The Emperor, from Carcosa, issued commands. The Lord's servants had arrived, and the stars were soon to align, heralding his coming with grand warfare. The Shadowlands, situated in the southeastern region of the Far East, is a mountainous and enigmatic peninsula shrouded in ghostly grass. Legends speak of demons and dragons dwelling within the cave recesses of the mountains. The ruins of the city of the dead, Staya, lie at the peninsula's center, while to the south, at the very tip, rests the renowned city of Yasha. Northeast of Yasha lies the fabled area obscured by shadows, known as the Shadowlands. This region is enveloped in dense mists, where the undead, sorcerers, and demons flicker in and out of visibility, accompanied by the intermittent roars of dragons and the prayers of the wicked. In the most eastern part of the world, amidst the gray plains, the demons of the night lions gather swiftly, coalescing into an unstoppable wave, crushing all that stands in their path, particularly those 5 cursed fortresses. The Dothraki Sea, home to the sole city of the Horse Lord, Vyse Dothraki. 10 Dothraki warriors encircle the wounded and near-death Drogo. Just days prior, Thousands of black horsemen surged forth like a torrential flood, attacking him with an irresistible force. The fragile Dothraki cavalry before them, akin to newly walking foals, left a landscape strewn with corpses in the wake of the tide. The resounding call of the Black Anna became a rallying cry for the masses. A formidable force against the insurgents, a hero capturing women and children, and a paragon of national achievement. May the diligent and accomplished Black Anna act as my champion, leading an assault to the south of the high mountains, to capture numerous maidens and children, kneeling in prayer and reciting sacred verses. Let the auspicious Anna be my champion. As her descendants bow and beseech, becoming shields of protection and sustenance for survival. May the steadfast Black Anna be my champion, an insurmountable barrier against foes, and a talisman for the Mongol realm. Grant swiftness to the galloping steeds. As Hikarin ceased his bizarre dance, he grasped the still throbbing heart of the crimson stallion from the platter. He placed one hand upon Drogo's lips, delicately slicing open a small incision with a gem-encrusted dagger. The blood, under pressure, flowed into Drogo's mouth. The remaining 9 encircled Drogo, resuming their eerie dance accompanied by an ancient dirge. Ah, Anna. He shall ride the fiery steeds galloping across the night sky, appearing before his people. He possesses 3 eyes, the third of which unveils the world's conspiracies. He wields 6 arms, one bearing the flaming arak, another a shield to deflect all assaults, a third a torch of victory, a fourth a whip, a fifth a crown, and the 6th a drum symbolizing death. He rides a 6-legged warhorse, ablaze, conquering all that exists. His people, hailing his arrival amidst song, saw Drogo awaken. His visage adorned with blood, crafting an uncanny pattern, the eye etched upon his forehead astonishingly opened, his already formidable form becoming even more imposing. Surrounding the warriors of the Dothraki and their steeds simultaneously consumed the libation, a blend of blood from 9,999 stallions, 9,999 lambs, and 9,999 slaves. While Westeros remained oblivious, embroiled in the struggle for the Iron Throne, remarkable transformations unfolded elsewhere. The long night approached. Reminiscent of 8,000 years past. Unaware of these events, Terren pushed aside the 3 blind dragons on the table, biting his pen as he penned a response to the one in his city, explaining the situation and his imminent departure. The day after Terren entered the mountain city, he sensed something amiss. He began receiving a steady stream of notes, some urging him to flee, others requesting clandestine meetings, and some supporting his uprising. Terren disregarded them all until 3 days later, when he received a secret missive brought by the Night's Watch, a message from the Emperor of Buka. After several correspondences and verification by learned scholars and sorcerers, the kinship between the two was confirmed. They were indeed brothers. Terren grasped the unfolding events. Years prior, the reigning emperor had met an untimely demise, leaving behind a decree that indeed named the young Prince Busu as his successor. However, the old chancellor and the empress deemed the late emperor's decision foolish, considering the formidable enemies lurking outside, opting instead to disregard the eldest son and elevate a mere 4-year-old, which was sheer folly. Thus, after informing Buka, they altered the decree, and Buka, amidst his trepidation and joy at the prospect of ascending the throne, acquiesced. To err on the side of caution, the chancellor, fearing that the young prince might be exploited by nefarious individuals, dispatched agents to safeguard him. However, in the eyes of certain factions, this was merely a pretext for eradication. Consequently, loyalists to the late emperor clandestinely facilitated the prince's escape from the palace. To the chancellor's dismay, this confirmed his suspicions of impending turmoil, prompting him to issue immediate orders for their capture and the restoration of the young prince. In a frantic chase, they fled along the sandy path, ultimately leading them out of the skeletal mountains, after which the prince vanished without a trace. All that remained were the lifeless bodies of the guards. In her profound sorrow, the queen lamented that her unauthorized alteration of the imperial edict had resulted in the loss of her youngest son, and thus she secluded herself within the palace, soon succumbing to despair. Although the chancellor acted with the overarching welfare in mind, the primary blame for the prince's disappearance lay squarely upon him due to his tampering with the edict. Upon receiving news of the prince's uncertain fate, he sighed deeply and, together with his family, took his own life by consuming poison. This incident spiraled into a scandal that silenced all who dared to speak of it. It also incited an insurrection within the military, led by General Bo Xiong, who, citing illegitimacy, proclaimed himself a mercenary leader. An obscure sorcerer subsequently rallied followers to establish the Huang dynasty. Upon ascending the throne, the new emperor was dismayed to discover that the reality of ruling was vastly different from his expectations. especially after the deaths of his mother and the chancellor left him feeling isolated and unsupported. In the court, every decree he issued was met with opposition, as a faction of ministers opposed him for the sake of opposition alone. He was inundated with endless petitions and lessons, and even his choice of consort was dictated by others. They insisted that to avoid poisoning, he must not reveal a preference for any particular dish. After the eunuchs tested for poison, all that was served were remnants of cold meals. Was this truly acceptable? Within the court, ministers formed cliques to undermine him, while outside, the nomadic bandits raided daily. The 9 major trading city-states monopolized maritime commerce, and the populace cursed him as a fratricide, parricide, and regicide, even silencing the chancellor who had elevated him to power. With a clear conscience, he protested that he had committed no wrongdoing. He admitted that he had failed to voice his concerns when it mattered, yet it seemed all blame was cast upon him. Now in his 30s, he appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s, plagued by worry that caused his hair to fall out in clumps. At times, he awoke in the night, feeling an urge to slap himself, questioning the worth of pursuing the throne. When he learned that his brother had survived and returned, tears nearly welled in his eyes. What a travesty! It seems I am at fault in every regard. My brother has returned. Surely, this means I can relinquish my claim. Upon confirming his identity, Bukai extended an invitation to Terren to journey to Edu, promising that after a year of familiarizing himself with the court's affairs, he would abdicate in Terren's favor. However, Bukai's fervent enthusiasm led Terren to suspect that he was being lured into a trap, prompting him to hastily pack his belongings and consider fleeing. He was intercepted, and after much deliberation, Terren eventually came to trust Bukai's assurances. He reasoned that any attempt on his life would necessitate a significant military force. Sending a few eunuchs was hardly a credible threat. Once trust was established, Terren firmly rejected Bukai's request for him to travel to Edu for training and succession. What folly is this? He mused. You yourself have stated that your circumstances are worse than those of an ordinary person, and yet you wish to drag me into this quagmire? Are you even human? I refuse. It is unfeasible. I have no interest. He responded with a denial of Bukai's proposal, demanding instead a prosperous fiefdom abundant in wealth and minimal responsibilities. Bukai replied, dismissing Terren's objections and insisting that upon his ascension, Terren must grant him a lucrative fief with ample resources. Thus, negotiations reached an impasse. One remained confined within the imperial capital, unable to venture freely, while the other, filled with trepidation, feared being forced into an unwanted succession. Despite frequent correspondence over the past year and a half, they had yet to meet face to face. Brother, I am departing. I shall gather my forces and head to Westeros. When I return, ensure my fiefdom is prepared, Terren penned in his letter. After sealing it and entrusting it to a eunuch, he donned his elaborate garments with the assistance of his maidservants and stepped outside to assess the preparations. Chapter 48. A bright future awaits. As countless individuals moved forth, the throng seemed boundless. As thousands gathered, their ranks formed an imposing assembly. Originally, according to the plans of Ballister Selmy, the group was to sail directly to Westeros under the banner of House Targaryen, rallying the factions oppressed by Robert in hopes of regaining strength and subsequently courting neutral forces to gradually reclaim the Seven Kingdoms. Terren scoffed at Ballister's notion. After the fall of House Targaryen, its allies were either eager to betray in a show of loyalty or had been diminished to a mere handful. Upon their arrival, news would reach King's Landing swiftly, and it was certain that Cersei, that mad woman, would dispatch troops at once to eradicate any potential threat. Even the Starks and the Baratheons would not permit them to proceed unchallenged. Every house in the realm had risen by betraying Targaryen, and they would not allow Terren to flourish only to face retribution later. Furthermore, Westeros was fraught with turmoil, and the presence of White Walkers made this an inopportune moment for intervention. Thus, Terren resolved to head to Leza, rallying his forces to sweep through Essos and amass strength sufficient to conquer Westeros with the might of a single province. This declaration left Ballister Selmy incredulous with laughter. Do you presume the 9 free cities are your playthings? Will you confront the Dothraki with mere bravado? And what of Slaver's Bay? Even a solitary venture, there would be a Herculean task. Youthful arrogance blinds you to the gravity of your schemes, he retorted. I will not support this marriage proposal for the queen. This venture is beneath my regard. Until Terren granted promotions to the Lazaran people before his very eyes. Witnessing 500 or 600 Lazaran, clad in tattered sheepskin coats, with runny noses and an appearance of utter ineptitude, instantly transform into formidable warriors in leather armor. Wielding weapons with prowess, he promptly altered his tone. If you had this capability, you should have acted sooner. You have made me, an old man, endure unnecessary toil. Her Majesty's discernment is truly remarkable. A dragon among men. This young man possesses the bearing of an emperor. As for the 9 city-states, the Dothraki, the Slavers' Bay, and Westeros, a mere rabble, easily vanquished. As long as our adversaries do not possess a single dragon rider, victory is assured. How could we possibly lose with dragon riders in our ranks? Once we advance, it will be over. Any tactical maneuver would merely be a form of bullying. I declare a time frame of 2 years. Just 2 years. After that, I shall still be the captain of my royal guard. He even contemplated where Sandor Clegane and Jaime Lannister might tend to pigs. Bollistan Selmy, reflecting on this, could not help but commend himself for his wisdom in traveling such a distance to seek refuge with Daenerys. Truly impressive. I am winning effortlessly. Daenerys, witnessing soldiers being promoted for the first time, was utterly astonished. In her delight, she gave herself a thumbs up, acknowledging her own exceptional judgment in choosing men. Rest in peace, brother, and refrain from appearing in my dreams. I fear it may displease my husband. For the restoration of House Targaryen, dear brother, I hope you remain respectful of your circumstances. Besides them, another individual stood in shock, unable to close his mouth, one of the eunuchs dispatched to serve him, who had also been a personal attendant to Terren during his childhood. Initially, Terren had no intention of bringing him along, as the party already had numerous eunuchs. What need was there for so many? They could not fight. Yet, this eunuch insisted on accompanying him, and thus Terren reluctantly allowed him to join. His name was Wei Xiuqian, a name Terren whimsically altered to Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian, upon witnessing Terren's prowess, was nearly moved to tears. The end of hardship was in sight. A bright future awaited. Initially, he thought the young prince would not inherit the throne, and he would suffer alongside him, only to realize that it was the young prince who deemed such a fate beneath him. What of the small territories? The entire world lay within reach. Soon, a grand empire, surpassing even the Dawn dynasty, would be established, and I, Wei Zhongxian, shall be the grand eunuch of this empire, second only to one, above countless others, for eternity. Wei Zhongxian and Bollistan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They shared a smile, both envisioning a radiant future, beckoning with promises of a splendid life ahead. The 1,000-strong returned along the same path, traversing the road of sand, back to the western side of the Bone Mountains. Shortly after exiting the mountains, they encountered throngs of refugees. Incidentally, the Night King was currently in a dispute with the Frost God. Frost God, let us lay low for a while. Things are a bit chaotic out there. Night King, lay low? The Grand Army has arrived at the foot of the Great Wall, and you ask me to bide my time. The Cold God, some formidable beings have emerged outside. They may be formidable indeed. The Night King, I care not. No one shall stand in my way. At this juncture, I must first eliminate the Green Prophet. That ancient wretch. It is said that in the days of yore, when our ancestors invaded, the children of the forest were driven back relentlessly. In their desperation, the children of the forest forged a pact with the Cold God, an ancient deity. The children would offer their kin, while the Cold God would lend his strength, transforming some of their people into whites. The armor of these whites shifted colors with their movement, akin to the elusive armor worn by the children of the forest in legend. Indeed, after the transformation into whites, they harnessed their formidable power and the ability to resurrect slain foes, the whites, driving our ancestors to despair. However, just as victory seemed within grasp, the children of the forest, led by the Green Prophet, delivered a treacherous blow to their former kin. How duplicitous! They once spoke of the survival of their race, claiming they would perish together, deceiving us into becoming whites, creatures that could neither eat nor drink, merely slumbering in the cold. When the moment arrived, they turned their backs on their own words. Unprepared for such betrayal, this dagger pierced the very heart of the whites. And with the revelation of their weaknesses to our ancestors, the whites were swiftly defeated. Under the Green Prophet's design, a friendship was forged between the children of the forest and our ancestors to resist the whites, resulting in a peaceful accord. The forest would belong to them, while the rest would be ours, with mutual non-aggression. Ideally, this should have concluded the matter. Although some of our kin were sacrificed, the war had ended, and a bright future awaited us all. Alas, the Green Prophet overlooked a crucial detail. The transformed whites were not easily vanquished, and many fled to the north. The children of the forest, residing in the northern woods, subsequently faced relentless hunts from the surviving whites. If I cannot contend with our ancestors, how can I possibly face you? Thus, for the ensuing millennia, the children of the forest endured great suffering, with the majority perishing and a scant few escaping to the southern reaches of the Wall of Despair. Furthermore, This wall of despair was constructed with the aid of the Green Prophet, representing the children of the forest, to defend against those betrayed kin. Terren harbors doubts that the whites emerged not to annihilate humanity, but rather to seek vengeance upon those treacherous scoundrels at the lake of the god of the river. Chapter 49. The nature of things. Moreover, since that fateful night, the system has undergone an update. Attributes, levels, and skill points have been removed, retaining only team advancement, loyalty, and the mini-map functions, while formally introducing mission capabilities. Presently, advancement options include the civilizations of the Pandey Empire and the Dasha civilization. Combat experience will now be calculated in real time during battles rather than post-battle. The advanced system is more streamlined, eliminating level displays and attribute viewing. You are all my dear friends. How could I possibly use such trivialities to inflate my word count? I certainly cannot. You mentioned that numerous fish monsters have appeared along the coast, consuming many lives? Terren gazed incredulously at the self-proclaimed fisherman from near Quers, repeatedly asking, "Is it true, my lord?" They emerged from the sea, adorned with sharp teeth and scales, possessing immense strength, easily overturning ships and dragging men into the depths. The man spoke with lingering trepidation, adding, "If you don't believe me, look here, I have brought the head of a monster." As he spoke, he unveiled a grotesque fish head, roughly the size of a wooden barrel. The head bore enormous, bulging eyes that remained unblinking, and gills sprouted from the upper side of its neck. It bore a faint semblance to a human visage. "What on earth do you intend to do with this?" Terren exclaimed, startled by the sight. "My lord," the man replied earnestly, "we fled in haste and could carry little food. I thought this creature, when cooked, would serve well for soup or perhaps for soaking bread." The absurdity of the notion rendered the group momentarily speechless. Terren opened his mouth several times before managing to utter, "Heh, you certainly have an appetite." After giving the man a bag of provisions in exchange for the fish head, he sent him on his way. "Pray tell, elder, what is this peculiar thing?" Terren inquired, furrowing his brow as he poked at the fish head with a stick, directing his question to Balistan. "I am not from these parts and have never encountered such a creature. It may be a local specialty," Balistan replied, glancing at Wei Zhongxian. "Don't look at me. I am not a local either. My homeland lies far beyond the Bone Mountains." Wei Zhongxian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the eldest among them. "The Lazarin. We Lazarin are mere herders. The sea bears no grass, and I cannot say what this is," the Lazarin stated with utmost honesty. "Shall we go take a look?" Terren asked hesitantly. He couldn't help but think the creature bore a resemblance to a deep-sea dweller, yet upon further reflection, he mused that Cthulhu had no place in this world. Such beings had never been depicted in any tale. "Your Highness, perhaps we should reconsider." The fisherman spoke of this creature with great fear. Wei Zhongxian suggested in fluent Valyrian. "Indeed, it is likely that the Corsians are the ones troubled by this creature." Balistan concurred. "My lord, evasion will not resolve our troubles," Sir Reyn interjected, unable to remain silent. "Who says that? Evasion at least addresses the immediate issue." Terren retorted instinctively. "Ahem, Sir Reyn is correct. We cannot simply avoid the issue. Let us proceed to Quers and investigate," he conceded, sensing the disdainful gazes upon him. "Your Highness is wise. With such sagacity, valor, and benevolence, the people are fortunate indeed. Should the late emperor be aware, he would surely take joy in your actions today," he added, as Wei Zhongxian delicately produced a handkerchief, gently dabbing at the tears at the corner of his eye. "Enough, enough, old Wei, that will suffice. There are no outsiders here." Terren awkwardly remarked, "Your Highness is truly wise. One does not become complacent due to the flattery of sycophants. You undoubtedly possess the demeanor of a sovereign." Balistan clapped his hands and exuberantly praised him. Wei Zhongxian, momentarily taken aback, shot an angry glare at Balistan. "You old fool, if you wish to flatter, then do so. Why must you trample on me? You are a petty person, and your entire family is composed of petty individuals." The young eunuch, still lacking in maturity, thought to himself, "Do you think I have served so many kings without merit?" Disregarding their verbal sparring, Terren led his entourage southward towards the location of Quers. Quers had been experiencing unusual occurrences since a week ago. The catalyst for this disturbance was the sudden disappearance of all the Ironborn. Although this was indeed peculiar, Quers viewed it as a fortuitous development. The Iron Islands, a region among the Seven Kingdoms, are situated within the Ironborn Bay of Westeros. Due to their limited landmass, they have developed an independent, fierce, and even brutal nature. Their formidable fleet once dominated these waters. During their heyday, not only did the mainland of Westeros frequently suffer from their raids, but Quers, reliant on maritime trade, also bore the brunt of their aggression. Despite several rebellions in recent years that had been ruthlessly suppressed, coarse merchants remained vigilant against these marauders, firmly believing that a leopard cannot change its spots. They were convinced that these brigands would inevitably return to their plundering ways. Force triumphs over toil is the ancestral maxim of House Greyjoy, and the sole truth espoused by the Ironborn. Thus, upon hearing of the Ironborn's disappearance, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, the following 2 days brought further disquiet. Fleets reported encountering storms at sea, with sailors claiming to have seen numerous mysterious dark figures weaving around their vessels. Upon learning this, the Merchant Guild speculated it to be the fabled mermaids and commanded the fleet to set sail once more in search of them. Mermaids, those legendary and enchanting beings, could fetch a fortune if captured, though the rulers of course were nearly destitute. Who among them would not desire more wealth? Just as the fleet was poised to embark again, news arrived that the mermaids had come ashore. A multitude of dark figures emerged from the coastline, launching indiscriminate slaughter upon all living creatures. These entities bore the appearance of fish-headed humanoids, their predominant hue a murky green with white underbellies, webbed limbs, and a scaly exterior, oozing with a viscous and foul-smelling slime. Their eyes protruded like those of fish and remained perpetually open, with gills adorning their necks. They advanced on land by leaping either on 2 feet or all fours. Standing around 2 meters tall, their scales were incredibly resilient, often rendering the warriors' attacks ineffective. With webbed claws, a mere flick could send an adult man flying several feet away. Most alarmingly, these creatures were of significant value. Tales of sea monsters had long circulated among coastal nations, akin to the legends of the White Walkers in the north. When myth manifests into reality, one must first ascertain if one's subordinates are capable of combat before contemplating victory. As the skeletal creatures ascended upon the fleet, the sailors and the captain offered little resistance, swiftly retreating into the city. Once a multitude had fled to the inner city of Quers, the authorities finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily sealed the gates. In the Grand Hall, the royalty urgently summoned the 13 Titans, the Brotherhood of Beryl, the Spice Consortium, and the male sorcerers of the Hall of Immortality. What transpires outside? Are there monsters? Aegon Emor pressed anxiously. Our fleet is doomed. These cowards have abandoned their ships. Massos Malarwin raged, seated upon a blanket. Windro Caldis, weary from his hurried return, exclaimed, "There are too many of them. They are surging from the harbor and have now assaulted the second city wall." Aegon Emor, Massos Malarwin, and Windro Caldis, as representatives of the royal family, bore the responsibility for the affairs and defense of Quers. "Where are your men?" Aegon Emor rebuked Zerozen Vandasos. "The crew of our merchant vessels has also returned to the city, just like our invincible fleet," Zerozen Vandasos retorted nonchalantly. "By the way, the Brotherhood of Beryl and the Spice Consortium have suffered total losses, save for the ships that have yet to return," he added, taking a sip of red tea. "What in the blazes are these creatures?" Massos Malarwin stood up nervously, pacing back and forth in agitation. "Who knows? Perhaps they are relatives of the Ironborn, huh?" joked the president of the Spice Consortium, though the jest fell flat. "What time is it to be making jokes? Quers is on the brink of destruction." Aegon Emor scolded. "What is there to fret about? Even if the ships are rendered useless, we have at least 30,000 warriors among us, not to mention the walls. Surely those creatures cannot crawl through the sewers, can they? Huh, they shouldn't be able to." The president of the Spice Consortium chuckled nervously, forcing a smile. After a few moments of silence, they all rushed outside in unison. Chapter 50. The Sorcerer and the Guest of Regret. Quers is a city of merchants, renowned as the largest port known and one of the wealthiest cities. It boasts 3 formidable walls, an architectural marvel symbolizing the city's strength. The outer wall, constructed of red sandstone, stands 30 feet high, adorned with various animal carvings. The middle wall, made of gray granite, rises to 40 feet, depicting vivid battle scenes. The inner wall, composed of black marble, towers at 50 feet, intricately carved with erotic reliefs. The outer gates are adorned with bronze, the middle gates with iron, while the inner gates are embellished with numerous golden eyes. The buildings within the city exhibit a spectrum of hues, resembling a dreamscape of rose, violet, and brown tones. She passed beneath a bronze archway sculpted in the form of intertwining serpents, whose scales were delicately crafted from emerald, obsidian, and lapis lazuli. Countless slender spires rise majestically, each square adorned with intricately designed fountains in the shapes of griffins, dragons, and scorpion-tailed lions. A vast arcade street traverses the city, where the ancient heroes stand tall upon columns of white and green marble, each 3 times the size of a mortal. At this moment, warriors clad in copper-scaled armor, their heads crowned with copper-toothed helmets and draped in long black feathers, engage in fierce combat with monstrous foes. Within the inner city, grotesque fish emerge from the sewers, displaying a semblance of intelligence as they wait until a sufficient number have gathered before surging forth to guard their subterranean domain, buying time for their brethren. By the time the city guards receive orders and take notice, nearly 100 have amassed. Slay them. This is our city, roars the captain of the golden armored guard, commanding his subordinates to launch an offensive. The wealthiest among the populace spare no expense when it comes to their safety, while slaves may receive only a meager loincloth and a stick, with a daily ration of bread to subsist upon. The regular forces composed of the corps are nothing short of opulent, especially the guard units tasked with the defense of the inner city, equipped with meticulously forged weapons, sturdy scaled armor, and generous salaries. Even the most grotesque and fearsome of monsters face them without trepidation. The frontline warriors wield broad metal shields, charging with a roar towards the beasts. The dull thud of their collisions, amidst the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails, goes unnoticed, yet the results are significant. Several monsters, caught off guard, are toppled. The second and third ranks of queer warriors thrust their short spears into the gaps between the creature's scales, piercing their eyes. After a few futile struggles, the monsters succumb. However, the creatures retaliate with equal ferocity, their immense strength and towering stature allowing them to breach shields and claw at those behind. Often, they can crush helmets with a single blow after prying shields apart. As reinforcements for the corps increase, the monsters are gradually forced back towards the sewers. Just then, on the deck of the captured flagship in the harbor, a 4-meter-high aberration holds a staff inscribed with strange symbols, conducting some arcane ritual. After several breaths, dark clouds envelop the land, and torrential rain pours down. Upon contact with the rain, the monsters seem to gain a surge of strength, becoming even more formidable, their slimy excretions rendering them impervious to what should have been fatal blows from swords and daggers. The sudden downpour renders the archers of the city's defenders useless, compelling them to engage in close combat with the beasts. Beneath the curtain of rain, shadowy figures swarm up the walls with alarming speed, their forms seemingly adhering to the smooth surfaces as though gravity held no sway. Damn it! What power are you still hiding? Unleash it now. Aegon Ima cries out anxiously. Curse it all, we have sent everyone to the walls. One of the 13 giants, with a grim expression, declared. Let the inhabitants of the Eternal Temple and the regretful guests take action as well. Without course, they too will be rendered useless. Windrow Caldus responded with a derisive laugh. So be it. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure course is not lost. Massos Mararovan concurred. Course position is of utmost significance. Positioned as it is by the Jade Sea Gate, monopolizing trade with the foreign lands, allowing each of us to reap substantial profits. Once course is gone, where can they flee? To the 9 trading city-states? Or the Slave Bay? Without a fleet, they will be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. The battle within the inner city had become tense, with the situation increasingly tilting in favor of the monsters. Course warriors often required 3 lives to fell a single beast. Under the cover of rain, they became even more formidable. Warriors and monsters intermingled, leaving no room for evasion. You struck me once, I retaliated with a blade. Blood mingled with rain, saturating the streets. Paya Boli, accompanied by the male sorcerers, emerged from the Eternal Temple and arrived at the battleground. Since the appearance of the Red Comet, the world's magical energy had surged. The times had changed, glass candles reignited, ghostly grass began to thrive again, and phantasmal turtles roamed the male sorcerer's avenue, conveying messages, while the blind regained their sight. Those who had once humiliated the sorcerers found themselves cursed. The male sorcerers no longer needed to draw upon the waters of shadow, as they could now harness the omnipresent magical energy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Paya Boli enveloped the monsters in a cloud of blue, powdery mist. Moments later, their bodies withered and collapsed, while several course warriors were also caught in the effect. The remaining warriors, filled with terror, retreated in haste, seeking distance from this formidable group. Clad in robes adorned with pearls, possessing pale skin and blue lips, they consumed the waters of shadow in pursuit of profound knowledge. Among them, the most renowned male sorcerer was known as the Immortal. They were revered throughout the East. The skin of the Immortals exhibited a rich, deep purple-blue hue, their lips and nails an even darker blue, almost black, with their scara also tinged with blue. From this day forth, we shall reclaim this city, Paya Boli proclaimed, feeling the abundant magical energy, speaking somewhat deliriously to his companions. Now they are all our assets. First, we shall eliminate the monsters outside the city, and we will settle the rest later. A small blue figure, its palm aglow with ethereal blue flames, strode towards the outer city, stating, "You shall seal off the sewers, understood?" Baya, with a fleeting glance at the guards of Kays, spoke, "Yes, the male sorcerers." The esteemed captain trembled as he replied. For those who had grown up in Kays, the immortal temple was far more terrifying than the monsters outside, even without their magic. Those who had ventured into the immortal temple over the years had never returned. Each had been warned in childhood by their parents with stories of disobedient children being taken away by sorcerers. Moreover, this group now possessed formidable magic. The grim news was that the sorcerers had regained their powers and sought to overturn the rule of the royal family. The silver lining was that it did not affect their monthly wages. After all, the sorcerers also required guards to maintain their fade. As the sorcerers ascended the city walls, the pressure on the soldiers diminished significantly. With a myriad of wondrous spells, numerous monsters were vanquished. Although the number of monsters showed no signs of abating, hope had emerged. Meanwhile, the regretful guests breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to defect. Upon receiving orders from the royal family, they ventured out, only to turn pale upon sighting their intended targets, decisively declining the mission. The regretful guests were a renowned assassin organization in Kays, with a history that stretched back to the very founding of the city. They always whispered, "I am truly sorry," before dispatching their victims, thus earning their name. Physically, they were not stronger than ordinary soldiers. In fact, lacking armor made them less capable on the front lines than the average soldier. Their expertise lay in disguise, stealth, and assassination, typically employing small crossbows and poisoned daggers. Engaging them in a direct confrontation with monsters was tantamount to condemning them to death. Consequently, under the increasingly stringent orders from the royal family, they, in a fit of rage, eliminated all the servants who conveyed these commands, packed their belongings, and prepared to flee. While they were ill-suited for battling monsters, they excelled at killing. With their skills, they could find sustenance anywhere, except in Daslak, where the barbarians lacked an appreciation for the art of assassination. Now that the sorcerers had risen, they no longer needed to flee. As for the royal family, their fate was uncertain, and whether they would survive beyond this day remained a question for deliberation. Chapter 51. Is this city for sale? The siege by monsters had persisted for 3 days. Although aided by the sorcerers, their strength was not infinite. Even mortal bodies succumbed to fatigue. The number of monsters remained seemingly endless. The slaves had all been sent to the walls and had been nearly exhausted. The regular forces of Kays had suffered heavy losses and were compelled to rotate for rest, while the inner city's troops took their place. 3 continuous days of rain had caused the water within the city to rise to knee height, and the blocked sewers could not drain quickly through the cracks. Both the royal family and various merchant guilds began to contemplate escape. Quickly, gather everything. We depart in an hour. The overseers of the Spice Guild are urging their aides to load precious belongings and goods onto the carriages. This scene is ubiquitous throughout the city. Everyone is aware that merchants and nobles are preparing to flee. Open the city gates. Let us out. Damn it, open the gates. Cowards, are you betraying Quiris? Within the 3rd city gate, countless commoners are congested at the entrance, cursing the guards on the walls. Silence. Return. Fall back. Fall back. A group of Quiris soldiers blocks the main gate, scolding the crowd. They are escaping. Why aren't we allowed to flee as well? A man loudly inquires of the soldiers. Silence, coward. Back away. The leading soldier retorts without answering, drawing his sword in a threatening manner. They want us to perish. Let us fight back. Unwilling to submit. The crowd, inspired by a few, begins hurling various objects towards the soldiers, and soon a deluge of items fills the air. Meanwhile, the guards stationed on the walls respond with arrows through the rain, which diminishes their accuracy and force, yet remains fatal for the unarmored civilians. The streets are soon filled with wails, as countless commoners are pinned to the ground, submerged in stagnant water. We must depart while the others remain unaware. Let us procure a batch of the untainted from the slave sea, Massos Marrowan remarks to his companions within the grand halls. What shall we do with those soldiers? Wendro Caldis inquires, his expression devoid of emotion. Let the inner city dwellers descend, while the outer city troops take their place. After all, the outer troops have already been rendered ineffective, Aegon Emer coldly responds. Moreover, let the commoners be pushed against the city walls to quell the unrest, Massos Marrowan adds. Agreed. Let it be done. Tyrone gazes at the small map, observing a multitude of red dots densely clustered near Quiris Port, swallowing hard. I say, perhaps we should leave. I doubt I can be of any assistance. As a monarch, how could one so swiftly alter commands? Reyn, unaware of the situation since the monsters are only attacking the wall adjacent to the port, retorts in confusion. There are quite a number of them. Many. Tyrone explains to the bewildered crowd. This vast expanse of red signifies at least several tens of thousands, and they keep spawning from the sea. At that moment, the city gate facing the crimson wasteland swings open, and alongside the flooding waters, a multitude of well-equipped soldiers and countless carriages emerge. Are they truly fleeing? Tyrone, mounted on horseback, catches sight of the intricately adorned carriages, clearly not meant for ordinary folk. Are these monsters truly so formidable that they abandon the city? Balistan exclaims in disbelief, instantly recognizing the elite forces of the inner city, with the largest carriage displaying the royal insignia. Your Highness, they have all fled. Let us not linger any longer. We must hurry, lest the monsters catch up with us. Wei Zhongxian hastily advised, having long been aware of the formidable military prowess of the Queers, which explained their prolonged control over the Jade Gate. If they could compel this band of rascals to flee, their adversaries were undoubtedly remarkable. Meanwhile, the troops that had first exited the city formed an organized formation, distancing themselves from Talon and the carts. If they were to escape, it could potentially yield some opportunity. Talon pondered, stroking his stubble. Should the royal family and nobility choose not to flee, he would be left as a mere spectator. With such a meager force guarding the city, there was little hope, and any thoughts of recruiting more soldiers were futile, for the Queers would not recognize a subjugated foreigner as their leader. However, if their rulers abandoned them, the situation would be different. If he could attain nominal authority, the battle could still be fought. He commanded for their leaders to come forth and speak. Talon gestured with his chin towards the opposite side. Shortly thereafter, DC returned. Young master, they insist we leave and not to entertain any notions of attacking their lord. Talon's anger flared. How rude of this local faction. You insolent curs. Reyn, lead the cavalry and prepare for an immediate assault. Eliza, ready the archers. White Worm, form the infantry. He directed DC to convey once more that their leader must come forth, or they would engage in battle. As Talon's orders were issued, his troops swiftly mobilized, while their adversaries braced for confrontation, raising their spears in defense. After negotiations between DC and the opposing officer, one soldier ran to the largest cart and spoke a few words. Before long, that cart approached Talon's direction, halting in front of their army. Talon understood this was a signal for discussion. Without waiting for DC to return with news, he rode over with Wei Zhongxian and Balistan. Who are you? The curtain of the cart was drawn back, revealing a rotund nobleman clad in silk and adorned with jewels. What do you want? I'm here to conduct business with you. Talon retorted sharply. Was it you who ordered me to leave just moments ago? You are the most uncouth foreigner I have ever encountered. The corpulent man exclaimed, visibly agitated. Today, you shall learn your place. No need for thanks. I ask you, are you the lord of this Queers? Talon, uninterested in banter, cut to the chase. I am one of the rulers of Queers, Massos Malajout. One of? Then your word carries little weight. Talon scolded, if you cannot make decisions, why do you present yourself as important? What Talon did not comprehend was that the nominal rulers of Queers were not singular, but part of a triad council elected from the royal family, of which this man was merely one. I can. Now speak swiftly, and take your leave with your entourage. The flesh on Massos Maraluo's face quivered in suppressed rage as he spoke. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner throughout his life. Save for the 13 giants, the Barrel Brotherhood, the Spice Guild, and a couple of royal figures, along with several male witches. You no longer wish to keep this city. Are you willing to sell it? Upon hearing that the other party had authority, Terren's expression transformed, and he inquired with a grin. If you're not selling, then be gone. Massos Maraluo replied darkly. I believe you will sell, Terren remarked, his gaze penetrating. Wei Zhongxian discreetly gestured, and upon receiving the signal, the White Worm led the infantry forward. Have you reconsidered? Terren asked once more. Massos Maraluo glared fiercely, sensing that the opposing party was merely seeking trouble. With the city of Mad City on the brink of being breached by monsters, how could it be reasonable for someone to halt a fleeing soul and propose a purchase? It was evidently a pretext for plunder. Noticing the hostile demeanor of his counterpart, Terren maneuvered his horse to join Balistan and Wei Zhongxian. What is it? Do you wish to engage me in a duel at this juncture? Speak, how much do you desire? Massos Maraluo clenched his teeth, swallowing his indignation as he prepared for the other party's exorbitant demands. 10,000 gold coins, along with 5 carts of silk. What do you think? Do not underestimate it. Your city is on the verge of being lost, and this is already quite generous. Terren pondered for a moment before responding, Corsi. The cost of merely constructing the city amounts to several million gold coins, not to mention the numerous goods that they could not evacuate in time. This sum is practically negligible. I simply do not comprehend what you mean by suggesting that you would fare better. You would give this to me? Massos Mariluo inquired. Perplexed. Of course, I am buying, not selling. Naturally, I shall provide you with the payment, Terren replied, rolling his eyes. Very well, I accept, Massos Mariluo responded decisively, casting a look of bewilderment at Terren. Where are the goods? Just a single phrase? Where is the token of Corsi's rule? Surely you have not forgotten it. Terren remarked, observing Massos Mariluo's empty hands. Massos Mariluo retrieved a small box from the cart, which, upon opening, revealed a jade seal the size of an infant's fist. Is this it? You scoundrel, are you attempting to deceive me? Terren leaned forward to inspect it, his expression darkening. Young man, mind your language. This is indeed the seal representing Corsi, Massos Mariluo asserted, lifting the seal from the silk cushion to display its base to Terren. Nonsense. This is clearly Han and foreign script, Terren exclaimed, kicking his horse aside and leaning in for a closer look in disbelief. Are you, perchance, a foreigner? Massos Mariluo asked, puzzled, as foreigners, particularly nobles, ought to be well versed in their national history. Your Highness, it should be noted that this item was likely bestowed by the previous dynasty. Wei Zhongxian observed closely before leaning toward Terren and whispering, is it truly authentic? Are we that distinguished? After Terren listened to Wei Zhongxian's explanation, he inquired with astonishment. In the era of the Dawn dynasty, nearly the entire East was under its dominion, and naturally, the region near the Jade Sea was within the sphere of influence of Kors. When the ancient Kors people established their city, they were struck down by the Dawn dynasty multiple times. Eventually, upon submission, they were granted a jade seal as a symbol of Kors rule. Though Kors soon liberated itself from control, this artifact has continued to be passed down as a token. Isn't that rather small? Terren skeptically questioned. Recalling the jade seals and military insignias he had seen on television, which appeared significantly larger than this item, Wei Zhongxian, with a fawning demeanor, responded, Your Highness, seals such as these are inherently modest in size. Even our jade seal from the barbarian lands is quite similar. Very well, hand it over, Terren declared as he reached out to take it. However, Massos Mariluo abruptly retracted his hand, regarding Terren with a bemused expression. You won't be deprived of it, old Wei. Leave them the silk and fetch 1,000 gold coins, Terren remarked with a slight grimace. After instructing Wei Zhongxian to arrange the goods, Terren idly scrutinized the noble carriage before him. The carriage, grand and spacious, was crafted from solid wood, adorned with magnificent cloud patterns, and embellished with various gold ornaments. Its 4 wheels were inlaid with gold, each featuring 12 precious gems on the outer rim. The interior was opulently decorated with multicolored jade walls, edged with golden dragons, while a golden sun motif graced the side of the carriage door. This carriage is impressive. Is it for sale? Terren inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined its features. Do I appear to be someone in need of money? Massos Mariluo retorted, somewhat exasperated. His wealth was meant for the enjoyment of life, and he could never consider selling such a treasure. Not in need of money? Then why sell the city? Terren exclaimed indignantly, recognizing the wealth of his counterpart, who belonged to the upper echelons of affluence, rivaled only by the Iron Vault. Massos Mariluo fell silent, contemplating Terren's intentions. The barbarians referred to eunuchs as Your Highness. Could he be a descendant of some emperor? This notion had never crossed his mind. What purpose would he have in purchasing such an item? Even if the monsters retreated, the Kors people would never recognize a barbarian as their king. When they returned, the city would still be under their control. Was it conceivable that this monster was the work of the barbarians? That seemed implausible. If they possessed such capabilities, they would not have been obstructed by Kors for all these years. It was perplexing, exceedingly perplexing, and Massos Mariluo could not fathom the situation. After more than half an hour, Wei Zhongxian and one of the other individuals returned simultaneously, completing the exchange of goods. Here are the items. Quickly, give me that. Tyler had no time to waste. Soaked by the rain, he noted that once the noble merchants had exited the city gates, commoners began to flee as well. He needed to quickly block their escape. I have a question for you. What are your true intentions? Massos Mariluo inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Tyler. Mind your own business, Tyler retorted, seizing the item and riding back to the ranks. Damn, the oiled paper umbrella was useless in this downpour, leaving him thoroughly drenched. Upon returning to the formation, Tyler commanded the troops to advance towards the city gates, forcing all fleeing individuals back. Without the obstruction posed by Tyler and his compatriots, the merchants of Queers hastily retreated northward, though a few small squads remained to observe. Return. Back. One step closer, and you shall perish. Kill. 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 Witnessing his words fall on deaf ears amidst the panicked commoners, the white bug ordered his troops to attack. 100 or so Pandey swordsmen, wielding their great swords, moved in perfect unison, swiftly cleaving dozens down before them, leaving a gruesome scene of entrails and limbs scattered across the ground. Advance, kill, advance, kill, advance, kill. Under the white bug's command, the infantry relentlessly forced everyone back towards the city gates. Tyler, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes, knowing that if even one commoner escaped, the rest would follow suit. Once inside the city, Tyler ordered the gates to be barricaded, driving the civilians towards the inner city. With the main gate sealed, the monstrous invaders had already breached the first wall, prompting the commoners to surge into the city in a desperate bid for survival. By the time Tyler entered the inner city, the second wall had also been compromised. The soldiers realized they had been abandoned, their spirits crushed, and they easily scattered, leaving the walls defenseless. People of Queers, I am Tyler Berhard, your new ruler. Your royal family has forsaken you, selling you all to me. Now, I am your new liege. Tyler proclaimed from a high platform, brandishing his seal as he shouted. The soldiers below echoed his words in unison, their voices booming throughout the entirety of Queer City. To hell with you. Open the gates and let us leave. Damn the savages, damn the nobles. You all deserve to die? Go to hell, you bastards. The crowd and the routed soldiers were not swayed, hurling insults in return. Some even charged at the defending soldiers, attempting to drag Tyler down and exact vengeance, blaming him for their blocked escape. The Pandey infantry and swordsmen showed no mercy. Those who dared approach were swiftly eliminated, instilling fear in the hearts of the crowd. As tensions began to ease, Tyler called forth a few promising Pandey recruits to stand before him. People of Queers, your only hope lies with me. Pledge your allegiance. I shall bestow upon him an invincible power, transforming even the most feeble of individuals into formidable warriors. Upon uttering these words, Terren ascended alongside several newly promoted Pandey soldiers, a flash of white light enveloping them as they were transfigured into armored elite fighters. The crowd below could not restrain their astonishment, wiping their eyes in disbelief. Although the rain poured heavily, they beheld the radiant light and the transformed warriors. Now, pledge your allegiance to me. I shall lead you to victory against those abyssal dwellers. We shall drive them from Quails, our homeland. Quails belongs to us. Terren bellowed, seizing the moment to rally the populace. This is a miracle. He is a divine emissary sent to save us. We are delivered, great Prince Terren. I pledge my loyalty to you. A piercing voice rang out from the crowd. It was Wei Zhongxian, his distinct tone unmistakable, yet commendably bold. With one voice leading the charge, the crowd erupted in shouts of allegiance, including many disheartened soldiers. Now, all warriors of Quails, follow my knights and return to the walls. Drive them out. All brave citizens of Quails, if you are still a man, join them, to the walls. To battle, surround our homeland. Surround our homeland. Drive them away. The throng roared in fury, surging towards the ramparts behind the soldiers. Terren, observing the numbers on the panel, could not help but laugh in delight. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. And still climbing. The system announced, troop count exceeds 5,000. Reward, Methium Death Squad, please claim. Troop count exceeds 8,000. Reward, Misty Mountain Berserkers, please claim. Troop count exceeds 10,000. Reward, Nolder Elf Squad, please claim. The ever-watchful Reyn, accompanied by Pandey cavalry, intercepted the abyssal dwellers who had breached the second wall. Meanwhile, White Worm led Pandey infantry and Quail citizens to ascend the third wall, where monsters began to crawl over the parapets. Daenerys, alongside several handmaidens under the protection of Sir Alyssa and Sir Balistan, retreated to the inner hall to rest. However, it was not long before Daenerys dashed back out to guide women and children to safety within the hall, distributing provisions to them. Terren, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, stood at the highest vantage point, acknowledging the bows of loyalty from the people before joining the warriors at the walls. A Quail soldier, having slain an abyssal dweller, gasped for breath, staring in despair at his shattered spear as another abyssal dweller lunged toward him. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him. His tattered scale armor transformed into heavy plate armor, and a shield and great sword materialized in his hands, a surge of combat experience flooding his mind. As the shield deflected the abyssal dweller's claws, he thrust the long sword with precision, piercing the creature's nape. The abyssal dweller convulsed briefly before falling still. A miracle. Terren, Terren, Terren. The warriors of Quails watched in awe as their comrades transformed. Their faith in Terren's words solidified. He had come to rescue Quails, a true messenger of the divine. As loyalty escalates at an unprecedented pace, fear dissipates among the ranks. When hope ignites within individuals, their latent potential surges forth remarkably. Under the valiant counterattack of the Corsians and the Pondian soldiers, the front line has been pushed beyond the second city wall. Reyn, accompanied by his knights, gallops through the streets, their steel-clad steeds effortlessly trampling the robust bodies of the deep divers. The subsequent battle axe cleaves a foe's head in twain. Despite the system's enhancements, the battle remains grim. Tyrone gazes at the multitude of red dots between the second and third city walls, unable to suppress his doubts about whether this endeavor was too reckless. Frustrated, he rakes his damp hair with his fingers and, from the corner of his eye, notices a figure inside the tavern across the street. Within the Black Cat Tavern, the interior is a chaotic mess of water, where a man clad in heavy armor leisurely sips his drink. "Frederick?" Tyrone exclaims, astonished as he steps inside the tavern and recognizes the man. Leaning on a table, a massive sword rests in Frederick's hands. "Ah, young man, you owe me 100 gold coins. No need for change, just come with me." Tyrone interrupts, recalling something significant as he retrieves the system's rewards. From the tavern's back room emerge 20 resolute swordsmen from Mightingham, 20 berserkers from Misty Mountain, and 10 Noldor elves. Although the elves are ill-suited for close combat, and the downpour affects their archery minimally, Tyrone prefers to have them protect Daenerys and the others. On the city wall, a colossal deep diver, towering over its kin, leaps down, casually knocking a Pondian swordsman askew. Just a few strides away, a group of elderly men charges toward him. Each of these men, aged around 50, with lean, weathered bodies and graying hair, shows no signs of hesitation as they don heavy armor and wield swords weighing over 30 pounds in battle. They exhibit no fear. Their hefty swords slice through the scaly bodies of the deep divers with ease. The Mightingham Death Squad fights without shields, helmets, or steeds, and their lack of speed renders them vulnerable to archers, who could easily wear them down on their advance. However, it is undeniable that once they engage in close combat, they become invincible. Even the most elite cavalry, stripped of their acclaimed mobility, appear as mere toys before them. Their towering swords are sufficient to cleave both man and mount in half, akin to the shock troops of the Great Tang Empire. A single strike shatters both horse and rider. The Death Squad is an assemblage of aging swordsmen, each with only a few years left to live. Though their strength may have waned, they remain masters among great swordsmen. Clad in the heavy armor of the Death Squad, they charge through showers of arrows until they draw near to the enemy, whereupon they unleash their mighty swords to sever all that stands before them, be it man, horse, or anything else. Chapter 53. Fishhead with pancakes. Observing the system notifications on the panel, individuals were ascending in rank every minute, while others were meeting their demise. By nightfall, the front line remained established at the second city wall, with the total number of soldiers reaching approximately 23,000. Reyn divided the forces into 4 groups, each commanded by White Maggot, Frederick, Brown Maggot, and himself, taking turns to defend the walls. The citizens within the city sought refuge in the elevated mansions of the nobility. Men and women alike scavenged for anything of utility. Houses were dismantled to kindle fires, as they searched from door to door for edible provisions. With the largest warehouses located at the port and the inner city already short on supplies, the relentless rain further exacerbated the situation, leading to fishhead pancakes being served at the table. The warriors, who had battled through the day beneath the downpour, were not inclined to be choosy. They raised their steaming bowls of fish soup to their lips, closing their eyes as they consumed several hearty servings before succumbing to a deep slumber. Daenerys, accompanied by a group of women under the protection of the Nodu squad, divided the salvaged silks and linens into smaller pieces to tend to the wounded soldiers. "Your Highness, if it comes to it, we shall forego this fare. I still have half a leg of venison. Would you prefer this?" Wei Zhongxian, with concern, remarked upon observing Tyrion's pallid complexion. "No, that will not do. If they can eat it, I should be able to as well," Tyrion replied, glancing at the lifeless expression of the deep one in the pot, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. In truth, the taste was not disagreeable. Frederick, undeterred by the heat, reached in to extract the deep one's large head, deftly using a knife to scoop out the eyes and devouring them voraciously. The splattering juices landed on Tyrion, provoking another bout of retching. "Hey, old man, he's still alive," remarked Reyn, his demeanor more refined as he pried open the skull and meticulously scraped out the tender flesh within. "Shut your mouth, lad. When I first stepped onto the battlefield, you were still suckling," Frederick scoffed at Reyn. "With those old bones of yours, why wield such a heavy weapon?" "You should switch to something lighter," Reyn said, his brow furrowed, having never quite taken a liking to the old swordsman since their first encounter. "Hey, This is my lightest weapon. Not only can I wield it, but I can also crack open your skull, Frederick replied without reservation, their harsh environment in Mightingham having forged their resilient characters. Hey, old man, you're past your prime. You should be content to cook here. Reyn stood up, fish head in hand, gazing at Frederick with a cold smirk. Would you care to test that? Frederick said, tossing the fish head aside as he confronted Reyn. Ugh, take it away. Quickly. Ugh, you both, be silent. The fish head formed a parabolic arc, bouncing several times before landing at Talon's feet. Its already grotesque visage was rendered even more horrific by the boiling process. The humanoid skull peeked through the ruptured flesh. One eye was missing, while the other dangled by a mere sinew, still emanating the aroma of cooked flesh. The sudden fright nearly caused Talon to lose control. He steeled himself, reminding himself of the importance of composure during crucial moments, resolutely affirming that it was a fish head, not a human one. No, it was indeed a fish head. It was trivial, and he would consume it for their sake. Encouragement surged within him. Cautiously, Talon extended his hand to grasp the fish head. After much internal conflict over the best way to seize it, he ultimately clutched the protruding part of its skull. Gritting his teeth, he yanked off the bulging eye and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The mixture of juices and gastric acid swirled in his throat, triggering involuntary spasms in his stomach as he fought to swallow. He persevered, and after what felt like an eternity, and amidst tears, he managed to swallow it entirely. In that moment, the spectators in the grand hall, comprising both common folk and warriors, beheld Talon's disheveled state and responded with warm smiles. The royal family of Kors would never stoop to such lengths merely to appease the masses. A soldier is willing to die for one who understands him. Even knowing Talon's actions were intended to foster camaraderie, it mattered little. King, 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 king. The soldiers clanged their weapons against their armor and shields, their voices growing ever louder, resonating throughout Kors. The warriors battling atop the city walls continued their fervent clash with the monsters, undeterred by the torrential rain that could not extinguish their valor. 3 little dragons emerged from behind, fluttering their tiny wings as they soared to Talon's side, spitting forth small flames reminiscent of a lighter spark. Amidst the fervent crowd, Talon wiped his face with his sleeve, clearing away tears and saliva, and bellowed, "We shall prevail. Glory to Kors. We shall prevail. Glory to Kors. We shall prevail. Glory to Kors." Daenerys set down the scissors in her hand, gazing at Talon, who shone amidst the throng with an expression of fascination. Alyssa nudged Daenerys. "Little one, it's your turn to shine. If you wish to keep the queen's title." Look at how those young maidens gaze at him with such longing. "Alyssa, I aspire to be a queen, not a mere consort," Daenerys replied, pouting in dissatisfaction. Yet, upon witnessing the fervent admiration in the eyes of the young women of Kors, she approached Talon. Daenerys took the fish head from Talon's grasp, her delicate hands tearing away a substantial piece of flesh from the gills, which she promptly chewed, all the while waving the fish head to the crowd. "King, queen, king, queen, king, queen." The atmosphere reached a crescendo, echoing with shouts of king, queen, while Daenerys was lost in the adoration of the crowd. Tyrion's gaze fixated on her lips as she chewed thoughtfully. "If you eat that, we won't be kissing tonight," he whispered softly into her ear. "Ow!" Daenerys pinched Tyrion's thigh with fervor, then hurled the fish head into the throng, turning around to cradle Tyrion's head in her hands and kissed him forcefully. Tyrion, taken aback, attempted to push her away, exclaiming, "No, please, extend your tongue." The following day, more participants joined the battle against the Deep Ones, swelling the ranks to 50,000. The fight stabilized. Atop the walls, soldiers skillfully dispatched the climbing invaders. "How many of these creatures are there?" questioned a QIRLS warrior after blocking an attack and severing an enemy's arm with a swift strike. Another soldier, delivering a finishing blow, replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? But with such feeble abilities, no matter how many there are, we can slay them all." Who would have thought that just yesterday, they were mere civilians without combat experience? Under Tyrion's influence, they transformed into elite warriors in a single day. Indeed, under the king's leadership, we shall prevail. But before the soldier could finish, a massive crossbow bolt pierced through him, sending him plummeting from the wall. Numerous large bolts shot through the rain, striking down several on the walls. In the distance, countless ballistae were being transported by the Deep Ones from the harbor to the ramparts. Take cover, Sir Reyn shouted, observing a bolt only a foot away from him. Yet, the torrential rain muffled all sounds beyond his immediate vicinity. Under the onslaught, soldiers occasionally fell from the walls. "What is happening?" "Dizzy, go see what's going on," Tyrion said, noting the system alert indicating several casualties among the soldiers on the walls. something was indeed amiss. Shortly thereafter, Dizzy hurried back. The crossbows. They dismantled the ones from the ships and brought them to the walls. And the Reyn doesn't seem to affect their accuracy. Our brothers are suffering heavy losses, he gasped. I must go up to the walls. Tyrion declared after a moment of contemplation. No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous up there, everyone protested vehemently. Your Highness, that's out of the question. Your life is invaluable. You cannot risk yourself, Wei Zhongxian implored, his face pale with fear. Indeed, even if you ascend, you would be of no assistance if an accident occurs. It would truly be disastrous. Sir Balistan continued with an irresistible tone, asserting that with Sir Reyn present, there was no cause for concern, even in the face of crossbows. The city walls would remain unbreached. No, I must go, he insisted, addressing Dizzy. Bring some men to accompany me. After a moment of contemplation, Tylan gritted his teeth and prepared to venture forth. Since earlier, the casualties among the soldiers had numbered in the hundreds and continued to rise, causing Tylan's heart to bleed. In the game, Tylan was known for his stinginess. After painstakingly upgrading his troops to elite status, he was reluctant to deploy them for fear of losses, leaving them to languish in the castle. It was not just the ordinary Pondé soldiers who suffered. 5 of the elite Mettengheim death squad had perished, and the Pondé great swordsman lost a member every few moments. He pondered whether he could glean any insight from his own system. Tylan and his men emerged through the third city gate and activated the minimap. Once again, a multitude of red dots surged rapidly near the first city wall. Moving closer, he finally detected an anomaly near the wall by the harbor, a large red dot stood still in the distance. Instinctively, Tylan thought that if he could eliminate this individual, perhaps the deep divers would retreat. After consulting with the nearby curse people, he confirmed the red dot's location. It was at the harbor, aboard the flagship, the Sea Lion. Return and gather everyone, Tylan exclaimed with exhilaration. I have discovered the enemy's leader, right there on the Sea Lion. He eagerly shared the news with Balistan and the others. However, White Bug's words doused Tylan's enthusiasm. But how do we get there? Indeed, beyond the second city wall lay a throng of deep divers, growing denser as they approached the harbor. To reach the harbor, they would have to charge through the overwhelming encirclement of deep divers, and even if they succeeded, the losses would be substantial, with no guarantee that the deep divers would retreat. What on earth do we do? If we keep thinking this way, we'll inevitably be surrounded, Tylan exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 54. The Death Squad. I know a way that a small team can reach the harbor. An elderly woman trembled as she spoke during the deadlock. In my youth, I served in the palace, and there is a secret passage that leads directly to the harbor. Where is it? Really? That's splendid. Dizzy and the others turned to the elderly woman, their spirits lifted. If they could bypass the deep divers and reach the harbor, the decapitation plan might actually be feasible. The elderly woman led Tylan and the others to a luxurious bedroom behind the hall of 1,000 seats, where she turned a gilded lamp post beside the bed. With a rumble, the bed curtains parted, revealing a large hole in the wall. The wind howled, suggesting this was a secret passage meant for escape. The nobles of the palace have secretly excavated a route leading outside the city. This is quite normal, especially within King's Landing, where the underground passages are as dense as a spider's web. To my knowledge, there are no fewer than 5, Balistan remarked, extending his hand to sense the environment. I shall scout the way, Frederick declared, stepping boldly into the darkness. Wait, I shall accompany you. I have means to detect the enemy, Tyrion interjected, grasping Frederick's arm to halt him momentarily. Your Highness, King Tyrion, Daenerys, and others immediately sought to prevent Tyrion's reckless endeavor. Fear not, it shall be safe. Let Aeno and the others join me and Frederick. Their protection assures us, Tyrion reassured, patting Daenerys' hand in comfort as he noted her worried expression. Aeno, the captain of the Noldor Elven squad, embodied the pinnacle of creation. As elves in any realm are the most exquisite of beings. They are powerful and graceful, their extended lifespans granting them mastery over various skills. Though the Noldor squad lacked magical prowess, their eyes were as sharp as eagles, enabling them to perceive the unseen even in darkness without the aid of light. You all return to the front and soothe the soldiers and civilians. Await my news with Sir Reyn upon their return, Tyrion commanded, not allowing further persuasion before following Frederick into the secret passage. The passage stood 2 meters high and a mere 40 centimeters wide, barely accommodating a fully armed soldier. The walls, devoid of any adornment, were hewn from solid rock. Aeno led the way with a torch, flanked by the Noldor Elven squad, encasing Frederick and Tyrion in their midst. The narrow passage invoked a sense of oppression, stifling any desire for conversation, while Tyrion remained vigilant, monitoring the surroundings on his small map. After approximately half an hour, green and red dots intermingled on the map, delineating two distinct lines, indicating their position near the second city wall. Advancing further, they encountered an iron door at the passage's end, through which the cacophony of footsteps and the heavy dragging of objects was unmistakable. Their leader lies about 300 meters ahead, Terren whispered to Frederick, observing the deep crimson dot on the map. The passage's exit was concealed beneath the dock, hidden under the sea, where a secret underwater platform provided direct access to the surface above. Nearby, the fleet of quarrels lay anchored, with the flagship, the Sea Lion, leading the formation. Aino cautiously removed the door's latch and gently pushed the iron door. After peering through a slight opening, he slowly closed it again. It can be opened. There are no enemies nearby, Aino whispered after securing the latch. We shall return, Terren exclaimed, stamping his foot in excitement. His spirits lifted by the newfound assurance of safety within the passage, allowing for a swifter return. Approximately 45 minutes later, Terren and his 12 companions returned to the chamber. Dizzy, accompanied by a squadron of Pandey swordsmen, was vigilantly guarding the entrance. My lord, how did it go? Dizzy inquired eagerly as Terren and his companions emerged. Terren nodded vigorously with joy, striding confidently toward the hall of 1,000 seats. Inside, the principal commanders, including Reyn, White Bug, and Brown Bug, had long awaited their return. Gentlemen, the passage is secure. We can proceed directly to the port, Terren announced excitedly. Excellent. This is the only good news we've heard in days, Reyn said, a smile breaking through his weary visage. Now we must devise a battle plan, Balistan added, his demeanor revitalized. After much deliberation among the commanders, it was decided to launch the assault at dawn. They would rotate the most elite soldiers from the city walls for a night of rest, then station them in the passage in advance. Cavalry would exit the city to draw the attention of the deep divers, followed by a strike from the decapitation unit half an hour later. However, a disagreement arose regarding the leader of the operation. Terren remained silent, aware that this group would likely exclude him from participation. Any further argument would be futile. Enough of the bickering. I will lead the decapitation mission, Reyn stated solemnly. You are not yet prepared. This is a task best suited for the Mitenheim, Frederick scoffed from his mat, dismissing Reyn's claim. Your Highness, I volunteer to lead a team, Brown Bug said, exchanging a glance with White Bug before making his plea. They had agreed that one of them must go while the other stayed behind to protect Terren. It was Terren who had liberated them from their former hellish existence. It was he who had transformed them from mere tools back into men, even as flawed beings. Terren was willing to restore their honor, allowing them to reclaim their humanity in their lifetimes. This was a mission fraught with peril. Should the decapitation unit appear, they would undoubtedly be ensnared by the encircling deep divers. Even if they were fortunate enough to complete their task, they would face certain death from the inevitable retribution. My lord, we are here too. We have followed you the longest and are stronger. Our participation would ensure the success of the plan. Dizzy and the original 7 guards spoke in unison. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the king. The warriors of Kors nearby knelt in supplication, echoing their fervent desire. Terren gazed into the eager faces before him, hesitating as the emotions that had once overwhelmed him began to settle. This plan was destined for death. He had not anticipated such a grim reality. Observing the familiar faces, each one eager to step forward, an invisible weight pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Perhaps Terren instinctively sought to evade the moment, but as the words formed on his lips, he halted. He was no longer alone. The fate of all Kors rested upon his shoulders. To utter words of weakness would only invite disappointment. As he gazed upon them, Terren felt a slight strain in his eyes. He inhaled deeply several times to calm himself. Approaching the bonfire, he turned his back to the crowd and issued his orders in a trembling voice. The assault plan would be led by Frederick, with Dizzy, Jij, Zgi, James Coyle, Safonger, Dan Longsha, Heyman, the purists, and the infantrymen who had followed me from the very beginning. Additionally, we shall select 200 of the most elite warriors from the Kors fighters to partake in this endeavor. Furthermore, Sir Reyn will lead all the cavalry to exit the city at 6 o'clock tomorrow to draw the enemy's attention, and half an hour later, our plan will commence. This is my command. Yes, my lord. The crowd knelt in reverence, responding devoutly. Those who had followed him the longest were essentially included in this operation. Even the cavalry from the Lazalan would venture out under Reyn's command, facing risks not significantly less than those of the execution squad. That night, the finest food was laid out, along with exquisite wines plundered from wealthy nobles. The 500 participants gathered within the hall of 1,000 seats. 500 infantry and 1,000 cavalry constituted his most elite forces. The Hall of 1,000 Seats was an extensive palace complex, spacious enough for the 500 within. Tonight, they would receive the best accommodations, the finest food, and the strongest wines. This was the last thing Terren could offer them. He ladled a large bowl of lamb from the pot and presented it to the soldier before him, while many others looked on with eager eyes. Soldiers, you are about to embark on a mission from which few will return. Does anyone wish to withdraw? I shall not blame you. Each of you possesses the right to choose your own fate. Terren raised his cup, standing at the highest point, and addressed the orderly ranks. 500 men. Not a single voice was raised in dissent, only a resolute acceptance of their fate. Well done. You are all commendable. Terren's vision blurred, and with a choked voice, he declared, I swear, as long as I survive, I shall care for your families and ensure no one dares to humiliate them. I vow to end this chaotic era and usher in peace for this world. I pledge that the blood of each one of you shall not be shed in vain. By the authority of the crown, I command you all to return alive. Bring victory to me, and I shall bestow upon you glory. Terren bellowed with all his might. Yes, your highness. One last command. Warriors, revel to your heart's content. Upon finishing, Terren downed his drink in one gulp, hurling the cup forcefully to the ground. Soldiers of every race gathered around the bonfires, indulging in copious amounts of drink, while the enchanting chorus dancers performed mesmerizing displays for the warriors about to head into battle. Women busied themselves cooking meals and polishing armor and weapons. The banquet's fare did not include fish heads. Terren had put forth all his remaining provisions for their enjoyment. He was not in high spirits that final evening, still consuming that wretched fare. My lord, no, my king, it is my utmost fortune to serve you, declared the 7 members of Dizzy as they approached Terren, who sat alone upon the throne. Damn it. Come, let us toast, Terren replied, his voice tinged with unshed tears. Raising his cup, I believe in you. You shall undoubtedly be a magnificent king, unlike the rest. The group poured the wine and smiled at Terren, assuring him, indeed, I shall become the greatest king. Survive, and remember, you must all endure. Terren stood, clapping his hand on a shoulder. We shall follow you to the very end. The 7 said, their right hands placed resolutely upon their chests. In a corner, the Methenheim Death Squad and the Misty Mountain Berserkers gathered, reveling in their drinks from both large and small cups. Tomorrow, let the monsters witness the prowess of us old warriors. Frederick, slightly inebriated, leaned on a comrade's shoulder. Of course, haha, we are the unyielding Methenheim folk. Another, a bare-chested berserker, laughed heartily. You old-timers are past your prime. Wait until tomorrow when we claim the head of your leader. The Misty Mountain barbarians were brimming with bravado. Shall we compare strengths tomorrow? Frederick replied, unperturbed, chuckling. Compare we shall. Slaying is what we Misty Mountain folk excel at. The other retorted without reservation. The Misty Mountain Bearclaw Berserkers were the most formidable force of Misty Mountain. Clad in heavy armor, they wielded massive axes, charging to the forefront and tearing through enemy lines. Once engaged in battle, they would never retreat, even if only a single warrior remained. Chapter 55. Dawn at 5 o'clock the following day, the troop divided into 2 parts. One contingent of 500, led by Frederick, headed toward the secret passage's exit, while a 1,000-strong cavalry unit positioned itself behind the second city gate. At 5:30, the gates swung open, and Sir Reyn galloped forth, cleaving through the few lurking deep divers outside the gates, swiftly advancing southward with his troops. They needed to capture the attention of the deep divers, creating an opportunity for the ensuing maneuvers. Among the 1,000 cavalry, at the forefront were 15 heavily armored Ponde knights, including Dizzy, mounted on their steed. Following them were 200 Ponde cavalrymen, unarmored but equipped with sturdy plate armor. Bringing up the rear were Dasha's mounted archers, having forsaken their bows for long spears and curved sabers. The tremors of the ground quickly drew the attention of numerous deep divers within the city, who surged forth like a tide. Prepare for the charge, commanded Sir Reyn, and the cavalrymen raised their lances, forming a pointed formation as they collided with the enemy. The fully committed heavy cavalry was an unstoppable force. Even the deep divers could not withstand their onslaught. The lance pierced fiercely through the body of the deep diver ahead, but the handle splintered as well. The cavalry, seizing the moment, discarded their spears and brandished their swords, charging forward fearlessly. For the king, for glory, for the innocent. Knights, advance. With a resonant voice, Reyn rallied his subordinates, wielding the golden axe with deft strikes, leaving no foe unscathed, the rancid blood of the deep divers splattering upon him. Soon washed away by the rain, the galloping warhorses collided with the deep divers, their neighs echoing as they trampled the enemies. the force so tremendous that those struck had their chests caved in, flying several meters away. Yet, there were simply too many, after merely 100 meters of engagement. The cavalry was compelled to halt their charge. The deep divers, with their sharp claws, easily shattered the limbs of the horses, sending both steed and rider crashing down. DC extricated himself from beneath his fallen horse, rising to his feet, and wielding a long sword, valiantly struck at the enemies ahead. Simultaneously, the soldiers on the second city wall launched their counterattack. Even through the obscuring rain, the archers relentlessly loosed their arrows downward, while countless spears and hand axes rained down upon the foes. In the inner city, the war drums resounded, the call of the military trumpets reverberating through the air. The designated war drums signaled the cue for Frederick. "Ha ha, it is our turn to take the stage." Frederick chuckled heartily, opening the secret door and dashing out first. Beneath the curtain of rain, the deep divers remained oblivious to the force that emerged from below the docks. Death. Ha ha. These creatures are far easier to deal with than the Lion Knights. Swinging his great sword, Frederick cleaved a deep diver in two before wiping his face and bellowing. "Clear out. It is our time to indulge." The berserkers behind him shoved Frederick aside, chanting the battle cry passed down from the mists of ancient times. Charging towards the largest ship. "Kill them." One of the towering deep divers at the bow of the ship, wielding a long sword, commanded in an eerie voice. The deep divers, initially rushing towards the city wall, turned and lunged at them. "Mr. Frederick, they will hold them back for us. Please ensure you complete the king's task." A commander of the Corps' warriors addressed Frederick, signaling with a wave of his hand as the Corps surged forth, positioning themselves before the docks. "Ha ha. Leave it to me, old comrades. Let them know the might of Mettenheim." Frederick wiped his beard and charged boldly towards the docks. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. In the brief span of 300 meters, the foremost berserkers from Misty Mountain fell, each taking down tenfold the number of enemies before their demise. Mettenheim was left with 3 warriors. The Pander heavy infantry had 33 remaining, and the 200 Corps soldiers were utterly annihilated. Upon leaping onto the deck, Frederick finally beheld the enemy before him. There were but 3 figures. The foremost, a formidable deep diver wielding a peculiar staff, flanked by 2 others, one brandishing a flag depicting a sea monster, the other armed with a colossal sword. They were the Ironborn. A Pander soldier recognized their insignia and bellowed. The golden sea monster against a black backdrop was the emblem of House Greyjoy. Ironborn. What on earth is that? Frederick gasped. Breathless. Pirates, a wretched band of scoundrels. The Pander soldier growled through clenched teeth. He had assumed the Ironborn would merely refrain from civilized conduct, only to discover they had sunk lower than mere humanity. TCH, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a pack of petty crooks. Frederick spat disdainfully. No one knew pirates better than him, for he hailed from Methium, a small isle rife with rogues and marauders. How dare you? We are the descendants of the drowned god, masters of the deep. The deep diver with the enormous sword thundered in wrath. For years, many had branded them as scum, bandits, murderers, and betrayers, yet the Ironborn had come to regard such invectives as accolades. However, this old relic's utterance of petty crooks had struck a nerve. You've come this far. Well done. Join us and partake in his glory, the largest deep diver interjected, taking a step forward with a softer tone. Certainly, but I'd like to borrow your fish head. I'm not quite satiated, to be honest. Your fish heads have quite the texture, Frederick replied, stretching his limbs, grinning wickedly as he charged forward with his great sword. Slay them. The 2 masters of swordsmanship from Methium, one missing an arm and the other blind in one eye, charged fearlessly at the other 2 deep divers. The remaining warriors divided, sending about 10 to block the approaching monsters while the others rushed to assist. Though the 3 deep divers lacked the swordsmanship of the valiant Methium warriors, their strength was immeasurable. Each strike felled a warrior. Kill him. One soldier clung desperately to the massive sword that had pierced his armor, snarling at his comrades. They would not squander the opportunity his sacrifice afforded, swiftly immobilizing him as their blades pierced through the gaps in his scales, eyes, mouth, and gills. On board, it was akin to an ancient myth, where human warriors grappled with hellish specters in a brutal and savage struggle. After a protracted struggle, the oppressive clouds that had persisted for days finally parted. Despite the gaping wound inflicted by the staff, Frederick labored to reach the fallen figure, gazing upon the head pierced by the Noldor enchanted dagger, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. To ensure their defenses held, Talon had deliberately distributed Noldor enchanted weapons among them, summoning every ounce of strength. Frederick grasped the fallen's eyes, tearing them free and stuffing them into his mouth, gradually falling silent. The great swordsman of Mettenheim has perished, as he wished. The death squad of Mettenheim could only meet their fate on the battlefield rather than languishing in decay upon a bed. Reyn's steed lay slain. Having shielded him from the assault of a deep diver, its entrails laid bare. Surrounded by the enemy, the cavalrymen had no opportunity to retreat from the fray. Coupled with the barrage from archers atop the walls, the 1,000-strong cavalry was reduced to fewer than 100. The remaining warriors, backed against the ruins of houses, continued to clash with the adversary, unaware that dawn had broken. Charge! On the battlements, Terren, clad in armor, bellowed the final command for attack. The gates swung open, and countless soldiers surged forth in unison against the foes outside. Following the death of the deep diver leader and the dispersal of the ominous clouds, the remaining deep divers fled towards the sea. Bereft of the cover of heavy rain and bereft of their leader, these creatures lacked the will to fight. Under Terren's orders, a contingent of soldiers shielded the remaining cavalry. After the last deep diver fell in flight, victory was finally secured. Warriors, citizens, we have triumphed. Terren shouted hoarsely. Long life, long live. Countless soldiers hurled their weapons into the air, embracing one another in jubilant celebration. What followed was the grim task of clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. It was not until nightfall that the toll was fully counted. Only 33 cavalrymen emerged from the city, with Reyn gravely wounded and Dizzy critically injured. Having lost an arm and an eye, the remaining 6 had perished. The Lazalandash raiders numbered 15, while the Pander cavalry counted 16. All 500 of the death squad had been lost. The casualties for Kors stood at 43 for 143, with 221 injured. That night, a victory celebration ensued. Countless soldiers and civilians rejoiced in the triumph of battle, heralding the rebirth of Kors. Alone, Terren sat upon the throne. Is this the price of glory? One might ponder. Indeed. Chapter 56. The governor and the guest of regret. 7 days later, in the city of Kors, all remains of the deep divers had been dealt with. Their bodies interred within the red wasteland, their skulls erected as grim trophies upon the barren land. The ashes of all warriors were enshrined within 1,000 altars, which had been renamed the Hall of Heroes. Stone masons were etching the valorous deeds of the warriors against the deep divers upon the city walls, depicting their defiance in besieging Kors. Ultimately, Dizzy succumbed to his wounds. Sir Reyn, having narrowly survived after treatment, remained confined to his bed, his body marred by numerous injuries. The port storage and the fleets sustained little damage. Kors boasted nearly 3,000 vessels. Among them, the 3 major merchant guilds possessed over 1,000 ships, with the total count of their fleets exceeding 3,000. However, half of these vessels were at sea, unaware of the change in Kors's ownership. The Royal Fleet, comprising over 200 warships, largely resides here. In the aftermath of the war, the Corsi army has been divided into 2 factions. One, tasked with external affairs, is renamed the Undying Army, led by the White Worm. The other, responsible for internal defense and maintaining order within the city, is named the Iron Guard, overseen by Eliza. A knightly order, the Falcon Knights, has been established alongside a special forces unit known as the Mettenheim Death Squad, which selects robust individuals to inherit the Death Squad's equipment and reorganize its ranks, under the guidance of Reyn and Balistan. Additionally, a planned light cavalry unit, the Eagle Guard, is to be led by the surviving Lazarin, Bosi. A team of Noldo elves, under Eno, is responsible for ensuring the security of the palace's interior. The fleet is commanded by former Corsi officer Domnor Clouchy, with the flagship renamed the Unyielding. Today, Terren is officially crowned king of Corsi, with Daenerys as his queen. Following the establishment of the nation, the system rewards him with a sword named Phoenix. This elegant, elongated sword is predominantly a soft golden hue, forged entirely, with only the tip revealing its sharp edge. The hilt is adorned with a sapphire, radiating a brilliant light. The sword emanates an aura of sharpness, embodying royal power and majesty, and serves as a symbol of Corsi's dominion. Wei Zhongxian has ascended to the coveted position of Grand Secretary. The 3 dragons, possibly due to an overindulgence in fish heads, have grown rapidly in recent days, reaching the size of calves. Their names, bestowed by Daenerys, are Dizzy, Rego, and Viserion. Dizzy is the fiercest, Rego the gentlest and most obedient, while Viserion is the most timid, often bullied by Dizzy. In the ensuing days, after confirming that no deep-sea divers have re-emerged, Terren commands Wei Zhongxian to dispatch a golden eagle to convey news to the capital, while also requesting assistance and provisions from his unfortunate brother. The Bone Mountains are perilous, teeming with ferocious beasts, rendering ordinary carrier pigeons ineffective. Only the golden eagle, a formidable bird of prey, can deliver messages. A total of 4 golden eagles are kept in the capital, originally a tribute from a small tribe, before Terren's departure. Bukas specially gifted one for communication purposes. Simultaneously, Terren arranges for a fleet to embark towards the Jade Sea, transporting wealth to procure supplies and to ascertain whether the Corsi at the Jade Sea Pass have perished. In truth, apart from a few locales such as the Dothraki Sea, the entirety of Essos is largely devoid of agricultural production. The primary reason being that most plains serve as grazing grounds for nomadic tribes, rendering them uncultivable. On the other hand, the arable regions of the ancient Giscari Empire have transformed into saline wastelands. Consequently, the 9 major trading city-states, including Slavers Bay and Corsi, rely entirely on foreign trade for food imports. Within a small palace adjacent to the Hall of 1,000 Thrones, Balistan manages state affairs while Daenerys learns alongside him, and Terren idly blows bubbles. After 7 days, having just emerged from the sacrifices of Dizzy, Fryrid, and others, Terren, upon his first day of engaging with political duties, finds himself overwhelmed. What a tedious affair, must I handle it personally? The dog took away all the officials when the royal family departed, leaving scarcely anyone literate within the city. Consequently, Terren temporarily entrusted matters to Balistan. After all, he had served as a personal guard to several kings. He may not have experienced everything, but he had at least witnessed enough to manage the situation adequately, provided it did not lead to any significant blunders. Your Majesty, you are now the king. Managing state affairs is an essential skill, Balistan remarked, exasperation evident as he regarded Terren. And then there's her. We can recruit a few more as chancellors. I've heard the imp from House Lannister would be a fine choice. Terren, gazing upwards until the bubbles burst, nonchalantly replied. Foolish monarch, uneducated and inept. Balistan, his beard quivering with irritation, retorted, Ah yes, you are absolutely correct. Changing his posture, Terren resumed blowing bubbles. And a gleeful giggle escaped Daenerys. Balistan shook his head in resignation, pondering that perhaps the divine forces had lost their sight, as such power would have been better suited to Daenerys. Just wait, he thought. This wretched nation will face its reckoning. During the ensuing instruction, Balistan devoted himself even more to Daenerys. Suddenly, Terren sat upright, calling out to the elven captain stationed nearby, Aeno, Your Majesty? Aeno responded, bowing in confusion. Come, summon some people. We are going to catch mice, Terren declared with enthusiasm, thrilled at the prospect of diversion. Moments earlier, he had glanced at the small map, noting 3 red dots lingering nearby. In all of Coruscant, there were not even any neutral yellow dots to be seen, indicating outsiders had surely infiltrated. Yexodin, the leader of a 3-member assassin team known as the Regretful Guests, had taken notice of Terren and his companions since their acquisition of the city. Their peculiar behavior piqued the interest of the guests, and a small team had been observing near the Red Wastes. Once the clouds over Kors parted and the city gates reopened, they were convinced the monsters had been driven away. They sent a team to relay the message while 2 of them ventured through secret passages to gather intelligence within Kors. As the trio emerged from the secret passage into a small room, they were confronted by the Noldo elves, faced with 5 exceedingly handsome, point-eared beings aiming arrows at them. The 3 wisely chose to surrender. Speak, who are you? Terren inquired from his chair, eyeing the 3 bound like caterpillars with keen interest. My lord, we are of the royal family, sent to gather intelligence. Yexodin feigned panic. Very well, someone take them away, beat them half to death, then bring them back. Terren clapped his hands, instructing several iron guards to escort the trio below. My lord, I speak the truth. Spare me, I beg you. Yexodin pleaded in genuine distress. Oh, and remember to silence them. The young master is kind-hearted, and I cannot bear to hear their pleas, Terren ordered, disregarding Yexodin's words. Yes, your majesty. A squad of iron guards took 3 individuals down, and soon, the sounds of relentless blows echoed from outside. It is customary to inflict a beating before the interrogation. Disregard whatever he may claim. Terren chuckled as he shared his little tricks with Aeno. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the 3, their mouths gagged and bodies bruised, were dragged back. Exhausted, Heshadin contemplated fabricating a story about being affiliated with the 13 giants during the interrogation. Unfortunately, he encountered Terren, who played by his own rules. Little rooster, it's you, Terren declared, pointing at one of the individuals. The man froze momentarily, then began to thrash violently, as if attempting to utter something. Alas, he was swiftly pulled away and had his throat slit. Let me think, what else? Terren scratched his chin. furrowing his brow as he pondered the interrogation techniques from television dramas. This terrified the remaining two, their eyes brimming with tears. From the beginning, he had uttered but a single sentence. First came the beating, followed by the immediate execution of one. The cloth still obscured their mouths, and the Lord continued to deliberate on how to torment them. What a farce. Your Highness, shouldn't we commence the interrogation? Ano inquired, leaning down. Despite being part of the combat unit, he understood that this was not the proper method of interrogation. You don't understand. These individuals are notoriously obstinate and will certainly not speak the truth, Terren casually explained. One unfortunate regretful guest nodded frantically, signaling that he would indeed confess if only he were asked. You see, I was right. He acknowledged it himself. He is stubborn and refuses to speak the truth. Bring him down too and execute him. Let him learn the consequences of his obstinacy, Terren exclaimed, pointing at a regretful guest, his face alight with surprise. The unfortunate soul, tears in his eyes, seemed to wish to say something but was rendered voiceless. Poison needles, daggers, poison, ropes, these are undoubtedly the tools of an assassin. And you thought you could deceive me? I am exceptionally astute, Terren declared, hands on his hips, basking in his self-satisfaction. Ano, fastening a single button, found the interrogation method impressive, albeit incomprehensible. Only one remains, utterly useless. He cannot be corroborated in his lies, so let us execute him too, Terren remarked, gazing at Heshadin. His interest piqued. Your Majesty, I am a regretful guest. I surrender. I will reveal everything. Heshadin finally managed to spit out the rag in his mouth, shouting loudly. Nonsense. Just because you say so, who can discern the truth? Terren retorted skeptically. Tears streamed down Heshadin's face. In Quers, aside from warlocks, the reputation of the regretful guests was notoriously poor. Who would dare impersonate a regretful guest? Your Majesty, I truly am a regretful guest. I am aware of all the secret passages within the hidden court and the locations of the regretful guests' warehouses. Heshadin hurriedly showcased his value, fearing that a moment's delay might provide the other party with an excuse to terminate him. It appears to be true, Ano addressed Terren. This contraption cannot be disguised. A clandestine passage of an organization in a warehouse would certainly remain unknown to outsiders. Have some backbone. Resist. Will you not die with dignity? How can you face the other regretful guests? How can you honor the previous royal family? Terren berated him, filled with frustration. He merely wished to eliminate these three individuals to vent his anger. Since the demise of Dichi, a fire had been brewing within him. And just as he was about to unleash it, this scoundrel surrendered. Chapter 57. The regretful guests forever belonged to Quers from the lips of Resident. 3 secret passages were uncovered, 1 within the secret court, and 2 in small houses located to the south and north of the city. Additionally, a hidden warehouse was discovered, yielding a bounty of gold, silver, and jewels, along with a substantial cache of crossbows and poisons. Terren had little interest in wealth. The warehouses of several merchant guilds at the port brimmed with precious commodities like silk. He was far more intrigued by the poison left by the regretful guests. Is it true that this can kill a man in merely 5 breaths? Terren inquired curiously, holding a small vial as he looked to Resident for confirmation. Indeed, Your Majesty. This has been refined over millennia by the regretful guests, and there is no antidote, Resident responded, swallowing hard, trembling with fear. I do not believe you. Terren fixed a penetrating gaze upon him, as if he were daring him to test it. Your Highness, I shall immediately convey the message to the regretful guests. You need only send soldiers to lie in wait at the passage. They will surely capture them, at which point I will demonstrate the potency of this poison to you. Resident quickly bowed, speaking rapidly, fearful that Terren might force him to ingest it. Very well, let the regretful guests hasten their arrival. If they do not come, you shall consume it yourself. Moreover, you may convey other messages. Perhaps you may even reclaim this city, Terren said with a smirk. I dare not. I shall simply have them send another small team for support. I will not say more, Resident quickly clarified. It matters not. Ano, find a few individuals to accompany him. If there is any unusual movement, eliminate them directly. Terren tucked the poison into his robe, waved his hand, and rose to depart. Terren was indifferent to how many regretful guests or even members of the coarse royal family or merchants may come to attack. With over 40,000 soldiers in the city and nearly 1 million reserves, as long as the enemy did not have sufficient manpower, Terren could easily defeat them. When the regretful guests finally arrived again, 3 days had passed. This time, over 10 individuals appeared, including a second-in-command, one of the leaders of the regretful guests. Upon receiving the report of a request for assistance at the passage, and seeing that no one from Resident's side emerged to report, He sensed that something might have gone awry inside. Consequently, he personally led a group through another secret passage to assess the situation. Just as he emerged, he found a squad of burly soldiers awaiting him. "I am regretful," Resident grimaced as he squeezed through the soldiers and spoke. "Traitor." Rodek glared at his captors. His teeth clenched in frustration. He realized that his adversary had indeed fallen to treachery, revealing the locations of all secret passages. The assassins, trained from a young age to strike and then take their own lives if discovered, had never anticipated such betrayal. It was infuriatingly careless. "Come on. It is futile to resist. His Majesty wishes to see you," said Hessedin, observing the tortured expression on Rodek's face. He could not help but chuckle at the thought of their impending fate. "Huh, traitor, just wait." Rodek, who had initially contemplated suicide upon capture, now prepared to meet the monarch that Hessedin had mentioned, intending to use the pretense of feigned loyalty to eliminate the traitor. The group of over a dozen assassins was stripped of their garments, thoroughly examined, and bound before being led into the secret chamber. There sat a handsome young man of foreign descent at a table, surrounded by an array of peculiar guards. "They're here, Your Majesty. We've caught a big fish." "He is one of the leaders of the assassins," Hessedin said, pointing at Rodek, flattering Tyrone. "Oh, splendid. Quickly, distribute a portion to them," Tyrone replied eagerly, nodding before commanding his iron guards to present the prepared items. Rodek sneered inwardly, thinking, "Is this how Hessedin is bribed? They underestimate us assassins." As Tyrone excitedly ordered the guards, Rodek plotted to overturn the offered treasures, feigning allegiance after being courted several times, and then orchestrate Hessedin's demise while secretly manipulating the young monarch. While Rodek reveled in his meticulous plan, the iron guards produced small vials. Each of the 12 assassins received one. Rodek gazed at the vial in his hand, deep in contemplation. If he was not mistaken, this was a poison specifically crafted for assassination. What could they possibly want him to do with it? "What are you waiting for? Drink," Tyrone urged the assassins, encircled by guards. "Wait, no, that's not," Rodek hastily interjected, realizing this was not the script he had anticipated. Drinking poison? Surely the young man did not believe it to be a delicacy. No, he needed to intervene. "By all that is sacred, drink it." Hessedin, sensing Rodek's hesitation, swiftly seized the vial, striking Rodek in the stomach with a punch. As Rodek gasped in pain, Hessedin forced the poison down his throat, covering his mouth to stifle any protest. Rodek choked as the venom coursed down his throat. Within mere moments, he collapsed, blood oozing from his orifices. "Your Highness, see? I did not deceive you," Hessedin said, kicking Rodek's lifeless body, signaling to Tyrone. "Is this poison truly so potent? It acts faster than paraquat," suppressing his discomfort. Tyrone gazed in astonishment at the vial in his hand. "Indeed, this is the assassin's closely guarded secret. As for you, my good fellow," Hessedin rubbed his hands together, humbly addressing Tyrone. "Very well, you have survived. Additionally, take them with you and inform the remaining guests of regret that the ownership has changed. By the way, do not forget the former nobility and wealthy merchants." Tyrone waved dismissively, signaling for the other party to leave. Hessedin gazed at the 11 remaining guests of regret, his expression darkening instantly. It was certain that if he escorted them, he would inevitably be the first to perish at their hands as a traitor. No, he must save himself. Having already sold out the guests of regret, he might as well go further. "Your Highness, such words are misguided. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized that you are the true master of Quers. You are the rightful king of the Quers people, the one destined by heaven. As a loyal guest of regret since antiquity, I shall not go anywhere else. I wish to submit to your command, to become your sharp blade, your shadow, and to eliminate all those who defy you." Tears streamed down Hessedin's face as he fell to the ground, uttering his heartfelt plea. System, acquired special troop type, guests of regret, no suitable template, cannot be upgraded. Upon receiving the system's notification and observing the 75 loyalty of the other party, Tyrone was momentarily taken aback. "Very well, then you shall be one of us from now on. Handle the others as you see fit." Since the other party had already pledged allegiance and demonstrated considerable loyalty, establishing his own intelligence organization was indeed a prudent decision. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will ensure they find their way back to you and submit at your feet. I will reassemble the guests of regret to become your sharpest weapon." Hessedin, overwhelmed with joy, felt that he had truly secured his life. Meanwhile, Martha and her heretical army found themselves in a dire struggle. Initially, the Slarkians transformed unexpectedly, becoming ferocious. The heavy cavalry, which had previously dominated the light cavalry of the Dothraki, seemed to slice through them effortlessly, advancing like a force of nature towards the conquest of Vistothraki. However, It was not long before the Dothraki re-emerged, their bodies adorned with mysterious patterns, encased in a flesh-like armor of red. The cavalry's weapons struck their opponents, leaving only shallow scars. Even more astonishingly, the already agile light cavalry, far from being hindered, moved with increased speed. The tide of battle shifted, with the heretics now fleeing while the Dothraki pursued. Under relentless pursuit, Martha suffered nearly 2,000 casualties, retreating towards Slaver's Bay. To her dismay, she encountered an even fiercer challenge. Numerous pyramids appeared near Slaver's Bay, amidst swirling sands. Countless mummified corpses wrapped in strips of cloth obstructed their path. Above, a multitude of harpies soared. The pursuing Dothraki were hot on their heels, plunging the scene into chaos. Each adversary appeared more fearsome and bizarre than the last. Initially, Martha had thought her heretics sufficiently wicked, yet compared to these foes, she felt like a champion of justice. Leader, our brothers have suffered tremendous losses. Please devise a plan swiftly, reported a black knight as he approached Martha. Understood, I will seek the aid of the divine emissary. Martha nodded gravely, realizing that reinforcements were imperative, otherwise, they would all perish here. Before long, several Dothraki were brought forth, their throats slit upon the mysterious ritual circle. The surrounding black-robed supplicants joined Martha in fervent prayer. Such is the situation, my lord. We beseech your assistance. Tyrone, abruptly thrust into this illusion, felt his head swimming after hearing Marta's report. No, I pondered, isn't the world of Game of Thrones a low magic realm? How is it that mummified warriors have emerged? And the Dothraki, have they taken performance-enhancing drugs? Coach, I request a urine test. The other side is clearly cheating. Understood. Despite the fiery spirit of his complaints, Tyrone maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. This matter required the involvement of Aridaeox. He felt utterly powerless. As Tyrone called out repeatedly, Aridaeox's alluring figure gradually materialized. What is it? Speak if there is something to say, if not, begone. Aridaeox declared impatiently upon her arrival, harboring no fondness for this human. Tyrone, reaching out his hand towards her leg, remarked, such a fair and elongated limb. I could cherish this for a lifetime. Touch it. Continue to touch it. Aridaeox sneered, only for her legs to sprout a coat of hair, transforming her delicate feet into hooves. Humph, am I that kind of person? Tyrone withdrew his hand and chastised her with righteous indignation. What the devil? Is there a matter at hand? If not, I shall take my leave. Aridaeox, her expression darkening, retorted, nothing of importance, merely that your followers are on the verge of extinction. As Tyrone mused over whether demons were akin to goats or sheep, he casually relayed the circumstances. Chapter 58. Chaos. Aridaeox was momentarily taken aback. I knew your situation was chaotic, but I did not anticipate such disorder. A legion of 10,000 heretics could stride across the continent of Ponde, yet here they face annihilation? That is the crux of the matter. If you possess a solution, do share. If not, I shall allow them to perish. Tyrone conjured a cigarette and rocking chair, exhaling smoke as he spoke. Aridaeox felt a pang of frustration. The sacrifices made by Emma and the others had bestowed her with considerable power, and relinquishing them was no easy decision. However, to save them, she would have to expend a significant portion of her own strength, forsaking her recent gains and incurring additional costs. Very well, judging by your demeanor. It seems there is no solution at hand. So be it. You may return, and I shall depart after a brief touch of your leg. Observing Aridaeox's internal struggle, Tyrone sought to provoke her further, saying, leave, damn it. I've suffered a great loss. Remember, do not let them die. Aridaeox, gritting her teeth, commanded, I shall not forget. With that, she vanished, and Tyrone returned to the realm of reality. System, mysterious power detected, designated troops promoted. Do you consent? Consent. In the vicinity of the Slave Bay battlefield, a multitude of black knights, nearly 100 in number, were suddenly engulfed by a suffocating black mist, their anguished cries piercing the air. As the mist dissipated, a legion of winged demons emerged, roaring defiantly into the heavens. Towering in stature, their muscular forms were enveloped in dark, scaled armor, and their enormous wings were as crimson as blood. Their pupils were as dark as the night, and their glistening fangs gleamed menacingly. Each wielded a heavy great sword, emanating an aura of malevolent energy capable of rending souls asunder. They were the undead demon warriors under the command of Aridaeox, extinguishing all hope and light from the mortal realm. The mere sound of their voices instilled terror in all living beings. Their presence alone was enough to plunge humanity into despair. Historically, the mere appearance of such demons would send mortal forces scattering in fear, yet today, they faced formidable adversaries. I acknowledge the prowess of the undead demon warriors. Yet the Dothraki cavalry and the legions of the undead from Ghys are not to be underestimated. Upon engaging with the demon warriors, the Dothraki suffered significant casualties. Their formidable blades capable of cleaving even the bravest in twain. Consequently, they adapted their strategy, relying on agility to unleash a torrent of arrows upon the heretical army and Ghys' undead forces. Meanwhile, the legions of Ghys, though slow and armed with decayed weaponry, exhibited an uncanny resilience, perhaps a remnant of the Valyrian salt that had long since permeated them. These ancient, preserved warriors, as tough as iron, withstood the ferocity of the demon warriors' onslaught. Each swing of the demon's blade sent a throng of undead reeling, yet it scarcely inflicted any true damage, merely severing limbs to hinder their movement. Fortunately, due to the demon's robust physiques, the line held steady under pressure. In Westeros, particularly among the coastal powers, unsettling news from Essos reached them. Numerous merchants of the free cities relayed these tidings. However, the people of Westeros were preoccupied with their own affairs. Their primary focus lay on the Iron Throne. The disappearance of the Iron Islands folk was of little concern to them, let alone happenings across another continent. Since the death of King Robert, the North's Lord, Eddard Stark, had been executed, leading to a Stark rebellion. The imp, Tyrion Lannister, engaged in fierce combat with the young Wolf Lord. Stannis Baratheon proclaimed himself the rightful heir, while Joffrey Baratheon, the offspring of Cersei and her brother Jaime, sought to seize the Iron Throne. Shortly thereafter, Renly Baratheon entered the fray, only to mysteriously perish shortly after. Recently, Tyrion Lannister's flames had also cast Stannis Baratheon from the game, yet his position as Hand of the King had been usurped by his father, Tywin Lannister. Beyond the Wall, the White Walkers appeared with increasing frequency, yet aside from the Night's Watch, their presence garnered little attention. Overall, although the realm of Westeros is engulfed in flames of war, with its populace enduring immense suffering, it is still far better than Essos. Even the lands of the free folk are in disarray. The Grey Plains beyond the Wall have been besieged by monstrous beings, and reports from the northern borders indicate that the nomadic horsemen of the Dothraki are advancing southward in droves. The area near the Jade Sea is plagued by the emergence of fish-headed creatures, and news from the Yellow River suggests that they too harbor intentions of invasion. The incessant stream of bad tidings has brought the sovereign of the free folk, Birken, to the brink of despair. With his son still in his tender years, he is left to shoulder the burden alone. Since the revelation of Tyren's existence, he has found it unbearable to remain in his position for even a day longer. Thanks to a period of recuperation in recent years, despite the alarming reports, his formidable military might allow him to withstand the current turmoil for the time being. With the issuance of the Emperor's decree, military leaders from various regions began to assemble their forces at the borders. On this day in the capital of the free folk, Birken received a solitary piece of good news. Remarkably, his younger brother, with a mere 1,000 men, had managed to seize the city of Korras and repel the monsters. Indeed, a feat of great prowess. Birken, holding the letter, smiled as he spoke to Chancellor Sieping. "Your Majesty, my younger brother is truly a man of destiny." Sieping complimented him in return, and Birken extolled Tyren's abilities, particularly his talent for transforming commoners into seasoned warriors. Indeed, Sieping exclaimed in astonishment. How else could he have driven out those deep dwellers? "You have witnessed the ferocity of those creatures," Birken cheerfully replied, after the deep dwellers appeared in the Jade Sea. "It wasn't long before our soldiers transported their corpses back to the capital, and the ministers certainly bore witness to this. By our ancestors' grace, may the Night Lion watch over us, and may the heavens not forsake our people." The Chancellor rejoiced, asserting that if this were indeed true, and if the young prince possessed such divine strength, then even in dire circumstances, the lineage of the free folk would endure. "What of the matter of the state document?" The Chancellor inquired further. "What state document?" "Make time for him to ascend the throne. The realm belongs to him," Birken declared without a second thought, submitting the state document. "Establishing diplomatic relations between our nations, and soon Tyren will ascend to the throne in the free folk. Those unaware might think Korras has annexed our lands." "Your Majesty, the inheritance of the throne is a matter of great importance. We cannot proceed so lightly," the Chancellor cautioned again. As Birken's confidant, he was well aware of the Emperor's intentions, which had been voiced countless times, but alas, this sovereign was resolute in his decision to abdicate. Birken, delighting in the letter, contemplated summoning the ministers to announce the news of Tyren's triumph over Korras, one of the critical threats to the free folk. As for the demands for food and manpower, he would comply. He would send a few officials of the third rank or higher. The free folk lacked nothing, except for a shortage of scholars. It was the perfect opportunity to dispatch those scoundrels who incessantly demanded he issue edicts of penance. However, the transportation of goods on a large scale via maritime routes requires no less than a year. Initially, an elite group must traverse the sandy paths to deliver people, gifts, and ceremonial items. In the Bay of Slaves, Astapor, the royalty and affluent merchants naturally possessed their residences. A spacious courtyard was filled with a throng of individuals, all once significant figures in K's, now wearing expressions of despair. By the gods, what folly! The situation here is only marginally better than in K's, with 100 or so pyramids to the north, from which an endless army of the deceased emerges. Although the main forces have not advanced towards the Bay of Slaves, the slave owners are understandably alarmed. The purists themselves feel scarce, let alone their availability for sale. They were even stripped of half their possessions upon entering the city. Damn! If I had known, I would have preferred to perish in K's. Wendero Caldus spat, his countenance darkened. Chapter 59, a matter of great importance by the gods. The benevolent masters of Astapor display a shocking lack of courtesy. The others also bore grim expressions, evidently having endured an unpleasant few days. They had anticipated that the benevolent masters would seize the opportunity to exploit them for their loss of K's city, yet the adversaries had audaciously resorted to outright robbery. Upon entering the city, they were met with exorbitant fees, without even a pretense of justification. What do you propose we do? We cannot remain here, mused Massos Mararoan, wearily rubbing his temples. What else can we do? We can either wait to be utterly drained by them, or return directly to K's. One of the 13 Titans remarked with a sardonic laugh. Let us raise our hands and vote. Shall we return, or shall we stay here? Another suggested. Return. Back to K's. Let us go. Here we shall forever be outsiders. The crowd echoed in agreement. None of my people have returned. That barbarian lad is no simpleton. Matthias Aguirre, leader of the remorseful guests, reminded them. So what? We can always buy them back at tenfold the price. Aegon Amor dismissed the concern lightly. He will not sell. Without the monster, K's is a veritable treasure trove, the head of the Spice Guild remarked, crushing the girl serving as his footstool beneath his heel. So what? K's belongs to us. With a little cunning, those wretched commoners will drive him out, Zorozan Wandesos scoffed. Cunning is their forte, he added. Have the male sorcerers been notified? Notify them for what? Let them rot here, Wendero Caldus retorted angrily. After showcasing their magic, the male sorcerers immediately became esteemed guests among the benevolent masters, even disregarding their old friends, which infuriated them further. This incident underscores the paramount importance of possessing a formidable skill. Inform the Iron Vault that we must depart at once. I fear that if we delay, we might lose our remaining fortune. Marsos Mara decisively proclaimed. Kylais, within the chambers of Terren. Terren, can you not comport yourself with a semblance of seriousness? You are a king, not a lowly gambler in a casino. Daenerys remarked with a frosty demeanor. Every day is spent idly, either sleeping or playing cards. When you possess the power to change the world, yet you choose to wallow in decadence. Why do you speak so incessantly? Are you playing or not? If you're not, then just exchange with Ely. Terren, glancing at the notes covering Daenerys' face, responded with impatience. After practicing swordsmanship, I was coerced into studying calligraphy, music, and etiquette. I finally managed to catch my breath and engaged a few handmaidens in a game of cards. Yet after losing several rounds, Daenerys began to ramble. Play. 3 cards. Steal from the Mad King. Daenerys pouted and reseated herself. Why don't you refrain from playing? You keep stealing every hand. Don't you ever look at your own cards? Terren, staring at his hand of 2 kings and 4 twos, replied with exasperation. It's none of your concern. Targaryens never relinquish the throne to others, and that applies to card games as well. Daenerys stubbornly retorted, Cursed men, can't you just let me win once? All right, woman. You're quite bold. 3 with 1. Terren raised an eyebrow. Though he admired her spirit, he could not afford to be lenient. No. A straight. No. A bomb. No. Daenerys' voice quivered with a hint of tears, while Jichi, clutching her cards, dared not utter a word. The other 2 were already stifling their laughter, shaking with mirth. A royal flush. It's over. This is pointless. You truly lack skill. Terren smacked his lips, discarding all his cards, and added a mocking remark. Daenerys' emotions flared instantly. She slammed her cards onto Terren, and with a swift motion, a dagger appeared in her hand. Terren reacted quickly, snatching a nearby blanket and covering Daenerys' face before bolting away. Daenerys tore the blanket aside, her face flushed with anger, her meticulously arranged hair now a disheveled mess. And she leaped from the bed in pursuit of Terren. The guards and servants were well accustomed to such antics, all watching with amused expressions. After a considerable chase, Terren turned to see Daenerys, panting heavily against a pillar, unable to resist another taunt. Have you not eaten? Ah, 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 I shall tear your mouth apart. Daenerys nearly lost her breath, clawing her way toward Terren. With a gentle grasp, he seized the dagger from her hand and tossed it aside, wrapping his other arm around her. Gazing at her flushed and strikingly beautiful face from exertion, Terren could not resist planting a kiss on her lips. Spit. Daenerys opened her mouth and spat at Terren's face. Terren, momentarily taken aback, felt a childish impulse surge within him. Ah, his throat moved, and he prepared to return the favor with a mouthful of phlegm, puckering his lips to offer it to her. Ah, get away. Daenerys, trembling in fear, struggled to push Terren away. With a mischievous grin, he puffed his cheeks and leaned towards her, intending merely to frighten her. However, she instinctively kicked his leg, causing him to swallow back whatever he had intended to display. Daenerys stared at Terren, astonished. She had never encountered someone so revolting, who would swallow it back again. Get away. How disgusting. She snapped back to her senses and pushed him away in terror. I refuse. This is all your fault. You should experience it too. Terren grasped her hands tightly and pressed his face against hers. In a kiss, Daenerys became engaged, clinging to him fiercely and tentatively extending her tongue. Terren's hands, unable to resist, began to wander downward. Meanwhile, the bashful handmaidens giggled as they shooed away the servants and guards in the courtyard, preparing warm water and clothing for the couple. Outside the courtyard, Aeno stood guard at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Shortly thereafter, Sir Bollistan Selmy arrived in haste. Where's the king? I have urgent matters to discuss. The king is currently occupied with a very important task. It is not convenient for you to see him. Please return later, Aeno replied expressionlessly. As a Noldoran elf, he harbored deep prejudices against humans and showed little courtesy to anyone except Terren. And what about the queen? I demand to see her, Bollistan Selmy said, frowning. What matters could possibly be so important when the kingdom is at stake? His negligence towards this realm endangers the livelihoods of millions at dawn. The queen has important matters as well, Aeno stated, then added. They are both engaged in a very significant undertaking. Oh, understood. It's not urgent. I shall return tomorrow to report, Bollistan Selmy said, his expression softening as he turned to leave. The exiled royals and merchants who had fled previously sent envoys seeking to return, but he recognized their intentions were far from noble, hence his urgent report. Yet compared to the royal lineage, this was merely a trivial matter. They could wait. If a child were to be born, perhaps the king would finally adopt a serious demeanor. No, the prince must be personally educated to become a true monarch. Chapter 60. The returned Terren did not awaken until midday the next day. Gently extricating himself from the pale arms that embraced his neck, he quietly slipped out of bed. After being attended to by the handmaidens for a change of clothes and a refreshing bath, he made his way to the dining hall for lunch. Skillfully using chopsticks, he extracted the eye of the fish, savoring the tender flesh from its back with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, his wisest decision had been to send the previous cook to receive training at Le Fong Lu for a year. This was truly food worthy of consumption. Before long, Sir Bollistan Selmy and Wei Zhongxian requested an audience. Terren immediately instructed that they be allowed to enter. Your Highness, have you eaten? Would you care for a bite? Terren beckoned the two to take their seats. Your Highness, they bowed and positioned themselves on either side of the table. Your Highness. The emissaries from the group that previously departed from course wished to discuss the matter of repurchasing the city. Sir Bollistan, observing that Terren had nearly finished his meal, hastily reported, repurchase? What nonsense. Tell them to leave. Terren dismissed the notion without a moment's hesitation. Yes, Your Highness, I shall send them away at once. Bollistan nodded, aligning with Terren's sentiments. Only a fool would consider selling it back. Wait, inform them that negotiations can proceed, but at a steep price. They should come prepared with ample funds. Terren quickly called out to the departing Sir Bollistan. Your Highness, Bollistan exclaimed, astonished by Terren's apparent willingness to sell. This city, of course, can be sold, but they must first settle their debts to us. Wei Zhongxian, initially surprised, soon grasped Terren's intentions upon reflecting on his character. Debts? What do they owe us? Sir Bollistan inquired, puzzled. Bollistan, how can you not comprehend? Old Wei, please elucidate for him, Terren said, exasperated. Sir Bollistan, let me ask you, to whom does course belong? Wei Zhongxian inquired with a smile. It belongs to Your Highness. Bollistan replied without hesitation. Thus, if it is ours, then all that resides within the city belongs to His Highness as well. They took so much from us before departing, should they not repay? Wei Zhongxian continued with a grin. But that was before the sale of the city. Balistan stammered in protest. Sir Balistan, now that they wish to buy the city back, is it not reasonable for them to settle their accounts first? Wei Zhongxian replied with a sinister tone. However, they would never agree to that, Balistan insisted. Once they arrive, they will have no say in the matter. But if this news were to spread, why would it spread? It need not. Balistan was left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Never mind. Even if it does, we shan't be concerned. For as long as our forces remain formidable, there will always be those willing to refute such rumors. Terren casually wiped his mouth with a cloth and brazenly declared. I understand, Balistan stuttered, his face flushed. As a seasoned knight, he had not yet lost all sense of honor, and the notion of brazenly committing acts of violence and theft required further contemplation. Wait, do not proceed. Leave this matter to Old Wei. Old Wei, you grasp my meaning. Do you not? Terren nudged Wei Zhongxian knowingly. Your Highness, I understand. I will ensure they come with all their possessions to course without hesitation. After bowing respectfully, Wei Zhongxian withdrew gracefully, his light footsteps betraying his elation. He could hardly wait to deceive the wealthy merchants of the Terren royal family. You see, once the bottom line is discarded, life becomes an unimpeded journey, Terren boasted to Sir Balistan. Your Highness, you are a king, not a rogue. If this continues, no nation will recognize your sovereignty, Balistan wearily cautioned. Have you ever been a king? No. Then your words are misguided. I am the king, and I see nothing amiss. Anyone who refuses to acknowledge me shall face my wrath. I have served many kings, and even the most deranged among them would not squander their credibility. Hence, he perished. Robert Baratheon would not act thus. He too met his end at the hands of his own. Balistan fell silent, his expression darkening. So, adhering to integrity is a death sentence, is it? Furthermore, I recall that the Iron Bank is quite affluent, correct? Why not inquire what they would offer if we used Terren as collateral? Terren pondered, recalling the exceedingly wealthy organization. Your Highness, you will repay the loan, yes? Balistan questioned cautiously. On what grounds? I borrowed based on my own merit. Why should I repay? Terren retorted defiantly. I do not know you. I cannot proceed. I am weary. I shall take my leave. Balistan grumbled as he exited the conversation furiously. You have no shame. I still have some dignity, he muttered. To eliminate those from Terren could barely be considered a domestic affair, but to act against the Iron Bank would draw the attention of the entire world. Observing Balistan's furious departure, Terren smirked, realizing that targeting the Iron Bank was likely futile. That old man is too concerned with his pride. Robert owes the Iron Bank a substantial sum, and yet continues to indulge himself. How many troops can he muster? What can they do if he refuses to repay? Meanwhile, an envoy from the royal family hastened to Slave Bay to relay Wei Zhongxian's demands. 2 weeks later, upon receiving the news, Massos Malowin summoned everyone. What? 8 million gold coins. This is sheer extortion. Aegon Emo exclaimed furiously. In just over a month, he demands a 100-fold increase. This is robbery. Who sold it? Let them buy it back. Zorozan Wandeso sneered. He had not profited a single coin from the sale of the city and saw no reason to bear the cost. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Massos Malowin. No funds. Then we shan't purchase it, Massos Malowin asserted resolutely. He was unwilling to part with 5 million gold coins alone. Such an idea was utterly inconceivable. You. The president of the Spice Guild pointed an accusatory finger at Massos Malowin, panting with indignation. All right. The priority now is to reclaim the city. As for the funds, even if we were to contribute this much, that barbarian would not be able to take it away. After all, there are numerous bandits surrounding Terren. Windrow Caldis gestured for calm and proposed. Thus, our royal family shall contribute 3,500,000, and each of your families 1,500,000. Once the funds are returned, the surplus can be evenly distributed among you. We have no objections. However, 3 individuals in the hall of 1,000 seats is insufficient. We should add 3 more, one of the 13 titans remarked with a smile. Impossible. Massos Malowin glared at him. This group of merchants has only dared to act in the shadows. They now seek to seize the dominion of Terren. That cannot be allowed. If we do not agree, we shall not contribute these funds, for it was you who sold Terren, was it not? Zorozan Wandesos retorted aggressively. Windrow Caldis's expression stiffened, and he shot an accusatory glance at Massos Malowin. Yet, he restrained his emotions and replied, 1 person may be added, and you may deliberate on which family it shall be. The dozen or so merchants exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Deal. Once the negotiations concluded, the assembly began transferring assets and, accompanied by the guards stationed outside the city, prepared to return to Quers. Although Wei Zhongxian's exorbitant price of 8 million sparked their intentions to reclaim the funds after payment, it alleviated their doubts regarding Terren's commitment to fulfilling his obligations. Perhaps they believed that with a mere gesture, they could effortlessly sway Quers' army to their side. As Massos Malawan gazed at the vividly sculpted reliefs upon the walls of Quers, he could not suppress a derisive laugh, thinking how this foreigner truly believed this land was his dominion. At the northern gate of Quers, a long line of carriages entered the city. Nearly all the fleeing merchants had returned, forming a procession of tens of thousands that seemed endless. "What are you doing? This is robbery," Massos Malawan shouted at Wei Zhongxian, clutching his bleeding nose. Upon their entry into the city, the soldiers had closed the gates, leaving the guards outside. Subsequently, the undead soldiers confiscated all their possessions, leaving no gold or silver trinkets untouched. Those who resisted were swiftly struck down by soldiers, their fates uncertain. The golden nose ring was violently ripped from his nose, causing blood to flow profusely. "What do you intend to do? We demand an explanation." The remaining merchants and nobles gathered angrily, raising their voices in protest. "What are you shouting about? Ignorant peasants. Do you not know that entering the city incurs a tax?" Wei Zhongxian disdainfully retorted, holding his nose, repulsed by the overwhelming scent of perfume from the merchants. "Tax? You impose a tax for entering the city. I am of the royal family of Quers. I am the ruler." Aiging Amur croaked angrily, resembling an irate frog as he questioned. "The former royal family, please clarify. Furthermore, the tax for entering the city is a rule of Quers, amounting to half of the entrance wealth. Furthermore, this rule was formulated only yesterday." Wei Zhongxian, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "What do you have to say for confiscating all our possessions?" Zhao Yuozong Wanda Sua's eyes turned crimson with anger. "You take half at Slave Bay, and here you seize another half. We have done nothing. Yet our wealth has diminished significantly after just a few entries and exits from the city. Who can endure this? Fool, if you take half upon entering the city, you shall undoubtedly take half upon exiting as well." Wei Zhongxian retorted with a disdainful gaze. Massos Malawan began to jump and curse vehemently, observing the group nearing the brink of fury, yet feeling secure in his own position. Wei Zhongxian felt as content as one sipping chilled honey water on a sweltering summer day. "What are you staring at? If you are dissatisfied, hold your breath. His Majesty has decreed that if you have a plan, pursue it. If not, perish." Wei Zhongxian continued to stoke the flames of their ire, while discreetly pulling a guard in front of him, wary of their potential desperation. "Esteemed guests, we are only targeting the traders among the royal family and the 3 major guilds. For everyone else, upon entering the city, all your possessions shall be returned intact. And additionally, the previous assets within the city will also be restored," Sir Balistan hurriedly explained, his demeanor awkward. Under his desperate pleas, even threatening his own life, Talon finally relented, sparing others and focusing solely on the 3 major guilds and the royals. Upon hearing Sir Balistan's words, most small to medium-sized merchants breathed a sigh of relief and began to disperse under the soldiers' direction. Truth be told, they were quite eager to witness the spectacle, particularly the plight of the royals and the 3 major guilds, who had previously oppressed them. Only the representative of the Iron Vault stood calmly, observing the unfolding drama. As the global lender, the Iron Vault felt momentarily tense, yet Sir Balistan's reassurances eased his concerns. Very few dared to challenge the Iron Vault. Even the 7 great nations were bound to settle debts incurred during Robert's lifetime. Although the bold individual from Quire knew no bounds, he recognized the peril of provoking the Iron Vault. Andre Bryant, the head of Quire's Iron Vault, had originally been reveling in his triumph until a servant whispered a few words to him, causing his expression to darken. "Huh, you lot truly deserve to perish. You promised 8 million for the city. You didn't even bring sufficient funds. Speak. Were you plotting to default from the very beginning?" Wei Zhongxian said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing his words, Sir Balistan's lips twitched in disbelief. How dare he accuse others of defaulting, luring them in, then claiming their funds were insufficient, and branding them untrustworthy? What a farce! At this revelation, Aigin Ima clutched his heart, trembling with rage. "Shameless, despicable robbers, thieves!" Massos Malawan pointed at Wei Zhongxian, his lips quivering. "Damn it, you've gone too far. Archers, prepare," Wei Zhongxian declared with fiery eyes, realizing that the matter entrusted to him by His Highness was about to unravel, as these individuals clearly sought to undermine him. To my astonishment, the merchants and nobles of Quiris display such shamelessness. There is no need for courtesy. Let us simply eliminate them. Chief Wei, calm yourself. Do not act rashly. Sir Balistan hastily intervened, asserting that openly slaying them would yield unfavorable repercussions. The original plan was to capture them first, fabricate a charge later, and when the public had forgotten, discreetly deal with the matter. I am calm, you wretched fool. These individuals are clearly acting with intent. How can I explain to His Highness without funds? Wei Zhongxian furiously retorted. I shall provide an explanation to His Highness. You must remain calm and refrain from violence. Sir Balistan continued to implore earnestly. Nonsense. You are so protective of them. Are you colluding with them to frame me? Speak. Do you covet my esteemed position? Very well. Balistan, you old rogue. I had not perceived the depths of your scheming. You are indeed a ruthless man. Wei Zhongxian's visage twisted in rage as he glared menacingly at Sir Balistan. Sir Balistan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. I hail from a distinguished lineage and have served as a knight my entire life, living with integrity. In my old age, you dare to accuse me of scheming for your position. How audacious. Look, his silence is an implicit admission. I shall not only eliminate him, but also you lot. Guards, seize them and dismember them for the dogs. Seeing Sir Balistan's silence, Wei Zhongxian believed he had struck truth and fumed with anger. Immediately commanding his men to apprehend the group. Acting upon Tai Luan's orders, the elite soldiers obeyed without question, and hundreds of warriors surged into the throng, subduing individuals to the ground amidst chaos. I am Massos Marijowan, your ruler. Capture them. I will reward each of you with 100 gold coins. Damn it. Look at me. Hoffa, I know you. I am your master. Quieris people, have you all gone mad? We are the true masters of this city. The royal merchants shouted angrily at the soldiers who were apprehending them. As soldiers recognized as loyal by the system, their loyalty remained above 85, rendering them impervious to the merchants' protests, coldly toppling each resisting individual. I ask, do you still possess any money? Now is not the time for concealment. If you do not speak, I cannot restrain that madman. Sir Balistan, with no other recourse, could only beseech Massos Marijowan and the others. Huh, despicable liars, thieves, robbers. I have wealth, it resides in the iron vault. If you have the audacity, go and demand it from them. Massos growled vehemently while pinned to the ground. The iron vault, as the largest financial institution, was a frequent point of contact for merchants. Its credibility was notably high, and most of their wealth lay within its confines. Upon hearing this, Sir Balistan's heart tightened, and he delivered a kick to the man's mouth. But it was too late. Wei Zhongxian had already discovered the crux of the matter. Ah, I see. So it is your highness's funds that you have appropriated. Wei Zhongxian exclaimed in surprise, hastening towards Andre Bryant with an outstretched hand, declaring, You see, their wealth has been confiscated. Quickly surrender all their assets. Andre responded with a scornful smile. Private property is sacred and inviolable. Unless they personally retrieve it, we cannot make decisions on behalf of our clients. Enraged, Wei Zhongxian shouted, Bring me someone. He was furious and ready to demonstrate his authority. Chief Wei, His Highness has commanded us not to act against the Iron Treasury. Do you wish to defy the king's orders? Balistan swiftly intervened, warning Wei Zhongxian, the Iron Treasury is not merely a group of merchants. They cannot stir up any trouble. Their influence spans the globe, and provoking them is unwise. Fine, I will grant you this concession, Wei Zhongxian conceded, if they wish to retrieve it themselves. Let them do so. Upon hearing Balistan invoke the Iron Treasury, Wei Zhongxian refrained from further aggression. Bring forth the instruments of torture. He glared at the royal family and commanded the soldiers to carry out the punishment. Whips, boiling water, the tiger bench, severed limbs, skinning, and torture lamps. The human spirit, in most instances, proves insignificant in the face of such torment. Moreover, the affluent merchants and nobles certainly do not possess the fortitude of will. In no time at all, this group lamented and complied with all demands, presenting bloodstained contracts for deposits before Andre. They relinquished them to His Majesty without compensation, and now, they demanded the king's funds. Wei Zhongxian grinned maliciously at Andre. Witnessing the brutal punishments, Andre's face turned ashen, yet he remained steadfast in refusing to relinquish the funds. The royal family, of course, and the 3 major merchant guilds were finished. The assets within the Iron Treasury had become ownerless. He could claim at least 30%, amounting to millions in wealth. This is not acceptable. This contract was signed under duress and holds no validity. Therefore, I refuse. Andre disdainfully retorted to Wei Zhongxian, confident that no one would dare offend the Iron Treasury, especially since that vast fortune was not in their possession. Very well, intriguing. Wei Zhongxian narrowed his eyes and clapped his hands in mock praise. The Iron Treasury would do well to produce this money, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Baristan's expression shifted dramatically as he earnestly addressed Andre. I refuse. The Iron Treasury does not yield to threats. Andre spat disdainfully and arrogantly declared, "You wait. I cannot confront him alone. I will seek his highness." Baristan, feeling helpless, turned back to persuade Wei Zhongxian, then mounted his horse and galloped towards the inner city. Observing Baristan's reaction, Andre grew bolder, defiantly gazing at Wei Zhongxian. "Heh, you truly have guts. In another place, even among the savages, perhaps no one would dare to touch you. Alas, you are here. Your fate is indeed unfortunate." Wei Zhongxian approached Andre with a smile, gently caressing his face with his fingers, and declared, "No one can threaten the Iron Treasury. You shall not withstand our vengeance. Your king will soon be overthrown, and you will be hanged." Andre, gazing at the sickly Wei Zhongxian, took a step back and ominously replied, harboring a foreboding sense, "Bring forth those individuals and have them executed. As for the remaining family members and servants, give them each 10 gold coins and arrange for their accommodations." Wei Zhongxian commanded the soldiers with a smile. The undead warriors swiftly executed the royal family and the 13 noble figures, silencing them, while the others were taken away. At the same time, the White Worm returned to report that, apart from a dozen officers who had committed suicide, all 2,000 guards outside the city had surrendered, with no casualties among the undead army. Splendid news. Well done, Commander Bai. Please relay this matter to His Majesty, informing him that this old servant is attending to the affairs of the Iron Treasury and cannot be disturbed. Wei Zhongxian courteously addressed the White Worm, who nodded in acknowledgement and left a squad of soldiers behind to escort the captives to the inner city. "Now we can converse properly," Wei Zhongxian said with a beaming smile directed at Andre. "Foolish creature, you have chosen an opponent for cures that cannot be vanquished." Andre remained resolute. "You need not concern yourself with that. Bring him to the Hall of Immortals. The male sorcerers have left behind many valuable items." Wei Zhongxian's eyes gleamed with coldness as he spoke each word deliberately. As a eunuch, he could least tolerate the mention of his own inadequacy. This direct confrontation shattered the facade of his hypocritical smile. As for the situation with Talon, he had already discerned that the fearless lord cared little for the Iron Treasury. Indeed, the reality was as such. "Your Highness, we absolutely cannot kill anyone from the Iron Treasury, for it would invoke their wrath. Furthermore, the world would become aware of our disgraceful methods in seizing the royal families and the 3 major merchant houses' wealth." Breathless, Balistan approached Talon. "We can spare them, but simply hand over my money, and all will be well." Talon replied dismissively, "He and they will not comply." Sir Balistan lamented, "Neither side takes the other seriously, resulting in our current predicament. Not giving us money, then what purpose do they serve? Are we celebrating the new year?" "Eliminate them," Talon said impatiently. "However, this would tarnish our reputation," Sir Balistan insisted. "Rest assured, even if we do not kill them, they will spread this matter far and wide," Talon retorted indifferently. "Very well. Do not concern yourself with this. Just tally the profits from this endeavor, and additionally, distribute 3 months' wages to all soldiers. Proceed with it." "Yes, Your Highness," Balistan sighed helplessly, realizing that the fate of those from the Iron Treasury was sealed. Why was it so difficult to serve a good king? "Spare me. I will bring them their money. I beg you, let me be." Andre spoke feebly, his eyes brimming with terror. A regretful guest was methodically flaying him. Under the influence of anesthesia, he felt little pain. Yet, witnessing his own skin being torn away, organs severed, and the pink muscle laid bare, sent him into utter despair. "It is too late. I still prefer your defiant demeanor," Wei Zhongxian remarked, playfully handling the severed organs before Andre, relishing the exhilarating sensation of wielding life and death. "The Iron Bank will not spare you. Just wait. You will all meet your demise." Andre cursed bitterly, despondent in his hopelessness. "Hush, keep your voice down, conserve your strength. There is much time ahead. Enjoy it well, haha." Wei Zhongxian laughed recklessly. "Have you made your decision? Either submit to me or join him," Hesiodin instructed, gesturing towards the tortured Andre, addressing the captive regretful guests behind him. Under his command, the regretful guests were all executed, leaving only the assassins to observe. The regretful guests exchanged glances, hesitating before ultimately kneeling before him. "Chief, we yield, can we leave? This is too grotesque," one captive implored with a tear-streaked face. "Silence. Lower your voice, or you shall not survive to tell the tale," Hesiodin warned, a cold sweat breaking out as he quickly silenced the other. "Move quietly. Do not disturb them, it is impolite." Hesiodin led the way, stealthily exiting the dungeon of the Immortal Palace. In the heart of Gurgis, Emma led the remnants of the heretical squad toward Queer's direction, managing to escape with the mere 1,000 souls under the protection of the Immortal Warriors. The Dothraki and Gurgis people retreated to their respective territories. Along coastlines worldwide, small-scale incursions by deep divers were reported, and it was said that the vanished Ironborn had reappeared on the Iron Islands.